In the main square at the entrance to the gate, a man read a name, Russell Raymond. He looked closely at the wooden data plate. The man raised an eyebrow skeptically, assessing the appearance of the owner of this sign. The guard recognized this last name, which was known in the founding family, meaning this guy was an aristocrat. But something about all this didn't add up. It seemed strange. The guard looked at Russell's torn pieces of cloth and wondered what was wrong with his clothes. However, he said that everything was fine, so the guy could pass. The dark-haired man was surprised and asked the first one if he knew this guy. And the guard replied that the hero was from the founding family. Raymond, passing through the gate, heard the guard complaining about why he was dressed like that, including discussions about how his family was apparently not that important. And the guy probably came here to become a mercenary, which looked funny. An aristocrat, and also a mercenary. The protagonist's red eyes glinted in the sun. His chestnut hair fluttered along with his tattered robe, and the guy's face was covered in bruises and dirt. He sighed and chuckled, looking towards the guards who were talking too much. To Raymond, they were nothing more than pieces of shit. The boy walked into the city and looked up at the Tower of Magic, where all the defenders of the kingdom were located. One day he also worked hard to get into it, so that the hero's family is not destroyed. After his father died in the war against the Empire, they had to flee the castle. Russell had to get into the Tower of Magic to get their lands back. The little boy turned around and screamed, calling for his mother, and there was chaos of fire and ash all around. He cried, asking to stop, because his mother was left there, and a ring with a yellow eye instead of a precious stone hung on a chain around the child's neck. Getting into the tower was the hero's pipe dream, but he was expelled from the academy before he could even apply for a place there. He stood in his academic robes, head down, as he was reprimanded. The hero received 3 fails, which was the first such case in the history of the academy. The man said that Russell may be good in theory, but he can't even make it to the second round. Therefore, it would be difficult for him to withstand the narrowing of the mana veins, so he was offered to try himself in something else. Little Raymond clutched his shirt, his chest tightening at the mention of the constriction of his mana veins. He was born with thin and weak mana veins, could only take in so much and could not release it at all. For a magician, this is tantamount to a death sentence. However, during his career as a mercenary, Russell somehow managed to reach the second round. The guy smiled desperately, looking at his hands, realizing that he was still a third-rate magician. The white doors of the tower swung open. The man in white said that they had finished registering for temporary work today, so people could return. Naturally, this did not suit the people. The men began to be indignant that they had waited half a day. What were they supposed to do now? However, they had no choice. And Russell, who had also come here to register, thought about it. He heard someone say that the museum was looking for temporary mages, so he might as well go there. They were looking for first circle mages to clean up. And the hero looked up at the magnificent building that had just been illuminated by the sun. Russell, who was too tired and probably hadn't eaten for a long time, with dark circles under his eyes, sighed heavily. He rummaged in his pockets and pulled out a small bag containing 1 gold coin. So he decided to look into the Great Museum, where visitors were given a tour, saying that their museum was the largest among all the kingdoms. The man said that they would be receiving aristocrats this week, so everything had to be perfect. Raymond watched intently as the man in white gloves used magic to unlock the doors. He told the people, including the protagonist, to remember the power of the wind when they used air purification. And if they damage anything, then they should be prepared for the consequences, which the man stated menacingly, turning over his shoulder. The hero thought, what difference does it make? All these exhibits are fakes anyway. The man is clearly being dramatic. However, the guy continued to walk along with everyone else, listening to this uninteresting story. Suddenly he stopped at one of the doors. This place looked familiar to him. The guy read the name on the sign. It said that this was a room with fantastic views. Suddenly, something vibrated in Russell's pocket, and a slight glow crept through his clothes. The guy noticed yellow flashes coming from his pocket. He stuck his hand in there, not understanding why it vibrated. That same ring with the dragon's eye literally sparkled. It was his mother's ring, which she passed on to her son. The hero looked up again at the sign hanging above the tightly closed doors. His body moved on its own. He pushed open those doors while the group of people he had come with to apply for the job walked ahead. The guy stepped forward as if fate itself was pulling him. The man immediately noticed that one person from the group was missing. He shouted his name, but the hero was already standing in the hall with the rarest exhibits. The vibration of the ring became stronger as he approached the dragon's bones. The boy asked the ring if it wanted to tell him something, asked his mother to tell him, as if she could communicate with him through it. Russell closed his eyes to concentrate, and this brought him back to memories of when he was little, and his mother had already been to this museum. Then the child held her hand and smiled joyfully at everything new he saw. But what struck him most was something outside this hall. Raymond's eyes opened suddenly. He followed the corner he had just remembered and found the exhibit there, kept behind strong glass. There, in the blue box, lay the ancient heart of a dragon. The guy looked at the ring, which sparkled again. It was more than a coincidence. Dragon hearts and a ring in the shape of a dragon's eye. The hero put the ring on his index finger and asked it why it was crying. He asked why his mother brought him here. And when Russell put the jewelry on, for some reason, it no longer vibrated. The exhibit, kept behind hard glass, lit up and there was silence all around. The boy had his back to the dragon's heart, so he didn't see it, but his ring flashed again. Then Raymond sighed, thinking that he must have imagined it. He wanted to say that he really was so pathetic, because many years had passed since the last time he saw his mother. Suddenly the ring began to glow in a way it had never glowed before, and electrical discharges appeared in the air, right around the guy's fingers and hand. The entire hall was illuminated by a bright light, and the sound of flapping wings was heard, followed by a voice saying that the heart and eye had met, so the second eye was opening. The dragon that appeared told Russell that he could become the stumbling block of the new mythology. Raymond looked helplessly but steadily at this winged creature that had decided to give him a second chance. That's when the hero realized that the world was not standing still, and he made a breach, and the long-awaited fate finally began. A system window appeared before his eyes with an inscription that the divine eye was checking the world's data. The system and Victor Russell Raymond's mission launched, and then silence and darkness, as if the world had never existed. Raymond was called, but he did not understand where the noise was coming from, and this voice sounded angry, but for some reason he recognized it. The teacher coughed and sharply hit the student on the head with a thick book. The boy in the academic robe suddenly jumped up from his seat. The man said he knew Russell had excellent grades, but how could he have the guts to fall asleep in his class? Raymond couldn't utter a word. Professor Hubert was standing in front of him, but this couldn't be, because he was dead. The boy's eyes quickly darted to the side. The blonde guy sitting in front started to worry, saying out loud what was going on with Russell. Then the hero's gaze darted in the other direction. To his right sat the bullies, who were barely able to contain their laughter so as not to let it out to the entire class. The guy still didn't understand what was going on here. Then he lowered his head and saw that he was wearing an academy student's suit. He immediately grabbed his face, checking to see if it had changed. Russell looked ahead in fear, not believing it, because right now he was in the past. All these events had already happened. In the brightly lit classroom, he stood silently, trying to take in what was happening, while the teacher waited for some kind of explanation. The professor said it was unlike Russell, but he would still be punished, and the man ordered the student to get out. He pushed him out the door and slammed it behind him, causing the boy to almost trip. Raymond saw a yellow shadow of his real self, who was no longer there. The guy thought about whether this kind of magic could even be called magic. He remembered the dragon's instructions, which said that the hero would become a stumbling block for the new mythology, so he must behave appropriately. He was told for sure that this was a second chance, but the ring on his finger had disappeared somewhere. The boy was wondering if his mother had helped him, when suddenly the doors behind him opened. The professor was indignant, telling Russell that he usually did not fall asleep in class, and the hero obediently bowed and asked for forgiveness. Hubert said they would need to talk face to face, so have Russell come to his office after lunch. The young man replied that he understood, and the teacher went ahead, saying that he would wait. It had been a long time since Raymond had been in trouble, but he still enjoyed the circumstances, and he watched as his old teacher walked away down the corridor, his hands folded behind his back. Suddenly, Russell felt a strong pain in his head and was pulled to the floor. Someone shouted at him. He wanted to be indignant out of habit, asking like, what kind of fucking bastard did this? The bullies smirked, asking who the fuck was there. The short-haired blonde man swung his hand, yelling at Russell that the idiot was too relaxed. His wrist was suddenly intercepted, preventing him from making a strike. The guy with freckles made the remark only because the professors were watching. He looked at Russell and said that he told him to make notes for him, but Raymond started snoring. The hero couldn't believe his eyes in front of him was the biggest bully from the past. Colma Frederica. Frederick told Russell that if he didn't want to die, he should follow him to the toilet. The young man smiled awkwardly, seeing how the group of guys went to the toilet. He remembered that this had happened to him before. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of the hero, in which there was a task. To avoid bullying and teach these bullies a lesson, at the bottom the reward was described. Russell thought it was an illusion, and put his fingers through the blue window and his hand went right through. However, this window did not disappear anywhere, and the young man hesitantly tried to convince himself that he was imagining it. His eyes froze, when suddenly someone shouted at him, asking what he was doing and whether he was coming. Coma shouted if Russell knew that there was no point in running away since they were at the academy. And then he grinned widely, adding that if the guy was scared, he should try to run away. The hero's gaze was directed straight at this bully, as if he were a target. He didn't care about the mission. He wanted to teach these guys a lesson first. After years of living as a mercenary, this situation was a trifle. Unlike the bloodlust of those monsters that had to be killed at the risk of their lives. Russell found the guys already waiting for him in the restroom funny. Koma, smoking a pipe, teased the hero, saying that the bastard had finally deigned to come. Russell nodded in response, calling the freckled bully a bedbug. The blonde shouted that Raymond had gone crazy. He ran forward, swinging his fist hard, and shouted, "Does Russell really want to get it?" But the main character dodged, and the blow landed in the air. The blonde only had time to shift his gaze and notice Raymond's approaching face. Russell suddenly hit the guy in the stomach with his knee, drooling from the blonde's mouth, and he fell, flying back, causing the other bully to freeze. Brunner jumped up and started screaming, calling the hero a piece of fucking trash. But his attempts to stand up for his comrade were unsuccessful. Russell hit him in the face too. So the bully fell, hitting his head, and Frederick watched this with interest. He smirked at what was happening. And then he threw the pipe with tobacco aside, noting that Russell could not use magic, so he decided to learn cheap martial arts. He said that this was to be expected from a fallen family. Koma put a green glowing knuckle duster on his hand, saying that magic cannot be used within the academy building. He chuckled, continuing that Russell apparently didn't know that they were allowed to use small artifacts. The boy was in front of the hero's face in an instant, screaming for the brat to die. However, Russell stood still as the fist came flying towards him. The hero put his hand out and stopped the blow. Koma's arm, from his wrist to his shoulder, began to tremble with pain. Raymond pressed down on the bully's arm, literally twisting it backwards. A sharp pain pierced the guy, and he could not do anything, neither move nor strike again. Unable to bear it any longer, Frederick fell to his knees and bent over. He said that Russell had been outranked by his brothers, and even his family had turned a blind eye to a shit-eater like him, adding that if the enemy was strong, then you had to act slowly, and if he was weak, then mock him. The hero became furious and called the offender a pathetic nobody. Raymond's eyes glowed yellow, and the whites turned black as he asked how someone like Frederick dared mention his family. The freckled boy, seeing these eyes, was frightened. Cold drops of sweat ran down his face. Only now did he come to his senses and asked Russell to wait, to stop when he swung his fist. However, now it was the hero's turn to strike, and his fist landed next to Koma's temple. One blow was enough. Russell headed for the exit and finally told Frederick to behave well from now on. The red-haired offender was the only one who didn't lose consciousness, but he didn't have the strength to get up. The hero added that he should behave well, if only he wasn't tired of living. Russell walked down the corridor, and when he leaned against the wall, his legs could no longer support him. He closed his eyes, wondering if he had gone too far. His eyes were tired, his eyelids were sticking together, but his eye sockets had regained their usual color, and a system window appeared in front of the guy. From there, a lower magic stone that was being absorbed flew into his palm. Looking at the red ruby, the hero grimaced, wondering if they really wanted him to eat it. Russell sat on the floor and looked at the stone from different sides for some time. He thought that even savages did not eat stones. But at the thought that it might help, the young man brought it to his mouth. This could be as good an opportunity for him as going back in time. The taste of the magic stone was very good. Russell suddenly began to emit a red-orange glow, and then everything around him flared up, engulfing him in it, which made the hero afraid. A notification came that he had absorbed the mana inside the stone, which in turn was being absorbed right now. At some point, Raymond began to have difficulty breathing, and he clutched his shirt with his hand, closing his eyes. He felt the mana coming out of the stone and being absorbed by his heart, spreading through his veins. The young man kept his eyes closed, feeling the changes in his body. He tried to restore his breathing. Luckily for him, the effects of the mana gradually subsided. Russell was delighted, deciding that in this way, he would definitely be able to overcome the narrowing of the mana veins. After all, everything he went through, the decline of his family, his expulsion from the academy, can change. This life of a third-rate mercenary mage can turn in a completely opposite direction. And Russell, confident in his abilities, walked further down the corridor. He knocked on the professor's office door and apologized, and he invited him in. A man holding a cup of tea in his hand invited the student to sit down. Professor Hubert told Russell that he was not himself today. He asked if the student had encountered any difficulties. Rumors reached him that the hero's classmates were bullying him. Raymond remembered that in his past life, this man had not abandoned him until the very end. He smiled, deciding to say what he had always wanted. And looking at the teacher, he said that he shouldn't worry. The professor's eyes widened in surprise when the young man thanked him. The man coughed awkwardly, saying that as a professor, he had to keep an eye on the students. He added that, despite this, Russell dozed off in class, for which he should be punished. The professor pushed the book towards the boy and said that it would not be easy. His assignment was to write an analytical report from page 62 to 74, on the topic of studying the elements. He added that even older students have difficulty with this section. And while he was saying this, the system window appeared in front of the hero again. The hero was surprised that the lessons also counted as a mission, because it said to complete the professor's task, for which a reward was due. The professor chuckled, asking what was the matter. Would it really be too hard? However, Russell said he could handle it and thanked Professor Hubert. The hero sat with the book until sunset, until the golden rays of the sun penetrated into his room. The job seemed easy to him. He remembered how, due to his hopeless abilities in the past, he carefully studied the theory to compensate for his shortcoming. He did not stop studying even when he was a mercenary. The young man got up from the table and went to the window. He thought that there was something in this life that was no less important to him than his studies, namely, training of mana veins. Veins are what the path of mana itself passes through. It is absorbed through the breath, circulates through the veins, and collects in the heart. Russell remembered his days as a mercenary, when he had to fight monsters, including a huge scorpion. He attacked the hero furiously, raising sand and pushing the guy into a corner, so that at times he was unable to deflect the blows. Due to the blood circulation, reverse mana was released and the boy was able to strike back. Using various methods, the boy pushed the monster away with a fire spell, but the scorpion proved stronger. And the stronger the mage's veins were, the more mana could be collected and released. However, Russell was not enough, and the monster pushed the hero away with its tail when he let his guard down. His veins were too thin and weak, so he crashed into a column. Raymond left a huge dent and even lost consciousness for a while. Suddenly, the stone cracked and a hole formed behind it, into which the boy fell. But it seemed as if the heavens had taken pity on the hero's unfortunate fate, or he had simply been lucky. He fell into some underground place, in which something was shining brightly. And with difficulty, the guy raised himself up on his elbows. Having caught his breath, Russell raised his still dim gaze to the source of the purple shimmer. It was a historical site of unknown origin, hidden between two grimoires. The guy reached for the sacred books, one of which was called The Body of the Wizard, and the other, Above the Veins. It said that instead of veins, the magician should train the body and expand the veins of mana. So, remembering this, Russell ran into the yard and began to do push-ups, the wizard's body replacing muscle tissue with particles of mana veins. He then climbed a tree and began doing push-ups while hanging from a thick branch to strengthen his body, thereby making his veins stronger. In the adult body, the changes were minor, but while the hero is still growing, he can achieve great results. And this thought motivated Russell to work out with all his might. He decided that this time he would overcome the narrowing of the veins. So the hero worked for some time and stopped at a tree. Breathing heavily, he thought that he could not do it anymore. However, he did quite a lot, and when he was about to stop, a window appeared in front of him with the task of running 5 kilometers. He was indignant that it had not surfaced before, but now it had. Then another one appeared, and another one with explanations of how this task could be completed. And then the hero asked why there was such a rush. Russell pursed his lips into a smile, replying that he would go for a run. The guy realized that he had miraculously received this opportunity, so now he could not sit idle. So Raymond ran first 1.5 kilometers, then 2 and 7, and then his legs began to shake and give way. Almost at the 4th kilometer, he checked the system window and realized that he had run almost all the way. His strength was running out. He stopped in the middle of the yard and leaned his hands on his half-bent knees, thinking that there was just a little more left. And without delay, Russell rushed forward, feeling the tension throughout his body. At the end of the run, the boy fell on the grass and looked at the system window, which was about to give him a reward. The young man could not take a step. He smiled, not understanding how he was supposed to get back to the dorm, but he didn't know that he was being watched at that moment. The red-haired guy chuckled, telling himself that Russell Raymond was wasting his time. Professor Hubert could not believe that Russell had come to such a profound conclusion in his analysis, using only academic-level textbooks. He asked if Raymond had really prepared this report. The boy replied that yes, he could take an oath on mana to confirm this. Hearing this, the teacher looked at the student, thinking that he looked too confident to make such statements and even smile. The man replied that he was extremely pleased with the young man's work. And then the reward notification window popped up in front of the hero again. He realized that the higher his level of understanding, the more he would stop. The professor said that the student had worked hard and could go, but Russell was in no hurry. He turned to Hubert with a request, and the man looked questioningly at the student. It was so that Russell could use the professor's library. The teacher asked why he wanted it. He explained that the library for students should have enough books for the needs of the young man, and then Russell replied that he had already read them all. The professor leaned back in his chair and sighed, admitting that he was amazed. But even if the student was telling the truth, access to the professor's library was a different matter. The teacher said that he needed to test Raymond's knowledge. The hero smiled with understanding. Ultimately, Professor Hubert gave the hero too much work, and multiple system notifications told him that he had to do it. However, he understood that the better his understanding of theory, the stronger his magic. And Russell was determined that he must at any cost obtain knowledge from the professor's library. The young man uncorked a glass jar of water and took a few sips. He understood that it would be difficult, but since he had the opportunity to get a mana stone for completing the mission, he would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. While he was thinking about this in the shade of a tree, his name was called. It was a guy named Anton Friedrich. He said he was told it was Russell's punishment, but didn't he think he was too obsessed with training? He added that his friend suffered because of Raymond. The hero asked what was the matter. Had he really come for revenge? The guy was surprised, ironically asking again whether he and revenge were compatible, and the red-haired man's entourage grinned. He told Russell to stop raving, because who would take revenge on trash like him? He stated that it would be enough for him to trample Raymond's work. Anton touched the guy with his shoulder, and turning around, said that they would see each other in class. One of the guys asked if Frederick was about to trample him, and Anton replied that there were no spectators. The hero immediately understood what lesson was being discussed. This is a class where grades are given based on sparring and matches, the study of magical combat. And this is the subject on which Russell was always humiliated. The guy couldn't believe that, like a fool, he had forgotten about this student. So Raymond decided to prepare well this time so as not to fall flat on his face. A mission to reach the second circle appeared in the system window, and the hero began to study hard. In addition to the theoretical material, he trained constantly and worked hard. He carried out Professor Hubert's orders to such an extent that he could not utter a word. Ultimately, Russell received a decent amount of mana stones for completing these missions. However, when he reached out his hand to them, he was afraid that he would be able to handle such a volume. There was fear and uncertainty in his eyes, so the young man closed his eyes to give himself time to prepare. And in a moment he began to bite off stone after stone, deciding to simply trust in the training he had been doing for so long. At first, nothing happened. But after a while, the young man's shoulders were again engulfed in flames. This energy flared up with such force that it barely had time to dissipate. Raymond felt as if his whole body was on fire. The pupils of his eyes disappeared, and they began to be filled with a fiery glow. The young man's legs gave way. He thought that he had to do it faster. Russell covered his face with his hand, trying to concentrate to contain the flow of mana. He pressed his hand to his chest, feeling how his heart was pumping blood at a furious speed at that moment. The guy clenched his teeth tightly. His main goal was to turn this flow and create a new circle. Russell froze, thinking that if he didn't succeed, his heart would simply stop. He exhaled slowly, gradually taking control of this energy, because the guy had already decided everything. The hero closed his eyes and stretched his arms forward, as if embracing this magical flow. It grew with every second in the form of a magic ball. And just when Russell thought he would have it at any cost, a pillar of fiery power shot out from him, its beam passing through the window under the night sky. The guy hanging in the air felt that he had succeeded. This second circle appeared above the young man's chest in the form of a special pictogram. Russell's consciousness began to blur and his eyelids closed on their own, rolling his eyes back. The hero fell flat on the floor, arms spread out, fire discharges and smoke hovered around him. The power of magic was significantly increased. The professor couldn't believe that Russell had completed all his assignments. He said he had one last question. He looked straight at the student, deciding to ask more deeply about the basics. A question that was closer to the truth. Russell waited anxiously, his hand clenched into a fist, and the teacher asked him to name the most important of the 4 constituent elements of magic. The young man looked at the teacher with wide eyes and open mouth, and silence reigned. Hubert remembered that he was asking a question that he himself had only recently been able to explain to his student. Then the teacher suddenly stood up and said that he would ask another question. But Russell wanted to say the answer, and the professor froze. It seemed unreal to him that the student knew the answer to a question that he himself had only recently learned. The hero looked into the professor's eyes and replied that it was a mental image. The professor adjusted his pince-nez and, hesitating slightly, asked why the student thought so. Then Russell looked at his palm and answered slowly and thoughtfully. He said that magic is the creation of something using mana, which is divided into 4 levels. This is assimilation, in which one can study natural phenomena, a mental image that allows one to imagine what one has learned, also creating formulas to transform them into a visual image and manifestation using formulas, which allows you to manifest magic in the real world. Raymond added that understanding, creating, and manifesting can be learned with enough effort, but mental imagery cannot be influenced through training. Going beyond one's own limitations and achieving freedom of imagination through courage is what determines the level of mental imagery. The student decided to tell the story using the example of such an element as fire. If he imagines that there is an arrow in front of him, he will use the magic of the second circle, a fire arrow. And Russell introduced her. He said that if he imagined something different, he would create a different spell. And if you don't limit your imagination at all, the hero can come up with some kind of miracle, something that does not exist in this world. The professor listened attentively to the student. He was amazed because the answer turned out to be correct. A fiery light danced in Raymond's hand. He compressed it, giving the example of a shadow into which the sun or hot ice shines. It all starts with understanding the world, but ends with the confusing rules of the universe. This was exactly the definition of magic, and the guy, having finished his speech, looked at the professor. The man smiled and said that as he thought, the student library was too small for this student. After this, Russell received a notification granting him access to the first floor of the professor's library. When the hero entered the library, the first floor seemed simply enormous to him. The professor's library was different from the students'. He took books on the ballistic trajectory of three-dimensional magic and advanced botany. When I opened them, I was glad that they were practical. Moreover, the material did not omit the basics of the theory of magic. And while Russell sat, running his eyes over the desired lines to which he had gained access, a female figure in high heels appeared not far from him. She walked up to him and gasped. The woman said that he had picked up an interesting book. Hearing this voice, the guy became scared and turned sharply in his chair, his hands tensed. However, when he looked to the side, there was no one behind him, and the woman, who was already in another place, asked him to look where she was standing, calling Russell a baby. This stately woman in an elegant outfit and with an extravagant hat and cane was a professor. Her name was Daria Snow White, and she smiled as she looked at the hero. The young man quickly rose from his chair and bowed to her, saying that he was pleased to meet the head of the fire tower, and he gave his name. And then he looked at the woman, who was one of the people of the 8th Circle. Few in the world have managed to reach such a level. Even though she was over 80, she spent an incredible amount of mana to maintain her youthful appearance. And that tower was the best among the Red Magic Tower faction. The woman was surprised that he knew her, and while the hero was overcome with doubts about why this professor came here, she told the student that there was no need to worry, adding that she was just a partner who was going down the same path as him. Daria then handed Russell a round lollipop. He took it and immediately put it in his mouth, tasting the sweetness. The woman asked how the student was able to gain access to the professor's library. Russell tensed slightly, took the lollipop out of his mouth and replied that Professor Hubert had given him permission. Daria sighed and smirked, looking over her shoulder at the young man. She was amazed that the wary man had given him permission. She then said that Russell had been studying a rather interesting subject. I noticed that the student had extremely pure mana and its distribution was also stable. Her eyes glowed blue. Daria could read the amount of mana. Suddenly she asked how dare Russell. The boy was afraid that she had noticed something. But the woman walked around the student and told him not to worry because she was not there to lecture. The hero turned his head towards her, and hesitating slightly, he thanked the woman. Then Professor Daria hit the floor with her cane, and concentrated energy began to emanate from the floor. The woman wished the student to become the best with all his might, calling him baby again, and disappeared into thin air. The hero froze with the lollipop in his hand, and with wide eyes watched the particles of magic floating in the air, thanks to which the woman was able to leave the room with such ease. As he left the professor's library and closed the door behind him, he said out loud that he had never even thought that they would meet here. It was a surprise to him when suddenly someone behind him recognized Russell and asked another if he was there. The guy turned around and saw a bunch of bullies who were clearly unhappy with the hero leaving the professor's library. Like, who does he think he is? Frederick chuckled, saying that Russell had simply kissed someone's ass, but he would still never amount to anything. The others laughed, and the red-haired man, leaving, told him with a grin that Raymond should try his best. He added that there would be no use in it, but these words only provoked the hero. A day later, the study of magical combat began right in the arena. The manager said that the first person whose name is called will go to the stadium and choose his opponent. Usually the professors would pick the weak students, which was necessary so that they would choose a suitable opponent for themselves, and some in the arena laughed, looking towards Russell, because in his past life, he was always the first to be called. The guys were sure that he would be the first to be called, because he had narrow mana veins, and they started yelling at the hero to choose them as his opponent, because they needed to improve their grades this semester. The leader in the arena shouted for silence, and said that he would now choose a student. Imagine the surprise of the children when the name of the first student was Anton Friedrich. He began to descend the stairs to the stadium, and everyone around him whispered in confusion about why he was the first. The professor in glasses, holding the lists of students, walked into the shadows, and Frederick grinned, heading towards the center of the arena. As he passed the man, he thanked him for calling him first. The professor replied that this was a trifle compared to the favors of the trade association. Russell, who had been watching Frederick walk out onto the pitch, thought he had known it would turn out this way. Anton looked at the stands and shouted to the hero, asking why he was sitting there, and called him to come down to him. And he shouted Raymond's name very loudly so that everyone could hear. Professor Hubert sat in his office, sipping tea, and asked Daria to warn him in advance of her visits. She crossed her arms over her chest and looked out the window, watching the stadium full of academy students. She sat down in a chair and said that everything was fine. The teacher had just come to visit his student. The woman took the mug of tea and asked if he had given Russell access to the professor's library. Hubert replied that yes, and asked excitedly if Raymond had done something wrong. Daria said that no. She just hadn't seen something so rare for a long time. The professor lowered his head in agreement, adding that Russell's monoflow disease was quite rare on their continent. Snow White called her student Hubert a fool, explaining that the child had surpassed his limit. The professor tensed up. He didn't understand what was being discussed, and the woman explained that Russell had already reached the second circle. The hero saw a system window with the task of winning a training match. In return, he was offered a storage facility, and this was magic accessible only to the richest magician, where it was convenient to store mana stones. Anton turned to Russell, calling him an insect, and asked why he was frozen. And then he said that if he wanted to live, then he should beg him for mercy. Russell chuckled as he asked again. He looked straight at Frederick with a worried expression as he released his mana energy. Feeling this aura and seeing Raymond surrounded by fire, the bully was scared. He didn't know what kind of magic it was. The manager announced that the match was starting, and from the very first seconds, the main character formed a fireball in his hand. Anton was angry because as a person with narrow mana veins, it simply couldn't be. He didn't hesitate and immediately used the fire throw of the second circle magic towards Raymond. The guy froze, seeing the fire flying rapidly towards him. At the very last moment, Russell swung his hand, placing the shield in front of him. The commission applauded the hero for this tonic shield at an angle, which protected from the heat. The bespectacled professor who announced the first student was shocked that Russell Raymond had been hiding his powers all this time. Anton's body felt tense as he held back the fire throw, frustrated and surprised that the guy had held up. Frederick's magical power gradually began to fade, and the hero, noticing this, decided to act now. He also used the second circle magic, the fire arrow that he told Professor Hubert about, and swinging, he threw it forward with force. Anton, who kept his hand on the fireball, almost got caught. The red-haired boy crossed his arms in front of him to form a shield, still not believing that Russell had reached the second circle. This fiery stream enveloping the arrow was so strong that Anton's hands were shaking. He continued to call Raymond an insect. Seeing Russell's look, he thought it was nonsense, that the guy had already managed to create a second arrow. 3 large-tipped arrows flew straight at Frederick, who had erected a dome-shaped defense. The professor in glasses was amazed that it was really a double creature, and the man next to him said that he was not sure. He thought it wasn't it, but that Russell was just casting spells quickly. Frederick decided that the arrow of fire was all that Raymond could do. Then he concentrated and activated a red shield against the fire. This is just what the hero was waiting for, and Frederick was glad that if he attacked when Raymond ran out of mana, he would definitely win. However, at the very last moment, the protagonist canceled the spell, and the fiery arrows were reduced to streams of wind. Anton screamed he didn't expect this. The hero then jumped into the air and sent an arrow of wind at his opponent's shield, and the bully was unable to stay on his feet. The teachers were unsure if this was really the Russell they knew. The shield around Anton dissipated, and the boy bent over from the weight in his body. His hair was disheveled, his face was sweaty, and there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. And at that moment, when Frederick was inactive, Russell ran up to him, clenching his fist. The hero's opponent wanted to summon lightning, but didn't have time. He received a powerful blow right to the solar plexus. Anton's eyes rolled back. He couldn't do anything. His body twisted, and drool came out of his mouth. The redhead raised his finger to use the second circle's fire. But Russell didn't let him do this and attacked again, hitting him in the face. The professor in glasses started shouting about whether this was magic and demanded that the fight be stopped immediately. But Professor Hubert was calm. He watched Raymond with a smile, asking the professor to take a closer look at what surrounded Russell's body. The man in glasses concentrated his vision on the main character's body. Indeed, Russell used mana as an aura. Hubert said he didn't know how, but Raymond found a way. And, not wanting to give up, the hero delivered another blow to Anton's face. So much so that he not only couldn't stand, but flew back into the stadium wall with his back and the fence cracked. The students, who were expecting a spectacle of Russell's humiliation, gaped and froze. There was only one question in the professor's head: how? Hubert asked him what he was doing, and the man turned his gaze to the teacher. He smiled, saying that he had to announce the winner. The professor hesitated, said yes, and then raised his hand. The professor shouted that Russell Raymond had won. Coming down from the podium, the man told the hero that he had tried hard and could now go. Russell replied that it was not over yet, and the professor asked what he was talking about. The rules stated that until the winner gave up, he could challenge the next opponents, and the entire stadium filled with students' jaws dropped. Raymond raised his finger and pointed at one of the students, shouting that he would now go out into the stadium. A window appeared in front of the hero with a mission to win a training match. Russell playfully told the guy to come to him. Ultimately, the protagonist won 14 times in a row. Hubert thought that Professor Daria had amazing insight, because after seeing Russell just once, she saw potential in him. However, the man couldn't comprehend how his student had grown so quickly. He recalled Russell's attacks with a serious expression, trying to wrap his mind around it and analyze it. After the shower, the guy saw a window that notified him about receiving the storage and automatic collection of rewards in it. Russell didn't immediately understand how it worked, when suddenly a purple sphere appeared in front of him. The character extended his hand there, and he took out a long map from there. Then immediately came the notification about the first mission, which said to go to the place indicated on the map after reaching the magic of the third circle, and complete the task received there, and upon arrival, the light will show the way. Russell tensed up. He was overcome with doubts, because in his past life he had failed to create the third circle of magic. Would he be able to do it now? Besides, he didn't understand what this place indicated on the map was. It was completely incomprehensible. Then he decided to use the professor's laboratory to find out where he needed to go. He took out a large number of books in search of a clue, and he decided to start with the outer territories of the kingdom of Endymion. Then the young man began to study the seas of the empire. After reading several books and still finding nothing, Russell smiled nervously, hoping the next one would cover the outer seas. However, none of the dozens of books he read suited him. The hero cursed because he had spent too much time on this. Then he decided to create a third circle first. Raymond looked up at the hallway and saw everyone around him whispering excitedly about him. Of course, winning the training match allowed him to get rid of the bullying. But he was still a loner, and the thought made him smile. Suddenly the hero was called, and he turned around questioningly. Professor Hubert placed his hand on the student's shoulder, asking if he would come in to see him for a minute. Russell smiled and replied, "Yes, of course." In the office, the teacher poured tea into cups again, said that summer holidays would soon begin, and asked if the hero had any plans. The man placed the tea on a saucer next to Russell, when the boy replied that there were no plans yet. The professor then asked if the student would like to work on a research project. He added that depending on Raymond's work, the student's name might be right after his, and asked what he thought about that. The character took one of the magazines and froze. His eyes widened in surprise. Professor Hubert asked Russell what he was thinking about. The student apologized and admitted that she actually had something planned. The man raised an eyebrow since Russell had just said he had no plans. Smiling, Raymond handed the journal to the professor, saying that he was going there. The magazine mentioned a holiday in the Maldives. And indeed, the hero got into the carriage immediately after the announcement of the holidays, and headed there. That conversation with the professor helped him understand the markings on the map. Raymond was calm and contented. He knew that he was gradually moving towards his goal. He had quite a long way to go, so he decided to have a snack, sticking his hand into the storage room. His strength was replenished by magic stones that caused the mana level to increase. One of these was enough for him for now. The coachman wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand, surprised that the summer was somehow hot this year, which was strange. But it was not the summer that was to blame for this heat, but Russell, from whom fire was coming through the doors of the carriage. The boy closed his eyes, concentrating so that his heart could successfully endure the absorption of the stone and the expansion of the veins. Russell set himself the goal of creating a third circle before arriving. Hubert found it strange that the hero also went to the Maldives, but he thought it was even good, because Professor Daria Snow White was there right now. She admired the views of the beach and sipped a cocktail. This place was her home. The woman could not remember the last time she had a vacation. All the time she had to protect the empire and conduct research, and also teach students. Every year she organized special lessons, gathering all the students. He said that the numbers 9, 6, and 3 have special meaning for magicians. The students watched with interest and excitement as the professor demonstrated her skills to them. She showed them the most ancient illustrations, explaining that these numbers represented the end of the 9th circle magician, the end of the 6th circle path, and the torment to become a higher magician. And the 3rd circle showed the development of the magician himself as an individual. Daria crossed her arms over her chest, remembering her lectures about the 3rd circle, and wondered if that baby was okay. Namely, Russell Raymond, whom she met in the professor's library. When the carriage arrived at the place, the driver came to the door, telling the sir that he could get out. But the boy did not open the door. Then the gray-haired man got scared and shouted to him through the closed window of the carriage. Upon arrival, the hero ordered a large number of dishes and devoured the food with great appetite. He had spent too much energy trying to calm the raging mana. Now it needed to be replenished. The boy brought a mug of drink to his mouth, remembering how the coachman had pulled him out of the carriage while he was unconscious. But he was finally able to achieve the magic of the third circle, which he literally glowed with. Russell didn't think he could surpass his past self in a few months. But this was not enough, and with these thoughts, the hero left silver coins for food. He decided to move on, to complete missions to become stronger. The first task was to go to the place marked on the map. But Russell had difficulty with this. The young man did not fully understand how to navigate this area, when suddenly a man shouted about a tour of the volcano with the best guide. And Raymond, without thinking too long, agreed. A group of people went to one of the mountains, where the guide told them about the ordinary, at first glance, Mount Pompello, located opposite, which turned into a volcano because of a special creature that settled here. And the guy looked up at the mountain. Something had changed nature by its mere presence, and only one being was capable of such a thing. It was a red dragon. The guide suddenly growled, and someone even got scared from the unexpectedness. And Russell smiled awkwardly, deciding that it was better for him to go on alone. While the young guide was talking about the peculiarities of Mount Pompello, the main character turned around without attracting unnecessary attention to himself. He decided that he would go in a certain direction, and without doubting his decision, he jumped down from the mountain. It was only when the boy landed in the water that the guide noticed that one person was missing. Russell found himself near a small waterfall. He thought that the reason for his return, the mission and all this could be connected with the dragon. When the hero took out the card and looked at it, a yellow light began to emanate from the object, rising into the air. This light formed into a thick consistency, which unraveled into a thread and went along the water. Now the hero understood what kind of light was supposed to show him the way, and this light line pointed Russell straight behind the waterfall. Raymond took a step back and waved his hands, concentrating the power of the wind in his hand. He created a wind arrow which he threw towards the waterfall, cutting through the streams of water. And then, without thinking, he jumped straight there. The young man combed his hair back as he reached the threshold of the cave, and said that it was no wonder that no one knew about this place. He was advised to create a third circle first, but there were no monsters or even animals visible in that place. Russell took a few steps and was surprised by the columns standing among the cold stone. He placed his palm against one of them, curious to see how old they were. Then he looked to the side and saw the gate. All this time he was thinking what kind of place it was, and finally realized that his main goal was them. The hero slowly headed towards the gate. Suddenly a chill ran through his body, as he felt movement behind him, and a huge shadow fell across his face. Sweat began to run down Russell's neck. Had he forgotten about his life as a mercenary and relaxed too much? After all, if there are no animals or monsters in the area, and there is complete silence, this could only mean one thing. This meant that this was the territory of a powerful predator. And when Russell turned sharply, the nose of a Komodo dragon was right in front of his face. Seeing the movement, the animal opened its mouth and let out a powerful roar. This was a kind of warning, after which the monitor lizard struck. Russell managed to jump back, concentrating magical power in the aura. He didn't know what to do, because to kill this monster, 2 squads of mercenaries were needed. When the young man landed, he decided that all he could do was run. So Russell used the magic of the second circle, forming an arrow of lightning in his hands. The Komodo dragon growled again, its eyes flashing in response to the danger. And just as the animal was about to move forward, Russell abruptly threw an arrow at the monitor lizard. The electric discharges paralyzed the monster, acting as a kind of shackle on its face. In this way, Raymond was able to gain time and ran straight to the gate. But the standing statues abruptly blocked his way, telling him that he must prove himself worthy of entering. Russell got angry and cursed, because this was the only chance to escape. The boy froze, hearing a powerful roar behind him, and slowly turned his head. He realized that he couldn't get through, so the hero decided to create his own path. His body was ablaze with fiery energy, his eyes glowed a draconic yellow, and he created a fiery screw. At that moment, the ruby hidden inside the door came forward and caught fire. The monitor lizard, seeing this glow behind him, froze. He slowed down abruptly, changing his mind about attacking, and the hero drew his arrow, not understanding why the monster had stopped. The monitor lizard rose to its full height on its hind legs, and Russell pointed his hand after the monster. A moment later, the monitor lizard landed on its paws and seemed to bow to the hero, bending its head in front of him. This shocked Russell even more. He took a slow step back, and the spears of the statues blocking the way to the gate parted. They told him that Raymond had proven his worth, and the ruby began to shine with a blinding light. When the hero turned around, everything around was filled with a white glow, blinding him. The guy grabbed his head, which was hurting. Russell was in no hurry to open his eyes. But when I did this, making sure that nothing was blinding my cornea, I saw my reflection on the ice. He sat on the icy floor, surrounded by golems, wondering where he was. He realized that just now it was teleportation magic, because moments ago he was in a cave. Russell looked back and saw a huge magical pipe suspended and chained. A red notification appeared in front of the guy with a mission to defeat all the ice golems and pass the trial of fire. The young man did not immediately understand what kind of golems were being discussed, until he heard characteristic sounds. He turned around abruptly and saw how the statues standing peacefully in the ice hall began to be covered with ice. Their eyes, as if activating, lit up red. Russell stood in the middle of the hall surrounded by these golems, not believing that he had to defeat them all alone. He pulled his hand away and concentrated on forming fire, cursing as it was too cruel. The hero threw a fireball at one of the ice golems in hopes of melting it. The young man knew that to kill the golem, he had to melt its core. However, his fire spit did not accomplish this task. It only scratched the ice. Russell gritted his teeth, voicing his indignation as to what kind of ice these monsters were made of. He thought that if fire didn't work, he would try wind. But for some reason, his spell stopped working. And at that moment, the golem swung both icy hands to strike. Russell thrust his hand forward, calling down lightning. But instead of a full blow, he only managed to cause small electrical discharges. The young man barely managed to dodge the ice attack without getting hurt. However, some of the fragments hit his head, and Raymond's entire forehead was stained with scarlet liquid. He remembered the notice that said he had passed the fire test. Could he really only use fire spells? All this time, while Russell was trying to figure out how to act, he simultaneously dodged attacks and unsuccessfully tripped over a stone. The hero stumbled and was pushed against the wall. The guy winced in pain, but managed to put his hand out to avoid hitting his head. Things were bad. The ice golems had him cornered and were slowly approaching to destroy their target. Russell had his hand on his shoulder, his body shaking. He said, "What a terrible hobby." His face was bruised. His eyelids were closing from fatigue. The young man raised his hand to wipe the sweat and blood from his forehead, and it left an imprint on his hand. Russell had no choice anyway. He activated the fire screw, which he was going to use against the monitor lizards. At that moment, the golems came too close to him, and the hero's body burst into flames. Russell told himself that he could handle it and quickly fired several fire arrows. Even after the blow, the golems continued to move towards him for some time, but more slowly. Russell seized the moment and attacked again, a powerful flash of fire piercing the icy bodies of the monsters through and through. And several golems fell apart, falling to the floor. Raymond was breathing heavily, but continued to hold his left hand so that he would have the strength to create new spells. There are still 2 ice monsters left, but at this rate the hero will soon run out of mana. The boy bit his lower lip nervously, thinking that there had to be another way. He ran forward as the remaining golems continued to attack, making it harder to dodge. To destroy all this ice at once, you need to focus your force on one point. Russell's eyes widened, remembering that the answer was in concentration. First, he needed to move away to use the spell, which he did. He then moved his palms forward and began to form an arrow of fire, and used the enhancement form to make the arrow impressive enough for this attack. Afterwards, I added fire screws using the replication formula. Russell was terribly focused. He had too little time. Finally, he spread his hands, combining all the spells together. The compression formula allowed him to fit all the arrows and propellers together. At that moment, the golem came too close, and Russell cursed, but he couldn't release that blast of collected attacks right now. Russell screamed, begging for it to unite, putting all his strength into it. He threw it at the monster, and all the magic spells combined right in the air. The lava flow melted half of the monster's bodies, and fiery liquid flowed down the golem's legs. The attack created a huge hole in the ice monster, causing it to stagger forward and fall to the floor, shattering into pieces. Russell stopped, holding in his hand the flaming spear he had managed to make. A notification appeared in front of him, informing him that Russell's understanding of the fire element had exceeded the limit. He felt it, a power close to the 5th circle. Even just holding the spear took a huge amount of effort. Raymond shouted to himself to attack and ran forward. The remaining golems ran towards him at the same time. Because of their height and bulk, their movements were slower, so the hero managed to run around each one and pierce them with a spear. But that was not all. There seemed to be no end to these monsters. Russell landed right in the circle of monsters, assessing the situation. Only 4 left. With one sharp swing, he cut 2 in half, leaving exactly the same number left. The hero dodged the ice strike and clutched the fiery spear with both hands. If Raymond destroys this monster with 1 hit, he will have some mana left for the next one. Exhaling loudly, the guy cut the monster in half in a jump. His breathing was ragged, and it was becoming more and more difficult to move with each passing second, but his body was still under control. While he was standing there, the monster took advantage of the moment and struck with its wide, icy hand, throwing the guy back. Russell gritted his teeth, clutching his spear tightly. If it weren't for it to help block the attack, he might have died. There was very little mana left, and the fire gradually began to weaken in the middle of the weapon. Raymond found the strength to rise and gripped his spear tightly, the weakening spell meaning he had one strike left. The hero walked close to the golem and waved his hand, asking for it to work. Focusing on the monster, Russell shouted for the spear to hit and pierce the golem. Left unarmed, the young man slowly raised his head to make sure. And indeed, the spear pierced the ice right through. There was a feeling of relief. The hero said that he could do it. His body suddenly felt heavy and his legs were pulled towards the floor. His eyes rolled back. The guy fell down, losing consciousness. The chains broke, and the horn that was hanging fell. The mission was accomplished, and this thing of the Forgotten King caught fire. It was the hero's reward. To obtain this item, Russell had to travel into the memories of a forgotten king. The white light teleported him to another place, and after a while Russell woke up. However, his hands were bound with chains. His head felt too heavy. Seeing the notifications, the hero thought about whether this was a reward, as if they were going to torture him. Soon, Russell heard a voice saying that the one who had passed the test of fire and achieved the consciousness of a higher being was worthy of a reward. The young man felt as if his head would burst. The voice announced that it would grant the hero a fragment of the king, and a fiery horn appeared directly above him. And then he rushed at the guy, who got scared and jerked, trying to free himself, but it was useless. The Forgotten King's heavy horn pierced Russell's stomach, and the young man doubled over in pain. He couldn't even scream, but only made a muffled sound full of pain. The object pierced the boy's body, exploding with white light inside, the glow of which even came out of his eyelids. Raymond screamed helplessly. He could do nothing and think of nothing. A red dragon appeared behind him, and a voice told him what he needed to use the power he had received for. Then everything disappeared, and the boy found himself washed up on the shore. He rose to his feet, lost in space again, not aware of where he was. And when I looked back, I realized that I was in the Maldives again. The hero put his hand on his forehead, trying to remember what happened. The notifications told him that he had reached the limit by using the Horn of the Forgotten King. The extra mana could be used in the future. The fire had reached an advanced level. Then Russell decided to check it out and squeezed his hand. Suddenly such a powerful energy began to emanate from it that he didn't even immediately realize that it was his. He saw how close he was to the fourth circle. The hero sighed with relief, because the reward made up for all the suffering he had to go through. Someone behind him said that he was glad to meet the young man here. The guy turned around and saw Miss Daria Snow White, which couldn't help but surprise him. The woman explained that she felt a surge of mana and decided to take a look. The professor handed the hero a cocktail, saying that after that she saw him. Russell smiled and thanked the woman, saying that he did not expect to meet the head of the tower here. The professor's eyes glowed blue. She saw that Raymond was almost creating the fourth circle of magic, and his mana was even purer than at their first meeting. The professor was once again convinced that this student was a genius. After taking a sip of the drink, Russell placed it on the wooden counter and asked the professor what brought her here. The woman replied that few people knew, but this was her homeland, and then took a sip of her cocktail. Seeing the student's confusion, she explained that she came back here every summer, then asked what Russell was doing here. Looking at the professor, the guy decided that it was too early to tell her the truth, and he said, putting his hand to his chest, that he wanted to see the world. The woman replied that it was understandable then, but she herself thought about whether it was worth testing his abilities. She asked if he would like to help her a little then. The hero didn't have time to answer, when suddenly the professor snapped her finger and a cloak appeared on the young man from fire magic. He saw a symbol on the mantle. It was the distinctive sign of the fire tower. Smiling, Daria Snow told the student not to worry because he could handle it. Then a new system window appeared in front of the hero, with the task of completing Professor Daria's test, fighting with pirates in the harbor. She told him that in Endymion there was a strict ban on slavery. Slave ships are forbidden to dock on these lands. But unfortunately there are those who violate these prohibitions. And this someone wants to drop anchor in the Maldives. The guy agreed, and at night they went to the ship in a small boat. Daria said that she could have handled it herself, but her goal is to save people and capture the ship. And for this, she needs a detailed plan. Russell encouraged her by saying that they needed to attack unexpectedly, and the woman said that he was quick on the uptake. The hero himself thought that if the head of the fire tower asks for help, then in a normal situation, hundreds of willing magicians will come running. But since she asked him specifically, it meant it was a test. As they approached the ship, the professor created a fog so that they would not be noticed immediately. This atmospheric phenomenon, although it appeared quickly, looked natural. Daria warned Russell that this might be too much for him. But the path of a defender will never be easy. She smiled, summing up that such was the fate of magicians. And then she jumped into the air on her heels, saying that she would distract the pirates' attention, and Russell should save the people at that time. The boy watched as the professor rose higher and higher into the air, thinking about the words she had said. The woman literally floated in the air, which required incredible concentration. Having risen to a decent distance above the ship, Daria stopped, saying out loud that it would be good here. She released her power and her pupils disappeared, her eyes glowing white. A white and purple sphere formed around the professor, and the woman gave the child a sign to begin the action. There was a commotion on board. The pirates shouted that they were being attacked. The leader ordered to move faster. The men loaded their weapons and raised their crossbows into the air. Hundreds of arrows flew into the sky, but Daria Snow's sphere absorbed them. Then the pirate cursed, seeing how the arrows did not reach the magician. The woman called them fools, asking how they dared to hide here. She summoned a fire spell and blew lightly on her palm to make the flames fall individually. Daria asked if the pirates' strength was comparable to their stupidity. The men did not immediately understand what kind of attack this was. One of the pirates tried to put out the fire with his foot. However, it grew more and more, eventually becoming sticky and catching on shoes. The pirate screamed, trying to remove his leg, but it was useless. From these little lights appeared little forms, ready to carry out the orders of their mistress. It was a signature spell by Daria Snow White that summoned flame dwarves, while the pirate's attention was occupied by these fiery creatures. Russell quietly climbed onto the ship. He hid, seeing the chaos and shouts on board urging him to move faster. Raymond immediately recognized this spell of Daria's that destroyed the entire palace. The pirates took out their weapons, swung their swords, sabers, and axes. However, this had no effect on the fire dwarves. And Russell, seeing this, would never have thought that he would be able to witness this spell with his own eyes. The fire creature, enraged by the man's attack, struck the pirate's leg with its weapon. The man's body instantly burst into flames so that he had no chance of salvation. Russell stood frozen, watching with his mouth open, as all of this happened in a matter of seconds. The pirates were frightened when they saw their comrade, and one of them asked what it had turned into. The hero turned his head towards the door to the cabin. Now he had no time to be surprised. He walked up to the door and opened it. His main goal now was to save people while the professor distracted the pirates. Hearing some kind of stomping and commotion on board, the pirate guarding the prisoners asked himself in surprise, like, what was going on there? The slaves began to rejoice that the guards had certainly arrived, and so they were saved. Then the pirate stood up and sharply struck the metal bars of the grate with his saber. He swung his weapon again, and shouted that no matter what happened, they would never escape from them. And the prisoners huddled tighter, trembling. The pirate asked if he was understood, and at that moment the hero's hand suddenly grabs him by the neck. Raymond summoned the power of lightning. The man arched back as multiple bolts of electricity shot through his body. He was all burnt and smoking, his hair stood on end, his eyes rolled back. Only then did Russell remove his hand. As he thought, some of the pirates did not go upstairs. One of the prisoners put his hand on the bars and asked, addressing the young man as you, whether he had really come to save them. Russell smiled and replied that yes, but until they dealt with all the pirates, it would be safest to stay here. The woman sat on the floor and bowed, saying that God had heard her requests. Raymond looked around to see how many people were there. He was very surprised when his gaze fell on one of the bars. There, with his knees pulled up to his chest, sat a little boy, and this shocked the hero. Did pirates really sell even children? Russell gritted his teeth angrily and cursed, calling the pirates bastards and scum. He froze when he heard footsteps, and men asking who was standing there. The pirates saw the young man and his comrade lying unconscious on the floor next to him. One of them thrust his saber forward, ordering them to catch this bastard, and the pirates simultaneously ran towards Raymond. The boy used lightning magic again, concentrating the power into an electric ball. He said that he would stop them. The magic of the second circle, chain lightning, allowed the pirates to be attacked and stunned at the same time. The cabin with the prisoners was filled with smoke coming from the people pierced by the discharges. The pirate, making a sound of pain, told Raymond that he was a magician, but if the captain came, it would be the end for the guy. Russell didn't respond to the threats. He walked up to the wooden door and used lightning to open the lock. Inside he saw a huge cage, but behind it there was silence. He illuminated the room with a magic ball, and he was surprised when he saw elves behind the bars. One of them stood up and asked the guy if he was the magician from the fire tower. Raymond remembered that there was an emblem on his robe and, gasping, said that no, he had not been accepted there yet. The elf seemed not to want to listen to him, and crossing his arms over his chest, commanded him to open the door. Russell had a smile on his face. He would open it, but the tone in which this guy had just spoken to him. The hero looked at the gaze looking at him, and thought that this was indeed a proud elf. Maybe he should just leave. A female voice was heard from behind the bars saying, "Enough," and reproached the elf for his manners. The white-haired elf asked why he was talking to that man like that. She rose from the floor, and those standing near her helped her not to fall. The girl said that the hero was an unusual person. The elf walked up to the grate, and, looking at Russell, said that his mana was as pure as the sunlight at sunset. And he himself smelled of perfume. She smiled at Raymond. The elf was indignant, asking what it meant that he was unusual. Lost in thought, the girl noticed once again that he smelled of perfume. The character was surprised. He looked at her, not understanding what she was talking about. The hooded elf said that this could not be, and his proud comrade agreed, because this guy was a man. Then the hero sniffed himself, trying to figure out what he smelled like, and the guy who rudely asked to open the door called the hero a fire tower mage. Russell looked at this elf, and he fell silent. It was obvious how difficult it was for him to enter into a dialogue based on his principles. However, he still bowed and politely asked Raymond to release them. Everyone repeated after him, bowed to Raymond and prayed for release. This left the hero dumbfounded, because elves were known for their pride. But this one changed after one word from this girl, which was a miracle. The elf bowed to the hero along with everyone else, and looking at her, Russell thought that she could be a high elf, or something even higher. The hero put his hand on the barn lock and began to melt it with fire magic. The girl turned to Russell, calling him guardian, and asked if he had defeated all the pirates and captains. Raymond was surprised when the conversation turned to captains. She explained that they were stronger than her warriors. At this time, one of them actually went down to the cabin and saw his brothers lying unconscious. This amused him and the man chuckled. Meanwhile, on board, the pirates continued to fight the fire, and their numbers became fewer and fewer. The captain watched this silently from the helm on deck, calling the fight with fire cute. He drew his broadsword from its sheath and cut down several dwarves in one motion. The fire, which his subordinates could not overcome, was significantly reduced. The man went down to the deck and was indignant. Did all the pirates really suffer so much just because of this? The pirates were delighted. They started shouting that this bitch, Daria Snow White, was finished, that they would tear her apart. A slight smile crossed the woman's lips. She wondered what kind of captain he was. She went down to the ship in a second and stepped onto the deck in her slippers. The pirates immediately turned to her. The professor stood on the railing, a powerful force emanating from her. Daria descended from the air to take a closer look at her opponent. The one-eyed captain chuckled as she closed the distance. The woman said that he seemed to be their leader. The pirate shouted that yes, he was the captain of this ship, Don Click. The professor noted that since he uses aura, it means he used to be a knight. So what is he doing here among the pirates? The captain burst out laughing, covering his face with his hand, and asked ironically whether knightly honor could feed one. And then he looked at her, shouting that the Click brothers were getting enough money from selling slaves. Daria was surprised that he mentioned brotherhood. She saw the captain's aura increase, and knew he was about to attack, so she didn't move when he appeared in front of her with a weapon in his hands. The woman did not dodge and allowed Don Click to swing his sword. Meanwhile, behind Russell, the wall suddenly cracked in 3 places. The elf shouted that it was dangerous, and the guy quickly turned around. The wooden wall of the cabin was broken through with a loud crash, and smoke rose into the room. Russell was thrown back against the bars, but he managed to put up a shield. Broken spears lay under his feet. The man chuckled that this young man was able to block his attack. He immediately realized that a magician was standing in front of him, and Raymond was surprised by the pirate's aura. Could it really be a knight? A notification about a difficult battle appeared in front of the hero, which spoke of the first fight with a swordsman who must be defeated, and the elf behind Russell told him to be careful, because the man in front of him is the vice-captain of the ship. The man was provoked by this situation. He sighed, saying that the guy, although a magician, was just a child. The vice-captain walked between the bodies of his brothers, asking if the hero had simply knocked them out. He pointed an unusual sword at Russell, saying that if he won, it was worth killing them, so he would teach him. Raymond's brows furrowed. He knew he was facing a serious opponent, so he immediately released his power. The hero thought that the damage here would do a lot of damage, so he decided to use lightning. The man was amused that Russell was using lightning against the swordsman and thrust his sword into the floor. Electric propellers flew towards the vice-captain as he suddenly took the weapon and swung it, lifting the wooden floor upward. However, the screws did not attack the man, but hit the boards, and the pirate called Russell smart. But this will not help him to resist, so the knight, despite the electric discharges, ran straight at the hero. The hero continued to create lightning screws, but his attacks did not deal any damage. The pirate shouted that it wouldn't work on him. He held out his sword and continued moving towards his target unhindered. Raymond finally saw the pirate's weapon up close and realized it was a non-conductive sword. This made the situation much more complicated, and while the hero was in a stupor, the pirate found himself in front of the young man's shield in a few steps, and, in a jump, struck the dome. The sword, surprisingly, began to pass through the shield. The hero was scared, because in a little while the pirate would reach him. Then he put his palm to the cracked dome. However, the blade of the sword cut through the hero's shield. Don Click, already delighted with his sudden attack, did not expect to see fire in place of the professor. Daria managed to escape with her skills, and the pirate hissed in irritation. The man told the professor that she was a good flyer for a magician. Daria calmly asked to be allowed to ask one question. She asked if his brother was also a knight, and the captain, pushing his weapon forward, answered in the affirmative, adding that he was not as strong as he. The man chuckled when he saw the fire dwarves' spell again. The professor said not quite. They were a little different this time. The ship's captain froze as he saw the flames on board begin to coalesce into something larger. These fire dwarves were stronger than the previous ones, and horns appeared on their heads. Don Click wondered if the difference with this spell was that there were now two of them. However, the more you cut them, the more they divided. These hellfire creatures surrounded the captain after several attempts by him to cut them down. Daria watched with pride as her spells successfully surrounded the captain from different sides. Don Click said that this could not be, turning around warily. He finally understood what kind of woman was standing in front of him, what this witch from the fire tower was doing here at all. The vice-captain, having cut through the shield, did not understand why he did not reach Russell. His sword was stuck in the floor. He turned his head to the side, looking at the young man in surprise. Raymond was breathing heavily, pressing his hand to his chest. The pirate couldn't believe his eyes that this kid was able to dodge. After all, that blow should have cut him in half. Did the guy cover his body in magic to become stronger? The vice-captain chuckled. He thought that it wouldn't help anyway, since the rat had fallen into his trap. The elf, who was watching the fight, called out to the guard, Russell, worrying about him. Raymond was finally able to catch his breath. He had already met one knight in his past life. He cut down an entire group of mercenaries simply because someone touched his shoulder. Then the hero was threatened with the same fate. He barely had the strength left to fight, but one of the men in the robe stood in front of him. This knight using his aura could only be stopped by a mage, which he did, activating a blue shield against his weapon, because he used a certain technique that did not allow him to cut through the dome. This is exactly what Russell did, placing new shields on top of other shields. It was only necessary to catch the moment when the pirate hit the magic barrier with force. The pirate felt his weapon pass through the dome, but once again he missed. When the man looked up, he saw that the boy had blocked his blow. The moment the pirate lost his vigilance, Russell concentrated his energy into his hand, and he summoned an arrow of wind, throwing it straight at the captain's brother's armor. The man did not have time to return, and was blown back by the gusts of wind. Blood gushed from his throat like a fountain. The arrow passed through the iron and hit his organs. Russell leaned against the bars, holding his hand to his mouth, feeling sick from casting so many spells. The guy cursed, looking at his palm. He had lost too much blood. Despite this, he approached the huge cage and broke the lock with his hand. The elves left, thanking the guard for his help. Raymond asked them politely to follow him, but that wasn't the end of it. The pirate woke up and called the guy a brat. Despite being seriously wounded, he managed to stand up, frightening the elves. The whites of his eyes turned bloodshot, and the pirate said with concern that he should have aimed for his head. Raymond looked around warily, because he was sure he had hit the target. The hero stood in front of the girl, asking them to take the prisoners away, while the knight walked straight towards him. The elf replied that it was fine, but the proud elf clearly didn't like it, that they, and even people, were freeing them. The pirate laughed, asking if Russell really had time to free slaves as well. He shouted as he attacked, for the boy to take care of himself first. Russell put up a shield, and then another, and another, but the pirate wasn't going to give him a chance to counterattack. This whole situation only increased his excitement, because for the first time in a long time he found an interesting opponent. The pirate kept slashing at the dome with his non-conductive sword, leaving the hero unable to respond in any way, but he had to hold out. The elves ran around the cabin. The girl pointed her finger at the bars with people who needed help. They found 2 bunches of keys and managed to free some of the imprisoned slaves. Then they reached the helpless children and, holding them, led them out of this place. Upon leaving, the elf shouted to the guard that everything was safe. The pirate chuckled and asked the boy if he thought it made any difference. Russell replied that of course, and suddenly the whole room burst into flames. There was no indication that flames were leaking from the ship's side anywhere nearby, and only when the knight looked at the young magician did he understand. His yellow eyes and words about the hero going to destroy him left the pirate stunned. The vice-captain felt the atmosphere change immediately after the prisoners left the cabin, and the pirate jumped back. Every vein in his face tensed at the mere thought that this kid was going to kill him. The man lunged forward to end this fight, as he pierced right through this shield. However, he was very much mistaken in this. Raymond no longer needed to hold the dome as before. The guy sighed, pulling out a fire weapon in his hands. The main character stood in a fighting stance, holding a fiery spear in his hands. The pirate, seeing this spectacle, extended the sharp end of the sword in front of him. Suddenly, he felt that in front of him was not an ordinary schoolboy, but something else, and it was several levels stronger. The captain on deck was cursing. He alone was fighting against Professor Daria's spells. There were practically no pirates left on the ship. The more dwarves he killed, the more of them there were, and he couldn't do anything. The one-eyed man tensed up, mentally cursing at his brother, asking what the hell this idiot was doing. Together, they would have caught this witch. The fiery creatures reached him again, and the pirate had no choice but to fight back, cutting them down one after another. The captain decided that he needed to hold on a little longer, but a line of fire appeared on the floor beneath him, something literally melting the wood. The man suddenly looked down, not understanding what this was. Could it really be Daria's new spell? The crack beneath his feet began to widen, and light began to shine from the cabin onto the ship. Within seconds, a powerful column of fiery energy rose into the air, so much so that even the ship staggered. The fire lifted the captain into the air, piercing his entire body. The man screamed that this couldn't be. Daria Snow was also surprised because it was not her doing. She turned her head back and saw the freed prisoners. The woman decided that she had relaxed too much, because Russell finished almost everything himself, and right now he was lying unconscious. Having made a huge hole on board, the mission was accomplished, and the guy received mid-level mana stones for it. The remaining pirates jumped onto the boats and began shouting that the captain had lost. They were going to surround the magicians and gather the guards. They raised their crossbows into the air. Professor Daria chuckled, raising her cane. It would be better to deal with this, so she raised her hell dwarves from the side, forming them into fireballs, and then she struck with her cane, and the flames, on command, scattered in different directions, attacking the pirates. Everything ended well. And when the prisoners, together with the professor, got into the remaining boats and were already sailing away, the elf held her hands over the hero's body, healing his wounds. Russell mumbled incoherently as he came to consciousness, and then sat up, asking what happened. The girl asked the rescuer not to move. The boy lay back down, and the elf explained that her mana had not yet recovered, so the treatment would take a long time. Daria Snow White told the young man that it was a good job. He defeated 2 knights. The hero looked at the professor in surprise and replied that he thought he had only defeated 1. She said that by chance he managed to defeat 2. The elf said that she was indebted to the savior, but now she had nothing. Therefore, she, Yahello of the White Ash tribe, swore on the honor of her ancestors that she would repay him for his help. The hero put his hand on his heart and introduced himself, saying that he was simply doing what he had to do. The professor laughed and asked Lady Elo not to forget about the fire tower. The 2 elves stood at attention and reported to the head of the fire tower that they had checked the condition of the prisoners. The woman praised them and told Lady Elo that she had very kind servants. Russell did not recognize these elves, because recently they were completely different and behaved differently. The guy turned to the elf and asked her about what she had said earlier on the ship. Lady Yahello asked if he was asking about the smell of perfume. This conversation surprised Professor Daria. She looked sharply at her interlocutors. The elf calmly asked Russell if he was connected with dragons. The guy was surprised and asked again. And then, after thinking, he replied that the blood of a green dragon flows in him, although only a little. The girl took the hero's hand and said that even this attracts spirits. She explained that she smelled a strong scent of perfume on him, so she thought the guy was somehow connected to dragons. Daria Snow White chuckled. Now that explained why Russell's strength had progressed so quickly. At this rate, he could become the one who turns the kingdom, no, the whole world upside down. Local knights helped the prisoners descend from the ship, and the elves who landed with the professor and her student pulled their hoods tighter so as not to attract attention. When Lady Elo followed their example, Professor Daria turned to her. The woman smiled, asking if the elves would hide until they restored their mana. The elf answered positively, and then the professor mentioned her estate, located nearby. She offered to let them stay there if they wanted, and Yahello could help Russell with his training. The girl replied that she would only be glad if she could repay her savior. The hero was surprised when the conversation turned to training, and Daria asked him if he really didn't want to. Russell smiled and replied that he wanted to, very much so, because this was specialized training from the head of the fire tower. The professor pointed to the stairs, saying that they would soon receive cargo there. The elves thanked her and followed the professor. Then Russell said that the next semester would soon begin. Then the professor told him not to worry, as Hubert would sort everything out, and they all got into the carriages, heading towards the estate. The mansion was simply enormous, with red flags on the roof, golden gates, and a wonderful courtyard. When the elves arrived with the others, Even the hero appreciated the enormity of the building. The professor turned her head and said over her shoulder that they should make themselves at home. Soon, everyone walked into the courtyard. Daria walking in front, Russell and Lady Yahello behind her. The elf said that this place was very beautiful and thanked the owner for her kindness. Russell suddenly stopped. This place in the yard seemed familiar to him. He was definitely near this fountain with his parents. The hero turned to the professor with the intention of asking something. The woman asked what was going on, and the hero clarified that this villa had not belonged to her before. The professor said that he was right. This mansion used to belong to some mercenary association, and she bought it a few years ago. Raymond knew it. This villa used to belong to his family. The woman asked if Russell had any more questions, and the boy said no, smiling. The hero heard that this place was sold after the fall of his family. He didn't think that he would return here like this. A week later, Yahello came down to the living room at the request of the hostess. She said she heard Daria Snow White calling her. Taking a sip of tea, the woman said that the elf seemed to have regained most of her mana. Yahello really did have a strong aura about her, and she said that it was all thanks to the tower leader. The woman decided to return to their previous conversation and asked if Yahello would help with Russell's training. Yahello asked if the professor meant training with spirits, and she was right. However, the elf did not see Russell here. She asked where he was. The woman laughed and replied that she had given him something to do. Meanwhile, the main character, screaming, fell from a high mountain. He splashed into the water and came up gasping. The guy straightened his hair back, sighing. He had failed to perform the technique correctly again. Before this, the professor asked him what he learned about the previous battle and what he missed in it. Russell replied that it was the distance between him and his opponent. The professor said that during a fight, distance is indeed very important for magicians. She looked at the student and told him to watch carefully. The woman took a step forward, and her right leg ended up in the air, concentrating the energy of fire within itself. Daria told Russell to imagine that he was compressing space. And after these words, her body completely turned into fire. It was the magic of space distortion that allowed the professor to jump over such a large distance over the cliff. She told him to try to move to that mountain as well. His goal was to learn how to use the so-called flash, because it will help him a lot in the future. Soon this lesson from Daria turned into a mission that he needed to complete. So the hero took action. He fell into the water and, breathing heavily, climbed back up the mountain. This flash did not depend on the level of the circle. To study it, Russell needed to understand the logic behind the spell. After he had rested a little, the guy took another step forward. However, he failed again, so the hero trained until sunset. And when he climbed the mountain once again, he said that this was spell training or endurance training. Russell closed his eyes, telling himself to focus, to think about the distortion of space. And when he took a step towards the cliff, his fiery power concentrated in his leg. Raymond gave himself over completely to this feeling and began to fall forward. He decided that he would now make a breakthrough, when suddenly a professor appeared on the mountain and called the guy by name. He became frightened. His concentration disappeared, and burning in his own flames, he began to fall backwards into the water. The professor smiled bitterly, and the main character screamed, flying down in the air like a shot bird. In the evening, the professor told him that from today on, he would learn to make contracts with spirits, and that Yahello will help him with this. The elf placed her palm on her chest, sincerely saying that she was glad that she could help Russell. The guy bowed to her and thanked her. The two of them approached the fire, and the girl asked him to slowly close his eyes, and then imagine something connected with fire, while the professor silently watched all this. Yahello said he could imagine the morning or midday sun, maybe burning wood. Russell imagined the fire itself, and his body seemed to merge with the fire. The elf was amazed by his pure mana. The girl said that she would enter Russell's mind and guide him. She walked up to the guy from behind and, leaning over, placed her hands on his shoulders. The two of them found themselves in the astral plane. Lady Yahello silently took Russell's hand and led him along. As they walked, the elf said that most people don't know that the door to the spirit world is here. It could be a human, an elf, any creature born in this world. And when all goals come together here, the door to the spirit world opens. The professor, watching her student and Lady Yahello, froze. Yahello's brows furrowed deeply. She didn't understand what kind of flow this was in Russell's heart. She saw a man pierce another with a blade from behind. Was that feeling really anger? The brutal screams, the sounds of piercing flesh and gushing blood forced the elf to cover her ears. When she opened them, she saw a door with a bright yellow light. This was something stored in his heart. Yahello turned her gaze to Russell and saw tears streaming down his cheeks and the boy biting his lip hard. It was becoming increasingly difficult for the two of them to be in Raymond's mind. A bright white flash appeared between them, and the fire intensified. This was not supposed to happen, and the professor began to worry. She stood up and ran towards Yahello and her student to stop this increasing flow. Russell's consciousness became clouded, and after a while he opened his eyes with difficulty. Miss Daria stood over him, asking if he was awake. Raymond was surprised to see the tower's mistress looking worried. He sat up in bed and grabbed his head. It hurt, and asked what happened. The hero felt as if his mana had exploded. At that moment, an elf entered the room, and Russell turned his gaze to her. When he saw her bandaged hand, he was seriously scared. The elf told her savior, smiling, that she was okay. Russell hesitated and asked if he had really done it. A lump came into his throat. He covered his face with his hands and said through tears that he was very, very sorry. After talking with the elf and the head of the tower, the hero went outside to get some fresh air. Lady Daria, who was watching him from the window, asked Lady Yahello about training, namely, what exactly happened. Yahello replied that it was horror. Inside Russell's mind, when they found the way to the spirit gate, they could not go further. Because of Raymond's sudden outburst of emotions, the professor thought about it, but the elf admitted that it looked like malice, or rather sadness. Such immense sadness that Yahello wonders how Russell could hide it. In the morning, Professor Daria approached the hero in the garden. She said that he would start new training sessions from today. The guy bowed, already agreeing, when suddenly the professor said that it was cleaning. Russell looked up at the woman in surprise. Daria Snow White explained that he would be helping the servants with cleaning for 1 week, and at this time they and Lady Yahello will visit the capital. The elf bowed, saying that they would see each other in a week. Russell wished them to be more careful. The professor was quick to say that this assignment was not a punishment. Russell then decided that he would clean and practice the flash spell in his free time. However, Daria said that the boy was prohibited from using magic for a week, so the main character was left alone with one servant in the estate with a mop in his hands. He decided that he could train his body and ran down the hallway with a mop, washing the floor at the same time. Suddenly, he slipped on the water. The mop jumped out of his hands and flew into the air. The hero himself tried to brake, but began to fall backwards. On the way, he hit a vase of flowers and fell on his hips, when suddenly someone's shadow appeared behind him. The maid asked him who was cleaning at such a speed. She said that this vase was very dear to Miss Daria. Before leaving, the professor told him to simply obey the head maid in everything. She stood in front, and behind her was a whole staff of servants. The woman's features were sharp, which gave her a stern look, and her glasses made her look more like someone who was constantly on the lookout. So it was depressing that it was this woman who noticed Russell's failed attempt to clean the floors. The young man asked for forgiveness for the broken vase. The maid said that she knew that Russell couldn't use his magic for a week, so she handed him a white rag and asked him to obey her. Russell spent the next day wiping down dusty cabinets, drawers, and columns, and when he picked up the vase, the maid said that it was best to hold it from below. And when after that he started to wash the floor, she sarcastically asked if he really thought that there was no need to wipe behind the door. Raymond turned pale and asked for forgiveness. Then the maid asked him if he really couldn't see the spots. The main character fell off his feet from fatigue. He thought it was some kind of character training, because this woman in glasses was constantly standing over him and ordering him to do this and that. The maid informed Russell that it was dinner time and told him to follow her. The boy laughed awkwardly and replied that he would eat later. Then the woman looked at him over her shoulder and in a lower, more persuasive tone, told him to follow her. The smile on his face twitched and froze, and he had no choice but to agree. All the working staff in Daria's mansion ate lunch at the same time and together. The guy was surprised when he saw so many people. The old man sitting next to the hero asked his name, and the boy gave his name. The man was surprised to hear the young man's last name. The guy tensed up. Did this grandfather really know him? However, he suddenly called Russell handsome, emphasizing his black hair and red eyes. The maid supported the grandfather. She clapped her hands, saying that it was really very beautiful. Suddenly, a guy came up to him from behind and put his hands on Russell's shoulders, noticing that he was athletic, and asked if he could touch his biceps, which made the hero flinch. The guy hit the young man sharply on the back, saying he was joking, and everyone laughed. Russell also laughed awkwardly, although inside he was ready to cry, thinking that this was training, and he only needed to endure it for a week. All the following days he carried out orders, and even carried logs along with the others. Using magic, he would have finished quickly, but he had to work hard like normal people. Soon after work, they had a feast in the open air. Or, to be more precise, they relaxed with large wooden mugs of beer. As Russell lifted the drink to his lips and began to take sips, the older guy looked at him. And then he abruptly hit the hero's back with his palm again, causing all of Russell's beer to come back out. Wiping the remains of beer from his mouth, Raymond asked why he had hit him. The brown-eyed man replied that the young man was still a student, and at this rate he would lose all his muscles. The hero cursed in his mind, because he forgot that he was too young now. But his grandfather said that everything was fine, and he poured him more alcohol, saying that adults should teach him how to drink properly. He added that with such a look, it would be a sin not to have a drink, and the whole generation of young adults and old people looked at the setting sun. Suddenly they were told that there was another sin, and they turned towards the voice. The head maid explained that this sin consists in the fact that they drink without snacks. She laid out the dishes from the basket on the table, and the grandfather said a toast, welcoming the new member of the family. The woman in glasses saw how warmly the workers welcomed Russell into their circle, how they joked, laughed, and how the older guy put his arm around his shoulder. The days passed, Russell's cleaning continued, and one day he was washing the roof under the supervision of a maid. And after dinner he lay in the garden right on the path. Then he pulled out weeds under the scorching sun and looked after the flowers, and had a delicious dinner with fragrant bread. One night he sat by the fountain and looked at the moon. Tomorrow was supposed to be the last day, but for some reason, the hero was upset. A woman walking in the garden remarked that Russell really liked the place. The guy didn't expect to see her here, stood up and greeted the maid. She adjusted her glasses, sarcastically saying how many times that day he had already greeted her, and Russell laughed, wondering if he really did it that often. She decided to change the subject and asked why the guy came here so often, and Raymond hesitated. He looked at the starry sky and replied that when he was here, he remembered certain people. The maid heard that magicians could teleport. Could Russell meet them in this way? And the hero replied that this magic was very difficult. But even if he could, he couldn't meet them now. The woman turned away and said that she thought that the magicians had no problems. That was nonsense, and reminded him that tomorrow was Russell's last day, so let him try until the end. The maid added between words that although she was not familiar with magic, she thought Raymond was a good man. The hero was surprised. He never expected to hear words from this woman, and his eyes sparkled with praise. She then joked that if the boy didn't become a good magician, he would make a great servant, and the hero laughed awkwardly. The next day, the mistress of the tower returned. The professor asked how Russell was doing, and Yahello also asked him if everything was okay. The guy happily declared that everything was fine. Daria asked Russell to step aside for a second. They started walking around the garden together. The professor said that he had gone through a lot during that week, but the guy did not agree with her. The woman said that the search for medicine to restore Yahello's mana took a long time because the elves' mana is special. The professor stopped abruptly, adding that she had checked something in the archives, and Raymond groaned, saying that she had a lot of things to do. Daria turned and said what she'd managed to find. This estate used to belong to the Raymond family. Russell didn't know what to answer. He looked down and pursed his lips. The professor added that Yahello told her that the boy's heart was raging with emotions, and that was why he did not reach the gate with the spirits. The hero clenched his fist tightly, and then the woman asked if he was offended. Or he's angry, maybe he's sad. Without looking up, the young man answered honestly that he was experiencing everything together. Daria said that it reminded her of their first meeting. To develop his magic, the boy tried alone. But when the professor looked back, she realized that he was a lonely leader who was trying to revive his family. So she decided that he should take this estate. The hero was surprised. He asked what she meant, but Daria was not going to give it away just like that. She spoke as if it were an order for him to become a mage of the fire tower, a protector of the country, and so that he could earn money from this, and then buy this estate. Smiling, Daria asked if the baby understood her. Russell froze when he heard the professor call him by his name. She told him not to fight alone. At night, Lady Yahello, Daria, and Russell gathered again around the fire. The elf said that last time she did not awaken the guy's consciousness, but simply led him with her mana. This time, they will try to go to the gate together. Raymond was worried and asked what would happen if he hurt Yahello again. The elf smiled and replied that they had brought a lot of medicine, but that was not what the guy meant. Yahello asked him to close his eyes and think about fire like last time, and she would awaken his consciousness. After a while, the guy turned to the elf, and she asked if he saw her. Russell looked at his hand and finally realized what his mana looked like. The girl took a step forward, saying that, like last time, everything was fine in the beginning. However, the flow of emotions did not disappear. The gates of the spirits were still out of reach. The raging waves splashed upward, breaking the rocks. Russell took a step forward, and Yahello warned him that it could be dangerous if he got any closer. And so it happened. The waves, rising just above the cliff, suddenly attacked the hero. Dousing him with water, Raymond managed to cover his face. He had to squat down to keep from falling. The elf explained that this could not be considered a normal flow. Then the hero was overwhelmed by thoughts and worries about graduating from the academy, ending up in the tower, restoring his family, and avenging his father. He covered his face with his hand, asking Yahello for forgiveness for not being able to get rid of it, and the elf placed a comforting palm on his back. Suddenly the hero heard Daria's voice asking him how his progress was going, and the voice of the servants, namely the head maid, speaking about Raymond as a good person. Daria laughed, asking why the maid never left him for a second, and the woman confirmed this guess. Along with these warm remarks, warm memories of how Professor Hubert called him into his office began to return to the hero. How the people of Daria welcomed him warmly, accepting him as a new member of the family. And how the headmaid had casually mentioned at night that she considered him a good man. And Professor Daria's words about him not fighting alone brought a flood of tears. Russell stood up, smiling. He decided he couldn't get rid of it, but he could overcome it. Imagine that the space is compressed, and the hero took a step forward. Ilo shouted to the savior that it was dangerous to approach. The stream rushed into his face again, but Raymond was not going to give up. He bit his lip and stubbornly walked forward. After all, even if he falls, he won't be alone. And with these thoughts, he took a step into the unknown, his firepower concentrated in his leg. Elo, who had run after Russell, froze in amazement, fear giving way to wonder. Raymond managed to take advantage of the flash, and turning into fire, he flew over the gorge with a stormy flow of emotions. The flames scattered into the air, and Russell found himself at the gate. He turned to Elo, and she told the savior that he had succeeded. Even though the guy crossed the stream, he didn't know what to do next. Elo's voice told her to come to the door in front of him, which scared the boy. The elf asked if he was surprised, but they could speak because their mana was linked. She told him to put his hand in the gate, which he did, and a new task appeared for the hero to make a contract with the spirit. Russell froze and asked what he should do next. The elf said that the spirits would now choose, and the young man closed his eyes. No one knows what kind of spirit will emerge, but several have already flashed their eyes in the darkness, assessing Raymond. Elo added that he might not be chosen. She folded her hands as if in prayer and asked Russell to simply keep his hand there and wait. Professor Daria saw that this time everything was going smoothly. She approached the student and silently watched him. Russell thought it was okay if it didn't work out. He wouldn't be too upset. As if reassuring himself, he waited for someone to touch his hand. He was happy with everything that had happened up to this point. And while he was thinking about it, a huge red dragon appeared on a magic circle next to him. This magical creature calmly closed its eyes and touched the tip of its nose to the hero's palm. And when Russell woke up, there was a little dragon sitting on his feet. He reached out to the hero, growling quietly. Elo and the head of the tower laughed. The elf congratulated Raymond, and Daria said that this was not the only reason for joy. The hero saw the fourth circle light up on his chest, which was truly a joy, because he himself overcame this wall. And even the headmaid smiled. A notification appeared in front of Russell, stating that thanks to the spirit, he had reached the fourth circle, so additional rewards would be given out. The little dragon suddenly stood up and flew into the air. He lay down right on the protagonist's head, contentedly closing his eyes. The spirit was happy to have found Russell and showed its emotions through harmless growls. Elo stroked the dragon and said that she didn't think it was an ordinary spirit. She took it off Russell's head, adding that they needed to come up with a suitable name for him. Russell took the small creature in his hands. The elf explained that only the name remained to conclude the contract. Daria supported the idea of giving a good name to this little dragon. The guy looked at the spirit and said that he was so red, even very red, and suddenly he called him Bacon, which shocked all the female representatives. Even the little dragon sighed heavily, and Russell laughed, saying he was joking. He looked at the spirit and, as if asking him, said, maybe he should call him Pepper. The dragon roared happily several times. He clearly liked this name. And Elo called this name cute. Daria also thought it was not bad. The hero agreed that Pepper suited him very well. The professor announced that to celebrate, they would begin real training tomorrow, and Elo would give a lesson on spirits. Russell happily replied that he was looking forward to it. The little dragon closed his eyes, and the hero greeted him, addressing him by name. A month later, it was finally time for the towers to choose their students. The teachers were curious about how many students would be chosen this year. The bald man said that it had already been decided. The judge from the White Tower had already arrived. Each tower was choosing a student to train for the entire semester. Next came the judge of the Yellow Tower, and the judge from the Spear Tower. The man next to the bald man said that they should help these students, and the second one agreed with him. The first one almost gave himself away when he said that he needed to help the students for his own sake, and then corrected himself by saying that it was for the good of the academy. Professor Hubert didn't like this. He hissed irritably, not understanding how these people could call themselves professors if they gave preference to a few talented students. Suddenly the door of the red carriage opened, and a fist from there grabbed the passage. It was the judge of the fire tower who had arrived. The students jumped and froze with their mouths open when they heard the judge's announcement. From there came out a man with long, fiery hair, known to all as Vermilion Olsen. Even Professor Hubert tensed up. He didn't expect to see this particular judge from the face of the fire tower. The red-haired man chuckled, saying that someone else hadn't arrived yet. Hubert was worried that if Judge Vermilion, it meant that the head of the tower did not want to choose Russell. Suddenly, fiery flashes appeared in the sky, rushing from house to house. The professor was worried that Russell had not arrived yet, but the main character was about to arrive. The fire tower judge felt movement behind him. He turned around abruptly, his hand tensing, but it turned out that it was just a student who got to the academy using a flash. Russell breathed a sigh of relief because he was almost late. Holding his hand to his chin, wiping away the sweat, the guy looked down. Vermilion Olsen was looking straight at him with a frown. The main character recognized him immediately. The judge said nothing and turned abruptly, heading towards the gates of the academy. He chuckled, deciding that it would be fun, since he loved breaking students like that. Before returning to the academy, Russell expressed his gratitude to everyone, and the hope that Elo would return home safely. The elf smiled and thanked the guy in return. Then he turned to the headmaid, and he promised to return to her. This request left the woman in a stupor. Russell added that he would own the place by then, asked her to take care of it, and the woman smiled, saying that she hoped so. The stay in this estate was short-lived, but the main character was incredibly grateful to everyone who helped him in any way. The professor asked Raymond if he was sure he didn't need the luggage, to which the boy replied that he did, and besides, if he didn't want to be late, he'd better go for a run. Daria said that she had one request for him. She handed the envelope to Russell and asked him to give the letter to Hubert. The hero replied that he would definitely deliver it. However, when he looked up at Daria, she looked depressed about something. Even though she thanked Russell, her thoughts were focused on something. Professor Hubert said it was good that Russell came on time. And then he said, after reading the letter, that in this situation it would be difficult for him to help the hero, because he just had an important matter. Raymond narrowed his eyes and told the professor that everything was fine. The man looked at the student with concern and said that he could only say one thing, namely, not to take Olsen seriously. Then the professor stood up and bowed hastily. He said that now Russell has to be the best, and he believes that the hero can do it. Raymond's eyes were full of determination. He said not to worry about it. The main character was faced with the task of showing an overwhelming advantage in skills and gaining recognition from the judges. The first stage was a written exam. It wasn't particularly difficult for Russell because the guy had failed it many times in his past life. There was only one thing to worry about the letter from the head of the tower to Professor Hubert. Because after him, the professor began to go away somewhere more often. At some point, he didn't even have time for his students. And soon, in the year he took leave, Professor Hubert died. Russell didn't know what exactly happened. It was most likely a dangerous mission, which was given to a powerful magician from the fire tower. And when the hero thought about it, he saw in the courtyard of the academy how a snake, having crept up to the nest, was crushing a small chick. Soon, the best result for the written exam was announced. Naturally, the name of Russell Raymond was mentioned, but many students did not believe it. Some were even jealous. However, the main character was concerned with other thoughts, whether he would be able to prevent the death of Professor Hubert. The students were informed that the second stage of selection for the towers would soon begin. Interviews students were to come in when their names were called. When it came to Russell, he confidently rose from his chair and walked forward, convincing himself that he had to do it and that he could. The doors opened and the protagonist walked along the blue carpet towards the judges of the towers. Russell already had confirmation that Wilson was not a judge in his past life. Therefore, the hero changed the future, so he must get into the fire tower and prevent the professor's death. He needed this man's recognition. To begin with, the student was advised that when the judge asked a question, Russell should give an oral answer, and the hero replied that he understood. So the test began. The judge from the White Tower began with the formula that the magician Oregon Gong created 300 years ago. The hero answered each question, then explained that in order to change the formula, it is necessary to apply the concept of cyclical use of materials. The interview questions were easier than the written exam, but there was a different challenge. Suddenly, the judges, one after another, began to concentrate their power into the aura, and together they created a furious flow of power and light. Russell's main challenge was to withstand the judges' mana. In his past life, the hero couldn't cope with this. But this time, everything was different, and the hero, without moving, continued to tell what would happen if you changed the proportions of ingredients. The Yellow Tower judge called the disciple incredible because his face didn't even flinch in the monostorm. This provoked Olsen, and then he released his aura. The Fire Tower judge sat with his arms crossed over his chest, and the power of his mana was felt by everyone in the room, especially those sitting nearby. The flow was so oppressive that the hero had to clench his teeth and the veins on his face tensed. This will make the other judges feel bad. The Yellow Tower judge thought that Wilson was really crazy. At this rate, the student could die. But when the man turned his gaze to Russell, he couldn't believe his eyes. He was holding out, and even smiling. The judge from the Spear Tower sat tensely and said out loud that this was amazing. Even the new professors had a hard time. They felt sick. Their bodies were shaking. Their clothes were tight. The blonde judge chuckled, considering Russell to be a definite genius. System windows began to appear in front of the hero, notifying him of how one judge after another was giving their confessions. The fire tower judge was surprised that this guy could withstand his aura. Then he leaned forward and grinned, increasing the flow of his mana. The protagonist's hair flew back. The capillaries on his face became more and more prominent. But Russell still stood in place. Wilson even winced and frowned when he didn't see the expected reaction. However, he was interrupted by the judge from the spear tower, who placed his hand on the man's shoulder and said that it was enough. Other participants were waiting for them. Wilson chuckled and clicked his tongue in irritation. He replied that it was a pity, because the fun had only just begun, and while the judges were talking among themselves, Russell's hands were shaking. The professors also breathed a sigh of relief, not believing that they had survived. The White Tower judge, smiling at Russell, said that the student had done well and could go, and made a gesture to the boy, "Hurry up." When the hero walked out the door and the next one was called, his feet seemed to be nailed to the chair. The guy was breathing heavily. He thought he would pass out right there. His gaze slowly dropped to the system notification. The judge's approval was 9 out of 10. Russell smiled, tilting his head slightly to the side. Was it not enough for Wilson that he resisted his mana? He considered the judge difficult. After the interview, the guy from the White Tower asked if the mistress of the Fire Tower had her eye on Russell. The man from the Yellow Tower supported him, because everyone liked this student. Ash-haired asked Olsen if he was going to make Raymond his apprentice. The man slowly turned his head back and asked with furious eyes who said that. The woman immediately felt this oppressive atmosphere and raised her hands in front of her, trying to explain what she meant. The Fire Tower judge ignored this and silently walked on, and a tense silence reigned among the others as well. Olsen's thoughts brought him back to his memories. When the newcomers were ordered to defend themselves, they placed a large shield in front of themselves, but a hole appeared in the dome. The enemies were able to attack the defenders with ease. Press your foot to the ground and swing your sword. Vermilion stood among the piles of bodies and pools of blood, calling the dead weaklings. Tears streamed down his cheeks, for among the lifeless bodies were his allies. As the judge walked down the hallway, he thought that if Russell couldn't handle it, the others wouldn't either. And the next day the third stage began, which was called the treasure hunt. The man in the green robe said that in the forest, on Lushwalker Hill, the students would be looking for green mana stones, and rewards will be given for the number of stones and the speed of collection. Russell thought that everyone would try to steal the stones from each other. Suddenly, the students were ordered to line up, which they did. The main character asked himself the main question: would Olsen recognize him? Perhaps, if he passes the third test, the opinion of the judge of the Fire Tower will change. The judge announced the start of the test, and the students ran into the forest on command. Russell decided there was only one thing he could do now. As he moved away from the group of disciples, he found himself deep in the forest, wondering whether to summon the spirit now. He must have gotten bored, and the hero, placing his hands palms up, concentrated on the energy of the fire. A little dragon appeared in his arms. Russell asked Pepper for forgiveness for not seeing him for a long time, and explained that magic cannot be used in the academy. However, the little dragon was clearly not angry at his master. He smiled good-naturedly. Russell asked Pepper if he could help him as his hand reached for the vault. He took out a mana stone from there, and explained to the spirit that he should look for similar ones. The little dragon flew up to the stone and carefully examined it using its sense of smell. Russell had heard that spirits could sense even the slightest traces of mana. And it was true. Pepper had already found one and joyfully turned to his owner. The boy asked the spirit if they would look again then, and the dragon raised his head and nodded. After some time, Raymond came across a tree with a mark. Meanwhile, the man in the robe grabbed the man by the clothes and asked where the magician with whom he had exchanged was now. The man replied that he didn't know. He just sold him the ingredients for the ritual. This angered the man in the cloak. He asked the merchant if he knew that this ritual was pagan witchcraft. The man couldn't believe what he heard. He had never encountered anything like this. The professor pushed the man sharply against the wall, and he said that supporting cults is tantamount to royal treason. He asked again where the magician went. However, the seller really didn't know. He only heard that fiery bitch, Daria Snow White, took an apprentice, and that person wanted to test him. Find out how strong Russell is. After talking with the merchant, the professor pulled the mask off his face, thinking about what could happen if this man from the cult was offended by the teacher. Professor Hubert was in a hurry, because this whole situation meant only one thing. Russell was in danger. No, all the students there were under threat, and the man, leaving behind fiery trails in the air, disappeared among the street houses. One of the students was cursing because he couldn't find the mana stones. He didn't even use the light so as not to attract attention to himself. Suddenly he saw something move in the bushes and freeze. The guy shuddered. The thing in the hood stood up, and the student used the wind arrow. And the one who frightened him stopped, falling to the ground. The guy thought that it was another student. He was worried that he would die and ran away. But it was still a competition, so it wasn't his fault. After running a short distance, the student began to slow down. He smiled worriedly, because if he thought about it, that man in his hood might have had mana stones. But when the guy turned around, there was no one near those bushes anymore. The hero got scared and said out loud where it had gone. But it was not the student, and it was standing right behind his back. Feeling the pressing energy behind him, the student turned around and screamed. Russell had been wandering for quite some time when he suddenly saw a clearing. There was something lying in the middle of it, and the main character thought that this was the middle of the forest. The dragon flew up to the bags, and in them were many stones that the students had to find. Raymond approached these items, but was wary because it was unknown where all these mana stones came from. The hero felt that something was wrong, but he smiled at Pepper and praised him, stroking his head. The guy crouched down, reaching out his hand to the crystal ball. Could it really be the golem's core? When he picked it up, he saw that the core was broken. It seemed like it was broken before the golem itself was summoned. But who would do that? Suddenly Pepper growled, looking somewhere behind Russell. The spirit was frightened when a dark consistency rushed towards them from underground. Russell froze in place, equally surprised. Rocks grew out of this consistency, blocking the path, but Raymond jumped over them. And then white balls began to appear in the sky. It was strange because the attacks quickly changed from earth magic to light magic. The white balls tried to hit Raymond, but he successfully dodged them until the latter suddenly lit up. The hero realized that this was not the work of one person, and having landed, the guy loosened his grip. Wind arrows flew at his back, which Pepper noticed and stopped with fire. Russell smiled, telling Pepper that it was a good job, and the dragonette breathed out the last of the fire. The boy then straightened his arm, creating a fiery arrow. One after another flew into the sky and pierced these magic balls. They exploded as they fell, sending thick smoke up around them. When the smoke cleared, Raymond saw those who attacked him. These were ordinary students of the academy, surrounding the hero from different sides. Russell asked who these guys were, and not hearing an answer, he said that they were honorary students, chosen by the tower. But they used such technology in a cowardly manner. The guys were silent. It was obvious how tense they were. The dark-haired man shouted sharply at Russell to shut up. He didn't understand how a bastard like him could have discovered the stones in the first place. This student bit his lip nervously. He was sure that they were the only ones who knew the location of the mana stone, so this didn't make sense. His anger was mixed with surprise when he saw the spirit. The boy with blue eyes said that now he understood why Russell found the stone so quickly. Rizhik was amazed that Raymond had been hiding such a level of skill all this time. The hero scratched the back of his head, asking what was wrong with finding the stone quickly. He added that it sounded like he shouldn't have discovered it first, and the brunette flinched, giving himself away. Russell grinned and said what he thought, namely, about the fact that they made a deal with a couple of professors. The student was infuriated that Raymond realized this too quickly. However, the hero had no intentions in this regard, so he politely asked the guys to simply get out of the way. The brunette released his energy and shouted for Russell not to lie. The guy was going to attack the hero, but he suddenly froze when Raymond appeared behind him a moment later, smiling and saying that if they didn't leave, they would regret it. Rizhik stood with his mouth open. For some reason, Pepper stood on the ground and growled very tensely towards the forest. Russell tensed and looked where his spirit was. He noticed that the forest was moving. The hero suddenly turned to the student and yelled at him, who asked, "What?" Russell asked if the professors who were helping them had told them that they would destroy the golem. The brunette replied that they didn't talk. The other guys came closer to the boys and admitted that they also found it strange. Raymond activated the power of the second circle magic in order to attack if necessary, because someone was actively approaching them. Even the crows, frightened, left the trees and flew up. This was something that Professor Hubert feared, and hurried to the academy to help the students. Even Russell didn't expect to see this. It was the undead. The guys immediately fell into a stupor. How could these ghouls even be in the place where the test was being conducted? They were terribly scared, because it was not just unlikely, but impossible. The brunette was shaking, but could not move from the spot. He told himself that he had to run away. The boys moved abruptly and were about to leave this clearing. However, it was already too late. They were surrounded. There was nowhere to run. The undead were everywhere. Russell didn't waste any time and, concentrating, erected a high wall of fire, protecting not only himself, but also the students who had just attacked him. The brunette glanced sideways at Russell, since the ability to use a firewall belonged to the fourth magic circle. The hero said that everyone would take one side and fight those who broke through the wall. The students looked at Russell in surprise and did not immediately answer, digesting the information. Then he shouted for them to answer. The boys all shuddered and said they agreed. The brunette tensed up because, if you think about it, they wanted to fight Russell, and he would have dealt with them in a moment. But someone already wanted to finish off the students, and the undead began to pass through the wall of fire, and the boys began to fight them off. Russell was worried because the firewall was only a temporary measure. They needed to find a mage to help them deal with it. The people who summoned the undead watched the wall of fire and how the students dealt with it. They smirked, curious to see how long Russell would last. The fire caught the bodies of the ghouls as soon as they passed through the wall. But it was not enough. Russell once again threw a fire arrow, piercing half of the dead head. The hero understood that the situation was too dangerous. There was no chance for error. Are there really any heretics left who use forbidden magic? In the past, the teacher got rid of the heretics. They shouldn't have been there. The people who summoned the undead. Were they really the ones who survived? And even if so, why did they come here? It suddenly occurred to Russell that they were coming for him. With 3 fiery arrows, the hero struck 3 ghouls at once, piercing their heads. Now Raymond needed to concentrate on the battle. The heretics were using curse magic. Even though it used up little mana, if the fight dragged on, the guys would lose. The hero turned to the boys and shouted at them to use their mana more efficiently, to reduce the force and aim at important points. The brunette said it was easy to say. Rizik said in the hope that the judges would come anyway if they held out. The blue-eyed man replied that they would not come, and the brunette asked what he was talking about. Russell, creating a new arrow, agreed with the guy, because the tower judges couldn't help but feel it. This evil energy that reeked of it. Blue Eyes said that the heretics definitely used a trap to hide the mana. Russell looked down, thinking, and he remembered the tree he saw in the forest. It had a mark on it. The dark-haired boy, trembling, asked if this meant that they had to deal with the undead themselves. The blue-eyed man, as if speaking to himself, said to make the corners sharper and the size smaller, and then he threw ice at the heads of the ghouls, knocking them down. The student was indignant, saying, "Is there any point in fighting in such a sophisticated way?" Rizik concentrated and directed several light balls, glowing with lasers. The brunette saw that he was doing as Russell said. The heretic said that the students quickly understood and began to conserve mana. The man in the green cloak smirked, asking if those kids were really that damn woman's students. He created something bigger and sarcastically asked, what if they couldn't conserve mana anymore? This huge ghoul was approaching the wall. The sounds of his footsteps were too loud, and the guys turned to look at them. This huge creature was not only wearing iron armor that protected him from fire, but also had a weapon in his hand. The undead opened its green mouth. Its eyes glowed. And unlike the other ghouls, it was on a completely different level. The boys were scared, but at the same time surprised by the troll. Blue Eyes quickly placed his hand on the ground, using the ice field. And the redhead pointed a powerful crystal laser at the troll. But these attacks did not cause any damage to the undead. The troll growled, looking at the boys. He raised his hands up, swinging his weapon. Rizik was dumbfounded, but Russell rushed in front of him. And while the troll swung his huge axe, Russell used the fire spear spell to its fullest. And he pierced the troll in the stomach. The undead stopped. Fire literally came out of the troll's mouth and eyes. The creature's weapon broke, and it began to burn quickly. Its core cracked in the hands of the heretics. They couldn't believe that Russell had defeated the troll with one blow. Blue Eyes looked at Russell and his spear. This magic was comparable in destructive power to the fifth circle. The guy doubted whether he and Raymond really studied together. The main character noticed how Pepper, having flown away, began to spin in a circle in the air. The accelerating dragon formed a red ring in the sky, and Russell grinned, realizing where the heretics had been hiding all this time. The hero began to swing his spear, directing a large flow of magic into it. This technique was called the body of the magician. Blue Eyes paused, trying to figure out what Russell was up to. The boy gripped the spear tightly. Russell gritted his teeth, his eyes rolling back. And with a powerful swing, he threw the weapon into the forest, shouting that it was now his turn. The guy in the green robe shouted that they needed to dodge, and the man said as if it was a fact that they had been discovered, as if he was trying to convince himself of it. A fiery arrow flew through the air through the foliage straight towards its target. The heretic clasped his hands together, commanding the undead to block the attack. All the dead creatures on command rushed straight towards the flying blade. The fiery light illuminated their dark bodies. The man looked up to check if it had worked. However, the arrow flew further and was already too close to him, so the heretic covered himself with bones. There was a powerful explosion. Russell sat on his knees, looking ahead, and asked himself if he had hit the target. However, through the smoke and embers stood a lifeless body, held by the neck from behind. The heretic said that the woman had raised a monster, adding that they had kept it for the judges. The man didn't think he would come to use it on Raymond, and when the smoke cleared, the protagonist saw several students being grabbed by skeletons. The boys who fought with Russell were surrounded by the undead, each with a hostage. Professor Hubert ran as fast as he could, and when he arrived at the academy, the other teachers did not want to let him in because only judges were allowed into the room. However, The professor did not listen and entered anyway, shouting to the elder Olsen. Then the judge said that the mission was over. Suddenly, the professor shouted that the cult followers had begun to act, and that they attacked Russell, and the rest of the selection candidates are also in danger. Olsen's magic immediately came to the fore, and the judge asked gloomily how they dared to act under his nose. However, the heretics not only acted but also threatened, enjoying what was happening. The heretic said that if Russell moved a finger, he would kill all the hostages and turn them into his warriors. And the skeletons swung their swords, freezing in that position above the students. Raymond was silent, assessing the situation. The boys were gagged so that they could not create spells. The guy understood that he couldn't stop the heretic now, and even if it uses a flash, one click of the finger will be enough, so that the undead would kill everyone on his orders. Holding a green light in his hand, on which the lives of the students depended, the man told Russell not to resist and to come to him. The heretic called the hero a child of the fiery tower, which confirmed the hero's thought that they had come for him. The hero clenched his hand into a fist, and, without resisting, he silently began to walk along the path, accompanied by the skeletons. The man grinned, impressed that Russell was willing to give his life to save his friends. Raymond asked again when the heretic called the students his friends, and he said that they call weaklings weak, and the strong were strong, and the guys who looked down felt ashamed. Russell also mentioned contempt, envy, and hatred. These people are constantly envious of someone. The heretic listened patiently to the speech of the child of the fire tower. Raymond said firmly that the man would not understand. After all, the mission of a guard is to protect people, and these words resonated in the hearts of the boys, reflecting hope. The heretic chuckled, not understanding what mission and justice he was talking about, and he said that such loud words are spoken by weaklings. Russell grinned, adding that this was said by someone who hides behind people's backs and is afraid to kill himself. Then the heretic fell silent, gritting his teeth. And then he decided that if that was the case, and if Russell wanted it, he would kill him with his own hands, and the skeleton standing behind the hero grabbed him. The undead placed the same cloth in the boy's mouth as the other students, so that he could not resist. The heretic spread his arms, looking worriedly at the child from the fire tower. A consistency of forbidden magic began to gather around the man. A blade appeared in the villain's hand. He said that he was sorry that he would not be able to hear Raymond's screams, but there was no choice. The man took a few steps towards the student, holding the blade tightly in his hand. And then Russell thought that there was magic that didn't require a spell. It could be used with the mind. He remembered the additional reward in the form of a ring that he had received for reaching the fourth circle. This cloud ring belonged to the magic of artifacts, and could turn into a thundercloud, the power of which was revealed as the hero's strength grew. Right now, that ring was on Russell, and he stood motionless, but the first flashes of lightning were already appearing in the sky. The heretic triumphantly declared that the death of the child from the fire tower would be the beginning of their revenge. Suddenly the sky lit up and there were more and more bright lightning bolts. Russell's body began to electrify, and it was at that moment that the heretic looked up. Gripping the fabric tightly with his teeth, the boy, as if he himself was made of electrical discharges, mentally ordered the thunder hoof to crush them. The electric light, so bright that it seemed white, began to grow, falling to the ground. The sky called forth a powerful flash of lightning, which fell to the ground, illuminating the entire forest and blinding the poor students of the academy. Multiple electrical charges pierced the heretic's body, forming smoke around him. The stone he held in his hand to control the undead cracked. His body was convulsing with electricity. The man's skin darkened and his eyes rolled back. He could not move. There was tension around Russell as well, but it protected him, and the skeletons standing nearby fell. The hero stood, holding this force and gradually reducing it. A blue-eyed student approached him from behind. He untied Russell's hands, saying that the guy was truly amazing. He couldn't believe that the hero used the artifact's magic in such a situation. Raymond pulled the bandage off his mouth, smiled, and thanked his classmate. The blue-eyed man felt awkward, looked away and scratched the back of his head, saying that they should be thanking him. And then he turned towards the rest of the guys, adding that they should call the judges. It seemed like everyone needed treatment, but despite the situation, the brunette asked the girl to tell the judges that he did it for her. He untied her hands. However, Russell calmly said that the judges would soon be here because his friend, who was at that time burning a mark on a tree, would bring them. The little dragon looked around happily, making sure that the tree was on fire. Thus, by setting fire to the trees one after another, the spirit created a path leading to the disciples. Blue-eyed smiled, gratitude and relief shining in his eyes along with wonder. He was curious to see how much Russell had thought this through. As the boy turned to help the others, Raymond looked down. His cloud ring sparkled, and surprisingly it used more mana than the hero expected. When the blue-eyed man passed by the heretic's body, it twitched, shining green. He lay on the ground and whispered something with his last breath, attracting clots of forbidden magic from the defeated undead. This power climbed into his eyes, penetrating into his consciousness, the heretic pronounced, like an order that he dedicates his life and death. Blue Eyes stopped and turned sharply towards the body along with Russell. Mountains of skeletons merged with each other, growing into a hill. It was a giant skeleton summoning. The energy of this creature greatly exceeded the fifth circle. Blue Eyes shouted to the others to run into the forest. The brunette immediately jerked from his place, pushing the others. He decided to escape from here at any cost. However, he hesitated when he saw a bag of mana stones next to him, which the students needed to find in order to successfully compete. Russell activated fire magic. The blue-eyed man shouted at him what he was doing and why he wasn't running. The hero replied, looking at the skeleton, that this is all he wanted. Meanwhile, Judge Olson and Professor Hubert were racing through the forest, and Russell said that he was the only one who could buy time. This giant creature with a huge mouth and tongue stood right in front of the hero. Blue Eyes saw that Russell's mana was already running out, so what was he planning this time? However, Raymond did not hesitate. The skeleton, oozing dead magic, swung its sinewy arm and struck the ground. Luckily, Russell managed to jump into the air and get behind the undead. He understood that these attacks could not be blocked with just a shield. Each blow of the creature was very dangerous. Raymond swung his spear, and with all his might, he threw it from the air straight at the skeleton. The fire wounded him in the side, and the skeleton turned around and growled. Russell landed next to the undead at that moment. His attack landed well, but it was all too complicated. The guy's anxiety increased when he saw how the torn-off piece of the skeleton's body began to heal. Did he really have regeneration? Russell saw the creature's huge, sharp-sided tail begin to sink into the ground. He lifted the top layer of earth upward as he made his way for half a day straight to Russell. And then it suddenly burst out right in front of the hero's face, causing Raymond to almost lose his footing, and the sharp end was aimed at him. The guy cursed loudly, holding his hand out in front of him, but his mana was running out. Russell fell, shielding himself with his hand, when suddenly an icy stream froze the end of his tail. Blue-Eyed shouted that the guy saved his life, so he can't just leave him. He attacked the skeleton from behind, freezing its legs. At this time, the rest of the guys started running away. At that moment, Rizik turned around. His gaze was caught by another student. They exchanged silent glances, and understood each other without words. The brunette holding the bag of stone shouted why they were going back there. However, the students heard the blue-eyed man agree with Russell's words when he said that protection was the Guardian's mission. While the brunette was shouting that if something happened to them, it was not his fault, the young heretic came to his senses. His arm was completely burned after Russell's attack, and when the heretic heard the sounds of battle, he turned his gaze and saw a giant skeleton. He now understood the elder's actions. It was a sacrifice. The guy smirked, telling the heretic, who was unlikely to hear him, that it served him right, because he did all this shit just for his own skin. Rizik, who approached Russell, said that the others were already ready for battle, and he apologized for their delay. The hero was very surprised, because this was not part of his plans. However, there was no way out, so he smiled. He created a flaming spear and shouted that since they wanted to fight together, he would not stop them. He threw his spear at the skeleton, shouting that if they wanted to live and win, they had to listen carefully to Russell. On Rizik's face, even though he decided to help, tension and fear were visible. The giant skeleton managed to escape from the block of ice. Russell said he would break through his defense, and taking aim with his spear, he shouted for the boys to attack with all their might. A powerful fire weapon flew straight at the undead's head. The skeleton could not move. Russell shouted to attack now, and ice spears and electric charges followed. There was a loud explosion, blinding the students. The skeleton stopped, and even let out a roar that sounded like pain. The protagonist cursed because the skull of this undead also regenerated. Russell's hand was already shaking. He wanted to attack again, and holding his wrist with his other hand to gain strength, the guy tried to repeat the spell. Vermilion and the professor saw from the air the path of fire laid by Pepper, and they jumped down. Russell tried to pull himself together because all the guys were risking their lives for the Guardian's mission, for him, and he decided that they shouldn't stop. He wanted to protect them, so he activated the maximum power of the flaming spear. His pupils turned yellow, and the whites filled with black again. Raymond gripped the fire weapon with all his might, and he concentrated his power in it, and even horns appeared on his head. Without holding back any longer, the protagonist jumped and threw the spear with all his might, which began to fly faster, leaving a huge trail. The guys also activated their abilities to the maximum and went on the attack. This fiery power was enhanced by spells of other elements. With a joint effort, they managed to pierce the undead's head. Half a minute ago, Olsen had already arrived at the scene of the fight. He was surprised and angry at the same time when he saw the giant skeleton. The judge didn't understand what these weaklings were doing here. They should have just run away. Olsen Vermillion believed that compassion was a weakness, and if one falls, the rest will follow him. A moment later, the flaming spear struck the skeleton. The wave of impact grew. Olsen froze in place. Even Professor Hubert managed to run up. At that moment, Vermillion realized something important. When I saw how the fire pierced through the undead, the judge realized that through compassion, if one stood up, everyone would be drawn to him. That someone was Russell, surrounded by the boys. The giant skeleton was knocked down, its head torn off, and the smoke around it was clearing. From the side of the skeleton's body appeared the one who had brought the sacrifice. He narrowed his green eyes. Things were bad for this heretic. The man said that this was not all, and began to collect the forbidden magic of the cult bit by bit. At that moment, Olsen turned his foot and stood in a stance, concentrating the force of the overheating in his hand. He held his hand, clenching it tightly into a fist. The heretic saw this growing power, and a second later, the judge of the fire tower threw the ball, shouting for this sinful creature to disappear. The flow of wind and light made the students cover their eyes, while others watched with their mouths open. This blow was precise, right on target, and fantastic in its power, such that it wiped out part of the forest in an instant. Russell told the judge that if he wanted to help, he should have come sooner. The guy said this with a smile on his face, but his gaze grew cloudy. After these words, he passed out. Professor Hubert held him back, saying, "Good work," but Russell could no longer hear him. Vermillion, looking at the young man, grinned. And at that moment, the protagonist received recognition from all 10 judges. After some time, someone's voice asked the guy if he was awake when Raymond opened his eyes. The boy sat up in bed, asking Professor Hubert if the other students were okay. The man replied that yes, and that it was thanks to Russell. Everyone unanimously said that if it weren't for him, they could have died. The young man was delighted and replied that they had helped too. Professor Hubert asked if Russell was interested in the test results, and when the hero remembered about the test, the man shared that he and the judges had something to discuss. When the heretics attacked the students, the test assignment became meaningless. Teamwork was more important than competition. Taking this into account, the judges came to a unanimous decision. Namely, that Russell had the highest score on this test, and when the guy heard this, he didn't believe it at first. He couldn't stop being happy, because this was the highest score in the tower test. His eyes sparkled, and tears came out of them. Russell leaned forward to hide his face. He thanked the professor, and Hubert placed his hand on his student's back. The teacher also said that regarding the heretics, the academy had already begun an investigation to find out who was behind this. So soon, they will be able to find the root of this evil. Russell said there was another heretic there, and the professor winced, asking if they hadn't killed them all. During the fight, when the guy saw that defeat was inevitable, he managed to escape deep into the forest. Although he retreated, he decided with passion that he would definitely take revenge on this newcomer to the fire tower. Olsen entered the room and said that they seemed to have missed him. He asked the student to step outside for a minute. The professor stood up from his chair and blocked Raymond's path, saying that he needed to rest. However, the main character, smiling, said that everything was fine. A couple of minutes later, they went out into the street with the judge of the fire tower. The man said that Russell must have felt limited in his battle with the heretics. After all, there were weaklings with him, but the guy didn't respond to this definition. The judge shared that he thinks that sympathy is a weakness, and so far no one has convinced him otherwise. Russell agreed with Olsen. However, he added that the weak exist so that the strong can become even stronger, and so that they have the opportunity to protect those who are weaker. And those, thanks to the protection they receive, will also want to become stronger. Russell said no one will be left behind. Everyone will just take a step forward. Olsen chuckled, agreeing that it was a good answer. And then he threw the guy a cloth bag and asked him to open it. When the hero untied it, he saw the robe of the fiery tower. However, the judge told him not to rush too much. And he said that if Russell wanted to get into the fire tower, he needed to pass one more test. And the guy was surprised, because the tests were already over. The man said that this was an ancient tradition. He drew a magic circle around himself and explained that Raymond needed to push him out of the circle. The boy can use any magic, and if Vermillion goes beyond the limits, then the student wins. But if he loses, he will get what he deserves. Russell pulled his hand back, extending it into the magical inventory, and said that Olsen would not regret this later. The guy moved his palm towards himself and exhaled. He chuckled, and he squeezed his hand. His aura flared up, and excitement was visible in his eyes. The hero repeated that Vermillion allowed him to use any magic. Professor Hubert was angry and shocked when he saw what was happening from the window. As confident as Vermillion was, Russell managed to pass this test without any problems. The referee's foot went outside the circle. The man grinned, because he was wearing protection higher than the 5th circle. And yet Raymond pushed him away. Professor Hubert walked quickly towards Olsen and indignantly asked him what he was doing. He screamed, asking why the elder was torturing Russell, since his body had not yet recovered. Olsen coughed, closing his eyes, and said that this was their ancient tradition. But the professor objected that only old people said that. The elder became angry at this statement and shouted back that this was necessary in order to discipline the student in advance, and Hubert replied that if he was disciplined more strongly, the entire academy would fall apart. The teacher sighed and put his hand on the hero's shoulder, asking for forgiveness for the judge of the fire tower. But the hero laughed, answering that everything was fine. Vermilion said that in any case, Russell passed the test, and only he alone. The main character, at the most unexpected moment, used a magical artifact. In addition to the main magic, Vermilion defended himself, blocking the attacks. Yet he didn't think Raymond would summon a spirit. The dragon that appeared opened its mouth, spewing fire, which was discouraging. Olsen admitted that he was surprised. Even Professor Hubert was interested. The main character summoned the dragon again and said that his name was Pepper. The two men looked at the little spirit and said nothing, but when he roared, they both blushed and called Pepper cute. Thus, the main character managed to graduate from the academy, and as a parting word, he told the guys that he hoped that they would all receive the enlightenment of mana. The guys who fought shoulder to shoulder with Russell applauded him loudly and were happy for him. Afterwards, Professor Hubert praised the boy's speech, saying that it was suitable for the best student, and he thanked him. The professor said that Russell was no longer a student, so he could call him senior, and the hero accepted this, addressing Hubert in this way. The man asked if Raymond had a place to stay in the capital, to which the guy replied that he wanted to rent a small room on the outskirts. Hubert replied that it was not necessary, and offered to stay with him because he would not return anyway, until the contract with the academy was signed. The boy asked if he would disturb the elder, and Hubert replied that of course not. Raymond never used the house he bought from his teacher. The hero closed his eyes, because he had some kind of feeling of déjà vu. Soon the graduated student began to collect his things, with which the little dragon kindly helped him. Russell received a notification congratulating him on his graduation from the academy, and receiving special awards for it. The young man was surprised because it was the same card. Then a new task appeared. Find a point on the map and complete the mission. The hero smiled. He knew this place exactly. It was Kulil Island, a forbidden place where people do not land, because it is filled with magical beasts. It is a very dangerous place that can only be entered by those with the sixth circle. Russell was very interested in what this opportunity wanted from him. The guy studied the notification. Does it just want Raymond to become stronger? Or wants the guy to become stronger and do something? He recalled the torment he'd experienced when receiving the horn of the Forgotten King. The hero sat on the bed and stroked the spirit, but he didn't yet know what exactly was required of him. The boy picked up the dragon and said that he needed to become stronger to protect the weak, and the spirit made a joyful sound. Soon Russell got into a carriage and quickly set off for the capital, but not alone. He was now accompanied by his mentor, Olsen Vermilion, who asked if this was Russell's first time in the capital, but the boy replied that he had already been there. Then the man thought it was Russell Raymond. Of course he was there. The hero turned to the elder. He wanted to ask something. This concerned Professor Hubert's assignment. The guy asked if this was related to the heretic. And if not, then why did the professor return right during the heretic's attack? Vermilion chuckled, calling the boy smart. And he said that Russell was right. Hubert must find the Society of Heretics, although it was hard to call them a society. However, these people were engaged in forbidden magic and sacrifice. Russell said he wanted to help the professor. Olsen asked if the hero really wanted to find the heretics. However, the man immediately realized that the guy was not bluffing, because he has a very confident look. Vermilion said loudly that a man must have big dreams, so he would talk to the master. The student thanked Olsen. He added that this was only if Russell learned one spell before arriving in the capital, and the guy smiled awkwardly, thinking that Olsen really liked bets. The man clenched his hand, demonstrating his strength, and said that this spell was called overheating. This magic kills with one hit. However, it has its limitations. Vermilion asked Russell to imagine that he was drawing on his mana and shooting it like a slingshot. Asked if Russell could handle it. That night, the two of them stopped to spend the night, sat by the fire, and trained their powers of concentration. All this time, while they were traveling to the capital, the hero worked hard on this. His magical aura became noticeably stronger, and one day he tried to use this spell, which was successful. The mountain was deeply pierced. Then Russell exceeded Olsen's expectations. Vermilion didn't think the guy would add his elemental magic to the overheating. The man wondered if he had ever seen someone so talented. Raymond said his hand was shaking. The elder said that the boy probably already understood that it takes a lot of mana, so he needs to be careful. After using it, he can be counterattacked. Then Russell asked if it was worth using it against strong opponents. Vermilion replied that not always, and advised him to remember that the best defense is a good offense. And you can meet a strong opponent at any moment. However, the strong are accustomed to underestimating those who are weaker than them, and eventually the moment comes when they weaken their defenses. Then the trump card in the sleeve will determine the outcome of the battle. Russell saw other people arrive with them. The guy with glasses extended his hand to the master, asking him to be more careful. The main character recognized the man offering his hand. The guy bowed to Professor Daria and thanked her. Because it was thanks to her that he was here, the woman congratulated him on entering the fire tower. The woman turned to the student, wanting to add something. She said that his arrival coincided with the master of the spear tower. His name was Melville Hemingway. The man raised his blue eyes to Daria, saying that he had been wondering why she had chosen this day, and he realized that she wanted to brag about her new student, which Daria did not deny, and the character blushed a little. The woman added that Russell had already become a hero who had defeated the heretics, and then she shot the master a glance, asking if he should reproach her for bragging about her student. All this time, Raymond was looking at the guy standing next to the master of the spear tower. The guy recognized him. It was Alan Page, who in a few years would become the youngest Sixth Circle, an incredible genius who helped Russell a lot in his past life. The guy didn't think that they would meet again like this. The master said that he simply couldn't help but brag. After all, objectively speaking, Alan is stronger. Olsen propped his head up with his hand as he sat in the chair, smiling as he watched the conversation progress. As the two were at it again, Professor Daria, releasing mana, asked if Melville had forgotten that her student was younger, and the master replied that he had taken this into account when comparing them. Even though they laughed together, they still threw barbs at each other, and there was tension in the air. A clash of two forces from different towers. Alan suddenly put his hand on his teacher's shoulder and said that their master usually didn't behave like this. But when he is with Miss Daria, the child in him awakens, which Melville is outraged by. Alan leaned over, adding that the master simply missed his youth, and the man called him a scoundrel who was talking nonsense. The magician asked the teacher, hinting to him that he still needed to go to the palace, and the master came to his senses, chuckling. Alan approached Russell and apologized for his insolence at their first meeting. He extended his hand to the new member of the fire tower. The hero replied that everything was fine, accepting the handshake, and then Russell added that he was a little disappointed. After all, he thought he could show Alan his magic. Even Olsen was surprised by what he heard and stopped being in the clouds. The master burst out laughing, calling Raymond a daredevil. Then his eyes turned blue and he said he wondered where he got his confidence from. This force moved towards Russell and surrounded him in a wave, causing the protagonist's hair to blow back. Raymond didn't resist, but only looked with interest at the mana surrounding him. The master of the spear tower. The guy seemed to be in the ocean. The master chuckled. He would never have thought that something else would surprise him in this life. He stood up and addressed the master of the fire tower, and he offered Daria a bet, and the woman became interested. The bet was made over a period of 5 years, and Russell also listened attentively to Melville. Alan was surprised when the master said that if her student caught up with him during this time, he would give Daria one mythical relic. The master of the fire tower liked this arrangement. Russell looked ahead, remembering the artifacts that had existed since the forgotten times of myth. As far as he knew, even the weakest relics contained mana around the 7th circle. Then Daria suddenly said 3 years. She stood up and announced that if Russell did not catch up with his student within 3 years, she would give the master the magical relic. The man burst out laughing, saying that there was no turning back. Daria Snow White added that he could say goodbye to the relic in advance. The master turned and told his student to go, as that was enough of a greeting. Alan bowed to the fire tower master and said that it was time for them to go. When he and the master were going down the stairs, the guy asked if he could place a magical relic. Melville replied that of course, which astonished Alan. The master looked at his student and told him to try his best. The guy replied that it was okay, since he was older after all. And they both, as they went down, thought of Raymond. Olsen told Russell that he had gotten into trouble on his very first day, and Alan was not his friend, for which the hero asked for forgiveness. And he laughed awkwardly, wondering if he had really regressed. After this, Daria spoke with Russell about his desire to help find the cult members. She heard about it from Olsen, and the hero replied that it was so. Suddenly, the Magister said that it was very timely, because she had just received a report from the spies. They found traces of the cult members who attacked the academy. The woman told about Sudra, a neutral city, and that the heretic is trying to escape alone. Russell knew that Sudra was a so-called paradise for criminals, so he chose a good place to escape. The fire tower master added that since Raymond had personally encountered the criminal, it would be easier for him to track him down. She looked into her teacup and frowned, saying that the guy would most likely be ready to defend himself again. Daria wanted to make sure Russell still wanted to take the risk, but the guy was confident. He squeezed his hand tightly, and placing his fist on his heart, he bowed, declaring that he would fulfill his duty as the guardian of the kingdom. The woman sighed and smiled, and told Russell to go tomorrow morning. She will prepare the warp gate for him. Daria asked Raymond not to forget to take supplies with him. The protagonist was glad that the Magister allowed him, which seemed to be the first step towards saving Professor Hubert from death. The next day, the hero got into the carriage, and when it started moving, he put the potions into his inventory, not believing until the very end that Daria had given him these supplies of the highest rank. Even though she gave permission for the mission, the professor must have been worried since Russell was the youngest. And while the guy was thinking about this, he was looking out the window when suddenly he noticed a familiar building. This place was the very museum where he got a chance for a new life. The hero shouted to the cab driver that he would stop here for a short while. He walked inside and walked into the very hall where his journey through time began. The guy stood in front of the dragon's heart, protected by strong glass. All this time he was thinking why such a miracle happened to him, and then the guy came to his own conclusion. It was for his growth, and so that he could protect more people. As Russell said this out loud, small lights began to appear around the ancient exhibit again. Suddenly, a notification appeared with a task to protect the heart of the dragon people and use the power of the dragon at will. Raymond wondered if they were being too generous with the missions, since they had to make a large contribution in the first place to justify providing items belonging to the royal family. It was difficult, but not impossible. Then the guy wondered what kind of mission this was with dragonification. Suddenly, Russell's mana flared up, and his eyes turned yellow again. This was how they explained to him what dragonification was. The guy had felt this before, the feeling of increased magic at critical moments. Russell saw his reflection for the first time in this state, and seeing the dragon's eyes, he did not believe that it was him. At sunset, he sat in the room and reasoned that the power most likely appeared during the test of fire. Russell stroked the dragon's belly, thinking what it would be like if he could just control it at will. He might be able to increase his power by adding superheat to his dragonification, and that could be a fatal blow close to the sixth circle. Raymond collapsed onto the bed, saying out loud that the problem was that he didn't know how to make it happen, because the power only manifested itself when he was in danger. The guy didn't have time to train because of the mission, and Pepper seemed to have an idea at that moment. He pulled his master by the leg of his trousers, but the young man did not react in any way. He lay there with his hair disheveled and wondered what he should do. The spirit was already starting to get angry at him, especially when Raymond said that it didn't matter how hard he concentrated because he couldn't just go and feel it. The dragon, in order to attract attention, opened its mouth and fired fire directly at Russell. And only after his hair stood on end and his skin turned black in places, the hero stood up, and Pepper growled discontentedly. The boy gasped, asking the spirit if he was really saying that he could help him. The little dragon closed his eyes and raised his paw up, waving it happily. The main character sat down more comfortably on the bed, and Pepper flew up and sat on his master's head. Russell closed his eyes, concentrated, and when he woke up, he found himself in a different place. He realized that he was in the spirit world, where he first met Pepper, and the flow of time here was not the same as outside, so it was an ideal place for magical training. However, Russell didn't have a sparring partner, and just as the boy was thinking about it, he noticed movement out of the corner of his eye. A huge red dragon appeared above him, bowing its head. Raymond looked up in fear, questioningly calling this powerful creature Pepper. The red dragon closed his eyes and growled softly, causing Russell to be surprised that it was his spirit, and stroked its nose. Raymond said that he was grateful to the dragon for helping him, but fighting him would be a bit weird. At that moment, others appeared opposite the hero with the spirit. The guy turned towards the spirits and grinned, saying that it seemed like he had worried for nothing. These mana-filled spirits walked straight towards the hero. The character stretched his arms forward, warming them up, and asked Pepper for a favor. One of the men, wearing a white bandana, told the captain that the heretics had fled the city, and another asked if they should go after them. The captain ordered everyone to gather on deck, and he asked Jackson to report to the tower that the situation had changed. The bartender gestured that he would carry out the order and asked the sir to be careful. The captain chuckled and told Jackson not to worry, because Daria's student will be arriving soon, and the captain won't let him take away his chance to lose. The men moved forward, their robes flapping. 3 days passed. Jackson looked at the magic ball, thinking that the disciple of the fire tower should come soon. Letters appeared on the ball with an urgent report from Sudra. The scouts of the fire tower had disappeared. The men in this city were clearly unhappy and asked what it was. Namely, what is this little guy doing here? It took Russell quite a long time to get to Sudra from the teleportation gate. About a week. But thanks to the training in the spirit world, it felt like a month had passed for Raymond. After all, time stood still there, and it was a great chance for the guy to hone his skills and learn new things. The main character activated dragonification several times, but when using it, some problems had to be solved. The countdown began as Russell deflected the magical spirit's attack. Following him, the guy was attacked by a heron. During the dragonification, a lot of energy was expended, so the hero's fiery spear disappeared at the most inopportune moment, and Russell was swept away by the wave, causing him to fall, cursing that he only had 15 seconds. He rose on trembling legs, resting his palm on his knee. The second problem was the recharge of this skill. After using it, Russell was defenseless, as if he had overheated. As Raymond was walking along Sudra, his path was blocked by a bat. The bald man asked the hero, calling him Little One, if he was really lost. He said he could help him, and Russell smiled silently. And then he gasped, replying, "What a coincidence." After a few blows, the man with the swollen face pointed out to Russell where a place called the Yellow Wyvern was. The 3 villagers bowed to him, wishing him luck. And now the men called Russell not Little Boy, but Sir. The hero thought they were idiots, but out loud he told them to get lost, smiling. Jackson, seeing the guest, greeted him. I asked him what he wanted, and the hero named a cocktail of a 37-year-old Drake and a 12-year-old Briggs. The man sitting next to him called Russell a psycho, and asked how he would drink a cocktail with 70%. In fact, you could die from this, and Raymond knew it, but it was the secret code to the fire tower. The bartender did not believe that this was the same student, because he was too young. Nevertheless, he poured Russell some alcohol and placed the glass on the counter. Jackson put a shield on Russell, and he explained that it was sound magic so that other visitors would not hear them. While pouring the drink, the bartender introduced himself. He was also a mage from the fire tower, working undercover in the Yellow Wyvern. Russell also introduced himself and asked the bartender to step aside for a minute. When they came out, the boy asked if the scout troop had disappeared 3 days ago, and Jackson confirmed it. And he said that the last thing they heard was that the scouts were heading into the desert ruins. They were under the leadership of the captain, and having taken cover, were waiting for his command. Russell asked if they were trapped, and the man said they were not the type to act recklessly. Then Raymond asked if the magician had a map to the desert ruins. Jackson was surprised, but Russell insisted that he had to save them. Then the man sighed. He explained that that place was not one to go to alone. Those ruins near the Empire were very dangerous. Raymond realized that the magician did not believe him, so he released his power. This oppressive aura enveloped the bartender when he started talking about reinforcements. The man could not continue speaking. Jackson looked up at Russell when he pointed out that he could go there himself. The young man demonstrated his abilities, and Jackson was sure that it was at least the 5th circle of magic, and the student controlled it so freely. The bartender found it hard to breathe. He put his hand on his chest, and then Russell's aura began to gradually fade. The man admitted that he had rushed his answer, and smiling awkwardly, he promised that he would show the guy the way to the ruins. Russell smiled back. Meanwhile, the heretic bowed, saying that they had left traces as they had been asked. The man with green eyes replied that it was great, because he could already smell the blood. Russell took another greedy sip of water, and if he had known this would happen, he would have trained in ice magic. Then he poured the water from the flask directly onto the robe covering his head, for it was damn hot in the ruins, and when he got to the right place, he was surprised by its size. It turned out to be larger than Russell expected. The guy ran around this room with a dome. There were many passages around, and they all led inside. And if it were just necessary to find the heretics, the hero would have blown up these ruins completely. He stopped to survey the situation. There could be hostages inside, so he'll have to go in. The young man looked at the entrance, thinking that they were probably strewn with traps. Then he decided to do it differently. He jumped onto a brick wall, then onto one tower, and then another. Russell chose the most unexpected route of appearance, from above, straight through the dome. And without thinking, he jumped sharply inside through the round hatch above. To avoid a painful fall, Raymond used wind magic to catch him. Luckily, there were no traps inside. The guy's attention was suddenly drawn to a fresco with a dragon. It also depicted a black-haired warrior with a huge sword. The guy became interested in who the people depicted in the fresco were fighting. But the second part of it was destroyed. Suddenly, laughter was heard from behind. The boy turned his head over his shoulder. He was waiting for this heretic. He came not alone, but with his warriors, and said that he could not believe that the boy from the academy followed him. And he added that since Russell came here himself, he wouldn't have to waste his energy looking for him. Skeletons with weapons ran towards the hero. The heretic declared that as a token of gratitude, he would grant Raymond death. The hero replied that he was talking too much, considering how far he had run. The cult member's eyes flashed green and he cursed at Russell, calling him a cocky brat. And he shouted for him to die, directing his undead warriors to surround the boy. Russell realized that these were the corpses of elite warriors who had died on the battlefield, and they were much stronger than the skeletons from the previous battle. The heretic grinned, rejoicing that this place would become a grave for the boy. The protagonist took a step forward and a wall of fire surrounded him. The heretic asked if the boy would be using the same magic, and Russell assured him that it was something new. And indeed, he had no doubt in his abilities. despite the number of corpses approaching him. After all, he not only trained dragonification, but also expanded the firewall spell, and added a vector to its formula, combining the fire wave with the wall. The wall that Russell had erected suddenly began to expand, and in just a moment it reached the farthest undead warriors. The skeletons raised their swords to block the blow, but it was of no use. The fire captured each of them, filling the entire space under the dome. The heretic who was watching this shouted, "Did his army really die so easily?" Russell walked towards him from the smoke and embers with glowing red eyes, saying that here was the heretic. The member of the forbidden cult hid behind the wall. He was scared, trying to analyze what had just happened. But it didn't end there. A fiery eye appeared in front of the heretic, for Russell had used detection magic. The guy with the bandage on his face cursed, deciding that now was the time to run away. But Raymond, as if reading his thoughts, said that it was too late to run away. A second later, he was right in front of his face, swinging a burning fist. The hero hit the heretic, but he managed to jump back and fell to his knees, his head down. The situation was hopeless. Blood was flowing from his mouth. The heretic himself was pushing himself into obsessive thoughts about whether this was all he was capable of now, that everything would end like this. Russell did not hesitate and walked straight towards him. The boy told the heretic to surrender and spare his life. The heretic cleared his throat and replied that he could not. Trembling all over, he rose from the floor, explaining that he did not even own his soul. He had sold everything, even the souls of his family. And then he screamed at the top of his lungs that he had given everything he had, and the bandage fell from his face, revealing the dead, undead infected part. Russell stood with his eyes wide open, and at that moment, two heretics jumped into the dome. The red-haired girl created a demonic claw in flight, and the guy a nightmare tail. Raymond looked up sharply. There was a loud bang and the girl laughed, saying that the fucking stalker looked good. The masked guy looked at the choking heretic and said that he realized that he was bait, called the spectacle pathetic, because his opponent was a damn child. The girl chuckled, agreeing that the role of a dying rat suited this infected one. The heretic rose and said that it was he. He yelled that this guy was their target, that he was the disciple of the fire tower. The heretics immediately tensed up. The girl shouted, "Is he talking about that burning bitch Daria?" When the smoke cleared, Raymond snapped his finger and the shield cracked. He became really angry, saying that such pathetic people did not dare to pronounce her name. A notification appeared in front of the main character with the task of fighting the heretics and catching one of the three alive, or killing them all. The guy in the mask told Russell that it would be better if he just died. The girl, with a worried look, objected that the student of that bitch would definitely not meet a quick death. She declared that she would kill the hero and turn him into a puppet, and then force him to dance in front of the fiery tower, and burst out laughing, which only fueled Raymond's anger even more. The heretic with the whip asked Xavier to close the passages. The guy, whose bandage had fallen off his face, used magic to collect the bones of the killed skeletons and filled the exits with a mountain. The redhead laughed, announcing that the fun was beginning. Russell was surprised that they didn't summon the undead stealthily, but instead attacked directly. He had never met such opponents before. The girl asked if the student would not attack. If not, then they would attack. Then Raymond decided to ask one question. What did they do with the scouts who came here before him? The masked heretic was surprised when the conversation turned to some scouts. The girl shouted, "Stop trying to waste time," and released the sting of the demonic claw. Russell used the flash to move, wondering if the heretics didn't know about the scouts. Then what had happened? The opponents, alternating attacks on each other, did not allow the hero to relax. The guy in the mask used the magic of the nightmare tail. The tail, glowing with the magic of the cult, resembling a whip, flew at the young man, and he chuckled thoughtfully. At the very last moment, Russell dodged the blow, trying to figure out if the heretics were pretending not to know about the intelligence. In any case, there is always a way to find out the truth. Russell ran to the side and the girl screamed, "Is this son of a bitch trying to escape?" The distance between them allowed him to activate fire magic and create a fire spear, which, thanks to training, became much more impressive. The main character parried the girl's blows. She was stunned when he blocked her attack. Xavier shouted that the spear had killed the giant skeleton. The girl strengthened the cult's magic, loudly declaring that she was beginning to like it. One raised her hands up, forming a demonic claw, and clasped her hands together. This fusion created a weapon, which was also a spear, but a demonic claw. The girl's eyes were glowing. She asked Russell, sticking out her tongue, if he wanted to know which one was hotter. The protagonist was silent, looking at the heretics like wild animals. The masked heretic called the girl by her name, Bet, asking her not to get carried away. She ran forward, shouting that she was not afraid of some child. Raymond also rushed into the attack. Their spears collided with each other, creating a bright flash. The fire spear passed smoothly, tearing through the demonic claw without hindrance. This attack went further, past the girl's face, whose eyes widened in realization of what had just happened. She slowly looked away, and she screamed because her hand was on fire, and the heretic raised his tail up. He took aim and lashed out, cutting off Bet's head. Blood gushed from her body, splattering Russell's face. The guy called her a fool because he told her not to act alone. And then he turned to the disciple of the fire tower, saying that he was his opponent, but recognized Russell. After these words, his eyes turned bright green, and his tail rose into the air, the heretic emanating a powerful cult force. A gust of wind passed through Raymond, and the hero tensed. The heretic said that he would tear the student to pieces using all his strength. The boy's tail twisted and rose up like a hurricane. It was truly a hurricane, reinforced by the tail of a nightmare. The heretic said that no matter how incredible Russell was, he could repel attacks from all sides. Before the nightmare's tail could move towards Raymond, the fire burst into flames. The heretic turned his gaze towards the tongues of flame. Russell found himself right in front of his opponent's face, taking advantage of the flash. He clutched his hand tightly, and with all his might he struck the heretic in the stomach, using the overheating technique in combination with the mage's body. Fire passed through the heretic's body. He opened his mouth, unable to breathe from the pain. Xavier watched the events with fear, not understanding what was happening at all. Raymond brought the heretic to his knees and grabbed him by the hair. The guy with a bandage on his face was worried. Like, are they really going to lose again? He sat down on the floor and grabbed his head, his body shaking. Only now the heretic realized that he was finished, and that Russell would not just kill him. His gaze darted from side to side and fell on Bet's headless body. Xavier mentally cursed the two. Suddenly he saw a red ball near the dead girl. These were artifacts. The masked heretic bent over to the floor, coughing up blood with difficulty. He looked at Russell and told him to stop playing around and just kill him. But the hero interrupted him, asking him to shut up. Shut up and answer his questions. At that moment, sparks of fire ignited in the hero's palm. Russell asked where the scouts were. The heretic replied irritably that the student was always talking about them. But what fucking scouts were they talking about? The young man looked the heretic in the eyes, trying to understand whether he was lying about not knowing or not. And the heretic noticed that the disciple of the fire tower relaxed at that moment. This was his chance, and while the heretic was waiting for the right moment, a long whip flew in his and Russell's direction. She wrapped herself around the heretic's neck and lifted him into the air, strangling him. Raymond turned around abruptly. Xavier, his green eyes glowing, held the artifact above his head, swearing an oath, dedicating his life force, and his death here and now. Russell recognized this spell of sacrifice, and the guy, looking at the student, wondered whether his comrade really had the heart of a hellish giant in his hands. The whip pulled the heretic sharply along, tightening around his throat while he tried to free himself, cursing. But it was all in vain, and Xavier continued to dedicate the lives and vital energy of the others, their death as well. The heretic, crushed, screamed that he could not be initiated into this. But he was drawn towards the general mass, from where spikes emerged and pierced his body. Russell had to cover his face with his hands as a huge stream of mana hit him. A creature called Abomination has descended. The main character's mission has changed. Now the main goal is to kill the giant. The giant's eyes glowed purple as he raised his hands and looked at his meaty fingers and long claws. The Abomination growled loudly, asking the boy how dare he turn her into this. The creature's powers were concentrated in its long claws. The giant screamed that he would tear Russell Raymond to pieces and release the sting of his demonic fang. The hero was dumbfounded, because in front of him was the magic of that girl, but multiplied many times over in a giant creature. A multitude of purple stings flew at the guy. Now the situation has become really dangerous. The giant's attack broke through the dome, sending rocks flying and collapsing the room. But Russell's fire passed through, and the young man managed to jump out. The protagonist clutched his spear, calling Abomination a damn bastard, and the guy barely got out from under the rubble. Raymond cursed, and raising his head to the mountain of stones, said that the heretic could not withstand such force, and dug his own grave. But it was not to be. The stones above began to move. Russell tensed, not believing his eyes. The creature broke through the rocks and furiously screamed the protagonist's name, swinging the chain. The giant lashed his chain across the sand, raising columns of dust. He shouted that he would gnaw the main character to the bones. A blow came from the monster's back. Russell looked up to see if he had hit the target. Through the smoke and fire, the huge creature stood frozen, only its fleshy legs visible in silhouette. The giant turned around and gasped when he saw where Russell was. He said the guy's attacks weren't working on him. Russell gritted his teeth. The monster was right. He had incredible defense, which would take more than 1 or 3 tries to break through. Raymond dodged, deciding he needed to think of an escape plan. The giant's attacks did not stop, And as if he had read the hero's thoughts, he shouted for him to think. And while the monster was swinging, the guy decided to act now. His firepower flared up. He needed to buy time. The giant grinned, asking where the boy was running, if he was in despair in the face of such overwhelming force. Russell did not deny it, but it was only the beginning. The hero raised his hands up and called Pepper. The sleeping dragon opened his eyes when Russell asked him if the spirit would help him. The little dragon nodded happily to his master. The guy, concentrating his strength, held the fire in his palm. He decided to start now. And with a sharp jerk, he raised columns of fire into the air. A wave of fire flew upward, hitting the giant. He protected himself from the attack with his hands and even coughed. The monster called Russell a fool for thinking that this attack would work on him and cause him harm. But when the giant opened his eyes, Raymond had disappeared somewhere. The hero grinned. Now it was his turn to attack. The giant turned around at the bright flash that Pepper was creating. The fiery wind literally captured the giant. At that moment, the main character found himself in the air. He managed to attract the attention of this creature. All that's left is to hit with a piercing attack. Russell created a fiery spear in mid-flight, and he connected to this instrument the overheating magic that Olsen Vermilion taught him. Meanwhile, Pepper was putting the finishing touches on the giant, capturing him with magical stripes. The spirit smiled and flashed fire from its mouth as it saw its master in action. The giant wiped his eyes, yelling at Russell Raymond to stop running and come out. At this time, the boy shouted that he would do it if the giant asked so, descending from the heavens with a fiery weapon. The flaming spear struck the monster straight in the head. Raymond landed on top, but the monster said it was useless, although he himself could not do anything in those seconds. The protagonist shouted that there would be a strong attack now, and the power of fire and lightning mixed together. The heavens seemed to open up, revealing their menacing, lightning-fast essence. Raymond left the spear in the giant's head and jumped back. He summoned the power of lightning with the help of an artifact, a ring. The thunder giant's hammer began to descend at a furious speed, pressing the spear into the monster's head. The creature's eyes and mouth sparkled with electricity, and its head was squeezed. The attack was so strong that it created several shockwaves around it. This pressure penetrated the dry ground beneath the giant's feet. As Russell landed, he was breathing heavily, but did not let his guard down, because he was not sure that the giant was finished. The hero tensed as the monster's wide legs appeared through the smoke, still standing firmly in place. And only then did Russell see that part of the monster's body had been cut off, and that a skeleton was sitting below. The skull, set on the bones, cracked. The mission was completed, and a notification informed the character that he would receive rewards. The guy collapsed onto the sand, exhausted. Pepper flew up to Russell and rubbed himself against his cheek, comforting his master, and the young man told the spirit that it was a good job. Suddenly, the skull fell off the vertebral bones, and he flew down, bouncing several times on the cracked ground. Russell was startled when the skull fell at his feet. But the most terrible thing was that he could still speak, and said that at the end of her life, Daria found an amazing boy, and who would have thought that he would turn out to be Raymond. This voice coming from the bone oval frightened even the spirit. Suddenly, a green semblance of eyes flashed near the skull, and these bones curiously asked whether the son would be more interesting than the father. Russell's eyes widened when the skull mentioned his family. He picked it up and shouted, asking who he was. Skull replied that sooner or later the boy would find out if he knew what his father looked like in his last years. And after these words, the bone broke into pieces, and the green magic of the cult left the lifeless remains. The last words of these pieces were that Father Raymond had a fierce look then, and then it started to rain. It grew stronger, enveloping the hero's clothes and skin, who clenched his teeth tightly, fury attacking him. The guy was on his knees, screaming at the skull to tell him who he was, what kind of son of a bitch he was. The bone's last words about Russell's dead father awakened pain and intense anger in the young man, but no one gave answers to his questions. Tears of hurt and anger flowed from Russell's eyes, and Pepper pressed himself against his master's hands, trying to console him. So the guy sat for some time in front of the immobilized giant. This fleshy half of the severed body was soaking wet in the rain along with everything alive and was visible in the distance. Especially for those who looked through a magnifying glass, the guy in the light robe and mask announced that they were finished. And, having put away the pipe, he ordered the report to be sent. Meanwhile, the 2nd Battalion of the Imperial Army was located in the 12th Desert. The battalion commander, Viscount Montmart, studied the report, which was written on paper, and he informed the others that as a result of the battle between the magician of Endymion and the heretics, the magician won. According to his report, the magician's power was higher than the 5th Circle, and, reporting this news, the commander slammed his fist on the table, and then he shouted to the intelligence officer, causing him to flinch. The commander yelled at him, asking why they hadn't noticed a mage of that level approaching their lands. The officer lowered his head and asked for forgiveness, explaining that there was no information about the movements of Endymion's mages. Another suggested that this mage might be new, since there was a rumor that a talented brat had recently been accepted into the fire tower. The officer laughed awkwardly, asking if that meant he was a recent graduate of the academy. So there was no need to worry until they took action. The commander called the officer a brat, indignant that the brat was already on his 5th lap, which meant that he could become their main force in the future. There was a tense silence, and the commander sighed heavily. The man covered his face with his hand and clutched the report in his hand. He cursed, saying that he didn't want to, but it seemed that he had no choice and would have to call that psycho. After the battle with the heretics, Raymond sat on the sand the next day drinking water. The words of that skull would not leave his head. Did the heretic really kill his father? However, now the hero needed to focus on the mission and find the scouts, and as quickly as possible, because Russell knew he was being followed, periodically seeing a glimmer of sunlight in the desert nearby. Raymond suggested that they were most likely spies for the Empire, and since they haven't attacked yet, it means they were ordered to simply observe. The guy got to his feet and saw a figure approaching in the distance. Because of the sun, it was difficult to see if it was a person, and he was also completely covered in white light. Raymond felt the magical power and quickly jumped to the side, activating the magician's body. The flash managed to hit the guy and wound his cheek. Due to the hasty actions and the energy spent on the battle with the heretics, the guy was unable to stay on his feet and fell face down in the sand. As he stood up, he suddenly realized what kind of aura he had just encountered. The hero received a notification about a clash with a formidable enemy and a warning that the guy had met an incredibly strong opponent, so the task was to escape from him without receiving injuries. He immediately recognized the enemy. It was Spandam with a sword on his shoulders, chuckling curiously with a grin. The guy smiled, saying that he was definitely aiming for the neck, and he added, surprised that there really was a mage above the 5th level here, referring to Raymond. Russell tensed, biting his lower lip hard because right in front of him was the Superman of the Empire, namely, the disciple of the great swordsman. But his most accurate description was elsewhere. The guy with scarlet eyes said that Russell would be fun to kill. Raymond said out loud the description of this man, Spandam, a serial killer. Spandam grinned, pleasantly surprised that the hero knew him. He released his aura, saying, "What a relief." Raymond watched the killer's every move closely, sensing an impending threat. The killer said that this way Russell would be able to accept all the pain that awaited him. Spandam had a powerful crimson aura. Part of this aura was concentrated in his sword, and the protagonist remembered this man. They just bumped shoulders with him in a past life, and he killed an entire group of mercenaries. Russell himself almost died that time until the magician showed up, and he didn't shield the main character using blocks of ice. Alan Page's blue eyes were like sharp ice flows piercing the enemy. This only irritated Spandam even more, for a worthy opponent had finally appeared before him. Their forces collided, merging. Alan managed to freeze the killer. However, at that moment, despite the fact that Page was the strongest magician, he barely managed to do it. All in all, Russell really did have a formidable opponent in front of him. The assassin announced that he was about to begin and swung his sword, sending blood flying. Raymond raised his hand up. He put up a level 5 shield. A spray of blood shaped like a spear moved towards the dome. And despite the level of the shield, they cut through it without hindrance. Raymond saw this bloody attack before his eyes. At the very last moment, the young man barely managed to dodge, and the flying blood hit past, raising thousands of desert grains of sand. Russell didn't understand where his opponent got so much strength from, despite the 5 shields he had put up. And most importantly, how Alan Page was able to resist him. The killer looked down at the wound he had inflicted on the boy, and he said that shielding is a good tactic, but Russell's mana density is low. After this, Spandam swung his sword again. Raymond was amused by his opponent's words. The crimson blades formed a cross in front of the young man, but he managed to recreate the flaming spear, and with a sharp blow he cut through the bloody attack. The killer froze, raising an eyebrow in surprise. He chuckled, asking what it was when he saw Russell. And he added that the magician was hiding quite a bit of power. Raymond waved his spear and asked if it was true, then how about him? After which he threw a fire weapon at the killer. Spandam looked at the fire spear, amazed that it did not change shape even after being thrown. He used the crimson trick, Volar Sane, to deflect the blow. The killer's eyes were shining. He said with excitement that after all, fights against magicians were always the most interesting. At the moment when Spandam parried the blow, Russell appeared next to him. He gripped the newly created fire spear tighter, and he struck harder and more forcefully. The killer dodged at the last moment, calling Russell a rat who could even use flash. Before he could land after the attack, Raymond noticed Spandam release a crimson attack. Blood spattered and rose into the air. The killer stuck out his tongue, saying that he hadn't had this much fun in a long time. Raymond failed to completely dodge the attack, His right leg was wounded. Blood dripped onto the hot sand, but the guy did not take his eyes off his opponent. Then Spandam told him that he would just wait. Russell wondered if the killer had enhanced his body using aura. This was far superior to the mage's body. And Raymond, gritting his teeth, cauterized the wound with fire, causing Spandam to grin. He tilted his head to the side, asking if all the people in the fire tower were so stubborn, if only such people were accepted there. Russell looked up and froze in place, unable to move. The hero sat on his knees, asking Spandam what he was talking about. The killer grinned even more, and he replied that a few days ago, he had fought with one of these people, and he had not given up until the very end. Hearing this, Russell stood up, realizing that they were talking about the missing scouts. Horror pierced him, turning into waves of anger, and with a worried look, the hero asked if this maniac had really done it. The guy just spread his arms with a smile on his face. In order to find the scouts, Russell wanted to escape after a small fight, because the main condition for receiving rewards for completing the mission was escape. But this news hit the hero so hard that anger only strengthened his aura. She rose from head to toe, Russell exuding this powerful force of fire. The hero decided that now was not the time to think about it. Spandam was amazed, asking if Raymond had hidden his powers in the fight with him. He released a crimson aura and said, "Let's see if Russell can do the same." Provided that his body will be torn to pieces, the main character decided to use all the powers he had, including the artifact. However, the ring had not yet recharged, so there was only one way left. Spandam had already raised his sword to attack. He used a combat technique with a mixture of crimson aura in the Raudal flow. Splashes of blood rose into the air in columns, approaching the guy. Russell stood his ground until the very end. The crimson aura was a centimeter away from engulfing the youth. And at that moment, Raymond fell into a state of dragonification. Spandam, seeing the flash of fire, wondered if Russell had really penetrated his attack. The fireball began to grow, gaining momentum. From this bright flash of fire, the main character jumped out with dragon-like burning eyes. At the same time, he created a fire spear. He had 10 seconds left. The killer grinned widely at the thought that this could be dangerous. It only turned him on even more. In an instant, the boy was in the air, pointing the tip of his fiery spear at Spandam. The fire spread across the desert, burning bright yellow, turning into red tongues of flame. Russell landed on one foot, and then he slowly rose. The killer appeared behind him and said that he didn't know what this guy had done. Then he brought down a crimson blow with his sword, but the hero put out his hand, blocking it. Spandam was amused that the boy had become stronger. Russell looked him straight in the eye, 9 seconds left. He swung his spear again, parrying the blows. And before the assassin could attack again, Russell swung the fire spear with all his might, so that his body was pulled after his weapon. The wave of this attack increased during the impact and exploded in the middle of the desert. Spandam dodged, 6 seconds left. The guy with long hair said that if the hero didn't even have that, then his powers were useless. The killer rose into the air, saying it was time to end this. Spandam turned around in a swing while in the air, and a crimson cyclonic typhoon surrounded him. He rushed down towards the hero, flying towards him like a comet. Russell grabbed the spear with both hands, his sharp movements becoming increasingly difficult after the injury. The sharp blade of the sword wedged into the fiery swing, and the collision glinted in the sun. Spandam seemed to be about to cut Russell's spear, but the boy managed to turn around. The tip of the flaming spear sank into the hot sand. There was a powerful explosion, and the hero stopped, squatting down. The dragonification gradually faded. Russell saw the killer approaching him. He was breathing heavily. The guy stood next to the unarmed hero, and he didn't miss the opportunity to mock him, asking if Russell was done. But Raymond had 2 seconds left. He said there was 1 more second left. And with these words, he stood on one leg, pressing his hot palms to the ground. It was the magic of the 6th circle, melting the ground beneath your feet. Beneath the sandy surface, the flames spread rapidly, causing cracks in the dry earth. Spandam froze, looking at the hot ground in surprise. He didn't know what kind of attack it was. Suddenly, thin streaks of fire rose upward, and in just a short period of time, the battlefield turned into boiling magma. Raymond had already read about this spell and understood how it worked. But because of the 6th circle, he couldn't use such magic. Starting with small embers, this spell turns everything in its path into magma. And the hero was lucky, because he had Pepper, who flapped his wings in time, and holding the owner by the hood of his robe with his teeth and pulling him up so that the guy wouldn't melt. Russell thanked him. However, it was clear that it was difficult for this small creature to support the entire weight of the hero. When Russell landed, the magma disappeared, leaving behind a deep trail of destruction. The guy turned around at the grunting sounds coming from his opponent behind him. Magma swallowed Spandam's arm and left the other without a hand. The killer painfully choked on his own blood. Raymond walked up to him and put his fiery fist to his face, asked if the killer had any last words. He looked up at him and asked, "Isn't it fun?" After all, he is drawn into the war under the pretext of defending the country. But they do not tell him how to return. That's why you have to kill again and again. And, spitting blood, Spandam added that the path of the Guardian is a bloody path, so he welcomes Russell on this path. The hero was silent, listening to the last words of the famous killer, who now had enough strength to smile, despite the pain, and after that his gaze immediately went out. The swordsman with the crimson aura went limp and leaned forward. This is how he met his own death. The mission was successful, despite the escape condition. For defeating a dangerous enemy, the main character received 8 advanced level mana stones. Later, Russell found himself in a bar, where Jackson put a shield on him so that their conversation would not be heard. The hero told him about the Knight of the Empire, who secretly operates in the deserts. And he said that the disappearance of the scouts could be connected to him, which made the bartender's face darken. He cursed mentally, because if this was true, then the newcomer from the fire tower could be in danger. After all, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't stand up to Spandam. But as soon as Jackson thought about this, the door to the establishment opened. A man approached the bar and placed a dirty sword on the table. The guy nearby, seeing this broken and battered iron, asked if this was really Spandam's sword. Russell asked the bartender what he had there. "A Drake cocktail," he said. He smiled as the bartender froze and said just water would do. Jackson replied, "Sure, anything for the guy." Later, late at night, the man locked himself in a room with a glowing ball, where he relayed a report from Sudra to the fire tower, stating that Russell Raymond had killed the heretics in Spandam. Rumors quickly spread, and even reached Camelot, the capital of Endymion, that Russell Raymond, the last heir of the fallen house of Raymond, defeated the magical creature of the heretics, and even Spandam, a knight of the empire. But he was only a newcomer to the magic tower, and it was hard to believe. Everyone experienced different feelings, which the hero saw with his own eyes when he returned to the tower with the help of teleportation. He was glad to see the teacher, and all 3 looked at him with different faces of satisfaction, surprise, and thoughtfulness at the same time, as if they did not believe it until the very end. Daria ruffled Russell's hair, thanking the student for returning alive. Professor Hubert nodded to the boy along with Olsen, who coughed meaningfully. Someone felt relieved. Master Melville cooled his head, chuckling nervously, and said that this argument would not be easy to win. Alan agreed with the teacher, saying that Russell was much more amazing than he thought, so the spirit of competition began to play in this magician. And even to the north, where it was constantly snowing, the news of Spandam's death reached. While wiping the sword, the man asked if that was all they wanted to tell him. It was the Empire's swordmaster, McCrae Hughes, who was full of anger. The young men bowed to him, answering that they did. Hughes raised his sword, saying that an eye for an eye and a student for a student. The swordsman's green eyes sparkled, and the man swung his sword vertically, tearing the air. Everyone had different emotions, but they all had one thing in common: a strong impression of Russell Raymond. This sword strike sent ice chunks flying into the air, creating a cold shockwave. Looking at his creation in the form of an outburst of emotions, McCrae said out loud that he would take revenge on Daria Snow White at any cost. Meanwhile, she rode in the carriage with Raymond, asking him if he wanted to say that the heretics were connected with his father's death. The guy, in the same white suit with cream patterns on the shoulders and a black shirt underneath, confidently answered yes. The woman said that most of the records from those times had disappeared. Therefore, it is difficult to find out the truth and find out who exactly killed him. The hero leaned forward and said he knew. Daria placed her hands on top of the students, supporting him, and she warmly said that if they at least kept an eye on the heretics, they would definitely get to the truth, and that she and the entire fire tower would help him, for which Russell was incredibly grateful. Soon the coachman announced that they had arrived. Finally, Daria said in hope that Russell would soon forget about his worries and expand his horizons today. The 2 of them arrived at a place where guests were also arriving. It was the Council of Magic Towers, a magical community that consists of over 20 magical towers of Endymion. And Russell managed to get here thanks to his victory over Spandam. 2 months ago, he received an invitation to this event as an assistant master, despite the fact that he was still a newbie. He was greeted warmly in the hall, recognized. Even the grandfather with the cane said that it was an honor for him. Raymond laughed amiably and thanked him. He was glad to meet the senior. The men raised their hands and said they would see each other soon. And then Daria turned her head towards the approaching figure. She told the man that she had not seen the master of the Yellow Tower for a long time, and she introduced him to her student. This master's name was Niccolo Machiavelli. He was the organizer of today's council meeting. The hero bowed politely and hesitated slightly as he greeted the organizer. Machiavelli laughed and patted the boy on the shoulder, saying that there was no need for so many formalities, since Russell had defeated that scoundrel student. The guy looked questioningly at the master, not knowing what kind of scoundrel he was talking about. Daria explained that the man was about McCrae Hughes, the Empire's swordmaster whose apprentice Spandam was. Machiavelli said he was very glad to hear about it. Raymond froze when he saw the master's eye, which suddenly seemed to come to life. A pupil appeared in it. Melville, who came up from behind, asked not to stir up the past, but to rather prepare for the speech, since Niccolò himself said that today was a very important topic. The master of the Spear Tower asked how the masters of the Fire Tower and the Yellow Tower were doing. Daria exchanged glances with him, sarcastically saying that he was jealous that her student was being praised, and Melville asked if he was as petty as she was. The Yellow Tower master felt the tension growing and laughed awkwardly, saying that he would go prepare for the performance. Raymond looked tensely after the man, who ran away, muttering that these guys were at it again. Melville decided to ask Daria if she had forgotten about the bet they had made, since the conversation had turned to it, and the professor replied that she had not. The man wanted to brag about what his dear student Alan Page had achieved, but the magician put his hands on the master's shoulders and asked the teacher to go to their places, thereby not allowing him to finish speaking. Melville called Alan a brat, resisting and shouting that he had not finished speaking. Seeing the guy literally dragging the Spear Tower master away, Raymond laughed heartily. Soon the master of the Yellow Tower announced the beginning of the meeting of the Magic Towers. He reported that today's agenda included studying the ruins on Mount Calvain. The ruins have remained since mythical times, but no traces of exploration have been found yet. In other words, there is a high chance that there may be relics there. This news surprised and delighted those present, because they could find an artifact that would change everything. This is why help is needed in this matter. The first master named was Sir Alan Page of the Spear Tower, and Sir Russell Raymond of the Fire Tower. The organizer would like to ask the two of them for assistance. The ladies and gentlemen agreed that this was a good idea, because Raymond had already proven his skills. Magister Daria smiled proudly, thinking, of course, after all, this is her student. However, one person was against it, and the woman turned around. Geron, the Red Tower mage, arrived with his teacher, Master Blaine Trilogy. The atmosphere at the meeting immediately changed. Even the organizer became tense. The man asked if he could find out the reason, and Blaine Trilogy named Russell's father, Alex Raymond. That was the reason. The protagonist's eyes widened when his blood was mentioned. The master stated that the matter was in Alex Raymond's defeat. People were outraged, because how can one blame a son for his father's defeat? And besides, the war with the Empire was a long time ago. Blaine turned around and said with a grim face that this defeat cost the kingdom its best warriors, who gave their lives for the escapee. At this point everyone fell silent, looked down and chuckled. Daria shouted that this was speculation, since there were no records left of that time. The master of the Red Tower agreed with the professor, but also added that he had been there. Daria and Raymond simultaneously showed the same emotion of surprise on their faces. The man smirked, saying that he saw Alex Raymond escape with his own eyes. That brazen expression looking straight at the protagonist felt like an attack, and Russell froze, hearing for the first time that his father had run away. Everyone knew that his father died during the war, but why was this man talking nonsense? And the master kept saying that the Raymond family was indebted to the kingdom. He waved his hand, asking how the youth would feel if they entrusted such an important mission to Russell. If Raymond were to participate in the cleanup, the Red Tower would not support the expedition, and this statement worried everyone. Those present were more on Russell's side, because he was a rising star, but leaving the Red Tower aside was not the way to go. The Yellow Tower master mentally noted how Blaine had animated the crowd with just a couple of phrases. Given his pedigree, this was not surprising. After all, Archduke Bismarck stood behind him, and Blaine Trilogy was the king's uncle's confidant, and the most influential person in these lands. Resisting him means hostility to the entire faction of the Archduke. The only ones here who aren't sucking up to him are the master from the Spear Tower, who called it nonsense. And the master of the Fire Tower, Daria Snow White, asks Melville not to interfere. Raymond suddenly said that he wanted to ask the master of the Red Tower something. Looking the man in the eye, he asked him whether he could be held accountable for his words. All eyes turned to Russell. The master did not understand what kind of responsibility he had to bear. Raymond stepped forward, adding that he was responsible for insulting the Raymond home. Daria put her hand on the guy's shoulder and said that now was not the time for this. Blaine chuckled, making a sarcastic comment about how this family's honor meant anything, and then making Russell Raymond grateful that Daria was his teacher. Otherwise, he would have torn out his tongue as an example to the other upstarts. And with these words, the door to the hall opened. The girl jokingly told the master of the Red Tower that he was becoming more and more powerful each time, and that he could even be mistaken for the king. Those present fell silent. Someone even covered their mouth with their hand, not hiding their shock. Her Highness Princess Hecate Rathmos has arrived. When she entered the hall, everyone bowed to the princess, greeting her in unison. Even the master leaned over. wondering what she was doing here. The princess said that she had listened to their conversation and could agree with the master of the Red Tower. She turned her gaze to Russell and said coldly that everyone had to pay their bills. Daria wanted to object to Her Highness, but the princess added that they should be given a chance to pay back. So she orders the Spear Tower and the Fire Tower to be sent along with the Red Tower. This order left everyone stunned, because just now the Red Tower refused to participate if Russell Raymond was involved in the mission. But now they had no choice at all. The princess smiled, giving Blaine a piercing look. A strange smile appeared on the man's face, and he said that this was a very difficult topic to talk about. But Hecate Rathmos did not listen to him, and turned to the master of the Yellow Tower, who immediately responded. She asked him who was the main sponsor of this expedition. The man bowed, replying that it was she, Her Highness. The princess looked at Blaine again, and said that they had decided everything on that. And then she turned around and headed towards the exit. Blaine raised one eyebrow, watching his departing highness from under his brows. To defuse the situation, Machiavelli decided to discuss the expedition's schedule. Russell Raymond was inspired by Hecate and listened with interest to everything the master said. Blaine, sitting in the carriage, was lost in his thoughts. This meeting was a chance for him to end the Raymond family. So why did the princess interfere? His disciple Geron felt a strong aura, and in just a second, he found himself with a crimson sword in his hands on the roof of the carriage, while the coachman was trying to stop the horses in a hurry. The horses raised their front legs up, slowing down, and then the carriage stopped. Blaine opened the door and sighed, saying that Daria still had no manners. The woman asked him if he really thought he was the only one like that. Suddenly, the tip of a crimson sword appeared in front of her throat, and the master looked down at it. Geron had no intention of standing on ceremony with Daria. He didn't care who was standing in front of him. The woman closed her eyes and tilted her head to the side, asking if the guy really thought this would help. However, Blaine's student did not take his blazing eyes off her. He was surprised when his teacher walked towards her, ordering her to put away her weapon. Geron obeyed him and bowed. The man said that given their relationship, Daria didn't come for an apology, so what does she want? Then Snow White mentioned Alex Raymond, and she asked, looking into Blaine's eyes, if he saw his death. The master replied that he had not seen it directly. He wanted to say something else, but Daria interrupted him, saying that it was a pity. The woman said she was trying to find out the whole truth, so she asked him. Blaine sighed. He couldn't believe that Daria was going so far. He asked if she really knew the late Raymond, and the woman objected that this matter concerned her youngest student. So it concerns her too. Daria just wants to help Russell get revenge, and it doesn't matter who did it. The Fire Tower master tapped her cane on the road and disappeared, leaving behind a dusting of pink petals. Blaine ordered the coachman to turn the carriage around and drive to the estate. He was determined to test something. Meanwhile, the skull of the heretic cult lay on the table, and his eyes lit up with green magic, the very one that is forbidden. Daria was surprised when she learned that Russell was leaving tomorrow, but how would he cope with the mission if his head was in disarray? She asked if he was still thinking about the old man's words. Raymond, leaning on the flaming spear, answered the teacher that no. However, the woman read everything in his movements. And then she thought that those who called the boy a young talent suddenly began to consider Russell's late father a coward. Of course, this will shake him. Daria descended from the air and addressed the child. He kept his head down, and the teacher said that the truth would come out one day, so she hoped Russell would focus on his own path. The hero clutched the spear tightly, his hands shaking. Suddenly he raised his head and shouted to the teacher to direct him again. Daria Snow White chuckled. She knew Russell's path would not be easy, but he had to go through it. After all, children must come out of the shadow of their parents, even if that shadow is incredibly huge. Princess Hecate walked through the night city in a warm cloak and turned around. Behind her stood a huge building with a warm light inside, and a pale moon shining on its top. 3 days later, the tower students traveled to Mount Calvane using the portal. When they arrived, the cold lands immediately surrounded them with their frost, so that the students immediately froze. Russell snapped his finger and a spark of fire appeared. The guy closed his eyes and exhaled calmly, warming himself with a fiery aura. The others also felt that the air had become warmer, even the princess, whose cheeks and nose instantly turned red from the frost. The guy asked the hero if he was Russell Raymond from the Fire Tower, and he replied that he was. The boy said with a smile that they had been waiting for him, and suggested that they go. So they all set off together along the snowy path, while Russell looked back. Various flags hung here, starting with the Royal Yellow Tower. Then there was the Yellow Tower of Everil, and the Yellow Tower of Achaos. All earth magic experts have gathered here. The guy walking in front asked Russell if he wasn't impressive. They came to a blue wall that resembled ice, in which they could see their reflection. Russell was told that it was all made of mana crystals. Raymond placed his hand on the wall and noticed that they looked like mirrors. The guy said that this is where the name of the ruins comes from, the Temple of Mirrors. Soon a man introduced himself to Russell, holding out his hand for a handshake. His name was Spiegelman, who had come here from the Yellow Tower and was in charge of the expedition. The protagonist placed his hand on his chest, showing respect. He greeted the man and introduced himself as a student from the Fire Tower. Russell knew that Spiegelman was a skilled man who had risen from peasantry to become the elder of the Royal Yellow Tower, and was known as the archaeologist who had discovered the most ruins. The guy thought that maybe he could learn something from this man. He was pulled out of his thoughts by Alan Page, who saw the hero. The boys both called each other sir. Russell was pleasantly surprised that Page had already arrived. They shook hands and Russell said he was glad to meet them. And then he questioningly called Alan a young genius and said that it was a little unfair. And Page, smiling, replied that he simply wanted to protect a relic from the era of the gods. The young genius adjusted his glasses and added that when the guard from the Red Tower arrived, they would discuss the duties of this mission. Spiegelman chuckled thoughtfully, arguing that it was good that the kingdom's young talents were protecting them. However, what could be in these ruins if they sent so many people? The man with the pince-nez closed his eyes, thinking that this might be too much. Suddenly there was a noise, and all three looked in that direction. The earth mages ran away from the building, not understanding what was happening. Right in front of them, a crystal guard emerged through a cloud of dust, growling menacingly. Spiegelman didn't expect to see a crystal golem here. Page immediately shouted to the others to run to safety. The golem roared, releasing dozens of sharp ice crystals from itself. The mages, who didn't have time to react, bent over painfully, and larger ice spears pierced their bodies. Spiegelman raised his hands, mentally cursing at the fact that the shields immediately fell. He pressed his palms to the ground, releasing yellow magic that cracked the earth. In front of him and the rest of the expedition, pointed hills rose up, and the golem began to attack straight into them. The organizer shouted for the magicians to build earthen walls. The princess held one wounded mage on her shoulder, asking him to hold on a little longer. The guy hung on her, unable to walk on his own, when suddenly the girl froze, hearing a roar behind her. The golem reached out an icy hand towards her. Ice spears flew towards them. The princess raised her right hand, preparing to fight off the attack. But at that moment, Russell stopped her. Covering their backs with his body, he struck with a flaming spear, raising a pillar of fire. The princess looked at this young man in surprise. Russell asked if she was okay. Suddenly he saw purple hair and familiar facial features. And recognizing Hecate, he shouted out loud that this was really the princess, and the girl visibly tensed up. However, there was no time for talking now. The golem roared again, forming a new attack. Alan Page exhaled slowly and threw an ice arrow with his bow at the golem. The monster froze motionless, and the ice stones it was about to attack with fell. Page tried to completely destroy the golem's base, but it proved to be quite difficult. The monster raised its head up and roared with such force that snowdrifts with ice spears began to fly away from it in different directions. Alan grabbed the shoulder that the monster had hit and gritted his teeth, and at that moment, red magic flared up in front of him. It was Jaren's spell, a bloody fire sword, which he struck with force at the ice guard, and broke it into pieces. Jaren said he didn't think he was too late. The guy in the red cloak introduced himself, saying that he was a student from the Red Magic Tower. Russell looked at him silently, and memories came to him. This was a student of the same master who was against Russell taking part in the expedition. Blaine Trilogy reported 3 days ago that Daria had begun investigating Alex Raymond's death and asked the heretic what he thought about it. The skull with the red mark on his frontal bone was amused that Blaine was asking him about it. He replied that he only remembered Trilogy's order to kill Alex. The heretic asked what was wrong. Was he really afraid of being caught? The master clenched his fist tightly and replied that no. And then he added that he was simply disappointed, because if the heretic had gotten rid of Russell during the exams, then Daria would have had no doubts about him. The glowing skull replied that it was due to misinformation that Russell Raymond was just a weak child. Without turning around, Blaine said that now the heretic blamed him for everything. And at that moment, a cane hit the floor in the hall. The man asked if he had been called here to show their differences. The arrival was in person, Bismarck Rathmos. Blaine bowed in greeting to the Archduke as he sat down in the chair. Bismarck asked if Trilogy's nephew was now bothering them. Blaine said that they originally planned to send a few guards. The Archduke raised his hand, gesturing for them to stop, and asked to get to the point, asking how they would clear the ruins. Trilogy introduced Bismarck to his student Jaron, who would join them. And as soon as he creates a breach in the barriers of the Yellow Tower, the minions of this ill-mannered heretic will attack the researchers. Indeed, the green-cloaked mages were waiting for the right moment during the expedition. 3 days ago, Bismarck chuckled thoughtfully, placing his hand on his chin, and he said that they knew that in order to carry out their plan, they had to eliminate the king's supporters. And to do this, they need this artifact from the ruins. The Archduke asked, So shouldn't we play it safe? He handed Blaine a box that glowed green. Russell, who was being pulled along, asked to wait, but the princess did not listen to him, despite his requests to let him go, and led him along. She raised her index finger to her lips, asking him to be quiet, and she explained that her appearance here was secret. No one should know about it. The girl gathered her hair into a ponytail, asking him to just forget about her and go his own way. Although this is difficult to understand, Russell said that she must be very interested in these ruins, and if Russell were in her place, he would also really like to see them, because they are, after all, from the mythological era. And then he looked the princess straight in the eye and told her that she had nothing to worry about. Hecate said that His Majesty and his entourage are trying with all their might to restrain her, but Raymond is not worried about her at all. The character admitted that it was only for a second, but he saw the princess's aura, and he added that she had such a terrifying aura that even knights would be scared, so he saw no reason to worry. And with these words, the guy made Hecate blush. The princess raised her hand and flicked Raymond's face. Russell froze with his hand on his head when Hecate said that it was time for her to go, and she finally suggested that the hero give it his all. As she left, she smiled, thinking that this student was a good person, but he was still a child. Only when the princess left did Raymond remember that he should have asked her for a dragon heart in exchange for his silence. Spiegelman held the yellow circle, shouting for everyone to keep moving together. Russell apologized to Alan for being late. He saw how 4 magicians standing together could not cope. The spells did not work at all. Paige explained that space disruption is one of the most powerful defensive spells, and when the yellow spear entered the blue shield, it seemed that it would work any minute. But he pushed the shield away from himself, simultaneously striking in different places. Spiegelman cursed, tearing off his jacket. He was angry that they had only just found the ruins, and now this. While everyone was trying to solve this problem, Geron stood to the side with his arms crossed over his chest. He decided that he needed to report this to the Archduke. At sunset, a way to break through the barrier appeared. Elder Alan Page reported this, saying that if they used the relic of the Spear Tower, they would be able to destroy it. Spiegelman didn't think they would give up the relic that easily, and Alan replied that that was exactly why he wanted to ask for it personally. Then the man took the student's hand and clasped it in his palms. He was delighted, and said that if Alan succeeded, then he, the head of the Yellow Tower, promised to repay him one day, to which Page replied that he would try to return as soon as possible. Before leaving, Alan bowed, saying that he was indebted to the 2 guys. Russell replied that this was not the case at all, that everything was fine, and Jaren's departure only played into his hands, because now only 1 battle mage remained in the ruins. Russell suggested to Jaren that they discuss the Night Watch queue. The guy in the red cloak grinned and said he would be the first, and then he turned around, adding that he was tired and would go to rest. Raymond found that smile creepy. At night, several Earth mages set up a barrier and settled down near the fire. They tensed as people in robes and animal masks appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, there was a knight in armor with them, and then the magician shouted for them to stop, because this place is under the protection of the Yellow Tower. But they had no idea who they were dealing with, and a moment later their bodies were pierced by a red dagger. The most terrible thing is that this was not the work of uninvited guests, but of an ally, a student of the Red Tower. Jaron walked up to the shield and began to weaken it, telling those who had come that the plan was changing. He explained that there was a space-breaking spell around the ruins. The shield opened and a small passage formed through it. When the mages entered the ruins unhindered, Jaren said that Alan Page had gone to the Spear Tower in order to take the relic that could break through this barrier, and the guy in the black mask spread his arms, saying how much he liked the smell of burning corpses. Jaren explained that in order to subdue Alan, they needed to take Spiegelman hostage. The masked man asked what about the newcomer from the fire tower, adding that kidnapping sounded too boring. Jaron did not hesitate to order him killed, and that he would not forgive mistakes like last time. Then the knight pointed his hammer at him, and he said that the guy was talking too much for the audience. Jaren's gaze darkened. A red spear appeared behind him, and his aura grew stronger. But the man in the black mask placed his hand on the knight's hammer, reminding him that they were both on the same side. However, the knight seemed unwilling to make concessions, and called Jaren Sir Blaine's favorite, and then an illegitimate sissy, which immediately made the guy flare up with rage. He gripped the red sword tightly in his hands and swung it, and the man in the mask set up several portals, and the attack of the Red Tower disciple passed by. Jaren asked worriedly what the knight had just said, and he replied, "Oh my god, you can't even joke." The guy in the black mask suggested that the guy try to open up to the knight. While they were sorting things out, the heretics were finishing the spell with the huge red mark, and when they finished, hands with broken fingers began to rise from the ground. All these hands belonged to one giant creature. Turning around, the masked man decided to warn Jaron that if everything doesn't go according to plan, then he shouldn't forget about that item from the Archduke. Before this, the boy had a conversation with the teacher. Blaine told him that when it was all over, Jaren would live on as a ghost until the Archduke became king, and also that no one would return from this expedition, and the guy hung his head looking at the ground. Jaren asked if he could use that item if things went badly. Trilogy looked at the guy carefully. He put his hand on his shoulder and asked if he wanted his confession, but Jaren remained silent. The man smiled a strange smile and said that he would believe that he would not lose at any cost. This is one of the reasons why the Red Tower disciple went for it. He watched everything go up in flames and said that he would certainly become a ghost that brings fear and despair. Spiegelman kept thinking it was about Russell, but it turns out he wants to know about the many-horned dragon. The elder asked why this suddenly happened, and Russell shared that he saw the drawing, and it really caught his attention. Spiegelman admitted that even he doesn't know much about them. The guy lowered his head, already resigned, but the man suddenly said that he had heard of a similar creature. He was called the Divine Dragon King. Raymond was surprised that such creatures existed. Spiegelman said there aren't many records left about them, so they know very little. But it was said that they raised warriors to stand against great evil. Suddenly a pepper appeared, blazing with fire, growling at something. The man was very surprised that the Fire Tower disciple had already learned to summon the spirit. They both froze as the dragon jumped down, and he stood near the entrance to the tent, growling actively. Right behind this white cloth stood the monster summoned by the heretics, all bloated, with protruding veins. Russell and Spiegelman tensed as they heard his roar. The bloated creature held its breath, taking in air, and the tent was blown up, and everyone around was alarmed, shouting that they were being attacked. When the magicians came outside, not only a monster was waiting for them there, but also a knight. Then they joined forces to fight back. The knight in armor said that this was a pathetic attempt. The students froze, looking in horror at their opponent, to whom they had not caused any damage. Their magic was powerless here, and the knight raised his dark hammer, and then he hit the ground with it. Dark magic was released. A man in a black mask walked among the fire and hummed a melody to himself. He held his hands behind his head when suddenly he saw two magicians jump out at him. The boys crouched down to concentrate on the spell and summoned earth arrows. The man in black made a portal with one hand and said that it irritated him. The portal grew larger, and the masked guy placed it in front of him, allowing the arrows to pass through it. The magicians froze in surprise, unaware that another one had appeared behind them. When they turned around, earthen arrows were already flying towards them. So, without putting in any effort, the guy in the black mask knocked down two at once and turned around, continuing to hum. He turned his head, wondering out loud where this old man Spiegelman was. Meanwhile, Russell managed to put up a shield. He asked if the elder was okay. Spiegelman was angry, indignant that these lunatics dared to invade here. When the attack stopped, they both walked out of the barrier, and on the way, Raymond saw the severed hand of the undead. And then he realized everything, because no one uses the undead except heretics. The elder turned to the guy. He asked him in fear if the heretics were really here. Russell apologized to his elder and explained that he needed to protect someone important. The hero jerked from his place, offering to meet at the entrance to the ruins. The man chuckled questioningly, and he asked if there was really someone more important than him here. While Russell rushed to help, Princess Hecate defended herself from the giant. She swung her mana-infused weapon. It looked like an ordinary tool, the first one that came to her hand. Hecate struck the undead and the giant fell to his knees. She didn't understand where they came from. The girl raised her hand, shouting that it was safe here, and called the magicians to her. The young men in robes ran towards the princess, but their path was blocked. Hecate looked around nervously. A knight in dark armor and a red mask stood right in front of the students. The girl jumped from her place, clutching the pickaxe tightly in her hand. She was sure that she would deal with him with one blow. And finding herself behind the knight, she struck him from above, aiming for his neck. After one hit, which allowed her to gain time in her jump, she landed. Now the knight was looking at her. Hecate was surprised that he resisted. He chuckled and said, "Who do we have here?" The girl clenched her teeth tightly, sweat running down her face from the heat created by the fire. She thought that she could handle it if she had a good sword. Hecate glanced over her shoulder at the trembling mages, determined not to let their fighting spirit fall. She narrowed her eyes, releasing her mana, for she was Hecate Rathmos, the princess of the kingdom of Endymion, and she must protect her people no matter what. The girl got into a fighting stance, and the knight swung, saying that it would definitely be fun here. Then they would make it even more fun. But before he could attack, a fiery trail appeared before the princess's eyes. Russell Raymond charged at his opponent, slamming his spear into his armor. The guy turned to the princess and asked if everything was okay. He almost gave away her situation, but quickly corrected himself, calling her a member of the team. Hecate was indignant, saying, "Who even addresses people like that?" The knight turned to the owner of the flaming spear and he asked Russell, so it was he who gave the gift of the fire tower. Raymond, surrounded by flames, told the princess that he would sort this out and that she should lead the people to the exit from the ruins. The hero explained that he had agreed to meet there with the elder, who was already leading the magicians out, supporting them and asking them to hold out a little longer. Hecate asked warily if the boy himself would remain unharmed. Raymond turned around and reminded her that she had told him he had to pay his debt. Hecate smiled, and she ran to the exit along with the others, saying at the end that she would leave it to the guy then. The knight said that it would be more fun if they attacked together. Raymond replied that there would be 2 of them anyway. The enemy flashed his red mask, looking closely at the guy. He didn't expect that a small dragon would appear in front of him, releasing a fireball. Despite Pepper's size, his attack was powerful enough to blow up everything nearby, creating a wall of fire. During this time, Russell managed to combine overheating and a flaming spear. To all this, he added the formula for explosion. The knight burst through the fire and shouted that such pathetic tricks would not work on him. He gripped the dark hammer tighter, concentrating the magical power in it. Russell swung his weapon, screaming at his opponent to try such a pathetic trick, and he struck the hammer with his spear with all his might. A bright flash pierced the heavy weapon, blinding the enemy. An incredible stream of fire rushed towards the knight and engulfed him entirely. The tired earth mages ran, breathing heavily, their strength fading. On the way out, they met Geron. The guy silently looked at the out-of-breath expedition members. One of them asked if Geron was wounded and where he was, wanting to tell who attacked them. But his speech was interrupted by one swing of the sword. The red aura cut through the 3 at once. Geron watched the mages carefully to make sure they were finished, and then he walked to the edge of the cliff. There he saw Spiegelman along with the others, and I thought, did he really intend to sit in the ruins? And finally, the most important thing is that one figure stood out among the magicians. Geron froze with his mouth open, recognizing Princess Hecate in her. While he was standing there, a powerful fire attack came from below. The guy turned in that direction. The knight, arms crossed, hid his head from the fire. His armor from top to toe was damaged. He couldn't believe his eyes when he saw how the armor began to crumble into pieces. How could black iron crumble so easily? Russell said he finally showed his face. He asked, smirking, why the knight was so displeased. The man clenched his teeth, muttering a curse through them that called Russell a smug bastard. The knight shouted at the magician not to flatter himself. Raymond froze, feeling the aura of this knight. Who would have thought that his opponent would have to use the knight's heart that he had been looking for so long? The enemy's mana became much stronger, and the man shouted that he would tear Russell to pieces. A few moments later, the enemy was right in front of him, but Raymond managed to jump back, and the knight hit the ground. Then the hero thought that the knight was quite fast. Russell grinned. After all, Spandam was much faster than this opponent. The guy crouched down, concentrating a clot of power, and then he rushed from the spot, cutting the knight with a flaming spear. The man lowered his head and coughed, and for a moment his vision began to double. Russell was behind him and was about to say that he would end it. But at that moment, a blue spiral glow appeared in front of the young man. It turned into waves surrounding Russell. Water magic poured out from the magic circle, suppressing the boy's attack. Russell was pushed away and the building collapsed, its boards falling into the water. The guy, getting up, looked ahead, trying to understand what it was. All of Raymond's clothes were in the water. He thought, could it really have been a knight who did this? Another masked man appeared next to the enemy. He said that such pressure was quite useful, but the knight asked him to shut up. Raymond, without taking his eyes off the ball, created another fiery spear, determined not to miss this time. A fire cyclone formed around him, strengthening the spear. Russell swung and threw it, an attack that the opponents would definitely not be able to dodge. The guy in the mask clasped his hands together and said he thought something interesting would happen. He then opened his hands, pulling out a blue portal that opened in a completely different place. Seeing people in it, Russell's eyes widened in horror. An open portal with a flying fiery spear appeared directly above the heads of the earth mages, among whom was Princess Hecate. Russell's spell-enhanced flame spear spun straight towards its target. Spiegelman froze in fear with his mouth open. Everything was happening too fast. The main character lowered his hand, seeing the spear enter the portal. He stuttered and said one word. No. Russell literally screamed at the top of his lungs, and a powerful fiery blast descended upon the ground, leaving behind splashes of sand, smoke, and ash. The main character ran to the place where the spear had landed. He repeated the same thing in horror when he found no one. No, no. Turning around, Raymond called out to the elder and the princess. A hand appeared in the smoke, and a man's voice shouted that he was here. The elder lay with his eyes closed on a cracked stone, wounded in several places, and tried to get up. Russell asked if he was okay and what happened to the others. The man turned his gaze to the ruins. The hero followed his example. Someone's hand was sticking out there. Raymond bowed his head and apologized. He felt guilty about what happened. A red aura appeared next to them. It was Jaren who came down, holding Princess Hecate in his arms. Russell screamed. He was worried about Hecate. Spiegelman looked towards the students. He had no idea that His Highness was here in person. Russell walked up to Jaren and said, "Thank God she's okay." The hero thanked Sir Jaren for saving the princess. The guy smiled grimly in response. The girl was still unconscious. And only then did Russell lower his gaze when he felt a sharp pain in his stomach. Jaren had plunged a red dagger into him, and he drew the blade so deeply that dark scarlet blood gushed from the boy's stomach. The main character bent over, blood rushed to his throat, and the guy started coughing. The elder, seeing all this horror, shouted the hero's name. Pepper appeared out of nowhere and growled furiously, flying towards Jaren to protect his master. But the portal moved him to another place, and the Red Tower student remained intact, unlike Russell, who was sitting on his knees. Jaren turned back when he heard a male voice say that he had been irritated by this spirit from the beginning. Behind the portal stood a guy in a black mask, and the others. The first one called the little dragon an insect. The protagonist's eyes grew cloudy. He had no strength at all to help the spirit. Jaren was clearly angry. He reminded the guy in the mask that he asked to take Spiegelman hostage, but he replied that Jaren himself would be good for that. The elder stood up and, using the last of his earth magic, directed the flow at Jaren, shouting at him to ask how he dared to betray them. The knight raised his dark hammer, ordering the old man to shut up, and he hit him on the back with a heavy weapon. Spiegelman fell face down on the ground, a hole gaping in his back. The guy in the mask asked with interest who the woman in Jaren's arms was. The Red Tower disciple replied that it was Princess Hecate, with whom they could control the entire kingdom. And he added irritably that because of their actions, everything almost went down the drain. The masked man said that since she survived, everything was fine. But Russell interrupted their conversation and said that he would not allow this. The protagonist, holding his wounded stomach, rose from the ground and said that he would not let them leave. The Dark Knight stepped forward, saying that he would finish him. Raymond, pale from his injury, mentally activated his artifact ring, and with the help of this cloud ring, he summoned fog. The knight was already standing in front of him with his hammer raised. He was going to avenge his people. The guy in the mask froze, seeing how thick fog gradually began to envelop the area. The knight waved his weapon, grinning as he shouted for Russell to die. Raymond's eye flashed as he used dragonification. A flash of fire illuminated the knight's face. A pillar of fire rose into the sky. The guy in the mask wondered if this fog was really supposed to block their view. Behind him and Jaren, coughing and sounds of pain could be heard in the smoke and fog. When the smoke cleared, they saw their men lying motionless on the ground. The masked man now understood why the previous squad had lost. He felt it even through the fog, an incredible jump in the amount of mana. The guy created 8 identical portals standing in one place. He wondered what it was all about as he looked at Russell. At this time, the main character was piercing another heretic with a flaming spear. Horns appeared on Russell's head, and his eyes took on an inhuman shape. The masked heretic laughed, calling Raymond a real monster. Jaren at this time carefully placed the princess on the ground, thinking that if there were any survivors, the mission would fail. He created a dual spell, the Bloodfire Sword, and jumping into the air, he shouted at Russell Raymond to attack. The protagonist gritted his teeth. The dragonification was about to run out soon. With the last of his strength, Russell pulled out the fire spear, and he raised it up towards Jaren, who was flying towards him, deciding to bet everything on this attack. Their spells collided, there was an explosion, and Raymond fell to his knees. His body was shaking, blood rushing to his throat. The guy raised his head and saw a frozen, disarmed Jaren. Raymond's fire spear pierced his body, leaving a huge hole through it. The Red Tower disciple's body was pulled towards the ground. Russell looked over his shoulder at his masked opponent, who cursed and said he had simply passed out. The hero rose from the ground warily, wondering why this heretic was alive, since he had definitely pierced him with a spear. The guy in the mask put his hands on his hips and sighed loudly, catching his breath. He turned his red eyes to Russell, asking if he really thought that one person owned 2 hearts, calling the hero a simpleton. Green magic appeared in the air. The man in the mask said that that guy, by the way, is the same, and he pointed his finger to the side. There, he said, was a possessor of power capable of rivaling that of a dragon. Huge black wings, like those of a bat, spread out. At that moment, Raymond was truly shocked. Jaren's body, which had fallen dead, towered before him. It was the heart of the Chimera. This creature with long, hairy paws, tail, wings, and horns landed on the ground. Russell felt that there was so much mana coming from the enemy that it couldn't even be measured. The creature extended its hand forward, gathering the red mana together, and then he clenched his hand tightly into a fist. From a distance, he lifted the masked heretic into the air, holding him by the throat, and he asked if he had deliberately hidden his powers so that he would use the heart. Gasping for breath, the heretic replied that the boy himself wanted it, After all, he rose several circles thanks to the heart of the chimera. Besides, the heretic wouldn't let Russell lose so easily. Jiron threw the heretic to the ground and said that he was right and he had gone out of order. And then he turned to Russell Raymond and said he would finish him first. From a distance, he grabbed the guy in a vice, and the hero could not resist him. Jiron grabbed Russell by the throat and said that he left a good impression. But in the end, he couldn't protect anyone. With these words, Jiron hit the ground with a red spell. The sharp blade collided with the blue shield. The creature told Russell that this was the end. The red blade broke through the barrier. The heretic watched as Jiron got into the swing of things, creating a crack in the spatial disruption barrier. Raymond held out his hand, clenched into a fist, and said that it was not over yet. Jiron chuckled, replying that it was clear and that he had changed his mind. And then he threw the hero away from himself, deciding to give him the death he deserved. The guy went through a spatial rift. He was literally being pulled in there, and Jiron was telling the hero to feel his soul being torn to pieces. Jiron screamed at him to die and spend the rest of his time regretting his weakness. Russell woke up in the ward screaming. The nurse asked if Sir could hear her. The main character rose up in bed. His eyes were blurry. Russell asked where he was. When he began to actively look around, the girl replied that he was in the Camelot Infirmary. Raymond was surprised and asked what happened to the battle in the ruins, but the nurse did not understand what he was talking about. Russell grabbed the girl by the shoulders and shouted if the princess and the elder were okay. The sister did not understand what battle they were talking about. Another doctor ran into the room, asking the guy to calm down. The girl said that he ended up here because he suddenly passed out while cleaning the museum. Russell's eyes reflected fear and concern about what was happening. He asked what she was talking about. The guy was grabbed by the arms from both sides, taken for a violent patient, and the hero at that time thought in fear, like, could it be that he had returned to the time before the regression? He was sure that he was dead, and while he was thinking, his body was pulled together by a magical thread. The woman asked what the noise was, and asked the patient to calm down and come into her office. There she explained to him that he had lost consciousness in the museum and was exhibiting symptoms of hallucinations. Raymond said he never had hallucinations. The doctor wanted to ask him if the boy had ever heard of the nightmare tree. This sinister tree intoxicates people with sweet hallucinations and exhausts them by feeding on their bodies. Russell asked what this had to do with him. The woman explained that pollen from the tree, which was on display in the museum that day, had leaked from the vessel, and that besides him, there were several other people with symptoms of hallucinations, and Raymond shuddered. The doctor added that there is also good news, namely that the museum will fully cover all treatment costs, and Raymond may also receive compensation. But Russell no longer listened to the doctor. His mind was clouded. The main question was spinning in his head. Was all this really a hallucination? The doctor put the documents on the table and said that they described the boy's diagnosis, and when a museum representative came, he would be able to collect his compensation. The woman leaned over the hero and said that now was the time to wake up from sleep. Raymond froze, not believing that he had dreamed it all. Straight from the hospital, the boy went to the tower, because Darius' teacher was real, so it couldn't be a dream. One of the guards shouted at Russell to stay where he was, but Raymond said that he had come to meet Miss Daria. He was sure that she would recognize him. The guards looked at each other. The younger one asked who this man was. The hero raised his face to the sky, mentally praying that this was not just a dream. Russell introduced himself and said that he was her student. The younger guard was surprised. The older one said that he had never heard his name, and he shouted that this guy was definitely crazy, so he needed to be driven out of here. Raymond squeezed his hand tightly. He rushed forward, intending to run through the gate, and shouted at them to let him see her just once. The man with the mustache grabbed the impudent fellow abruptly, and he pushed away. Russell fell backwards into a puddle. He was breathing heavily, and barely found the strength to get up when a carriage stopped in front of him. Professor Daria Snow White was sitting in it. The woman asked what was going on here. The guard bowed to the fire tower master and explained that this guy said he was her disciple. The woman was surprised and looked out of the window. Looking at Russell, she asked him if they knew each other. This question felt like a blow to the head, like a bolt from the blue, piercing the entire being of the protagonist. Russell looked down, concerned. He did not know what to say, and Miss Daria looked at this stranger from the carriage window. Not hearing a clear answer, she ordered the coachman to drive on, and the carriage moved off. It was raining heavily, so Russell decided to go to the museum itself, where it all started. There he hit the glass with the heart exhibit out of frustration and stared at it, afraid to realize that all this was because of the pollen of the nightmare tree. The guy said it was nonsense and punched the glass. His knuckles turned purple. Russell decided that if this was a dream, then he had to wake up as soon as possible, because this simply couldn't be happening. A red ruby lit up above the exhibit, protecting the exhibits from intruders. Security guards ran into the museum. The man pushed the boy to the floor, asking who he was. Another ordered the man to be pulled away. Raymond screamed. He raised his head in resistance and shouted that it was impossible. After that, he tried to prove that his life was not an illusion, but it was all in vain, and several years passed. Russell tried desperately to resist this reality, but over time he faded. In the carriage at sunset, the men passed a book of news to each other. During this time, Russell had managed to grow thin, and a beard the news reports wrote about the youngest master of the Spear Tower. Attached to the paper book was a photograph of an adult Alan Page, and the main character decided that he would never have had such a great chance. The carriage stopped at Walker Hill Academy. Raymond never thought that he would return to such a life and work as an ordinary cleaner. The guy cleared his mind and gave up his ambitions. In the end, Russell Raymond abandoned himself. He began to think that this life was not so bad. Maybe it even suited him better. Suddenly, the main character heard screams around the corner of the academy. He quietly approached the place. Their bullies surrounded one student, asking why he thought he could behave like that. Let him know his place. Russell turned around, deciding that it was none of his business and he should ignore them. But I heard how this student confidently answered the bullies that, despite their words, he would still become a magician. The red-haired man chuckled, saying, "What is this bastard talking about? Becoming a mage, and one with narrow mana passages at that," amused the bullies, and Russell suddenly froze, because he himself had narrow mana veins. The older student told the boy to remember the crimes of his family. While the boy was being held by others on both sides, the red-haired boy said that he would leave a mark on him that he would never forget. The bully approached this student and began to bring his fiery finger to his forehead. The young man closed his eyes tightly. He heard strange sounds, and when he opened his eyelids, he saw how all the bullies were lying face down on the academy path. The young man raised his head and saw a cleaner pretending to sweep. Raymond wondered out loud to himself, as if he was busy cleaning, why it was so dirty. The academy student froze, looking at the back of his savior with admiring eyes. Raymond took a bite of his sandwich and said that it was annoying him, and he turned on the bench, asking why this guy was following him. The young man laughed awkwardly and said that he was just reading a book, and that here, he could concentrate well. Russell's gaze quickly shifted to the side. The bullies who had been following the student became frightened and screamed, hiding behind the corner when they made eye contact with the janitor. Raymond turned away and sighed. He asked the young man, since his mana passages were narrow. He added that he knew one such person who studied at this academy, and the young man asked what happened to him. Raymond threw the sandwich and replied that the man was expelled because he could not exceed his limits, like useless trash. That man was never able to achieve his goal, and for a magician, such a diagnosis is tantamount to a death sentence. Russell said that sometimes it takes courage to give up, but the boy replied that he couldn't. He stood up from the bench and smiled, repeating that he could not give up. The student went off somewhere, and Russell watched him go, left alone with his thoughts. Suddenly, Raymond was called over. The man waved his hand, telling the hero to come to him. Russell asked the boss what was wrong, and the man told him to be careful, that it was better not to mess with this guy because there could be problems. But Raymond didn't understand what he was talking about. The man then explained that this boy was the son of a traitor who had been exiled by the master of the Red Tower. Meanwhile, the heretic cult flourished, and the skull declared that the world of the Guardians was coming to an end. He ordered the heretics to go to Walker Hill Academy and announce their return. Meanwhile, the young man was trying to create an ice ball. His whole hand was frozen, and it took a lot of his strength. Russell, who saw this, asked him why he wanted to become a magician so badly. The hero said, "Wouldn't it be easier to give up?" The blue-eyed youth lowered his head, admitting that he had made a promise. This promise was made to his mother. While they were talking, the same bullies approached them with a broom, a dagger, and gloves. The red-haired leader said that they were lucky last time. Raymond released his mana and told the young man standing next to him to watch carefully, because this is the only way for him to become a magician. The red-haired man stepped back. Raymond clenched his fist tightly, concentrating his strength in it, and struck. Then he taught the bullies a lesson. After that, he helped the young student train. He shouted at the boy to run faster, because his life depended on the distance from the enemy. Overload and Mage's Body is a magic that compensates for weak mana flows with a strong body, and unlike adults with a formed body, this technique is most effective for those who use it during physical growth. But Russell saw how this young magician progressed damn slowly. The young man fell to his knees, breathing heavily, and Raymond reminded him that he had made a promise, and that was all he could do. Later, they moved on to the practical application of combat magic. In the arena, the blue-eyed youth pinned his opponent to the wall and created an ice arrow. It was one of his first victories, like Russell's victories, which turned out to be just a dream. Eventually, the organizer announced the victory of this young man named Spiegel. Then everyone was amazed that the boy with narrow mana flows won. The boy asked the second one if he saw the difference in their skills. The bully was breathing heavily and cursing at these sons of bitches, asking them only to wait. Young Spiegel turned to the stands. Then he thought that thanks to his uncle, who helped him, he became a second circle magician. Russell smiled as he looked at his student. Once again, Raymond was addressed by name. The red-haired man told him that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and called the hero Scum. Russell recognized these features of his school bully, Coma Frederick. This meeting did not turn out very well for the main character. The bald man apologized to Russell, but reminded him that he had told him not to mess with that student. Frederick added that it was because of Raymond that his son had disgraced himself so many times. Then, in the arena, when he was defeated by a mage with narrow mana veins, Russell chuckled when he learned that the guy was his son, and said it was no wonder he suffered from the same bullshit. Frederick squatted down and bowed his head over Raymond, saying that he didn't seem to understand the situation he was in now. And he added that if he used his connections, not only Russell would be kicked out of here, but also his beloved boy. Raymond chuckled again, hiding his eyes behind his long hair. And unable to restrain himself, he burst out laughing. He raised his head, asking again about his beloved boy, and he said he just had fun driving it. Soon Russell Raymond began to pack his things. Frederick Coma ordered him to get out of the academy. Russell froze as he was about to open the door. At that moment he thought of Spiegel. As the main character approached the gate, Spiegel saw him and asked where he was going. Russell replied that he was leaving here, and the young man immediately became upset and followed him, asking why. The hero gripped the handle of the suitcase tighter, and without answering questions, he quickly walked towards the exit. But Spiegel blocked his path and asked him to stop, asking again why Russell was leaving. The boy's eyebrows rose when he saw his teacher's face. Spiegel asked what was wrong with his face, and Russell answered his question with a question, ironically asking what he expected from someone like him. Does Spiegel really think that Russell is his teacher or something like that? And the young man turned pale at this question. Raymond nudged the guy in the shoulder and walked forward, and he told him not to deceive himself. Spiegel froze, and then tears began to flow from his eyes. The young man pursed his lip, lowering his head, and at that moment Coma Friedrich shared that this is why he loves money and power. You can do whatever you want. Suddenly the cart rocked and Frederick was pushed forward. The heretics stopped the horses. Coma looked out of the window and asked irritably how they dared to block the path of the Frederick family. However, instead of answers to questions, a powerful explosion was heard at the scene. Russell heard and saw him, so he turned around. All the buildings were burning, and plumes of smoke were rising into the sky. The protagonist froze with his mouth wide open. The academy was ablaze. The heretic at the head said that this attack would mark the beginning of their entry into the world. He ordered to attack and bring terror along with despair. Also shed a sea of blood, and the heretics unquestioningly carried out his orders. The students of the academy tried to defend themselves and protect this place. An ice arrow flew at one of the attackers. The guy with the purple aura chuckled. He saw a very young mage holding his hand after an ice attack. The heretic said that one bug survived. Russell couldn't just let it go. He came back, and looking out from behind the wall, he saw Spiegel sitting among the fire. The heretic told him he was funny while the boy sat there trying to catch his breath. And Russell couldn't understand why Spiegel wasn't running. The attacker asked the student if he wasn't afraid of death, and Spiegel grinned, replying that he had bought enough time for the others to escape. Russell felt a tremendous magical power. Even professors couldn't cope with him. When the hero had a chance, he became the perfect guardian. But when he woke up, he lost all his strength. So what could he do in this situation? Russell thought he had to run, that there was no point in sacrificing himself. The magician smirked, telling that damn brat Spiegel to know his place. The young man replied that he knew everything, but his next words made Raymond stop. After all, he said that protecting people is the calling of a guardian. The main character was pierced by these words. The mage with a strong flow of mana said, pointing sharp daggers, that Spiegel's naivety was his undoing. However, before he could attack, his body was pierced by a cold weapon. Russell jumped out from around the corner, stabbing the mage with his sword. The heretic follower gritted his teeth and pushed Russell back with an attack. He was indignant, asking how these pathetic insects dared. At this time, Spiegel used the magic of the second circle, creating an ice spike. And while the magician was distracted by pulling out his sword, the young man threw this rod at him, and ice crystals formed on the magician's back. Spiegel was breathing heavily, but was creating another attack. And at that moment, Russell picked up someone's spear from the ground, and he ran with it in his hands towards the enemy. While the mage stood there, unable to move due to the young apprentice being frozen, Raymond pierced his neck with the sharp end. He squatted down and began to breathe heavily. Spiegel ran up to the hero. He sat down next to him, asked if he was okay, and then noticed that the bleeding had not stopped. Raymond told the boy to leave quickly because the rest of the bastards would be coming soon. The young man began to cry and said that he could not leave Russell. Then the main character put his hand on his shoulder, and he asked with certainty whether Spiegel wanted to say that his teacher was not capable of protecting even one student. The young man heard the word about apprenticeship as a recognition, after which Raymond told him that he must survive and become a guardian. Russell asked, smiling, if Spiegel could keep another promise. Crying, the young man placed his palms on the teacher's hand and promised that he would become a guard. Seeing the young man run away, Raymond thought that Spiegel had been like this from the very beginning, like a pipe dream that he abandoned. Because of this, Raymond hated this young man, and at the same time, because of this, he liked him. Spiegel turned around when he heard his teacher blocking the path of the mages attacking the academy. The heretic called Russell a piece of trash, on whom even the magic of the second circle was a pity to waste. Raymond smiled, thinking that thanks to Spiegel, he was able to move on with his life. This gave the hero motivation, and he jumped into the air with his spear as the heretics came running with attacks. The protagonist knew about magic, which can be learned by understanding the principles of magic circles. The first was the flash. The unexpected move allowed Russell to attack. The heretic held out his hand, releasing a green clot of magic from it. At that moment, Russell thought only about the fact that Spiegel must survive, and pitch darkness came. When Raymond opened his eyes, he was told that his time had come. The boy sat up and asked where he was, seeing that his body was a strange shape. The masked man standing over him asked if Russell was awake. The entity asked how the hero liked this world, and the guy answered that he had lost the dream he had strived for so much, but found it again and was able to protect it. Russell's eyes widened. He saw Spiegel smiling at him. The hero became frightened and asked if the young man had been unable to escape. Raymond ran towards the student, but the barrier didn't let him through. Russell dropped to his knees and pounded the barrier with his fists. Now he said that in the end he was unable to protect anything, but they told him that he was wrong. The entity named the hero Russell Raymond, heir to the power of dragons. Russell turned around and asked the tall creature who he was. The entity replied that he was the master of this callous world. The owner gasped, remembering that people called him something else. This place was called the Temple of Mirrors. Russell found himself in his former guise. The entity said that this place shows the deepest fears, and in the case of the main character, this is his own value. The creature made me wonder why the boy was given such powers, and does he deserve them? However, Russell himself found his answer to this question: to become a guardian and protect people. Raymond asked if the owner of the place wanted to say that it was just a test. The owner responded positively, and that Russell had passed the test. And he showed that he could become a guardian even without these powers, because he chose to protect someone by sacrificing himself. And Spiegel said that he would not forget about their promise. Russell placed his palm on the barrier and smiled. The entity explained that what the guy had in front of him was not just an illusion, but the courage that he had defended until now, and that he would have to defend once again. The owner thought that he could finally fulfill his oath, for the time of his heir had come, and the master of the Temple of Mirrors had taken off his mask. Now it was Russell's time to leave with the new light, and the hero received a notification about the restoration of his body and the absorption of the dragon's blood. At this time, Jaron said that the guy left an indelible impression, and he asked if his name was Alan Page, and the guy, breathing heavily, asked the princess for forgiveness. The princess and the elder watched in horror as the remaining student of the Spear Academy barely stood on his feet. The masked boy admitted that he had heard about his genius. After all, he quickly got his bearings and acted well with such a meager amount of information. Who would have thought that he would use the artifact as bait to save the princess? While Jaron was frozen at this moment, but it doesn't change anything. The masked man told Jaron that if he had played enough, it was time to stop. And he, half in the form of a chimera, rose into the air. First, the barrier had to be destroyed. Jaron flew up to the huge relic. Spiegelman screamed, because this was a relic from the Age of the Gods, and they were going to use it in this way. The princess gritted her teeth, wondering if there was nothing they could do about it. Jaron decided what he would do once he got the treasure. Namely, that he will not give it to anyone, but will show the treasure to the world himself. And he will prove that he is better than Blaine, his teacher. Jaron pointed the relic at the barrier and ordered it to release fire. The heavy pipe was about to hit the protective barrier, but at that moment, Russell extended his hand. The blow was so powerful that everything around was illuminated by a bright blue flash. But something went wrong. Everyone was horrified, because the relic of the era of the gods was unable to break through the protective barrier. The elder asked if it was really stuck in the barrier, and Alan Page said that there was someone there. And indeed, Russell Raymond emerged from the barrier wearing the mask of the Master of the Temple of Mirrors. Jaron and the masked guy, noticing her, thought it was impossible. The main character, with a spear in his hand, jumped down, first starting to deal with the man in black. He got into a fighting stance and moved his hands to the side, concentrating magic into one point to create a portal. And when Russell swung his spear, the heretic erected a blue portal upward. However, the flame spear was much stronger than before, and the masked guy cursed. The fire weapon did not enter the portal, but broke it. And the spear strike landed on the ground, enveloping the enemy in flames and pushing him back. The recoil was so strong that the heretic bounced back several more times and fell hard to the ground, breaking through the dry plain. Jaren couldn't believe that Russell was able to break the portal. After this, the main character ran up to Spiegelman and the princess and freed them. Both of them didn't hear what Raymond said. Then he took off his mask and repeated that he was glad they were okay. Hecate didn't expect to see Russell Raymond underneath, and Spiegelman asked how the guy got there. Alan Page smiled, thinking that it would not be so easy for the teacher to win the bet. The princess extended her hand towards the hero, saying that she could not believe that he was alive. Russell took her hand in his. At that moment, Jiran rose into the air, a large amount of red aura emanating from him. Raymond told Hecate that they would talk about it later. Jaren said that this brat was getting on his nerves. With blazing eyes and a grim expression, he told Russell that his return would change nothing because he would kill him and take the artifact. After this, a red flash appeared in the mountains, which fell to the ground and created an explosion. The forces clashed, and Jaren aggressively claimed that the mask was his, while Russell asked if Blaine had planned all of this. Jaren yelled at the boy to shut up. A moment later, Raymond was no longer in front of him. He used a flash and appeared behind Jaren, saying that it was time to confess. Admit that Jaren is just a shadow of Blaine. And Russell struck with his spear, leaving behind a fiery streak across the sky. Explosions one after another covered the mountainous expanses, and Jiran and Russell went down. The guy in the form of a chimera strengthened the sword and said that the truth is simple, and it is that he is not his shadow. With these words, Jiran swung so that his body was pulled back along with the sword. The powerful blow of the red weapon left behind cracks. Russell remained silent, crossing his spears in front of him in defense. Jaren, smirking, stated that if he had this mask, Blaine himself would become his shadow, and he shouted that force could solve anything. He asked the hero that he knew this himself, but Russell remained silent, putting his hand into his magical inventory. From there, he took out a mask and brought it closer to his face, saying that strength is not the most important thing. A notification appeared in front of the hero that the mask improves thinking abilities and increases the effect of dragon blood. Using this mask allowed Russell to increase his dragonification to the second. Raymond told Jaren that courage was much more important. Jaren chuckled, and he shouted irritably that only a person who had never seen darkness could say such a thing. Raymond remained silent, but he still said that it was not so because he too was in the darkness. However, there was a difference between the two. It consisted of Russell following the light. During the conversation, the main character created a magical spear that was much superior to the fiery one. Jaren spread his wings and replied that this was nonsense. He rose into the air so that the sky even turned red and shouted for the hero to prove the truth of his words, to show him the light he was following. Raymond responded by pointing his spear at his opponent, and they both clashed again in battle. After this, both of them sank to the ground. Jaren was horrified, including in pain, when he saw his own severed hand lying in front of him. But why is that, when he even has the heart of a chimera? He wondered why, despite this, he couldn't beat Russell. Raymond told Jaren to surrender, but the guy wasn't going to and told Russell to shut up. Instead of wings, sinewy arms appeared on his back, each holding a weapon. Jaren shouted that he could not lose. However, the condition of his body was not the best. Jaren was coughing up blood. A notification informed the hero that there were 10 seconds left until the end of the second dragonification. Russell said that this applies to him too. He can't lose either. Jaren appeared right in front of the protagonist's face and said as if ordering Raymond to die. Russell kept his eyes closed, and at the last second he struck with his fist, using overheating magic. Jaren froze, his body twisted. The wave of fire passed through him and further, testing everything around him. It broke through the mountain, letting the remains of the rays of the setting sun through it. The main character stood with a spear in his hand, looking down. Jaren lay on the ground, choking on his own blood. But he still wasn't going to give up. He said that he hadn't yet. He raised his head to Raymond, and with his last breath spoke of what was not yet finished. But it was already too late. At that moment, Jaren thought about the gift of the chimera, and about the fact that he wanted to become a dragon, but he couldn't. Was this really his destiny? And Jaren's gaze went out. The main character's blow left a mark on the mountain from which magma began to flow. Russell was called and turned around. Princess Hecate and Alan Page, supporting Spiegelman on their shoulders, waved at the hero. Raymond smiled and waved back. Suddenly, Pepper crashed into the hero. The little dragon cried, growling pitifully on his master's chest, and Russell calmed him down, saying that he was okay. The guy closed his eyes and said, "Thank God." And then he invited everyone to come back. and when he opened his eyes, the princess was standing over him and smiling. All three stood near the main character, not intending to leave him alone, and together they set off back to Endymion. After the battle, the heretic picked up Geron's hand from the ground, and he took her with him, entering the portal to report what had happened. Later, a high court was held in Endymion, the charge being that Geron, by conspiring with heretics, had created a threat to the security of the kingdom. One of the judges added that his teacher, the Master of the Red Tower, was also to blame for this. Defendant Blaine was asked to step out, and he obediently complied with the judge's request. He was asked if Blaine had anything to say in his defense, but the man replied that he did not, and that it was his own fault for not noticing Geron's changes. He added that the student's sins fall on the teacher, and as the Master of the Tower he is obliged to bear responsibility, but his speech was interrupted. Bismarck Rathmos stood up and asked His Honor if he could say something. Not hearing an answer, he turned his gaze to the hall, to the witnesses. His piercing gaze looked gloomy. Many felt sick from this aura, and Bismarck looked at the judge and said that he was right, but the master worked hard for the good of the nation. Therefore, he proposed to give him a suspended sentence of 6 months, and the judge nodded silently. Bismarck grinned. Daria, watching Bismarck's facial expressions, decided that they had all conspired. She looked up at the balcony with a frown. His Majesty was personally present at the trial. The Archduke was constantly testing the patience of the royal family, so it was no surprise that Darius was worried about what His Majesty was thinking at that moment. After the trial, Russell changed his clothes, and the elders said that they suited him very well. The princess, who entered the hall, said, "So they are here." Everyone closed their eyes at the same time, greeting Her Highness. Hecate smiled, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, and asked them not to bow to her, since she should be the one thanking them. The princess held her dress and bowed, saying that she was very grateful to her rescuers. She singled out Sir Russell in particular, causing the boy to flinch. The girl winked at him and said that they would see each other again. Russell closed his eyes, thinking he had to focus, because it's a great opportunity to imprint the Raymond name in people's minds. Russell, Allen, and Spiegelman knelt before His Majesty, where everyone had gathered to honor the knights for their services. The king said that they had considered their combined achievements and decided to reward each one separately, the first being Spiegelman, the mage of the Yellow Tower, who had resisted the heretics who threatened the safety of the kingdom. His Majesty placed the tip of his sword on the man's shoulder, rewarding Spiegelman with 200 gold pieces and 2 mana enhancement tablets in gratitude. Sir Alan Page, second son of Earl Page and Mage of the Spear Tower, fought valiantly against the heretics who coveted the relics. He is awarded the Medal of Dawn and the title of Baron, and Alan bows his head, saying to His Majesty, "As you command." And finally it was Sir Russell Raymond's turn. The king asked the boy to raise his head. Raymond obediently, but not without surprise, raised his head to His Majesty. The king said that in the past, Russell's father had fled the battlefield and put the safety of the kingdom at risk, which shocked those present. He added that he understood why ministers doubted the loyalty of the Raymond family. Russell bit his lip nervously at these words, but the king told the hero to dispel these doubts, and Russell looked questioningly at His Majesty. His Majesty said that the Master of the Fire Tower said that Russell had reached the 5th circle, and Miss Daria stood with her head held high, and Melville sighed sadly. Daria Snow White thought that the deeper the darkness, the brighter the light. Blaine froze when His Majesty said that with such an achievement, no one would doubt Russell's usefulness. It turned out that His Majesty had decided to publicly make Raymond a hero, and weaken the influence of the Archduke. Russell stood in the middle of the room and created a projection of a circle, the first spell related to the first circle, displaying the element of human magic. But for an audience unfamiliar with magic, it was the best spectacle. The fire rose up and swirled above the majestic ceilings, obeying Russell. And indeed, this spectacle impressed the spectators and frightened them at the same time. Even Melville froze as the projection of the circle increased to the 5th. Alan Page acknowledged that Raymond's rate of development was incredible. The rapidly changing circles amazed everyone. Russell bowed again to the king after demonstrating his abilities, and His Majesty confessed that he considered the hero's father a fading flower. And he added, "Who would have thought that he was hiding such a treasure?" To which the guy replied that His Majesty was flattering him. The king rested his sword on Russell's shoulder and raised his head, speaking loudly and clearly, asking the knights to listen to him, then announced that, despite the situation with the Raymond family, he would grant him the title of Earl. In addition to the 3rd-class military merit medal, the king granted Russell the right to collect taxes from 10,000 households in a neighboring city, and the protagonist loudly answered His Majesty that as he ordered. The king sheathed his sword, and the crowd cheered for Russell Raymond. His Majesty placed his hand on the boy's shoulder and leaned over, telling him to stand up. Russell stood up obediently. The king took the boy's hand, and personally thanked him for saving his daughter. Now speaking as a father and not as a king, His Majesty asked if Russell needed anything. The main character thought for a moment, and then decided to speak, but he spoke hesitantly. Raymond was nervous, but everything went smoothly. The character still managed to get the dragon's heart, but now it looked dry and ugly. But if he filled it with magic, its true form would appear. And Russell froze, hoping that he could handle it. The guy directed his palms at the dragon's heart, feeding it with his power. Russell was extremely focused. Suddenly, fear appeared on his face. The heart that he had so diligently filled with his magic cracked. Raymond stepped back as the room lit up blue and a horn emerged from his heart. A notification has arrived that the dragon's heart is opening. Russell closed his eyes, now concentrating on the horn of the Forgotten King. He reassured himself with the thought that everything was going much easier than with the essence of fire. The guy slowly opened his eyelids and exhaled. He was surprised by the strong energy of the lightning, because Russell did not even absorb everything, and it filled a third of the fifth circle. There was a sharp roar from the little dragon, who spewed fire and knocked over a vase with a flower and a nightstand. This happened by accident, because Pepper became many times larger, and Russell stepped back. Raymond chuckled, asking the spirit if it had affected him too, and the dragon nodded in agreement. A second later, the spirit was near the window, his eyes glowing blue. The power of lightning accelerated the dragon. Pepper now moved freely, quickly, even in flashes. Russell was very scared, ran to the window and shouted after Pepper. The dragon immediately returned and almost knocked Russell over when he flew towards him. Pepper looked at the owner with an appraising glance, and the guy asked him, understanding the spirit's thought, if he wanted to take him. The dragon nodded, then placed his large paws on Russell's shoulders, and without any problems he lifted it up and took off. The main character got scared when Pepper started picking up speed. Raymond suddenly fell silent as they rose high into the sky and the beauty of the stars could be seen. The glittering canvas of the night spread out, it seemed, right under the guy's nose, and the moon could be reached with one's hand. Russell noticed that Pepper had not only grown bigger, but had also become a better flyer. The boy told Pepper that his size made him easier to spot, but the dragon growled soothingly that his master wouldn't worry about it. Suddenly, Russell was enveloped in a plume of fire and the dragon's eyes turned orange. Large fiery wings covered the main character, and opening up, they joined his shoulder blades. Russell asked Pepper if these were wings made of spiritual fire, in which case he would call them soul wings. As he flew over Endymion, Raymond thought about how he now had these wings and the element of lightning, as well as the mana of the fifth circle. With such strength, he will be ready for any opponent. Hubert approached Daria and said that he heard that she had a task, and the Magister explained that she needed to escort Count Kimberly, an envoy from the Kingdom of Kiel. The Kiel Kingdom was weak, but they remained neutral due to their abundant production of mana stones. However, the Marquis Jorio Comanche, who supported the Empire, tried to seize land there. Not wanting to surrender to the Empire, Count Kimberly decided to enter into an alliance with the Masters. After changing his clothes and heading outside, Hubert sighed, knowing that the mission with the Kingdom of Kiel would not be easy. Suddenly Hubert was called. The man turned around and, seeing Russell, said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and the guy said that he was glad that the elder was okay. Russell asked if Hubert was going to the Kingdom of Kiel, and the man looked at the student with puzzlement and wondered how he knew about it. Raymond asked to be taken along, explaining that the teacher had given him permission. As far as the boy remembered, Hubert was supposed to die on this mission. The man looked questioningly at the hero, who was presented with a notification with the task of returning alive with Hubert. Russell thought he couldn't stop the man, so he would go with him. Soon the two were racing above the trees, Hubert in a jump, Russell with wings. After a while, Hubert announced that they were almost there. The man said how good it was that he took Russell with him, but he was still interested in why the boy wanted to join. The hero rushed forward, answering that he simply wanted new achievements. And besides, he had not yet been on a mission with Hubert. Russell said he would go ahead and check everything out. He knew that failure would lead to Hubert's death, and the Empire would begin to interfere in the affairs of the Kingdom of Kiel. Therefore, the Empire itself could be involved in his death. Russell's mission was very clear: to accompany the envoy of the Kingdom of Kiel. When Raymond arrived on the scene, a sword fight was in full swing below. The hero looked with concern at those fighting below, and thought that he would definitely extinguish the threats to the Empire and prevent Hubert's death. The guy tensed his wrists, using fire magic. Russell's first act was to create a flaming cannon. The man by the carriage looked up at the sky when he felt the magic of the fifth circle. He thought excitedly about who this man was. However, Russell landed and walked up to the man along with Pepper, who had taken on a small form. The guy asked the stranger if he was Count Cyberly, and then introduced himself as a fire tower mage and explained that he had come to accompany him. The Count was delighted. He had no idea that this guy was Sir Russell. The man thanked him and told him that as soon as he left the castle, they began to pursue him. Sensing something was wrong, Raymond turned around abruptly. As he was leaving, he asked the Count to wait a little. A strong aura came from the forest. Russell felt at least the level of spandam, perhaps even stronger. The warrior said that the Count could not have gone far, so they needed to buy time, and the others raised their weapons at the ready, surrounding the intruder. The red-haired magician grinned and cut down several bodies at once with one swing. Russell recognized his opponent. The hero saw how everything on the battlefield was set ablaze by the flames of an explosion. This man with a strong aura single-handedly dealt with all the fighters around him with his movements. It was a warrior of the Empire, McCrae Hughes, who killed Hubert. Meanwhile, the elder arrived at his destination. He bowed to the Count, saying that he was glad that the man was safe. Hubert introduced himself as the magician from the fire tower. Kimberly bowed back, saying that it was thanks to them that he was still alive. However, things were not going well. The rivals had gotten too close, but so far they had not managed to capture the Count. Hubert said that he had already found out everything, and it turned out that these were definitely the forces of the Empire. Russell noted that they didn't seem to be particularly hiding it. Therefore, they either don't need it, or the matter is too urgent to be distracted by secrecy, and the Count shuddered. Raymond turned around slowly, and he asked the princess if he was right. The girl who got out of the carriage took off her hood and said that Russell Raymond was really amazing, as they say, and she introduced herself as Princess Camilla from the Kingdom of Kiel. The Count revealed that the Marquis of Comanche wanted to gain more power by marrying his son to the princess. Professor Hubert raced through the forest with the Count on his back, listening carefully to how things were going. Cyberly said that with the support of the Empire, the Marquis could do anything. Soon the Count asked why Hubert was in such a hurry, since they had gotten rid of their pursuers. But the Fire Tower mage insisted that they had followed the Count from the fortress itself, so he was sure that there was another group behind them. Russell, with the princess in his arms, followed Hubert. But despite the fact that they had gotten away well and there were no signs of pursuit, the hero was tormented by a strange premonition. And it paid off. An attack came from behind, and Russell shouted for everyone to get down. The red aura almost hit the hero, but he managed to duck and it flew further towards the trees. Hubert told the Count to run faster and they would sort things out here. The Count and Princess of the Kingdom ran, and Russell and Hubert took a fighting stance. Hubert's face changed and became tense. After all, he saw this catastrophe in the face of the man, the best sword of the Empire. McCrae Hughes paused, saying out loud about the black hair and red eyes. The swordsman guessed that in front of him was Russell Raymond, about whom there had been rumors lately. Hughes had stated that he would make Russell pay for the death of his student. The man's gaze alone was filled with intense pressure, and the red notice with the task of surviving with Hubert after the battle with McCrae confirmed the danger. The swordsman did not stand on ceremony and created a crimson sword. Russell pressed his hand to the ground, causing an earthquake, and cast a double spell. The hero erected a defensive shield, but at the same time, spears from the solid ground appeared in front of McCrae, blocking his path. Hughes began to cut through the earthen wall. Seizing the moment, Professor Hubert raised his hand and squeezed her. The hard ground grabbed hold of the enemy's legs and shoulders, immobilizing him. Hubert shouted to Russell, and at that moment, Raymond rushed forward with a fiery spear straight towards Hughes. When they collided, they raised a plume of fire and smoke. After the attack, Russell jumped back and landed next to the professor. Hughes asked ironically if Russell had really learned a few tricks, calling him the damn bitch's apprentice. Raymond looked at his opponent in surprise as he surrounded his body with an aura. Hughes thrust the thick sword into the ground, and he said he would show Russell something more interesting. It was a fuchsia-colored sword that darted towards Hubert in crimson rings and grazed his stomach. This sword was created from the bones of a dragon, defiled with the blood of 10 mages. Hughes jumped and appeared in front of Russell, saying that it was the perfect weapon against mages. Raymond used his wings of fire and flew away, lifting Hubert into his arms. He rose above the ground, and Hughes, without raising his head, said that he was impressed. Russell noticed explosive rocks near the enemy. McCrae spread his arms, gathering the crimson aura from both sides, and shouted for Raymond to try and dodge it. The explosion caused the rocks to destroy everything quite well, and the hero thought that this would be enough to distract Hughes. The guy carefully sat the professor down near the stump, thanking Pepper for his help. McCrae asked grimly if Russell had decided to buy time for his buddies because he knew he couldn't beat him. Lost in thought, Raymond turned his gaze to Hubert, and he told him to run to the princess and the Count when he gave the signal, while Russell himself would gain time. The professor placed his hand on Raymond's shoulder, and gritting his teeth in pain, sarcastically asked if Russell wanted him to run away and leave him here. But the boy smiled and asked to trust him, and then added that he would catch up with Hubert. Hughes, emitting a oppressive crimson aura, asked irritably if they were done chatting. Without answering, Russell activated the artifact ring, and he summoned chain lightning for them. The stones that were lying on the ground exploded, and at that moment Russell shouted, like, "Now!" Thus, the explosive stones further time for the professor to leave. However, Russell should not underestimate the enemy, and he knew this very well, even though the cloud ring caused a storm, piercing Hugh's body. At this time, Raymond took advantage of the second dragonification. The guy rose into the air on wings and released several magical spears from the sky. Russell decided to go all out in one attack. The attack was really strong, so even the wounded Hubert had to put up a shield to protect the Count and the Princess. Having landed, the guy didn't really know what had happened. He had already thought that the attack had worked. But how wrong he was, because McCrae dispelled his confidence with the words that now Russell was finished, even if he didn't even think about a peaceful death. The hero mentally cursed the fact that Hughes had endured this. McCrae was about to strike, but his own hand, stopped listening. The man called this sword damn. Russell heard a voice asking Hughes how he dared to try to hurt the Dragon Lord with their bones, something the protagonist had previously heard from the dragon's heart. This creature told McCrae that he was pathetic. Suddenly, a divine dragon king appeared before the main character, saying that he would give Russell strength for a while. The dragon said that Raymond should teach this scoundrel a lesson for insulting the dragons. The boy approached the divine king and said that he wanted to ask something. However, the king continued his speech, asking Russell to find dragons who would bind them, because the boy must become the leader and hope of the dragons remaining in this world. And the divine king disappeared, endowing the protagonist with his power. Raymond felt his body begin to emit an inexplicable energy. The guy squeezed his hand tightly. He didn't know for sure what the king was talking about, but now was the time to test his strength. McCrae Hughes screamed loudly, looking down at his hand. He leaned forward, his severed arm falling right in front of him. At this moment, Russell moved forward, combining the power of superheat and the flame spear. Hughes's eyes flashed, and the man said that Russell had underestimated him, at which point a crimson hand appeared out of nowhere. McCrae said that he had lost his arm, but that did not change anything. He looked straight into Raymond's eyes and said that he had such an insolent look, just like his father. Were all Raymonds like that? Russell's guard was instantly lowered when he asked if Russell knew his father, and the man, attacking, replied that he did. And also that he really wanted to gouge his eyes out, but, unfortunately, it wasn't Hughes who got even with him. Russell froze, clenching his jaw in anger, and the man jumped and appeared on top of him, calling the guy a fool. Hughes asked why he assumed that the Empire was behind his father's death. Raymond swung his spear and McCrae dodged. The man raised his hand, leading a crimson attack. Russell jumped back. However, Hughes' attack hit him before he could land. The guy looked down and clenched his teeth in pain. The man said that Russell couldn't even dodge such an attack and it was too boring. McCrae launched another attack, and the boy decided to make a tactical retreat. Hughes jumped, ending up above the hero, and said that everything was clear now. Raymond blocked his attack with his shield, but this did not stop the swordsman, who charged with all his might with his crimson sword. The attack broke through the protective barrier, and Hughes walked towards the hero, asking why such a mediocrity wanted to fight him. Russell lay on the ground, trying to get up, but his arms and body were shaking. McCrae called him pathetic. The man said that in order to become stronger, you need to let go of some things. He swung his sword, and as he hit him, he said that Russell was a brat who was too young for this. At the moment of the attack, the hero had time to jump back. The guy rose into the air and flew some distance. Russell was forced to admit that McCrae Hughes was a very serious opponent, and it won't be so easy to defeat him. The swordsman's missing arm didn't bother him. He ran straight after Russell. In the distance, the guy created a wave of wind. The green magic moved forward, twisting into a kind of spiral. McCrae swung his sword, pushing away the wind. Raymond had no more spells left in reserve, he thought. Well, is it really possible that he won't win? But he immediately pulled himself away from these thoughts, because he had to win. The character raised his arm, and a purple hole began to form under his elbow. Russell decided to show Hughes what he could do, and created gravity. The man thrust the massive sword into the ground, and gripped the hilt tightly. Russell Raymond snapped his finger. The wind mixed with the fire attack and an explosion occurred, pushing the guy back. Russell fell to his feet, breathing heavily as he tried to catch his breath. This battle had taken a lot of strength and mana. Suddenly he saw how fire engulfed McCrae from head to toe, and his body burned alive. It literally fried, leaving the man without hair, clothes, and most importantly, without skin. Finding the strength within himself, Hughes leapt forward with force and grabbed Russell with his crimson hand, digging into him with red claws, causing the boy to scream, squeezing his eyelids tightly. Hughes, who had completely lost his former appearance, asked Russell if he was trying to deceive him with his tricks. The man indicated that this was the end. Russell agreed and then summoned the electric giant, causing his body to glow blue. Because to become stronger, the hero must give up everything, even his own body. McCrae's eyes widened, Not only did he not expect this, but he froze, holding the guy tightly in his grip. At the right moment, Raymond hit the swordsman with his knee, and this blow, combined with the action of the cloud ring, pushed Hughes away. By stimulating his body with electricity, Russell could greatly increase his speed. This was his ace in the hole, and its time had come. The hero then made a quick lunge with his spear and cast a death blow spell. McCrae was taken aback. Russell flashed past the swordsman like lightning and pierced his body with his spear. However, he himself suffered a lot from this attack. Raymond stopped and squatted down, sighing heavily, and McCrae burst out laughing. The guy called him a monster. The man suddenly grabbed the hero by the neck and bent Russell to the ground. At that moment, the guy could only pray for another chance. And he was heard. Someone's voice said that McCrae Hughes was definitely a monster, and a strong fist pushed the swordsman's body away with a blow to the stomach. The charged swordsman lost both his arms at once. He looked up at his opponent, his eyes widening, and the man asked Hughes what it was like to crawl like a bug. The yellow-robed mage stood over Hughes and commanded him to surrender. The last blow was as if something in the air had grown and burst from the tension, and a smear of blood appeared under the man's feet. He couldn't believe that Russell had brought McCrae to this state on his own. The man thought it was a great job because Russell's efforts changed the fate of Endymion and Kiel. The magician saw how they ran up to Raymond. Hubert approached Russell and lifted his head. After this battle, no one would doubt the strength of this young man anymore. Raymond opened his eyes and, seeing Hubert, was delighted. And it was truly the rise of a hero. 10 days later, Russell trained hard, believing that even with a mage's body, he was not strong enough. Now the boy understood how big the gap was between him and McCrae, and if Nicolo had not appeared, it would have been the end for him. Russell would have died, not Hughes. The hero thought he had become strong, but he still had a lot to go through. However, Russell was worried about what the Divine Dragon King had said back then, namely, how he would even find the rest, since the dragons were already extinct. Later they spoke with Hubert. Raymond shared that the Empire might not have been involved in his father's death. Russell said McCrae asked him why he was so sure they were to blame for his father's death. Hubert chuckled thoughtfully and said that he might have been provoking Russell, but it wouldn't hurt to be careful. So they were secretly investigating the matter in the fire tower. The professor added that the master was very worried, so it was good that Russell returned safe and sound. The man handed the hero an envelope and asked him to take it. The boy asked what it was, and Hubert told him about an invitation to a royal banquet. Everything at the banquet was elegant, from the decorations and food to the luxurious and elegant clothes and small talk. Russell suggested that because he always wore loose clothes, he could not get used to the tailcoat. Magister Daria approached Russell, and calling him Junior, said that he had once again done a great deed. And as her teacher and master of the tower, she simply could not be more pleased. They approached the master of the fire tower and said that they had not seen her for a long time. Russell turned his gaze. Daria was glad that Jillian had come after all, and asked how he was doing. The man said that he couldn't have missed the rumors about the new talent. Raymond recognized him and asked if he was Sir Jillian Person, and the man replied that it was good that the hero knew him. It would be much easier that way. Jillian Person was a master, skilled in handling 18 types of weapons, and his aura level exceeded human capabilities. Russell couldn't believe that such a man was interested in him, and now the man was saying that Raymond had taught this McCrae a lesson. Smiling, the hero replied that he was just lucky, but Jillian added that only the best are lucky. He said it was good that Russell got rid of that bastard because both he and the students were just trash. The guy heard such cruel words for the first time, not from mercenaries. Soon the man asked if Russell was training with a spear, because he had well-developed muscles, and the hero said that he had just started with the basics. Jillian took Russell's hand and covered it with his own, saying that the basics were important, but to become stronger, proper training was necessary. The man added that as soon as Russell was ready, he should come to him with this ring. The hero squeezed the hand with the ring, and asked why Sir Jillian was so kind to him. The man asked again what he was talking about, and then told Russell to consider it as help in developing his talent, and Daria smiled. Person was a terrifying warrior, dressed in the attire of a nobleman, which Russell managed to notice, and then said that he would definitely come to him. The pleasant conversation was interrupted when the bright sun, ruler Endymion, was loudly announced. His Majesty the King walked next to his daughter. All those present at the banquet bowed to them. Princess Hecate noticed Russell as she passed by. She smiled at him with a slight blush on her cheeks. Their eyes met and Russell smiled back, his cheeks flushing. Soon, Russell, Raymond, and Hubert were down on one knee before His Majesty. The king said that they had made a huge contribution to their latest victory and alliance with the Kingdom of Kiel. Sir Hubert was rewarded with 500 gold pieces and 100 horses, and His Majesty granted the professor the right to collect taxes from 1,000 households in the south of Endymion. The king granted Sir Russell 3,000 gold pieces and 3 cities in the west of Endymion. Moreover, the king gave him the title of Count, which made the hero raise his head in surprise at his majesty. The guy was provided with documents about the location of the cities. Russell was pleased. After all, this meant new territories, and this meant that the hero was one step closer to restoring his family. His Majesty announced that the official part was over and suggested returning to the banquet. He raised his glass, saying it was time to enjoy the victory. And the dancing began. The princess sat in her chair and chuckled thoughtfully. The girl standing nearby asked Hecate what she was thinking about. Hecate pointed her finger at the crowd and replied that it was about this. The standing girl sighed, noting that Sir Russell had become quite popular, but he must learn to refuse. She asked if the princess wanted to invite him to dance, but Hecate said that she would wait first. The princess raised her index finger and said that one should not push too hard with young men, and patience is the lot of older men. The girl was surprised and asked how Princess Hecate knew about this, while Raymond asked for forgiveness from the ladies surrounding him, and he headed towards the princess. Russell extended his hand to Her Highness, and he asked if she would like to give him a dance. Hecate accepted Russell's invitation and, blushing, said to the girl, "See what I said." Princess Hecate and Russell Raymond walked out into the middle of the room and began to dance. She asked him if the guy wanted to ask something. Blushing even more, Raymond replied that she had told him that she would look after him, and the count wanted to know why the princess had said that. The princess replied that it was because his abilities were amazing for his age. But there was another reason, namely, his face, and the girl ran her hand over Russell's cheek, causing him to freeze. The hero did not fully understand what the princess meant, and Hecate repeated that she liked Russell's face. Raymond pulled away from the awkwardness that arose, but the princess grabbed him by the waist and said that she did not know if he understood. But women don't say that to people they're not interested in. Smiling, Hecate added that she was not the type of person who would demand an answer right away, but would simply hope that the answer would be positive. After the banquet, Russell sat by the fountain with a face as red as a lobster's, thinking about it. The guy knew what kind of character she had, but he didn't expect Hecate to say everything so harshly. Hecate Rathmos was the king's only blood daughter and was closest to the throne. Considering her situation, Russell's best option would be to agree. However, he has not yet sorted out his feelings. When the count raised his head, he saw a figure approaching him. It was Sir Alan who asked forgiveness for having disturbed. The hero replied that he was simply thinking, and then the apprentice of the Spear Tower admitted that he wanted to discuss one proposal with Count Russell. Raymond was surprised and asked again, but Alan mentioned the bet. Alan Page hoped it would end soon. Daria wondered why this old man Melville was writing so many letters, but it was time to put an end to their bet. As he left after that conversation at the fountain, Page suggested talking to the teachers. Although Russell expected it to happen, he didn't think it would happen so quickly. Daria Snow White asked Raymond what he thought about it. The Count replied that they had originally made a bet for 3 years, but he didn't think there was any need to wait, and Daria grinned, deciding that she needed to meet Melville. The Colosseum was powered by the magic of the Sixth Circle. It was an arena surrounded by a magical barrier that could hold back even a strong owner of the aura. In his past life, Raymond only reached the second circle and never thought he would be here. Daria told them to start already. Despite his rival, Melville said, "Let's see how long you'll show off." Now the barrier was supported by 2 tower masters. Therefore, the students did not have to worry about their surroundings and could give it their all. Alan Page and Russell Raymond stood opposite each other, waiting for the show to begin. Russell knew Alan as a genius among all the magicians, but now they were about on the same level. And in a battle with an equal opponent, the most important thing was distance. Raymond released his aura at the same time as Alan, and they looked into each other's eyes. And Russell immediately ran forward, deciding that the distance needed to be reduced, and Page jumped back. Alan had the feeling that his opponent was a knight and not a mage, for he was confident in his own resilience and destructive power. The Fire Tower spells were more destructive than the Spear Tower, but Page had something for that occasion. He let out a rain of icicles. Russell smirked. As expected, Sir Alan was instantly casting spells, but Raymond was no slouch and instantly summoned fire, raising it into the air. A rain of fire flew towards the icy one. Daria smiled as she watched her student from the stands. Melville was impressed that Russell instantly copied Alan's spell. The collision of the 2 forces created a large amount of smoke, which gave Russell time to make a sudden leap. Now it was his turn. Raymond suddenly released a bolt of fire. Page barely managed to jump back. Russell pursed his lip. Was it really true that Alan wasn't going to let him get close to him and continue using the flashes? So the Count decided to limit the enemy's movement. The hero raised his hands up and then brought them down sharply, leaning them against the ground to cause an earthquake. Page was lifted into the air, his body tilting backwards due to his lack of balance. In a situation like this, even Alan will have a hard time keeping Russell at bay. The hero knew this, so he continued to press. Despite this, Alan remained calm, and he turned everything to his advantage by creating an ice field, and the entire arena was covered in ice. Russell chuckled. It was a pretty good move, freezing everything to stop the earthquake. Raymond thought of the enemy as a real monster, and Alan said that it was time to finish. He was creating a new spell. A rain of icicles rushed towards Russell, and the hero created a wall of fire. His hand froze. The Count didn't have time to notice how Alan froze his body, so that Russell couldn't move from the spot. Daria asked Melville if Paige was taught arcane magic in the Spear Tower, and the master replied that Alan would become the next master of the tower, so what's wrong? Alan raised his finger into the air, creating drops of water. He told Russell that he had really grown incredibly, and he would like to see more. Water drops were already rising next to the hero, and Alan added that the teacher was waiting, so he would have to postpone his wish until next time. The field of ice instantly turned into water. Russell froze, saying he didn't mean to show it that way. There was a powerful splash that reached almost to the dome. The hero's eyes turned black and scales appeared on his face. Within a second, Raymond had closed the distance between his opponent and was behind Alan's shoulder. Paige didn't understand what was happening. He just felt a furious aura and couldn't move. Daria Snow White stood with her mouth slightly open, because what her student used was a technique called Dragon Fear. Melville agreed, and said it was no wonder that he thought Russell was quite talented. Now everything became clear. Raymond inherited the powers of dragons, and his appearance was transformed into a hairy hand with claws and a long tail, not counting the horns and scales. Daria said that this was impossible, because her student's parents were ordinary people. Melville said it meant only one thing. Russell exuded such a powerful force that Alan's icy attacks felt more like a gentle breeze. The master of the Spear Tower said that among Russell's ancestors there was a high-ranking dragon. Otherwise, there is no explanation for where these powers came from. Alan's entire body trembled from this magic. But Russell wasn't the only one hiding his powers, and Paige was about to show it off by taking off his glasses. This spell was a large area spell, and now Alan could freeze an entire army. Russell watched the enemy's movements, creating a compacted spear. He thought that if he could break through the spell, he would win. Alan was about to finish too. Strong streams of wind and snow flew at the hero, lifting his cloak, stirring his hair, and simply making it difficult to move. Raymond was cold. This spell could freeze not only mana, but time itself. The Count smiled. He gripped his spear tighter, preparing to attack, while thinking that if it weren't for the battle with McCrae Hughes, it would have been difficult for him. Alan froze, not believing his eyes. Raymond jumped into the air with such a fast and sharp thrust that the ground beneath his feet broke. The hero got so close to the enemy that Alan didn't even have the opportunity to use the flash. There was an option to block the attack, but while he was thinking, Russell was acting, and his movements were faster than time itself. The sharp blade of the spear appeared right in front of Alan's eyes. Russell stood over him, pinning him to the ground. Paige exhaled loudly and smiled. As expected, he lost, and Russell, hearing his opponent admit defeat, smiled. Daria, once again convinced of her student's strength, turned away. Now she stood with her back to the arena, emitting a fiery aura. Then she turned to Melville and asked the old man if he had already prepared the relic, and the master tensely replied that this time he admitted defeat. As the Tower Master, he couldn't break his promise, so he opened his magic inventory to retrieve the relic. Daria said that she couldn't believe that Melville had finally broken up with her. Soon after the fight, Russell went to see Jillian, as he had promised. He had Arachne's sewing kit with him. This was the relic of the Era of the Gods, which replicates Arachne's ability to cut and connect space. Russell waved his dagger through the air and saw the carriage he was riding in from the side. However, there was something else thanks to the connection of the needle and dagger when using mana. In this way, it was possible to sew the space, which Raymond checked, and connected the visible space with the cut one. Even the cuts in space are already super, and Raymond could also connect them, which would greatly help with ambushes. Russell was informed that they had arrived at Autumn Moon Castle. It stood majestically in front of mossy gates with a cracked coat of arms, and red flags hung on the building itself. Jillian was delighted to see Russell, and the boy thanked him for the invitation. The man heard that the Earl had defeated Alan, and Russell awkwardly replied that he had just been lucky, surprised at how quickly the word had spread. Raymond asked Jillian if this was his office, and the man replied yes and asked what it was. However, the guy just asked because there were too many weapons here, and this room looked more like a training room to him. Jillian said that none of this was there before, but it accumulated over time. He clarified that Russell was using a spear, and having made sure, he handed the guy one of his own, but the hero did not understand why he needed a spear now. Jillian responded, warming up his knuckles, that in order to train him well, it was necessary to find out his level of training, and suggested sparring. Now it finally dawned on Russell why Jillian Person had called him to his place. It was a great opportunity to learn from a master of weapons, and if Jillian teaches him the art of spearmanship, it will definitely come in handy in the future. Seeing Russell aim his spear, Jillian responded, "Great," and decided to let the guy take the first step. The hero moved from his place, answering that he would not refuse, but the first attack was unsuccessful. Russell was pushed back and fell to his knees, not expecting to lose so easily without using magic. The boy raised his head to the majestic gaze of the weapons master and asked how he was doing. Jillian replied that Raymond had good eyesight and a flexible mind, but he had no talent in wielding a spear. Although, given the fact that Russell is self-taught, this is quite surprising. The master chuckled and smiled. He looked at Russell's upset expression and thought it would be interesting to watch him as the boy wondered if he should have used magic. Jillian suddenly said, Raymond didn't think he would train him for no reason. The man explained that he would train the hero once a week, and the rest of the time he would get up and spar with his knights, which didn't sound so bad to the guy. Russell agreed, but said he had one more request which puzzled the master. The knights were puzzled as to what was going on, for they were not often gathered in one place, and some suggested that it was because of Sir Russell's visit. They knew that the main character was the magician who took away McCrae Hughes's hand, and there were also rumors that he had horns and breathed fire. The guys laughed that this was nonsense. Someone asked to keep it quiet because the Lord had arrived, and the knights greeted the master. The master announced that today the knights would have 2 sparring matches with Sir Russell. The first one will use magic and aura. The second one will not. The knights' mouths dropped open at this news, but they were more surprised that they would fight Sir Russell without an aura and magic, because it would be more difficult for him. Meanwhile, Raymond decided that he should improve his skills in sparring, not gain experience, so it would be better without magic. He soon introduced himself to the knights, saying that he was waiting for lessons from them. The hero had a mission to fight the Knight of the Autumn Moon Palace and defeat them all. Russell thought it would be good to collect some items here as a reward. Raymond's first opponent introduced himself as Rohakin, a knight of the 4th rank, and it was an honor for him to cross swords with the hero. Russell smiled and suggested they begin. The blue-eyed knight looked his opponent straight in the eye, and he ran with the sword to Raymond. The hero admitted that this knight was quite fast, and these perfect movements surpassed all knights. For the 4th rank, the guy was very strong, but Russell managed to duck from the weapon. This was to be expected from Sir Jillian's student. However, one clever move and Rohakin was knocked down, and the spear appeared in front of his face. Russell asked if he wanted to continue, but the knight admitted defeat. Jillian's students discussed Raymond's movements. Someone said that Russell had a reason for deciding to fight without magic, and the man thought, well, the knights made faces. It makes sense that their pride would be hurt after losing to a mage in a battle of pure physical strength. Raymond agreed to fight the knights, but asked Jillian to allow him to fight them without using magic. Person agreed only out of interest, and this added motivation to all the knights. One of the knights approached Russell and asked if he could challenge him. An active discussion began. The students did not believe that Sir Vincent wanted to fight Raymond. After all, he is a knight of the 2nd rank. Does this mean that he thinks that the knights of the 3rd rank will not be able to win? Russell knew that the 2nd rank knights were as strong as the vice-captains of the orders, so he thanked the man for the offer, as this way he would be able to gain great experience. Raymond ultimately fought to a draw with Vincent, with Jillian telling the hero that he had underestimated him. The guy laughed awkwardly and said that he was just lucky, and the master asked, lucky again. And then he asked whether the knight would have had at least one chance if Russell had used magic. The man was surprised that Raymond did not say yes, because even if he were a knight of the 1st rank, he would have lost. Russell thought that the master was right, because the hero became a 5th circle mage, and in terms of strength, this is equivalent to the level of a sword master. Jillian told the boy not to underestimate himself, because they say that excessive modesty develops into arrogance. Russell replied that he would take this into account. As they approached the iron door, Person placed his hand on the wheel that usually stood on the deck. The man turned the steering wheel in different directions, and the door opened. Jillian prepared a gift for Russell. These were books he had collected during his travels in his youth. On the left were books on spearmanship. The man allowed him to choose any, and Russell, approaching the high shelves, thought that he could spend his whole life studying them all, so now he needed to find a direction in spearmanship. After a while, he approached Jillian with the books he had chosen. The hero said he couldn't decide between the two. The first was about the 6 arts of destroying the heavens, and the second was called La Mancha. Jillian appreciated the guy's choice and said that both books were excellent. However, the 6 heaven destruction arts are difficult to learn, yet it is one of the best spear techniques in terms of strength. La Mancha is a sophisticated technique that can be used without unnecessary movements. The master recommended the 6 arts of heaven destruction to Raymond. Russell chuckled and said he would choose La Mancha. He explained this by saying that for a magician, a refined technique that can be used in any situation is more suitable than explosive force. Jillian looked piercingly at Russell and thought at that moment that the guy thought like a real magician because he made a more rational choice. The man placed his hand on the student's shoulder and said that he respected his choice. Now Russell had to master La Mancha. The hero was amazed that Jillian gave him such a book without any ulterior motive each time Russell noticed how generous the master was. Chuckling, Jillian told Raymond to just remember to spar with the knights, and Russell laughed awkwardly, remembering that it wasn't free. So one season of the year was replaced by another, and when the autumn leaves fell and merged with the ground under a snow-white carpet of snow, the main character finished training in the castle of the autumn moon. Holding La Mancha in his hand, the boy performed the movements of swinging and striking, piercing and blocking in the air. Russell closed his eyes, concentrating on integrating all of his movements into one line. When he did this, he froze for a moment with his eyes closed. Raymond is stuck at a certain point again. The main character received La Mancha a year and a half ago, so remembering the form can already be considered an achievement. To learn a technique, you need to understand it, and total concentration doesn't hurt. But Russell had too many distractions. It was a matter of training and education, because now Russell's mission was to become a 6th circle mage. But it was impossible to suddenly jump to the next level. The hero checked the ancient books because he was concerned about how he could find at least traces of dragons, and chose 4 places where he could find something. Russell checked too, but found nothing there. There remained the canyon of the Red Mountains and the Kuril Island. Only 2 seats. The Kuril Island seemed like a more likely option to the hero, but exploring it on the 5th circle was too dangerous. So Russell thought he would take it up when he reached the 6th circle, and in the meantime, he would go to the canyon of the Red Mountains and explore the underground world of that place. Before that, he discussed this with Daria. The Magister said that the underground world belongs to the dwarves, so it is not so easy for people to get there. However, Russell was aware of this. Daria asked to visit Belka if anything happened, and then she came to her senses and explained that this was the Master of the White Tower. Snow White explained that the Master of the White Tower is half fairy, so she can help. Dwarves and fairies were close, so Russell believed that the teacher had given him a good reason to suggest it. While Russell stood thoughtfully in the courtyard of the academy, someone's hand jerked towards him, and the hero turned around abruptly. Daria, who was looking out the window, smiled because she forgot to tell Russell about this. But the two had probably already met. Olsen Vermilion threw his arm over Russell's shoulder and grabbed him. The hero was very surprised, and the man told him that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Raymond learned that Olsen had gone on an expedition to explore the underground world, and the master argued that he thought he would be lonely because the route was not very popular. But with Russell, he would not be bored. The hero asked if Olsen had already met the Master of the White Tower, and the answer was positive. Russell asked what kind of person she was, and Vermilion thought about it. He called her a sweet but eccentric girl, which Raymond would understand when he saw her. The door to the room was opened by 2 servants, and as they entered, Russell thought the room was too nice. Opposite the door, in a white soft chair, sat a short girl. She hugged her teddy bear, and without getting up, greeted the arrivals. Olsen bowed, and Russell froze at the sight of the Master of the White Tower. Her name was Amelia Vermin, and she recognized Russell Raymond. Amelia controlled the wind and spirits. Russell wondered if it was because she was half elf and half human that he could sense her pure mana, one that is unique to elves. Olsen laughed, saying that she even knew their names. Apparently Russell had become very famous. The master stood up from her chair and said that that was not the issue. She came up to Raymond and said it was just amazing. Amelia sniffed the guy, wondering where the man got such special mana from. She closed her eyes and chuckled, and then she looked at Russell and, smiling, guessed that he had made a contract with the spirit. The guy was surprised because no one had noticed this before. Amelia asked Raymond to summon his spirit. The guy asked why. The Magister explained that they would not be able to get to the underworld in the usual ways. You need to find a portal, and for this you need a map on which it is marked, or an artifact that will lead to it. Russell asked if the master meant that they needed a spirit if they didn't have any of the above, and Amelia confirmed his guess. The hero called Pepper, and he growled joyfully. Amelia said that he was cute and hugged the spirit, which even surprised Pepper. The master said that he was of average level, and also a mutant. The Archduke trimmed the leaves of a small tree the size of a dummy. Having trimmed the branches, Bismarck froze. Over his shoulder he said that he thought the heretic had manners, unlike Hypnos. I asked Karen, the skull with the mark, what brought him here at such a late hour. The heretic replied that he had come because the day of the contract had come and Hypnos was busy, so he would take his place. The Archduke wondered if 5 years had already passed. The heretic handed the man an apple with a dull bluish color, and he said it was time to eat it. Bismarck ate the apple whole, and a green aura swirled around him. He said that if he could repeat this deal, he would become immortal. He was sorry that because of the side effects it couldn't be done. Bismarck asked the heretic if he knew that Daria's disciple would go to the Red Canyon, but Karen knew everything about this pathetic woman. The heretic knew what the Archduke was worried about, because the Red Canyon was located next to the Amazon forest. Charon asked the man if he thought the brat would be a nuisance, and Bismarck admitted that he was worried after the situation with Blaine. Charon said that everything was happening in the depths of the forest, far from the Red Canyon, so they wouldn't find anything unless they specifically looked. And he added, if something doesn't open, but Bismarck didn't hear the last word. The heretic changed the subject and said that it was time for him to go, for the Archduke was not the only one waiting for him. Bismarck considered him a pathetic cultist who did not dare to speak to him like that. The man looked down, deciding what he would do first once he took the throne. He fell silent, his eyebrows furrowed, and his gaze grew sad. The tree he was tending had fallen and turned black, and the Archduke decided it was time to hurry. At parting, Amelia said that it was good that they met, because thanks to Russell they would easily find the underworld. With Pepper, they will be able to track down the spirit of the earth, the gnome, and find the entrance to the underworld. Russell later said it was all because of Perchik, not because of him. At this time, Olsen looked out the carriage window, and he said that they had arrived at the Red Canyon. Even from here, Russell could sense a mysterious power emanating from the stones. The hero smiled with the hope that in this place he could find something about dragons. Olsen shared his thoughts about going straight to the canyon so as not to waste time in the city, and asked what Russell thought about it. The hero agreed. When they got to the canyon, they stood in the middle and Russell said, "Let's get started." The guy released Pepper into the air and asked him to find traces of the gnome. The spirit flew high into the sky, his eyes sparkling. The dragon was rushing across the sky in different directions with zigzag movements, and Olsen did not think that Pepper would sense the spirit of the earth from such a height. However, Russell was sure that Pepper could do it, but at that moment Vermilion's attention was drawn to something else. The one-horned eagles flew towards Perchik, preparing to attack. Olsen concentrated the power of overheating in his hand and said that he would deal with them. But Russell said that he asked not to do this. The man was surprised, like, who asked? The hero replied that it was Pepper, and Olsen objected that these eagles are of an advanced level. They even hunt orcs. Imagine the surprise when the spirit itself cast fire from its mouth into one eagle, piercing its body right through. Russell smiled, saying that Pepper wanted to deal with them himself. The dragon took a deep breath and leaned forward, releasing a powerful barrage of fire, dealing with the two remaining birds. Pepper growled happily, and Olsen called him a daredevil. Suddenly, the spirit turned his gaze somewhere to the side, as if asking what was there. Then the dragon gave Russell an inviting bark, and the owner realized that Pepper seemed to have found the gnome. Olsen and Raymond followed the spirit. The man said that even at first glance there were more than 300 caves here. If they were to examine each one, they would lose all the time, and they would never enter the underworld, and it would be impossible to destroy everything here. And Russell just laughed. Pepper flew up to one of the dark caves and waved his paw. Olsen took out a glowing ball, and he threw him into a cave, which was unusual in his opinion. Russell also noted that there was no dampness or stalactites, which should be found in caves. Therefore, this cave is artificial, and if it was made to hide the entrance, then there must be traps here. Russell thought about it, and Olsen stroked his head, asking why the guy was so serious. Was he really not going to go because of the traps? The hero smiled, and looking at the master, he replied, "Of course not." He wanted to see what the dwarves had prepared. In the end, Olsen and Russell had to move very quickly and carefully. The master was already cursing at the number of traps. The guy counted about 15. The hero thought he could easily disarm the traps with magic, but he didn't expect that there would be mana suppression devices all over the cave. So Russell didn't really have much of a choice but to use dragonification. Suddenly the guy stopped, feeling mana. To be more precise, a barely noticeable trace. And Olsen, without stopping, asked Russell what he was doing, told the guy to run. The hero thought that if the mana suppression devices were not only installed here, there could be one reason for it. Russell used a flaming spear and held it in the air near one of the walls. The guy grinned, saying that they seemed to have found it. Behind the broken wall stood the very same teleportation gates to the underworld. However, no matter how advanced the technology the dwarves use, teleportation is impossible without mana. Therefore, there were no mana suppression devices near the gate. Vermilion praised Raymond, calling it a great job, which he would definitely put in his report. When they passed through the portal, they found themselves on a slope that offered a view from above. Olsen and Raymond saw a city spread out beneath the glowing stones. The hero thought that the cities of the underworld would be very small, but this one was the size of the capital Endymion. He looked down when someone told him that no one had come here for a long time. the dwarves asked, since it wasn't easy to find the portal, whether they found a map or made a contract with the spirit. The dwarf with a thick beard said that since they had come, they should be considered their guests. The black-haired man said that if they were going to the city, then they should follow them. The bearded dwarf said that the underground world was interesting from the inside. Russell was both surprised and delighted when he met the dwarves. The residents kindly told us about the luminescent stones in the ceiling, which were installed more than 1,000 years ago, and they still shine. They also showed mithril armor and alcohol made from the water of underground streams, and then Russell thought that the dwarves were telling more than leading. Olsen put his hand on the hero's shoulder, and he told him, bending down, that they had come here together, but their goals were different. Olsen had studied the strength training of the dwarves, and the man said that they would split up and meet here in 3 weeks. The guy wanted to go after Olsen, but the dwarf stopped him, asking where he was going. After all, they still had to go the other way to show so much, and the guy thanked them, saying that he couldn't wait. However, he did not regret going to listen about the household items and life of the dwarves, because they came to the statue of the red dragon. According to legend, the underworld was blessed by 2 dragons. The dwarf said that this was something to be proud of, because the silver dragon blessed them with steel, and the fire dragon gave them the blessing of fire. Russell thought about the place with the statue, because if there was a dragon there, there might be traces left. The dwarf said that it was built when a fire dragon gave them a blessing, and it was said that several thousand years ago the dragon himself stood there. Russell asked if strangers could approach the altar, and the man replied that he wanted to show it at the end, but the order was not so important. As they walked towards the altar, they passed workers busy making weapons. The dwarf said that the weapons in the underworld were on a completely different level. Even the weapons of the Kuril Islands were made by their ancestors. Russell noticed that there were many other races here besides the dwarves. The man said that most of them were from the Amazon forest. They were here for trade. Suddenly, a surprised voice called Russell a savior, and the guy turned around. Lady Elo stood smiling next to her servants. She said that she was very glad to see him again. The elf turned to them and asked, "So this man helped Ilo?" He introduced himself as Scan, an elder of the White Ash tribe. The hero did the same, and they shook hands. The elder was wondering all this time what kind of person helped Elo. He looked at this young man, and it seemed to him as if he was standing in front of a volcano. He was struck by the purity of Russell's mana. Russell asked Lady Ilo what brought her here. The elf replied that they were here to buy weapons. Smiling, the boy asked if something had happened to their tribe, because it was amazing that the peace-loving elves had come here for weapons. Ilo sighed, and she said that the monsters from the forest became even more aggressive. She said that if her blood had awakened, this would not have happened. The elder put his hands on Ilo's shoulders and asked her not to blame herself. Russell remembered that Ilo had told him that she had the blood of a green dragon. He asked if the White Ash tribe had any legends related to dragons. The girl asked her savior for forgiveness, because she didn't know about this. She asked how long Russell would stay in the underworld, so she could let him know if she found anything. Raymond thanked the elf and shared that he would stay here for about 3 weeks. After talking with the elves, the dwarf led Russell to the altar of the fire dragon. Russell raised his head, examining the statue, but did not feel anything special. Perhaps he should check the silver dragon altar. The dwarf said that the silver dragon's altar was symmetrical to this one in terms of shape. It seemed to Raymond that the only difference was in the colors. While the guy thought that the silver dragon statue was the last clue here, the dwarf said that he would wait at the entrance, so Russell should take his time. The guy came closer to the altar, wondering if there was really nothing special here either, but when he touched the stone with his hand, the place lit up. A magical green circle appeared above the hero's hand. The dragon's eyes lit up and an inner voice told Russell that he had been waiting for him for a very long time. But fortunately, the boy came before he died. The statue filled with light and illuminated the area around it with a green flash. The dragon told the hero to follow the path, and then he would come to him, to their master, and to the source of all dragons. At the altar, Raymond received a green compass with an arrow pointing the way. This weak, almost pleading voice asked Russell to hurry. The main character rose into the air with a jerk, and like a comet, he rushed forward. He thought of the voice as speaking from a dying creature, but he supposed he had imagined it. However, he felt that he definitely had to hurry. The needle of the magic compass became shorter. Russell was approaching the right place. He hovered in the air, looking around. And finally I found it. The guy went down to the house and said out loud that a dragon wouldn't fit in such a place. Maybe it was a disguise. When Russell opened the door, he was right. Behind the door, what awaited him was not a low house, but a cave. There were huge gates in it. The guy thought that they were the first. Suddenly, Russell heard a pleasant voice greeting the future master of dragons. The wide doors opened before him, revealing white light behind them. Behind the gate was a silver dragon named Sylvet, lying on the crystal floor with his head on his paw. He said he wanted to talk, but he didn't have much time, and then Russell asked what that meant. Sylvette said that time was only passing, and he was getting old, so it was time for him to rest forever. Russell was surprised by the calmness of the dragon, who so calmly met death. Could it be because these creatures live for 10,000 years? The dragon said that he was returning the power given to him by his previous master, and lowered the horn into Russell's hands, reducing his size. The hero was surprised that after lightning and fire, he also received a horn with the essence of wind. He wondered why this horn was called divine and not forgotten. Sylvette asked the boy if he had decided to put aside the powers he had accepted, and the hero replied that he had. Before this, the horns increased elemental understanding and mana, so it will be more effective to take it after Russell reaches the 6th circle. The dragon said that Russell was so calm in front of such a huge power. He grinned and said that it was worth waiting for such a gentleman for 10,000 years. After these words, the dragon rose into the air, and everything around was illuminated with blue light. Sylvette wished the young master to have all his wishes fulfilled. Raymond asked him to wait, because he had so many questions, but the dragon's body disappeared, and the mission continued. As the dragon dissolved, he said that he would leave his powers to a child of his kind. Russell didn't know what it meant then, but a beam of light flashed across the desert. He reached the underground city, and Lady Yahello, watching from the window, saw him. Suddenly a beam flew towards her and surrounded the elf. At that time, Russell was exiting the portal. He lowered his head and sighed heavily, catching his breath. He couldn't believe that he had lost the dragon. When the boy raised his head, he saw Lady Yahello. She stood with a hood pulled over her head, her eyes glowing and energy radiating from her body. Yahello removed her hood, calling herself a girl from the White Ash tribe. Russell was dumbfounded and asked what Yahello had on his head. Yahello, with elven ears and dragon horns, bowed to Russell, thereby greeting the Dragon Lord. She said this again, when suddenly her body swayed and her eyelids fell heavily. Lady Yahello lost consciousness, and Russell became afraid for the girl. Soon the protagonist understood everything. He did not expect that the silver dragon was talking about her then. Yahello lay in bed, breathing heavily, her face showing concern, while Raymond knew that her powers had not fully awakened. When she opened her eyes, Russell stood up from his chair and asked if she was awake yet. Yahello shot up from the bed and held out her hands, calling Russell her savior, and then he thought that if she didn't call him Dragon Lord, then everything was okay. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of the hero, informing him that the elf in front of him was awakening as a second-generation dragon, but did not yet know about her mission, and when she did, she would have to make a choice between awakening fully or remaining an elf. Russell thought that having a choice was the best outcome, because if Yahello woke up right away, she would constantly follow him, and he didn't want that. The girl asked why she was in Russell's room, and the guy explained that she had passed out at the gate, so he quickly carried her to his room. Yahello sighed with relief, happy that her savior had found her, and Russell thought that it was too early to explain the rest to the elf. The girl said that this had never happened before. Perhaps it was the horns. She carefully touched them. Yahello shared that after the fall, a silver light fell on her, and she realized that the dragon's powers were awakening within her. The elf rose from her bed and explained that her companions were worried, so she would go. She smiled gratefully and placed her hand on her chest, telling her savior that they would see each other again. Yahello said that the blessing of the forest would be with Russell, and the hero blushed. The next day, the hero reasoned that he had expected to search for the dragon for about 20 days, but there was still a lot of time left. Russell thought he should take advantage of this opportunity in order to study everything. A little later, Raymond went to the forge. The dwarves asked why he was there, and Russell admitted that he had something he wanted to say. He reached into the magical inventory and asked if they could appraise something, and he took out a red stone from there. The dwarves were surprised by the pure mana emanating from it. They reasoned that it was not this stone that contained mana, but rather that the stone itself was dense mana, as if it were a dragon's heart. Russell froze at the last suggestion. The dark-haired dwarf said that the mana of this stone was too pure for the lower dragons, but the stone itself was too small for the heart of the higher ones. The bearded man asked Russell if he would mind leaving it with them until he returned, and the dwarves promised not to use it foolishly. At first, Raymond was hesitant, but ultimately decided to leave the stone to them, since there was no point in refusing. The dwarves were very happy, calling this a wise decision, and wanted to bring the Encyclopedia of Dragons in Russell's eyes. They were like mages who had just received funds for research. After this, one dwarf led Russell to the great library, saying that valuable knowledge should always be deep in the bowels of the earth. The librarian said that this usually doesn't happen, but since Russell has recommendations from the Meisters, he can study everything up to the 3rd level. He handed him a pass. Among the dwarves, who had many craftsmen, the best were called Meisters. Only 1 in 1,000 received this title. Russell laughed awkwardly and thanked the librarian. He didn't know that the two dwarves were meisters. Even though the library was underground, there was a lot of space, and everything is not at all as they expected in the upper world. Russell had 19 days left before returning to the tower, and he decided to try to move to the 6th circle during this time. However, everything turned out to be not so simple. As he was leaving the library, he thought that perhaps it was still too early for him. The dwarves were happy to see the man back, but Russell told them that he was leaving today, so he came to say goodbye and pick up the stone. The dark-haired dwarf was upset that the hero was leaving already, asked if he had thought about staying a few more days. There were hot springs not far from the city. Russell, smiling, thought that the dwarves had not yet learned anything about the stone. They regretfully admitted that they had not found anything unusual, but that did not mean that they had not achieved anything. The dwarves learned that this mana stone was created unnaturally. Someone created it for a specific purpose. Russell asked why they thought so, and the dark-haired man said that alchemical reactions were similar to what they had seen. The man with the beard told Russell to listen to them and read the book. From the content they guessed something, and it seems that this stone is a magnum opus created by the destruction of something. Magnus opus was translated from Latin as excellent work. In alchemy, this is what they call masterpieces. Do the dwarves really think it is valuable as a philosopher's stone? The man with the beard said that it would be great to know what the stone was made of, but for now that was all they knew. Russell closed his eyes and replied that it was more than enough. He thanked the dwarves for their help. And he added that thanks to them, he learned how amazing the underground world was. The dwarves smiled and told Russell to come back at any time, that they would be waiting. Apparently, the material for the stone was a dragon's heart. Other magicians would be shocked by this. When the hero approached the portal, he turned around, not seeing Olsen there. But Vermilion's voice chuckled that the boy had returned first, and Russell turned his gaze. Olsen tensed the muscles in his arms and took a pose, boasting of his achievement. He asked the Count how long he had waited. Raymond replied that no, and asked what was on the man's skin. Vermilion said that this oil was the secret of the dwarves' strength, and he would adapt it for humans when they returned. He said that he would do the same for Russell, so let him wait, and they both laughed. Olsen asked what the guy was thinking about, whether the research hadn't gone very well. The hero replied that not at all. On the contrary, he found what he was looking for. The man chuckled, saying that then Russell could only worry about one thing, namely the wall in front of the 6th circle, and from this precise hit on target, Raymond shuddered. He admitted that he sees her, but he can't get over it, and it's annoying. They say that 100 magicians see 100 different enlightenments, because it is a very delicate thing. Olsen thought that even good advice can do harm, so it is not customary among magicians to interfere. However, a couple of general phrases won't do anything, so Vermilion made up his mind. He asked Raymond if he had told him that he could lift about 680 kilograms, the first time the hero had heard about it. Vermilion added that he couldn't lift that much to begin with. He trained hard, and he put in even more effort, and one day he was able to do it. Vermilion believed that enlightenment in magic was the same. That is, if Russell worked hard every day, it would come. Looking at the elder, the hero agreed with him that he needed to be patient, because he himself had already grown up enough. Olsen told Russell to look at that sunset with admiration. After all, the sunsets in the Red Canyon were truly magical. The sunset light blurs the boundaries between sky and earth, and everything Russell understood and learned, the walls he built, all of it seemed to guide him to the great enlightenment that awaited beyond the wall. Suddenly, the boy realized that he was seeing his consciousness through mental projection, and everything he knew was contained in formulas. Russell released his fire magic, deciding to add formulas to the image of the red sunset. His eyes were shining and he raised his hand up, and he created a new spell. A falling sun. A bright yellow dome hovered over the head of the main character. Olsen grabbed Russell's palm, saying that this spell was very powerful. He lowered the boy's hand, asking if he had decided to set the entire canyon on fire. Olsen brought 2 fingers to the hero's forehead and, using magic, ordered him to sleep. The man grabbed Russell by the shoulders, amazed that he had only talked about enlightenment, but did not think it would come so quickly. Olsen grinned at the thought of the noise this would cause. After all, in front of him now stood the youngest 6th circle in history. Russell Raymond regained consciousness in the fiery tower. He recalled what had happened before he fell asleep and clenched his fist tightly, glad that he had finally become a 6th circle mage. Russell felt the mana in his veins in a completely different way than he had in the 5th circle. He also received a second golden mask as a reward. The first one helped to calculate attacks, and this one specialized in protecting against curses. Russell decided that this item would help him against the heretic's spells. Daria Snow White opened the door, glad that the child had returned. She wanted to ask about the underworld, but was taken aback, feeling the student's mana, and with complete wonder in her eyes, she asked if he had already overcome the wall. The hero awkwardly scratched the back of his head and replied that this expedition had been beneficial. Daria thought that only 6 months ago Russell mastered the 5th circle. Did she really underestimate his talent? She assumed it would take a few more years. The woman was incredibly proud of Russell. And she said that this was what was expected from her student. And the hero promised the teacher to move only forward. Daria smiled at the thought that old Melville would be furious when he found out. The teacher put her index finger to Raymond's face, and she decided to see with her own eyes what her student was capable of. They found themselves inside an area with raised walls. It reminded Russell of the day before the expedition in the ruins, when he had a hard time even against one giant. Daria replied that it sounded like he could easily handle it now. Then she decided to raise the difficulty to Raymond's level. The guy replied, shielding himself from the fire, that that was not what he meant. Fire surrounded the hero, and fire dwarves appeared before him. There were many of them, approximately several hundred. The woman said that it was too early to be surprised and used a transformation spell. From several dwarves, a giant fire king grew. Russell realized that if the teacher had gone this far, she wanted to see everything at once. The guy held out his palm, concentrating the power of fire in it. Daria grinned with a lollipop in her mouth. Raymond was about to respond in a manner befitting his teacher's expectations. The woman was surprised to see the attack spell. Russell looked at the teacher and smiled. He used the spell of his enlightenment and, gathering all the solar energy together, directed it at the giant. At first there was a weak flash, and then, as if growing, the blazing sun exploded. The destructive power was too great. Russell thought he should be careful, because in a real fight he would hit allies. Daria said it was no wonder Russell had grown so fast. She asked what he was thinking using mental projection, and the guy told her about the burning sunset. The woman froze, thoughts swarming in her head about how a mental projection could only be created once in a lifetime. Besides, it was an unfinished spell that needed some work, and Daria was curious about what would happen when Russell finished it. She giggled. Watching the student's process turned out to be a very interesting activity. Left alone with himself, Russell recalled his teacher's words about the speed of his spells, strength, and originality. Daria said that Raymond fits all the criteria, so she will submit an official request for a circle promotion. The teacher recognized the main character. Now the next stage has come. Russell took out the red mana stones and horn from his inventory, thinking that it was good that he had reported about the expedition in advance, because it will take some time to absorb all of this. He took the horn, which glowed green, and presented it to himself. Russell thrust it sharply into his chest, concentrating on absorbing it. The main character sat like that for more than a day. The absorption of the wind essence dragged on. The guy hovered above the bed, and the power of the dragon enveloped him. Russell exhaled slowly, sinking to the floor. The understanding of the wind element improved. But Raymond did not feel any changes, and his body became even lighter, perhaps due to the essence. Russell stood on his toes, and he suddenly struck the air. Even in one swing, there was a lot of power. So the hero thought that if he continued to strengthen his body, he would be able to fight even a knight of the 2nd rank. Outside the door, Russell was informed that he had a guest. The main character was delighted, because the guest immediately after the expedition could be one person. She asked him about the journey to the underworld. Russell was tense and rather reserved. Hecate said, adjusting a strand of hair, that she was so interested that she immediately went to Russell. The boy told her to ask anything, be it the countless caves, the culture of the underworld, weapons, dwarves, but the princess interrupted him, saying that she would ask another question first. At that moment, a system window appeared in front of Raymond with the mission to answer the heart of the princess, who had long been waiting for the hero's answer. The time had come to give it. The girl asked, looking into the Count's eyes, whether he was thinking about her there. Russell blushed and mentally cursed the mission that had arisen, and asked the princess to stop teasing him. Hecate Rathmos took the cup of tea and said that Russell's reaction was funny, because he was always so serious, so it was fun to tease him. She said that her efforts were not in vain. And even if it was in vain, she will not rush the hero with an answer, she will simply hope. The hero thought that after that ball at the banquet, Hecate constantly came to him and left letters. Russell pushed her away every time, saying he was busy. He felt depressed at the thought that he had simply been a coward all this time. Even the mission appeared to respond to feelings. And while the guy was thinking about it, the princess was surprised by the time on the clock. She closed her eyes, saying that when she was with Russell, time seemed to disappear. The princess opened her eyes to say that it was a pity that the answer she had been waiting for would not come, but she broke off in mid-sentence. After all, Russell was standing on one knee before her, asking if the princess could give him a little time. As she said, Raymond is calm, but he will say only one thing, and at that moment he opened the box with rings. Red as a tomato, he said that he wanted to see Hecate in his future. The princess stood up from the table and froze. She did not expect such a turn of events. Hecate suddenly laughed, saying that Russell had no sense of tact at all. Her hand reached for the rings, and Hecate admitted that for some reason she felt pleased to hear those words from Russell. The girl replied that she also wanted to see Raymond in her future. She put on the ring and, blushing, said that the hero had better get ready, because Hecate will tease Russell for the rest of his life for waiting. The news of the engagement spread like wildfire, and preparations began, closely monitored. Even a delegation from Kiel arrived on an elephant. Prince Saran of the Golden Sand Dune thought it was too much pathos, but the great shaman Kasa didn't think so. She said it was to introduce the youngest sixth circle mage in history. The prince asked if Kasa really believed this. He thought it was just to attract attention. Otherwise, the kingdom would not have invited so many countries. However, the question was different. Was the groom worthy of joining Endymion? The shaman asked why the prince decided to test the waters in this way, and the guy replied that he was tired of empty talk, so he hoped that the ceremony would end quickly. He wanted to see this Russell as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Raymond was indignant that he already had 4 tailcoats and 1 more outfit. He asked Alan if all weddings were so complicated. Paige slammed the book shut and replied that it was not just a wedding. He explained to Russell that many envoys would arrive from neighboring countries, even non-allied ones, and that His Majesty wanted to hold more than just a holiday. The hero realized that the king wanted to gain political advantage. Alan said that this was not just a strengthening of royal power, but His Majesty wanted to demonstrate the strength of Endymion. Russell quickly realized that the main force now was himself. He sighed, saying that he had a very important role, but Alan was confident that the guy could handle it. Paige supported him and then decided to start with etiquette training. By sunset they were finished, and people gathered at the castle to greet the young bride and groom. The first persons were, naturally, the Tower Masters. Also present at Hecate Rathmos's exit was Ulsan Vermilion with Hubert, the Master of Darius, to support Russell and the princess. The first heir to the throne of the royal family of Endymion was announced, and the princess came out in a wedding dress with a pink bouquet in her hands. Next to come out was the groom, Earl Russell Raymond. When the hero came out from behind the doors, behind which the setting sun was blinding, those present were informed of the groom's greeting. Rumors began to spread. The guests did not believe that this young man was on the same level as the masters of the towers in appearance. He did not seem so surprising to them. Prince Saren asked the guest why he didn't check it out for himself instead of discussing it behind his back, and the irritated boy was intrigued by this. When he asked the prince how to do this, he raised his hand up and snapped his finger, demonstrating the test. A dozen snakes with sharp fangs and glittering eyes flew towards Russell. Hecate was afraid for him and shouted the groom's name, but he smiled at her over his shoulder and told her not to worry. The hero kept thinking about what to do, and then everything worked out perfectly. Smiling, the guy spread his arms, creating a projection of a circle, and the guests began to count the number of circles, and the snakes trying to attack him literally dissolved in the fiery element. When those present counted 6 circles, they were impressed. Raymond raised his index finger, sending flames into the air like fireworks, and thought that the more exciting the festival, the better. The streaks of fire gathered into a single chain and joined together, illuminating the streets with a fiery flash. Even Prince Saren, who conducted the inspection, was amazed. The flash of fire dissipated and left its mark in the form of glittering fireworks, and the prince thought that the concealment of such power surpassed all rumors about Russell. The count turned to the bride and extended his hand to her, now inviting her to go. Meanwhile, in the forest, the heretic froze. Having learned about the engagement of the bitch's disciple and the princess, while the beast approached him from behind, the Archduke said that now a man equal to the masters of the towers appeared in the royal family. The beast, with its tongue hanging out and its eyes furious, had already jumped towards the hooded man, stretching out its clawed hand. The Archduke asked what the noise was, and the heretic replied that it was just a rat daring to bare its teeth. He congratulated Bismarck on the new member of the family, with whom he would certainly be calmer. But the Archduke objected that he never considered them family. For him, they were simply usurpers who had taken his place. Bismarck asked how the reconnaissance was going, and the heretic admitted that it could take several more days, and there was no guarantee of the number of Tartanos seals that bound the giants that once ruled this continent. He was sure that even a few pieces would be enough to shackle an 8th circle mage. However, the problem was in their defense, because even minimal impacts would send the monsters into a rage. Bismarck replied that this was good, for if these monsters attracted attention and weakened Endymion's forces, then they would carry out the plan more quickly. The heretic smirked at the thought of the Archduke rejoicing in the deaths of his people. He liked such a tyrant, but most importantly, all this was due to the destruction of records from the era of the gods. including the story of the savior from another world and the giants. A black-haired hero from another world joined forces with dragons to seal away the giants, and this story must not be passed on to future generations in any way. The heretic thought that Russell also had black hair and incredible growth. Did he really inherit the blood of the savior? But even if that were the case, millennia have passed, and Raymond is certainly not from the direct line of the savior. The heretic grinned, deciding to create more threats for Russell just in case. The main character was surrounded, expressing their congratulations. Even people whose domain included the academy where Russell studied were present at the engagement. Some were from the Nazi Alliance, some came from the South. Raymond accepted the congratulations and smiled awkwardly, thinking that he would be stuck here for several days, surrounded by nobles from the suburbs, local lords, and even lords from other countries. Suddenly the count was called. Prince Saren of the Golden Sand Dunes introduced himself to him and congratulated Russell on his engagement. The hero recognized this man. It was he who had set the snakes on him and frightened the people standing nearby. Russell shook his hand and thanked him for the gift, but also said that next time he would prefer something else, because he did not like snakes very much, and the prince replied that he would remember that. The hero asked if Prince Saren was pleased with his reaction. Usually people got angry when they were tested, so the prince wondered if Russell was just stupid or generous. He himself said in response to the question that he wanted to offer an alliance to Endymion. The Golden Sand Dunes are one of the richest countries on the continents, and such an ally would be very useful in the war against the Empire. The prince said that he wanted to conclude an alliance not between countries, but personally with Russell. And he added that he was luckier in investments than in politics. So he wished Russell to become the youngest magician of the 8th Circle, and the hero awkwardly laughed at the fact that Saren introduced himself as a prince, but in fact is a merchant. Nevertheless, Russell shook the prince's hand and said that he was glad of their union, and Saren reciprocated, saying that he was counting on Russell. When it was all over, the main character fell back on the bed and sighed heavily. What had been happening had lasted for 3 whole days, and they seemed very long to him, so the count was not surprised by his fatigue. Princess Hecate entered the room and said with understanding that Russell was not used to such events. Raymond walked up to her and picked up a whole stack of papers, asking what they were. And Hecate replied that the engagement had caused a lot of work, and these were documents. The princess sat down in a chair, saying that she wanted to finish this and then come here. She blushed, and looking at Russell, said that she really wanted to see the groom, so she came with documents. The hero lowered his head with a bright crimson face and asked if she was teasing him again. And Hecate smiled, pleased with herself. Russell found an envelope with a wax seal and asked the bride what it was, because it was different from the others, and the princess replied that it was for him. Inside was a research request. Raymond was surprised, and Hecate shared that she did it for him so that he could leave the kingdom in peace. She asked if it really wasn't worth it, and the guy replied that no, that wasn't the point. He leaned down and put his arm around Hecate's shoulders from behind, thanking his bride for thinking of him. The girl said that Russell was so happy about this, although she could not have done otherwise. After all, he was so happy to share her duties, and she believed that this is why people get married, and she also mentioned that the ceremony was over. Hecate turned to Russell and took his chin in her fingers, telling him how tired she was, and she thought they should turn off the lights, and she asked Russell what he thought about that. But Raymond thought the same thing, and in a few moments they found themselves in the depths of the bed. The bride pressed her lips to Russell's, simultaneously placing her fingers on the buttons of his shirt, and the guy, responding to the kiss, squeezed the crimson fabric of the bed. In the Nazi Alliance, in the office of hired workers, a man said that they don't have such people, and the man asked him not to say that because this is the largest office in Naza, so where could they go if they don't even have anything? The man said that they only had a few 3rd Circle mages, but the man insisted that only a 4th Circle mage could fight off the pirates. The hooded man, hearing this, approached the counter and asked if they needed a 4th Circle mage. When asked who he was, the man handed over a badge stating his name, Ridman Loyce, and his age, 38, a free laborer. The token also indicated that this was a 4th Circle mago. The man placed his hand on the hood, asking to be allowed to introduce himself. Russell Raymond, disguised as Redman Loyce, reported that he was looking for a mission on Kulil Island. It worked, and that same day the protagonist found himself on board a ship heading out to sea. So far everything was calm, and Russell hoped that nothing would happen before they arrived on the island. A man called Ridman, holding the beer, he asked him not to stand aside, but to drink with them. But the blue-eyed youth timidly tried to explain to Carl that they should not drink during the mission. Carl Neumann, the 4th Circle mage, said it was okay since they wouldn't get drunk, but Aiden Owl, standing nearby, doubted it very much. Laughing, Carl asked the 3rd Circle magician if he really thought it was just regular liquor. He used magic on beer to help him relax, and Aiden had no choice but to agree. The man asked what about Reedman and pushed a mug towards him. Russell didn't refuse and said that a cold beer never hurt. And Carl burst out laughing, calling Reedman a man. The main character did not expect to meet Aiden Uhl here. In the future, he would make a breakthrough during his research, finding a way to increase the effectiveness of potions by 20%. However, he was sponsored by Archduke Bismarck, and he had to give the developments to the Empire, but this time Endymion will get them. Russell said hooray for Aiden and took a few sips of beer, and the guy awkwardly replied, "Yeah," as if thinking about something. Then he suddenly told Carl that he felt mana from his bracelet, and asked if it was an artifact. The man raised his hand and replied that yes, this artifact clears the mind. Afterwards, Carl said that since they had already drunk, they could now play cards, and he began shuffling the deck in one of his unusual ways, when suddenly there was a cry on board about pirates. Aiden flinched and Russell's eyes widened and he became wary, because there were 5 pirate ships heading straight towards them. A participant in the expedition ran out of the cabin and shouted to gather the magicians. Carl chuckled, asking how they could help if they were out cold. He said, clearly pleased that these idiots drank everything he poured for them. The man called for Aiden and Reedman, but no one answered. He looked at Carl and asked if he was in league with the pirates. Neumann replied that they should have checked his background better, but he was not going to delay it, and said that they should go to the pirate ship if they did not want to die. At that moment, Russell's ring sparkled. The giant's hammer of lightning appeared out of the clear sky and attacked the pirate ships. Carl turned around and asked in horror what kind of bastard did this, and Russell, having come to his senses, asked for forgiveness. And with a smirk on his face, he asked if he had really scared him. The man shouted, asking how Reedman could cast spells, and Russell just threw up his hands, pretending not to know. Seeing the guy's ring, the man shouted that he was using the artifact like a coward. Russell thought that this spell was too strong for a 4th circle mage, so he decided to use the artifact as an excuse. Raymond replied that Carl was right and threw a flame at him, which grew and enveloped the pirate's hand. Russell said that this was the power of his artifact, and the man, who had previously been confident that everything was going according to plan, began to cry, begging for mercy. But the hero was not going to do this, and the pirate bent over, groaning from the pain of his burnt body. The participant said that he did not believe that Carl was a pirate, asked Redman how he knew about it. The guy replied that everything became clear from Carl's artifact. He left a trail of mana to show other pirates where the ship was hiding. The participants shouted that the pirates were attacking, and the man looked around warily. At the same time, 4 kings dropped anchor on board. The man thought that there were too many pirates for a 4th circle magician. He would probably have to pay them. However, Reedman told Sir that he would return soon, and that he should take care of Aiden. The organizer got scared and asked where the magician was going, and Russell, releasing his aura, replied that he was going to feed the fish. With one jerk, he rose into the air. Russell decided he would deal with them quickly. Hanging in the air, the main character created a rain of fire. The battle did not last long. The pirate ships sank under the water. After some time, Aiden Owl opened his eyes. He jumped up, asking Reedman what happened to the pirates, while Lois sat studying the papers. Suddenly, Aiden felt sick. He clutched the collar of his clothes, and Reedman told him that the guy should rest some more, because he poured some fire mana into him to get rid of the negative effects. Uhl lay back down and apologized for being more attentive, but Reedman replied that everything was fine. However, he wanted to ask if this was Aiden's research. Reedman pointed to the roll of parchment. Aiden asked where Reedman got it from, and Lois stood up, explaining that it had fallen out when he carried the boy here, and it was written on it about increasing the effectiveness of potions. As soon as Russell mentioned that it was interesting, Aiden jumped up, his eyes shining, asking if he really thought so. Reedman replied that yes, that's why he would like to help Ulu, and Aiden said that he would be very happy if the guy wanted to become a sponsor. However, he would need a lot of potions to gather the information he needed, so it would be quite expensive. But Reedman countered that money was not an issue. Russell showed the boy the token, saying that if he showed it in the fire tower, he would be given money for research, and mentally added that the teacher would also understand the value of this research. Aiden read the contents of the token and saw that it was written about the fire tower mage, Russell Raymond. As soon as the realization came to him, he jumped so much that his hair almost fell out, but Russell gestured for him to be quiet. Aiden asked why the hero looked like that. Raymond replied that he had reasons for his disguise, and Owl did not ask further questions. He suddenly fell silent, and after a while said that Russell was the first to see the value of his research. Aiden Owl placed his hand on his heart and promised that he would carry out all of Russell's orders. Russell stood at the bow of the ship and looked at the map, checking the island they were approaching. It was indeed Khalil. However, something on the map changed, and the hero chuckled thoughtfully. There used to be many dots on the map, but they disappeared, and words appeared asking Russell to go to the end of the River of Fire and rise above the place where the rivers of ice and fire join. This map was supposed to lead the heroes somewhere, which is probably why it gave new directions. Russell thought about this place where the rivers of ice and fire met until the landing. When the ship docked, the organizer thanked Russell and Aiden for ensuring the ship arrived safely. Owl raised his hands up and said that he had done nothing. It was all Sir Reedman. The guy almost misspoke and said the hero's real name, and Russell thought that Aiden was lying terribly. However, the man held out 2 bags filled with gold coins and said that this was the reward as he had promised, but it was a little more than they had agreed upon. The protagonist accepted the reward and shook the organizer's hand, wishing him luck on every journey. Aiden was sad that their journey had come to an end. He would have liked to learn something from Russell, but Raymond suddenly turned to him, causing Owl to flinch. Russell, hiding behind his hood, told the boy that they would meet next time in the fire tower. The boy soon discovered that, as expected for a country of beastmen, there were few people here. Looking around, he couldn't help but wonder if there would be more ferocious beastmen to come. Suddenly he noticed a monkey on the roof. He moved quite quickly. Russell turned away, wondering where to go, and this monkey noticed him. Then the hero decided that the bar was the best place to look for information. There, behind the bar, a ram greeted him and asked if the guy was alone. Russell left 1 gold coin and asked for a mug of cold beer. The ram was surprised and said that it was too much for 1 mug. The guy smiled and answered so that the bartender would consider the remainder to be payment for answering questions, and the ram, having accepted the coin, asked what questions the visitor had. Russell asked if there was a river of fire here, and the bartender replied that if the guest meant lava, there were several places. The guy took a sip of beer and asked about these places. The bartender said that Kulil Island appeared due to a volcanic eruption, but it has been quiet for centuries, so the guest should not worry. Russell then asked if there was a place where the ice river met the fire river. The bartender bowed his head and apologized. He didn't understand what he was being asked, and Russell raised his palm, assuring that everything was fine. As he left the bar, he sighed heavily, realizing that he would have to walk a lot. To begin with, Russell decided to go to the center of the island, and his path began in the forest. The guy chuckled thoughtfully, placing his hand on his chin. Suddenly, someone asked him if he needed a guide. It was that same monkey. He offered 2 silver coins for an hour, said the guy wouldn't regret it. Russell thought, what bastards. When he saw a dozen eyes hidden behind the trees, this trap was too obvious for the hero. The guide said that among the local races, monkeys are the most united, so they know the area better than anyone else. And Russell, who was following the guide, said what sounded convincing, but asked where he was taking him. When the boy asked this question, the beastman shuddered, freezing in place. He turned around and laughed, replying, wherever the guy needs to go. Russell replied that it was strange. He didn't remember saying where he was going. The guy raised his head up, and he said that for just 2 silver coins there are a lot of guides here. The monkey tensed up. He turned around and asked when the guy noticed it. The hero replied that from the very beginning, and when asked why he went for the guide then, Russell said that he needed someone to work for him. The beastman became angry and said with a grim face that he was going to spare the boy if he gave him all his money, but now he changed his mind. And after the words that they would skin him, the lurking monkeys simultaneously jumped from the trees. Russell tensed his hand, using the power of lightning. He asked if the guide really thought he would follow him without an ace up his sleeve. The beastman froze when he saw the magic and ordered everyone to retreat. Russell just said it would stink and released a chain of lightning. With 1 spell, he felled all the animals and the guide froze, saying that this could not be. Russell groaned, saying ironically that it seemed like all of the guide's friends were tired. He raised his hand with sparking discharges to the monkey's face and said that he had a couple of questions. And the guide had to answer them, and the beastman hiccuped loudly from fear. Raymond asked the monkey the same thing he had asked at the bar. He was interested in the place where the icy river intersects with the fiery one. The beastman, kneeling with his comrades, replied that he had never heard of such a place. Russell then asked him if he had lied when he said that the monkeys knew this area better than anyone else, and the guide hesitantly replied that no, but that this place was definitely not on the outer ring of the island. The hero asked if this place could be in the inner ring. The beastman lowered his head and honestly admitted that he did not know what was in the inner ring. Russell stood up from the fallen tree and said that he would have to go there. The guide was surprised. Then the guy asked if he really couldn't go there, but the reason for the surprise was different. The monkey said that he knew that the guy was strong, but the people living in the inner ring were not ordinary beastmen. They were quite hostile by nature, so if they found out about him, they would immediately attack. Sitting by the fire at night, the main character thought about these words. However, those the guide had warned about arrived too quickly, with the question of whether he was the stranger who was causing commotion on the island. Russell didn't sense any bloodlust in them. They just wanted to fight. Was that really the instincts of beastmen? The boy raised his head in surprise and asked if they wanted to fight him, and the beastman replied that he knew why they had come. The buffalo flexed his knuckles and told Russell to let him know when he was ready. The guy immediately replied that they were starting and created a green stream of energy. The beastman said that he liked Russell. He ran to the main character with the words that they would see what he was capable of. Raymond knew he couldn't stop the buffalo with a weak spell, so he needed to concentrate his mana as much as possible. When the guy was ready, he extended his palm forward and directed a stream of magic at the enemy. The shockwave swirled in the air like a spiral. The buffalo said, without slowing down, that it was not bad, but it would not push him away. He had already started to pass through the magic ring, saying that it was too low a level of magic. The buffalo wanted to say what kind of force he was using, but suddenly his hooves stopped. The shockwave did not allow the beastman to pass and pierced his body, forcing him to freeze. The buffalo himself howled in pain. The magic spiral uncoiled and pushed the enemy back. The remaining beastmen were shocked that this mage had knocked back the boss with one spell. They acknowledged the hero's strength, and approaching Russell, they joyfully asked to fight with them, and the guy raised his palms up, laughing awkwardly. But their boss wasn't about to give in. He stood up and told the two to shut up and step back. The buffalo's eyes sparkled. He said that they themselves could not cope with this magician. At this time, Russell thought, because this beastman did not receive damage, and from this spell, the bones should have broken. The beastman approached the protagonist, who was assessing the buffalo's body. Russell believed that it was made for battle, and if the buffalo knew how to use the aura, he would become a superhuman. The guy asked him if he should continue. The buffalo raised his head proudly and sighed, replying, "Of course." Or to be more precise, he would like to, but his body is covered in wounds, so he won't be able to fight. The beastman admitted that he had lost and called it a great battle, and he and Russell shook hands. Buffalo asked what brought the boy to the inner ring. For as far as he knew, people traded in the outer, and Russell told him what place he was looking for. The hero asked if the beastman had ever heard of such a thing, and the buffalo, crossing his arms, said that in 80 years he had never heard of such a thing. Russell closed his eyes, bitterly realizing that this place was definitely not easy to find, and in the underworld everything had gone too smoothly. Suddenly the beastman said that maybe Russell would find something in the divine region, and the hero's eyes widened with curiosity. The buffalo told about the Holy Land where God lives. He himself had never been there, but he thought that this place could be there. Russell thought about the records he had seen that said the first king of the beastmen, Fenrir, was half-dragon. He got this clue from the altar in the underworld, so he had enough reason to check everything here. Intrigued, Raymond asked the buffalo where this divine region was. So the main character set off in search of this region, continuing to raise the alarm in the local forests. This was already his 17th fight that day, and the beastman kept running to the guy to fight him. However, this was necessary, for the buffalo said that to enter the divine region, one needed the recognition of great warriors and great elders, and to gain their recognition, one needed to show strength. So Russell fought for 15 days straight in the hope that someone would appear soon. And indeed, the mustachioed beastman with soft fur asked the hero if he was the stranger from the rumors. Russell was surrounded. The jaguar asked the boy to follow him, saying that someone wanted to see him. The hero noticed a bandage on the beastman's hips, a symbol of a great warrior. However, Raymond asked who exactly wanted to see him, like the great warrior or the elder. The jaguar replied that it was Muya, and Russell trembled slightly, for it was the king of the beastmen. The hero expected a great warrior or a great elder, but he did not expect it to be the king himself. The guy joyfully clenched his hand into a fist, because he had never even dreamed of such a thing. Before this, the king asked if the beastman had heard about the stranger who was wreaking havoc on the island, and the jaguar told him that even the second of the Red Lion tribe and the guard of the White Snake tribe had been defeated. The king chuckled, saying that even those who were close to the great warriors were defeated. He wanted to see him personally. The jaguars swore that they would bring him and make him kneel before the king. However, Muya asked to bring the man quietly, and the jaguar wanted to clarify, and the king, interrupting, explained that the stranger would come as a guest of the king of the beastmen. Jaguar stood with his arms crossed over his chest. In his opinion, the hero didn't look all that strong, and the losers must have been very relaxed. He was angry because he couldn't understand what the king was thinking when he invited this man as a guest. The black jaguar sensed the changed atmosphere and turned around abruptly, telling the angry one that it was enough. If instincts were interfering so much, then he should abandon the mission. But the other jaguar replied that nothing would happen to him for that. As much as he loves battles, the jaguar is not too stupid to touch the king's guest. And the great warrior with the bandage on his hips sighed with relief. However, the jaguar asked, what if it was not a battle, and he approached the hero. He informed Russell that they were in a bit of a hurry, so they needed to speed up, and asked if the guy minded. The hero replied that he could try. The jaguar stuck out his tongue slightly, and he suddenly jumped up, telling the man to then catch up. He flew quickly during the jumps, deciding to show the stranger the difference in levels. However, at that very moment, Russell found himself next to the beastman, admiring his speed. The jaguar turned around warily, surprised that the man had caught up with him at maximum speed. Russell told him that as long as he adjusted to him, everything was fine. He closed his eyes in a smile, adding that he still had some left. Soon, the jaguar praised the man who had kept up with him and had held on all this time. One of the beastmen, out of breath, asked Russell if he was one of the fastest people, and the hero replied that there were about 30 like him in the kingdom, and on the continent there were about 100. This figure made the jaguar darken, saying that it was impossible. However, now Russell was not thinking about this, but about the city that was hidden in this forest. This is what one would expect from the capital of the beastmen. Soon the main character was brought to the king's residence. Russell froze for a moment, feeling that the beastmen here were at least at the level of the 4th circle in strength. Could these really be all the great warriors of the Kuril Island? The atmosphere in the royal residence was so thick that even the air seemed thicker to Russell. The boy stopped and released an aura, demonstrating the power of the 6th circle. The beastmen found what they saw incredible, because this man could withstand the fighting spirit of hundreds of great warriors. There was a sharp knock on the wooden door, and a voice shouting that idiots should not interfere. A girl, Muya, appeared from behind the door, introducing herself to Russell as the king of the beastmen. Raymond expected nothing less from the king. She exuded the level of a teacher, but the hero was confused by something. He didn't expect the king to be a woman, and right now she was indignant, asking where the man was looking. Russell bowed and introduced himself as the Count of Endymion and a mage from the fire tower, and apologized for his ignorance of beastman etiquette. The woman smiled and said, "That's enough. There's no need for so many formalities," but Russell could tell from Moy's reaction that she liked it. Afterwards, the king asked what brought this man to such a remote island. Holding his hand on his chest, Raymond said that he was looking for the place where the icy river intersected with the fiery one. The warriors who were watching the king's conversation with the man gasped. Russell realized that, judging by their reaction, he was on the right track. They must know something. And he said out loud that the beastmen, it seems, call this the divine region. The beastmen were displeased. They considered it impudence and disrespect for a stranger to talk about sacred land. Muya said she understood that they were shocked, but now she was speaking, her piercing gaze darting towards the warriors. They suddenly fell silent and obediently bowed their heads, not daring to look at their king again. The king replied that this place exists in the divine region, but why would a person need it? Russell replied that it was for personal reasons, and Muya shared that she had heard that mages from the continent were very fond of the unknown. The hero noted that the beastmen, fortunately, were not too negative, so everything could go smoothly. Muya asked the man what to do, because as he could see from the elder's reaction, this had never happened before, and the beastmen began to support him, saying that their ancient gods lived in the divine region, and a stranger who was not even a warrior would not be able to pass. Muya slammed her fist on the chair, screaming at them to shut up because she was thinking. Russell clarified that outsiders had never entered the divine region, or that there were rules prohibiting this. The king thought that this man looked into the very essence of things, in which he was not inferior to great warriors, and at this rate the guy would help the beastmen grow. Russell said that the elder said that non-warriors were not allowed to enter. Does that mean that even a stranger could pass if he was recognized? The beastmen shouted in unison about the warrior's test, and Muya was surprised. Laughing, she asked the little man if he was serious. Russell, however, was determined, and he said that if this is the only way to get through, then of course he is confident. The rules of the test were simple. Survive in the canyon for 10 days. At the beginning, the hero will not be given anything. He must find everything he needs himself. And every day, Russell must defeat 5 great warriors. The guy realized that they were testing his mental fortitude, survival skills, and strength in combat. And besides, the aura of the canyon was not so ordinary. Even the breeze gave off an ominous energy, so Russell needed to be careful and not let his guard down. Muya announced that it was time to enter the canyon. She said the test was about to begin, and Russell turned and jumped off the cliff. The hero landed squarely on his feet, and he assessed the aura in the canyon. This energy turned out to be denser than he expected. This was the very canyon into which the first king, Fenrir, threw the body of the serpent Jormungandr. So Russell's first enemies, who met the man at the foot of the cliff, were snakes with glowing eyes. They wriggled and hissed sharply, revealing poisonous teeth. Russell called on Pepper. The dragon took a deep breath and exhaled a stream of fire with all his might. The boy said that there was a snake for dinner today, and the dragon confidently growled in response. The last day in the canyon arrived. The The beastman discussed how the man was holding up very well and his skills were incredible. The fire created by his magic had not gone out for 5 days. Also, Russell has already fought with 20 great warriors and has not even been injured. Muya said she knew it wouldn't be enough. She licked her lips, asking sarcastically how one could resist such a delicacy. The king jumped into the canyon after the main character 5 days later, and the beastman shouted after her in surprise. Russell, shielding himself from the rising dust and leaves with his hands, asked her if she didn't think it was a little unfair. Muya said that her blood boiled at the sight of strong warriors. Besides, technically she is also a warrior of the beastman tribe. The woman held out her hand, signaling 5 blows, because she too has honor and conscience. And if Russell can withstand 5 of her blows, she will consider the man to have passed the test. Raymond realized that the number of blows corresponded to the number of warriors he had to defeat. Although fighting a great warrior was much easier than fighting a beastman king, a powerful aura began to emanate from Mui, and the hero realized that it would definitely not be possible to come to an agreement here. He used dragonification, and glowing in a fiery flash, he told the king that he would give it his all. The beastman retreated further away from the canyon, seeing such an aura from a human for the first time. Could it be that this guy had been unusual all this time? Muya was surprised, and she asked if this was really the full power of a person. She moved forward, saying that it was good because it would be quick but very interesting. Russell remained where he was as he saw the king attack. A moment later, Muya was a few steps away from the guy, and he thought, could it really be already? The Beast King's gaze was full of excitement and thirst for battle. Russell managed to put up a barrier when Muya attacked with a spear, but the shield unfortunately broke, which was expected from the best of the beastmen. Even redirecting an attack is very difficult, not to mention a direct attack. The protagonist jumped back. To begin with, he decided to try to slow down her attacks. Standing against the wall, the boy created a magic spiral with the intention of buying time, while Muya, squatting, laughed. She picked up a piece of earth lying in the canyon with her fingers and said it was fun. Very fun. As the waves headed towards her, the king suddenly lifted the earth and covered herself with it. Russell almost went crazy when he saw her tear up the ground to throw him away, but Muya said that the last attack was interesting, so she would count it. The guy said it was crazy to think he had to do it 3 more times. Muya jerked from her place and jumped forward. Russell gripped his spear tighter. The king swung her fist straight at the man's solar plexus, but he blocked it with his spear. Clutching the magic weapon, the protagonist called out to Pepper, who appeared behind his shoulder. The dragon rose into the air and breathed fire at Muya with all his might, but it had no effect on her. She roundhouse kicked the man, sending Russell flying backwards, and crashed into the canyon wall with his back. A blue slit appeared behind the king. Using a dagger, the main character cut through space. Suddenly, the giant's hammer came out from there, but Muya grinned excitedly and stretched out her hand. The king struck the hammer with her fist. The magic item flew up, rose above the canyon in the sky, and spun several times. After it began to fall down, the king of the beastmen intercepted the hammer with her hand, saying that this was not bad. She grabbed Russell's hammer more tightly, and together with it, made a jump towards the main character. The boy extended his hand, concentrating the power of the sparks in his fingers. Russell used mental projection, remembering a bright sunset, and the falling sun began to swirl in the air. Muya slowed down before the attack, and she swung the giant hammer with all her might. Russell Raymond pointed the flaming spear towards the Beastman King. Boiling clots of magma, surrounded by a fiery whirlwind, began to fall downwards. The bright flash from the collision illuminated not only the entire canyon, but also the forest in which the city and the inner ring stood, hidden from prying eyes. This attack took a lot of strength from the hero because it was the peak of his power. Muya walked up to Russell and cursed, saying that she wanted to play some more, but unfortunately she couldn't continue. The woman squatted down next to the man and said it was fun. So Russell passed the test, but the boy heard the last words. His eyelids suddenly became heavy and his head was pulled toward the ground, but he was not left in the canyon. When the boy woke up, he let out a frightened groan, breathing heavily. Pepper pressed his face to his master's cheek with frozen tears in his eyes. He was worried about Russell, and the guy was surprised when he saw the spirit. Muya, who appeared, said that this little one didn't even feel tired and didn't leave Russell's side. The boy stood up when the king arrived, and then suddenly froze. The woman stood with a dark green cloth on her hips and half tied with bandages. Raymond quickly covered himself with pepper so as not to look at the woman's body. Muya just wanted to show the burn that Russell left, and the hero, blushing, hugged the dragon to himself. But the queen approached him and put her hand on the spirit. She grabbed Pepper and threw him up, showing the burn on her shoulder, and the guy raised his hands up, trying not to look. Raymond still glanced at the king's shoulder and raised his eyebrows regretfully. The woman didn't think Russell could use such a spell with a spear. If she had been a little slower, the burns would have been worse. and then the boy realized that the last spell had worked. But then he thought it was hard to tell the attack had worked when there was such a small wound. The woman placed her hand on Russell's head, asking him why he was so red, as he did not look like he had a fever. She also asked if he wanted to mate with her, and the question sounded like Russell had been hit on the head. Muya licked her lips, asking if she should then call Russell a man and not a stranger. The hero mumbled for the king to listen to him, but the woman hovered over him, saying that if it was Russell's seed, she would be glad to accept it. Russell felt a very dense energy from the Beastman King. However, he still found the strength to put his palm in front of the king, thereby stopping her, and apologized. The hero said that he already has a beloved who is waiting for him. Muya smirked and stepped back, saying that she wasn't going to do it unwillingly. However, that was not all. She was one of those who liked to stretch out delicious food, and Russell, in order to change the subject, asked if he could now enter the divine region. The woman replied that no one would resist after what they saw yesterday, and some might even envy Russell's strength. The boy asked when he could go there, and Muya said that as soon as the body recovered, then he looked down at the bandaged torso. According to the doctor, it would take at least 2 months to recover. But such a long treatment was not part of the main character's plans. Russell held the Beastman King on his shoulder, and she couldn't believe how he was able to recover in just 3 weeks. Was he really a monster? And the guy replied that he didn't think she could say that, considering her powers. The hero was grateful to the woman for being his guide, but he still asked if she had anything to do, since she was the king. Muya replied that their kings and those of people were different, but there was something more important. She pointed to the lake, saying that they needed to go down right now. The woman warned the hero not to dive into the water. They needed to stay on the surface, and the guy obediently jumped into the lake. Suddenly he noticed a small stream flowing from the cave. Muya pointed to that hole. Russell jumped in with the king in his arms, and was surprised by the vastness of the cave. The king pointed out the waterfall to him and said that this water filled all the lakes outside the cave. It came from the divine region. To enter the divine region, one must pass through a stream of water. Russell rose up using wind magic, and Muya said that she would wait for the guy here. In a second, the protagonist moved to the crack with water, blinding the king of the beastmen with a flash. In the cave, he made a couple more dashes over the water, and he froze in the air, looking at the beautiful view. Before Russell lay the sacred land where the god of the beastmen lived, with its shining river and green, almost shining trees. The hero appreciated the size of the river, so it is not surprising that it created so many lakes. Russell headed down the river, doubting that this was the one he was looking for. Although the river was large, it looked ordinary. Soon Raymond saw with his own eyes that the river had 2 colors. He was flying over the water. He needed to go to the end of the fiery river to arrive at the right place. Russell would never have thought that the river's source could be a volcano. The hero looked around, because this is where something should be, according to the instructions. Below he noticed vapors rising upward. At one point the river was raging, creating circles on the water. Russell sighed mentally, knowing that it wouldn't be that easy. He dived under the water, because if there were bubbles in it, then this place led somewhere. The hero had a chance that this place would be the real source of the river. Holding his breath, Raymond discovered a gorge underwater. He swam straight into it, and he emerged, greedily gasping for air. When the hero came out of the water, it seemed to him that this place was very dark. He could not see anything. Suddenly Pepper appeared and growled joyfully, raising his paws up. A magic chain appeared in front of the 2 of them. She led the hero to the peacefully sleeping creature. There was such energy coming from him that Perchik and Russell closed their eyes. The creature introduced itself as Ignir, a fire dragon, and greeted the young master. He asked for forgiveness from the humble servant Russell for not being able to wait. The dragon was waiting here to impart great magic, the divine weapon, the Brahmastra. Russell couldn't touch her, but he felt the full power of the weapon. He wondered if he could withstand such force. Raymond noticed a system window appearing with a task to purify the will of Fenrir, the first king of the Beastmen, which reacts to the divine weapon Brahmastra. The hero chuckled, and at that moment the will itself appeared in the form of a white wolf. The beast growled, spreading white wings behind its back. Raymond could not have imagined that the embodiment of Fenrir's will would be so impressive. Russell bared his teeth, convincing himself that it was just a monster and not a divine beast, and the dragon told the hero to go ahead. The guy approached the Brahmastra and froze with his mouth open, looking at its impressive size and strength. The dragon told Russell to take it, and Russell, as if in some kind of trance, did so. As soon as the hero firmly grabbed the weapon, the place around him was transformed. Russell found himself an observer on the battlefield. He wondered why he could see him, and someone's voice called the giants pathetic. This man in black clothes and long hair was heading towards them. The woman with dragonification said that today she would destroy the giants. The first green giant with one eye ran towards her, telling the woman to get out of the way. Russell flinched. After all, This woman looked at him and smiled. Could she really see him? The battle began. This woman had scales that looked like they were made of obsidian, horns that create a crown. Russell finally realized who this woman was. She commanded the power of the 6 gods who left this land, and the power of her horns to make weapons appear. She was a divine dragon king holding a Brahmastra in her hand. A new divine weapon has been created that can kill even God. The hero lunged forward with the Brahmastra, like the Dragon King, with the accompanying words that this would help him in the future. And the piercing Brahmastra will become a torch that burns enemy beasts and giants. This weapon pierced the form of Fenrir's will. It was created by will, but Russell still couldn't believe that it had killed the first king of the Beastmen in one blow. In terms of strength, it was about the 8th circle, perhaps even the 9th. Fenrir's will changed, acquiring a half-human form that bowed to Russell, and he, the heir to the blood of dragons, wanted to ask for help. The heir handed the hero a glowing object and asked him to pass it on to his children. The hero froze, looking at the object. It was a treasure that kept trappers at bay. The heir said that he hoped that the great dragon lord would free them from their shackles, and with these words, his appearance dissolved. What Russell held in his hands was completely unfamiliar to him in terms of energy. It was not mana or divinity, but something that only worked on beastmen. The corrupted will of the first king of Fenrir was cleansed. The Brahmastra glowed. Its energy was very strong, as if mana was burning throughout Russell's entire body. Given Russell's level of understanding of fire magic, he definitely shouldn't feel that kind of pain. Now in his mana streams there is high-level magic, and the formula of the 9th circle. If the hero cannot learn, understand, and control it properly, then he will simply burn out. The veins on Raymond's face bulged. Blood started flowing from his nose. The hero clenched his teeth until it hurt, trying to accept this power. Brahmastra expanded his mind, her understanding improved, and now Brahmastra reconstructed Raymond's mind. There was a final flash, and the boy fell to the ground, and Pepper, worried, ran up to his master. The dragon began to cry and rub his cheek against Russell's cheek, but the dragon's voice told him not to worry because his master had simply passed out from overexertion. But he would wake up soon. His heir was supposed to serve him, but fate decreed otherwise, so Pepper can inherit his power. The little dragon flew back in fear, lowering its red ears. A calm voice told him not to be surprised, because spirits were just a mutation, and Pepper is half-dragon, so he can definitely handle it. The voice expressed the hope that Russell's spirit would become a new red dragon and travel with its master, and then continue the dragon race. After some time, Russell woke up. He didn't know how long it had been since he had lost consciousness. Raymond looked around and saw Pepper happily chewing something. The hero asked what he was eating, but the spirit growled joyfully, and the guy decided not to interfere, because Pepper would not eat something inedible. After the meal, a circle of fire formed around the Pepper. Russell received a notification that the preparation of the red dragon's soul and nutrients had been completed. The fire around Pepper began to intensify and rise upward like a whirlwind. The system window notifying that it would take a long time to absorb the energy and become a second-generation dragon. Pepper growled quietly, his eyes closing. Russell froze as he read the new notifications that came one after another, the last one stating that the spirit of Pepper was going into hibernation. The dragon's eyes closed completely, and for the first time Pepper told his master that they would see each other again, and the spirit dissolved in tongues of flame. If Russell had known that this would happen, he would have played with Perchik more often earlier. Muya waved her hand and wagged her tail, shouting to Russell that she was there. Raymond landed next to her, and the woman chuckled thoughtfully. The hero asked her what happened, and the king said that his eyes had become clearer and deeper in a few days. He must have found something incredible in that place. Russell then reached into the inventory and asked Moy if she could take a look at something. The king's gaze changed at the sight of the object. That same blue stone in the shape of a crescent lay in the hero's palm. Muya said with a concerned look that the person should explain in great detail how and where he got it. Feeling the oppressive aura coming from the king, Russell was convinced that she had not used her full strength in the fight with him. Muya chuckled and said that it was good that Russell could withstand her fighting spirit even from such a distance. Afterwards, she said that she would like to play some more, but the moon crystal was more important. Muya asked Russell if he knew why the beastmen were stuck on this island, and the hero suggested that they did it to protect each other because there weren't many of them. The woman suddenly shouted that this was nonsense. Even long-eared archers and ground dwarfs live on the continent, she said. So does Russell really think that the beastmen would stay here for this reason, having such power? Muya pointed to the moon crystal and said that it was an item of the first king of the beastmen, Fenrir, and they remained on this island to find it. Now Russell understood what the dragon was talking about, and yet he asked why the beastmen were so eager to find him. Muya asked if the hero knew about beastification, and the hero replied that it was an ability that increased overall strength by awakening a beast in the blood. Russell asked if it was somehow connected. The king said that on the night of the full moon they can use lunar beastification, which is 3 times stronger than normal. But it can only be used during the full moon. However, with the moon crystal, the beastman will be able to use moon beastification at any time and in any place. The moon crystal fell back after Muya threw it into the air and it glowed. The woman clicked her tongue, scratching her ear, and said that the moonlight stored by the stone had apparently run out, so it was Russell's turn to speak. She asked where he found the moon crystal. After Muya learned that the guy had dived into an underground river to find out where the red color came from. The king, of course, had heard rumors that the magicians were crazy, but she said that this was too much. She guessed that Fenrir's remains were there, and the moon crystal too. Russell didn't tell Muya that it was the embodiment of will, so as not to complicate things. The woman chuckled at the thought that Fenrir had the moon crystal all this time, and Russell was supposed to convey his will to the beastman. Muya leaned towards the hero and hugged him tightly, so that Raymond almost choked. The king called it a good job for a man. Blushing, she said that she was ready to reward him generously, if only he would say so, and if he wants, she can accept his seed. Russell became gloomy when talking about this, and replied that he would probably refuse. Suddenly it dawned on him. He smiled when he said he knew what he needed. After these words, they landed, and the king of the beastmen attacked the hero with such force that he crashed his back into the stone. Russell closed his eyes. Muya asked why he was breathing so hard since she had just started. It was so hard for Raymond that he even wondered if it was worth asking to train with him every day. Muya approached him and told him to pull himself together. And if Russell showed his weak side, he would be quickly eaten. Besides, with such endurance, he would not satisfy the one who was waiting for him. A fire blazed behind the protagonist, and he told the king not to worry about it, because he still has plenty of strength. Russell stood up and used the magic death spear spell multiplied by 5. Muya liked this approach. The woman waited until the spears descended lower so that she could parry the blow when they collided. The training lasted until sunset. Russell sat by the palm trees and tried to catch his breath after such a monster. The guy wondered if it was possible to fight Muya without dragonification. The king approached him, asking teasingly if he was already exhausted. She crossed her arms over her chest and asked if he wanted to transform like last time. Russell replied that he wanted to train the basics, and if he transformed, then the training would be useless. In response to which Muya turned away and said that this was his problem. She was not interested. However, there was still something in the interests of the Beastmen King. Muya approached Russell with a request. Muya said that since they had found the moon crystal, she was going to leave the Beastmen Island for a few years, because she wanted to become a bridge to the rest of the world. Russell thought about it and asked what was required of him, because if she wanted part of Endymion's territory, then it was impossible. Muya immediately became indignant, asking if he really thought she was so shameless. She only needed a small area for the Beastmen to live in, but even that was unconscionable, and only now did it dawn on Raymond. He rose from the sand and asked if this meant that they wanted to join Endymion. The hero understood everything correctly. Muya was ready to bow to their king. The woman listed that they could help in territorial conflicts and wars. For the guy, this was very unexpected. He seriously thought about it, because the king of the Beastmen himself was ready to bow, which in itself is madness. Soon, a meeting was held in Endymion's palace on this matter. The Minister of Finance put forward a very logical question, namely, where they would find land for them all if there were more than 200,000 beastmen on the island. The Minister of Defense countered that if even half joined during the war, they would have another 100,000 soldiers, and that could not be ignored. As Russell expected, opinions were divided. The king, after the circus had started, ordered it to stop, because they don't have enough information to constructively assess the situation. The man leaned over in his chair and turned to the princess's future husband. He wanted to hear Russell's opinion, since he was the one who had personally seen the beastmen. Raymond raised his head and, placing his hand on his chest, replied, "Yes, your majesty." He said that most beastmen are quite aggressive, but their culture is not much different from human culture. Therefore, they need to find a place for them, and if in the end the kingdom gets a strong army, then it will only be a plus. The king replied that they need to calculate everything again. Jillian Person turned to the hero and asked how strong the Beastman King was. Russell didn't know how to describe it, so he decided to take into account the fact that he was fighting her. Hecate's face immediately changed when the conversation turned to the woman. Raymond said appraisingly that she was 3 levels above McCrae Hughes, and Jillian's face twitched, wondering if this woman was really that strong. Amelia Vermin, the master of the White Tower, removed the blindfold from her eyes and asked Gillen to move. She asked Russell what this meant. Is Raymond sure that she did not seem strong to him because of his own weakness? Jillian asked the little master of the White Tower to calm down. She got angry, calling Person just an idiot obsessed with weapons. So who was he calling small here? And the man laughed, saying that the king of the Beastmen is not a magician, but a warrior. In that case, it is more logical for him as the owner of the aura to do this. Amelia clicked her tongue in irritation, and Jillian turned to Russell. He aimed hundreds of copies at him, and he said they'd see how Russell handled it. Person extended his hand forward, thus throwing all the spears at once. Russell didn't expect that Jillian would create several hundred weapons from aura. This confirmed the man's skill. Raymond thought that if he tried to block it, he would turn into a sieve. So instead he decided to reflect them, and waving his hand, he directed a stream of fire in response. Jillian was amazed that Russell had redirected his aura. The hero had truly become stronger. Person wondered if Russell had received enlightenment during his battles with the Beast King. The protagonist bowed to the master in gratitude for holding back, and Jillian waved his hand, thanking him for the fun. The weapon master bowed before his majesty, apologizing for making such a fuss, and also adding that Russell's assessment could be trusted, judging by his skills. The king, resting his cheek on his hand, said that all that remained was to find out her true purpose, namely, whether her intentions were serious or whether this woman had something in mind. Looking at his pendant, Russell said that what she was saying was most likely true. The king asked what it was, and the boy said that it was a gift from her. This necklace was made from a king's tusk. There was some discussion among people about whether this did not show the sincerity of her intentions. Russell shared his time on the Kural Island and what the Beast King was like. The king clapped his hands and said that now they had more information, but they would discuss it later. This was only the first meeting, but if nothing happened, they would get 200,000 beastmen. The king said that if it works, it will be a great achievement for Russell Raymond. The hero bowed to his majesty and replied that he was simply lucky to come across the beastmen and get close to them. The boy didn't do it for recognition, but the king insisted that an achievement was an achievement anyway. The king hereby granted Sir Russell Raymond the title of Earl of the Morning Star, and he would also allow him to take one item from the imperial treasury. The king hoped that the protagonist would continue to shine like a star, as his title suggests. All the items in the imperial treasury were worth 1 billion gold each, and the beastmen hadn't done anything yet, so the reward for Russell was too generous. Russell wondered if it was possible that the king had given him the reward for nothing. Teacher Daria called out to the boy and asked him to come to the hall after the meeting, because His Majesty wants to discuss something urgent with the two of them. Russell said he was holding a woman's jade hairpin, which is used to hold hair in place. Hecate read about this. It seems that these hairpins help against weak poisons. However, she did not understand why the groom bought it, and Russell replied that he thought it would suit the princess. Hecate accepted the hairpin, saying that she was happier with his words than with the gift itself. Afterwards, she admitted that she didn't know how to use it, asked if Russell could help, and he agreed. While the hero was collecting his bride's hair, she mentioned his address to the king of the beastmen as a woman, and the princess was interested in whether this was true. Hecate asked how Russell was connected to her, and from this unexpected question, the hero dropped the hairpin from his hands. Raymond was surprised, and replied that he had already explained everything. They had just fought, and nothing more. The princess reached for the hairpin and said that it was strange. She stood up from her chair and walked over to Russell, who recoiled. Hecate grabbed the groom's necklace with a pin and pulled the thread, asking if this was all. Then why did she give him this, and one made from her own tusk? Russell tensed, and in that moment he thought he was finished. The hero did not expect Hecate to be jealous. He felt a strange feeling, but he liked it. And while he thought about their conversation, his face turned crimson. During the conversation, the king entered the chambers saying that he was still waiting for Hecate and Russell. He noticed that something was wrong and asked what the tense atmosphere was. So the hero was lucky that the king was in the right place at the right time. However, he brought shocking news. The king said he had reviewed reports on the seizure of the Raymond estate, and he discovered that the document transferring their estate to the treasury was falsified. That is, the Raymond estate was taken away unnecessarily. The king was angered by this, and when Russell himself heard about it from him, he was no less surprised. The king bowed and asked for forgiveness, saying that it was his fault, so he could only apologize to Russell, but the hero asked to raise His Majesty's head. Russell bit his lip nervously, remembering McCrae's words, calling him a fool for thinking that the Empire was to blame for his father's death, since the false documents had reached the king, which meant that the culprit was in Endymion. The boy clenched his fist tightly, realizing that McCrae Hag's words were true. A gentle hand slowly slid towards the hero's wrist. Hecate sympathized with what happened and wanted to support her fiancé. Russell blushed and sighed quietly, letting off steam. The king said that it was not enough to make up for all the damage, but he handed the Earl a parcel tied with a red rope, saying that it would help Russell. The bundle itself provided access to the 6th floor of the Louvre Museum. Russell also planned to visit the Imperial Treasury after the museum. Most people thought that the 5th floor of the Louvre was the last one, but in fact, there was another one. The 6th floor contained records of magic from the masters themselves and their history. One could only enter there with the king's permission. And when Russell opened the package, it lit up, and the hero was enveloped in a blue glow. It was teleportation magic. The guy was surprised that it teleported him to some other place. And it was worth it. It was incredible because there were thousands of books in this place. The hero could have been in this place for about 48 hours, and during this time it is simply physically impossible to read everything. In addition, magic did not work in this place, which made the task more difficult. Russell first decided to look at the titles and choose which book to read. Raymond chuckled as he looked at Erwan Rugen's book titled The Roar of the Earth Dragon. The author was the master of the Yellow Tower 400 years ago. The guy leafed through it and said out loud for the umpteenth time that it was simply incredible. Erwan transformed the earthquake of the 5th circle into the magic of the 7th. The master collected the magic emanating from the earth, focused it on the surface, and he released everything in the form of a fan. Russell received a notification that his understanding of advanced earth magic had reached its limit. But then came a task, to overcome the limit of understanding of advanced earth magic to the level of a master. The rewards indicated traces of an earth dragon. Raymond was happy about this mission, because he kept thinking about how he could find the rest of the dragons, except for the fire and silver ones. But everything turned out to be much simpler. However, the question of how to raise the understanding of earth magic to the level of a master remained open. Russell looked around, asking himself if he really had no other choice but to learn everything. Soon, the hero collected a large number of books describing earth magic, research and practice, and sighed heavily, because simple memorization does not increase understanding. Russell thought about the fact that he had been allowed to take out one book. He kept wondering which one he should take until he noticed something interesting. A statue of a magician holding a book in his hands. Russell flew up to the statue because he was curious why the book was there and not on the shelves. The book was indeed unusual. It was called Transcendental Dream, and the author was the founding mage. The founding magician was the first man of the Raymond line, Luther Raymond, and the Transcendental Dream was his magic. Russell looked back at the statue that depicted the hero's ancestor. The boy lowered his head, thinking that perhaps Luther had foreseen all of this. Soon, Russell's time on the 6th floor came to an end, and teleportation magic transported the hero back. On the 5th floor, Daria was waiting for him, and she said that the student had arrived just in time. She turned around, guessing that Russell hadn't slept for over 48 hours, judging by his face. Although Daria always said that resting properly was as important as training, had the student really grown up a bit and already started to ignore the teacher. The master of the fire tower didn't want to scold the hero, but he left her no choice. Suddenly, Snow White recognized the book that Russell was holding. The hero was surprised that the teacher knew her. The woman said that the transcendental dream goes beyond human limits and reflects the very essence of magic, also going beyond this world. And if the legends are to be believed, the founding mage turned into a huge tsunami in the very center of a raging sea. They also said that he became lightning in a pouring rain. Considering that such ideas were brought to reality by one person, this magic was very valuable. Russell smiled that even the teacher thought the book was valuable, which meant Luther Raymond really was incredible. Daria crossed her arms over her chest and sighed heavily, breaking her student out of his thoughts. She said that she would not stop Russell if he wanted to study it, but warned the student to be careful, because it was not just 8th circle magic. It surpassed it, and if something goes wrong, she can absorb Raymond. The hero looked up at the teacher and with a serious face assured that he would remember this. Afterwards, Daria called Russell to go to the treasury. On the way there, Raymond said that he didn't think the treasure would be so far away. Daria replied that they were now going to the first Imperial Treasury. The first one contained various accessories. The second treasure chest contained weapons, and the third one contained all the other artifacts. When the teacher announced that they had arrived, a long river stretched out before them, sparkling in the rays of the setting sun. Daria, raising her cane, told Raymond to open his eyes wider and watch carefully what would happen. She struck the magic cane, saying that she would show the student a rare sight, and one after another, many magic circles began to appear on the ground, going towards the water. Their glow was reflected in the hero's eyes, and he said that it was very beautiful. It was a magical cipher consisting of dozens and hundreds of magical traps. If Russell had come here alone, he wouldn't have been able to even enter. Daria put away her cane as the river seemed to split in half, revealing hidden steps. The woman said that Russell could only take one item from here, just like from the museum. Russell was about to say that he understood, when suddenly his artifact ring began to sparkle. At the last word, the guy almost screamed when he saw how electric discharges were spreading from his hand in different directions. He did not understand what was happening. The cloud ring itself released lightning, something that had never happened before, and this manifestation was different from its abilities in battle, as if the ring had met an old friend. Daria turned around and assumed that the second part of Russell's ring was kept here. The hero didn't even know that it was a double artifact. Usually artifacts are separate objects that perform their functions, but there are also artifacts that require a second half to reveal their full power, like the protagonist's golden mask. Russell revealed that most of the artifacts he received as mission rewards had a second part. Suddenly the glow of the ring intensified, and this electric light pointed to a wooden door. Daria was surprised that the artifact itself showed the way. Russell himself became curious about what kind of artifact was there, since the ring was so desperately reaching out to him. Behind the closed door there was a room with artifacts protected by glass, like in a museum. There the ring led the hero to Cloud Jade, but the boy did not know what it was. Daria said that this artifact can control the weather. There are less than 10 mages on the entire continent who can do this because the climate is very difficult to control, and it is very difficult to learn this magic. The teacher said that, of course, weather control is a good advantage, but the risks are also high. The spell takes quite a long time to create, and the mana costs are huge. Russell had felt something similar when he held the Brahmastra. He thought that perhaps it would be better to take something other than Cloud Jade, but the ring continued to sparkle, not calming down. Then Russell decided that he would take the second part of the artifact anyway. And as soon as the guy touched the jade, a white haze began to reach the ring, Russell thought. Maybe the ring was absorbing the second part. The ring acquired a new appearance, a pattern in the form of clouds, and the system window notified that Russell received a fragment of the wing of a cloud dragon, which controls the climate and clouds, is a mutant among lightning dragons. Russell stood there with his mouth wide open in shock. In theory, lightning is a subtype of fire magic, and since it's not a primary element, lightning mages are rare and more highly valued, and here is magic that is a subtype of lightning, and Russell didn't even know what to compare it to. The true power of Cloud Jade was not in controlling the weather. It was much more incredible, and Russell felt it when he closed his eyes. Teacher Daria asked the student if he had any ideas on how to use it. The hero replied that he thought so. Then the woman suggested going, because she was already interested in what the artifact was capable of, having united with its other half. As they reached the top, Russell warned that he was starting. He closed his eyes and created a form of movement from the cloud ring. One of the hero's feet began to rise smoothly, and suddenly Russell pushed off the ground, leaving behind a trail of wind and lightning. Daria was happy to see the magic of flight, and then asked Russell if it was just a jump. But Raymond no longer heard the teacher. He rose high into the sky and flew swiftly near the clouds. It was amazing that he rose so high in just one jump. Russell looked down, wondering if it was the fog on his feet. However, there was something more important. It wasn't limited to one jump. It was even better than flight magic because it was faster and Russell didn't have to slow down when turning. But there was still a problem, namely, the high consumption of mana, so the main character was already starting to get tired. After that, he wanted to test the abilities of the transformed artifact. It was the control of the weather's shape, and Daria could see the storm cloud with her own eyes. The teacher told Russell that with such strength he could destroy a small castle. But the hero's eyes were already rolling after the second use of the artifact, and Russell was pulled down. Before Daria could say that he didn't have enough mana for this, Russell fell into the water like a stone. After that, they returned to the Magic Academy. Russell changed his clothes and stretched his shoulders as he walked. His whole body ached, so it was decided that for now the hero would only use the cloud ring when absolutely necessary. He had received everything, so it was time to return to the mission of breaking the limit of understanding advanced earth magic. And if we are talking about land, then Russell could not find a better place than the Yellow Tower. First, he needed to find the magicians of the sixth circle in the Yellow Tower. As Russell leafed through the book, he suddenly froze on one of the pages. He soon met a man he had not seen for a long time. This man had heard that Russell was conquering new heights. Raymond apologized for not visiting him more often. Spiegelman told the hero not to worry about it, because no news could be considered good news. Russell was surprised that in the Temple of Mirrors, Spiegelman was on the fifth circle, and now he was already on the sixth. The man heard that the hero needed advice on earth magic. The guy confirmed this idea and added that the books on this magic on the sixth floor impressed him. Smiling, Spiegelman said he would be happy to help, and if Russell was okay with it, they could start now. The hero immediately put a huge stack of papers on the table, and the man seemed to already regret his offer, ironically asking if he had offended Russell in any way. At night, in the cold light of the full moon, the estate stood in silence. The Archduke sat in his office and reasoned out loud that they had already gathered a lot of people, and that everything was in order with the production of weapons. so there was no need to worry about provisions either. He looked down at the papers, thinking that he only had to wait a little longer. The man grinned at the thought that Endymion's throne would then be his. A male voice asked for forgiveness for such a late visit, and the Archduke turned around. The window was open, and the wind was pushing the curtains aside. Bismarck saw green eyes and thought it was Karen. The Archduke was extremely wary. The masked man, sitting on the railing, said that this seemed to be their first personal meeting. He climbed down from the railing and approached the office, bowing at the same time, thereby expressing greeting upon meeting. It really was Karen. Bismarck turned away and propped his cheek with his hand, saying, "Well, there are too many formalities. It's not like Charon, so did he really just come to laugh at him?" The heretic replied, "Of course not. He came to show it. A cone-shaped object." Bismarck asked what it was, and Charon replied that this was an example of the item that the Archduke had been waiting for, the basis for sealing magic. "This is a seal that blocks the gates of Tartarus for a long time." Bismarck looked at this with an emotionless expression on his face. Considering what was happening abnormal, he wondered if this ominous energy was connected with the abyss of Tartarus. The man looked away, replying that this stone was not enough, because he can't stop those Endymion monsters. With a grim face, the Archduke reminded Karen that he had not promised him some pitiful stone. Sharon saw the purple aura that only the Endymion royal family has, and even though Bismarck was pushed to the border, he is still a member of the royal family. The heretic asked if the Archduke knew how many monsters and giants were locked in Tartarus. In the ancient war between the gods and the giants, the Gigantomachy, the gods won after protracted battles, and sealed hundreds of giants in Tartarus. Hundreds of seal elements were used to seal them, possessing transcendental powers. Karen said that if they remove at least 2 elements, they can get rid of the Masters of the Fire and Blue Tower for a while, and the research is going well and quickly, so they will soon find the main seal. Bismarck grinned. He was wondering why Karen had brought him a sample copy, but it turned out he just wanted to tell him about the progress. The heretic reminded them that they always keep their promises, so they hoped that the Archduke would keep his word. And Bismarck, without taking his eyes off Karen's green eye, said that this was not up for discussion, because as soon as he received the throne, he would help them kill that bitch Daria. As Charon turned to leave, Bismarck only told him to remember one thing. If the heretics did not keep their promise, then they would be the ones to experience his wrath. Charon bowed, replying that he remembered that for sure. Rising from the table, Bismarck asked, as if asking himself, whether they had united with him to kill Daria. Even a child wouldn't fall for such an obvious deception. Bismarck took the king's piece from the chessboard and said that once he got this throne, nothing else would matter. The man forcefully placed the piece back on the board, breaking the white king piece with the black one. He didn't care what the heretics had in mind. For a dog that has finished hunting can only wait to be thrown out. Spiegelman asked Russell if he was sleeping at all, because 2 days had passed since he answered all the hero's questions. He couldn't believe that the guy had collected more, to which Russell laughed awkwardly. The man thought that every question was really interesting, and he thought Raymond was a genius. Smiling, the hero apologized for taking up too much of his time, and only then did Spiegelman come to the conclusion that Russell had become so strong because he had worked hard. Spiegelman burst out laughing, replying that if he rested a lot, at this rate Russell would soon overtake him. But even after classes and active discussions of theoretical issues with Spiegelman, the hero continued his studies alone, despite the late hour of the day. He mentally reasoned that the Earth Dragon's roar was not a simple use of mana. The essence of this magic was to use the heat of the earth. But if so, then wouldn't it be necessary to combine it with the element of fire? Russell will combine the 2 elements, but will not be limited to them, but will use fire, wind, lightning. While the hero was thinking about this, suddenly for a moment he found himself near a mighty tree, and as a result of his efforts, his understanding of earth magic increased to the level of a master. Thus, Russell obtained the traces of the Earth Dragon. He took this magical object in his hands, but I had absolutely no idea how to use it. The hero thought that the dragon's footprints were a map, like last time. Could it really be a weapon? But when Russell swung it, the durability of this item was too low. The guy lifted the object up, trying to figure it out. Suddenly he noticed the drawing depicted on it and a realization struck his head. Russell immediately grabbed the jar of ink and poured it onto the magical object. Having seen the drawing, the hero realized that this was an unusual stick. All these dots were constellations, and the map itself turned out to be celestial. At that very moment, Russell received a task that confirmed his suspicions, telling him to find the place marked on the celestial map and enter the lair of the Earth Dragon. Still, Raymond didn't understand why he needed to give the heavenly card, since it would have been easier with a regular one, like last time. Russell decided that he would find out the details once he arrived at the dragon's lair. In the meantime, he needed to figure out where to go, so he laid out the constellations on the floor, and I tried to use the North Star as a guide. She led him to the desert of Nadia. A day later, Hecate learned that Russell was going on an expedition again, which Magister Daria told her about. The hero plaintively asked his bride for forgiveness, and she said that, as she said, she is not a narrow-minded girl and understands that he will have to leave. Hecate is just worried about her fiancé, although she did not think that she would behave like this. The girl folded her hands and expressed the hope that Russell would take this into account and would send her messages sometimes. Raymond suddenly leaned close to the princess and kissed her tenderly on the cheek, promising that he would definitely do it. The sun in the desert was really hot. Russell thought it was a good thing he had joined the traders as Hecate had advised, as that was how he got the camel. Now the hero understood why he was given a sky map, because every time the terrain here changes due to the quicksand. The woman, covered in white, told Russell that if he was hot, they could give him a robe, adding that it might seem like the length would make him hotter, but it wouldn't. The hero smiled and thanked for the concern, and replied that he was fine. Suddenly he felt some vibrations in the sands, but it was not from the surface, but as if something huge was moving underground. Russell's feeling did not fail him. The traders immediately began to shout when they saw the Korkoi appear. Someone shouted that if they fought him, he would kill them all, so they had to run if they valued their lives. Russell was surprised that the traders called sandworms Horkoi. The man asked the hero what he was looking at there, told him to run quickly, but Russell asked the merchants to stay close to him, and then they would be safe. This was a great opportunity for Raymond to test his magic. Namely, the original spell on the 6th floor of the library, which was created by Engale Gloman 200 years ago. Russell pressed his hands to the burning sands and released a desert flower from the depths. Jorhoi arched his back and let out a heavy cry. Some of the traders stopped and even got off their camels, admiring Russell's magic. They already thought that they were finished. One of them became curious as to who this magician was. However, things were bad. The green liquid flew at the poor animal and knocked it down onto the hot sand. The merchant shouted that there was poison in the camel's blood. Russell glanced over his shoulder and cursed. He used a quick sand spell, and in the end, I was able to cope with this situation. A woman approached Russell. She wanted to introduce herself to their savior. Her name was Anne Mashrin from the Kutber Trade Association. The protagonist introduced himself in response, giving a fictitious name, Richard. They shook hands, and Anne said that thanks to him they would be able to continue trading, so the woman would like to repay him, asked what Richard needed. After some thought, the hero asked if he could take one camel. Anne was surprised, and Russell explained that he was going in a different direction, so they would have to split up here. At night, in front of the Count of the Morning Star, the constellations were arranged in all their glory on the dark canvas. Russell wondered whether it was necessary to navigate by them. The hero took out a heavenly map, and her blue glow rose to the sky, showing the way as soon as Russell approached the lair. With a push, the boy rose into the sky using the cloud ring. He wasn't sure if this was the right place. There was nothing but sand around. Russell chuckled at the irony of it all, as that meant he would have to go underground again. Without wasting a minute, the protagonist flew down like a meteor, breaking through the upper layers of the desert terrain. He rushed forward, simultaneously digging tunnels underneath himself with fire magic. Soon, a crack in the harder ground appeared under a ton of sand. Russell dug there and landed in a place where there was marble instead of sand, which surprised him. The hero got up from the floor and asked Pepper to add fire. Suddenly he remembered that the dragon was in hibernation. Russell scratched his head, thinking. He wondered when he would finally be able to see his spirit. The Count took out the map again, and he raised it in front of him, seeming to have found the right place. Scorpions ran out of the darkness towards Russell. The place was teeming with them. Besides the monsters, the hero was worried that the place might collapse. These ruins were very large, and there were plenty of monsters, despite the depth. Russell was restrained in his attacks, keeping in mind that if these ruins were restored, much could be learned. Spiegelman would be happy. The battle against the huge monitor lizard took some time. Russell sighed and looked around, realizing that there were no more passages, so he must be at the very bottom. The structure here was the same as in the rest of the ruins. However, Raymond never expected to see a teleportation gate here. He rose into the air, wondering how to activate them. It seems that pushing or pulling them is pointless. Russell noticed a round hole in the gate. Suddenly he shuddered and froze, as if it had dawned on him. The celestial map he held in his hands was suitable. He kept wondering why it was exactly this shape, but the reason turned out to be simpler. The protagonist inserted the card into the hole, and the teleportation gate reacted. The seal unlocked them, and its glow blinded Russell's face. A moment later, Russell found himself in a different place, and he wondered if he had really come out of the ruins. The guy thought about it and noticed the desert, its location. It was not the same as the one he had been in before. The compass that ended up in his hand had, for some reason, one needle. It turned out that Russell was inside someone's dreams, so he felt that something was wrong with this place. Because it was a dream created to test a certain person, the mission was for the hero to get to the end by compass without using magic and moving in the air. Russell smiled, because at least the goal was clear to him. All you had to do was follow the compass, but it turned out not to be so simple. The compass pointed straight into a sandstorm. The hero decided that this was clearly not what he needed. He turned back, but stopped with a gloomy look, because the compass needle began to point back. He sighed heavily and said, lamenting, that nothing comes easy. The guy got his bearings and decided that he would overcome all obstacles. The path he followed led him to a place where everything around was ablaze with fire. Russell thought he was going crazy, because he had come out of a sand and snowstorm and now everything was on fire. The more he looked, the more surprised he became. But the most amazing thing was that it all consisted of mana. Magic formulas were floating in the air, and the main character could see this miracle. He thought that he would read it, understand it, recreate it, and destroy it. Before this, Russell was constantly tested to see if he was worthy, and now they finally tested his skills as a magician. The protagonist closed his eyes, because in order to know his goal, he must specifically look at it and gradually expand the territory to find the truth of the world. However, it turned out not to be so easy. Russell's head ached. He was sure he could get through this wall, but his mana eventually ran out. He smiled. There was nothing he could do about this situation, but he would have to remember this feeling. Raymond certainly won't miss the next opportunity, but the mission was accomplished. Afterwards, the hero found himself in the place where the first teleport was. Russell looked around, trying to find him. A reward for the mission appeared before the hero, the horn of the divine dragon king, the essence of the earth. Russell walked up to it, assessing the size of the horn, which was quite large compared to the others. Raymond wrapped his arm around it, mentally calculating how much mana he would receive after absorbing it. But this time everything was different. The essence transformed into a stream of energy flowing into the protagonist's hand. At first, it seemed to him that nothing had changed, until an all-consuming feeling pierced his entire body. The absorbed mana clogged Russell's mana streams, and if she closes them completely, the hero will not be able to do anything. Russell sat in the lotus position and concentrated to quickly direct the energy into the circle. The boy was clutching his leg tightly, and the skin on his hand began to melt and peel off. In just a moment, the hero found himself completely covered in sand. He stood frozen like a statue until fiery rays began to shoot out from his body. The skin cracked first all over the body, and eventually reached the face. Seeing the cracked pieces on the floor, Russell wondered if it was the waste coming out of his body. This time things were different. Not only Raymond's muscles, even his bones became harder, and the grip strength became better. So the hero even wondered if it would be like Spandam's if he used the mage's body in overload. But first, the guy needed to get out of there. There was a yellow tower with a teleport nearby. At the exit, the hero was met by a man with a token in his hands. He asked whether it was really Russell Raymond in front of him. He conveyed to the hero an order from the kingdom and the master of the fire tower. When Russell asked again, he was told that the order had come 5 days ago, and on the parchment the hero read the task of defeating the Hydra that lived in the swamps of Wrinkle County. Around that time, the Hydra appeared in the west of the kingdom. The hero remembered that Vermilion was supposed to receive this mission, but due to changes in history, he received it. Russell chuckled to himself, because he had gone back 8 years, and 7 had already passed, so the guy knew the events of only a year. Among the participants, the hero saw the name of Sir Alan, but Raymond did not understand why Paige was still in the 5th circle. He thought that by this time Alan would have already reached the 6th. In the kingdom, the mages, who had received the king's order to kill the Hydra, welcomed Count Wrinkle. The Count couldn't believe that the genius magician summoned by the master of the Blue Tower, Alan Page, had come to him. Now he could definitely rest easy. Alan replied that he was just support and that the mission was led by Sir Russell Raymond. The Earl was surprised, but he had heard about the Earl of the Morning Star. Wrinkle asked where he was, and Page said that they had been sent from different places, but that the Count should not worry. Russell would be here soon. Meanwhile, Page asked if the Count knew where the Hydra's nest was, and the man wearily replied that it was in the swamps beyond the fields. Alan decided to ask if she had ever attacked first, and the Count, looking away, sharply replied that she had not. Page didn't know what to do. They had to wait for the mission leader, but that would only slow it down. After some hesitation, Alan came to the conclusion that he needed to at least scout out the area. Sir Page wanted to say something, when suddenly he was interrupted by the cries of people informing the Count that the Hydra was already here. This multi-headed creature was enraged and ready to attack. The Count was shocked, because the Hydra had never been here before. He asked what was going on. Page immediately rushed from his place and shouted to the Count that they would deal with the Hydra, and he should evacuate the people. The mission participants stood up to defend the kingdom. Alan turned to the mages and suggested that they attack the Hydra at the same time before it was too late. Page knew that he couldn't handle this creature alone now. He opened his eyes wide, concentrating on the target, because now there was a chance to defeat the monster if Page united with the others. However, even joint efforts did not work here, Alan cursed. The Hydra became even more angry and began to move towards the mages, whom it had not seen before. Alan ordered everyone to retreat back. Page felt the destructive power of this creature and understood perfectly well that if something went wrong, then everyone in the castle would be in danger. He directed the attack at the Hydra, with the idea that they should avoid unnecessary casualties. Russell hurried as fast as he could, and as soon as he reached the nearest mountain, from where the castle was visible, things were bad. A clot of oppressive energy had gathered around the kingdom. The castle walls were badly damaged, and the warrior discussed with the Count what had happened to the Hydra. It turned out that after returning from the swamps, it had done nothing. The warrior said that Sir Alan was badly wounded during the attack. Wrinkle asked how he was now, and the man said that while defending the castle walls, he was open to attack. Alan barely survived it and is now in serious condition. The Count said that they must do everything possible to save Alan. The warrior promised that they would try. The knight in the helmet ran to the Count to inform him that they had arrived at the castle, and even in such a situation the commander reproached his ward for his manners. However, when they learned that the Count of the Morning Star had arrived, they shuddered at the same time as Wrinkle. Count Russell Raymond was already there. With a sigh, the protagonist rose to the height of the castle with one push, finding himself directly above the Count and the commander. The guy put his hand on his chest and respectfully introduced himself to the Count, saying that he was pleased to meet him. After Russell had been shown into Alan's chambers, he asked how long ago this had happened to Sir, and the Earl replied that it was the second day. Raymond turned to Alan and looked at him again. He couldn't believe what had happened, because Page had simply inhaled poison, and something like this had happened to him. Any other ordinary person would have died long ago. Russell asked how many heads the Hydra had, 8 or 9, but the Count said there were 5. Raymond realized that with so many heads, the Hydra was only recently born. So why did it have such a strong poison? The hero extended his palm to Alan to sort out what had happened. The commander and the Count, wearing masks, rushed towards Russell to stop him, because it was dangerous. Suddenly they stopped, a flash of fire engulfing Alan's bed. Russell burned out the poison with fire, indicating that the hero was at the Tower Master level. The boy held Alan's hand and closed his eyes, concentrating. He needed to know the origin of the poison in order to deal with it. Raymond's warmth cleansed Alan's body, and while this was happening, Russell found the source of the infection. The hero was surprised to sense signs of a dragon in the poison that had struck Page. Russell had a new mission: to drive away the Hydra that was destroying the country of Wrinkle and solve its mystery. The reward was some secret of the Hydra, which made the guy nervous. The Count asked the hero what was the matter, and Russell replied that everything was fine. He had found a way to cure Sir Alan. And he added that there was a possibility that they could also be poisoned during treatment, so he asked the Count and the commander to leave the room. To get rid of poison, you usually need either an antidote or healing magic with a divine effect. But Russell could burn the poison or push it out of the body, but that would only work with normal poisons. In this case, the hero had to simultaneously burn and push out the poison. Raymond knew that there would be a lot of resistance when pushing it out, and even if he succeeded, there was a chance that Alan would be poisoned again due to the persistence of the poison. The treatment might take a while, but Russell had no choice. After that, he would help Alan with his mana flows. He just had to repeat the process, and what had been done was already giving its result. Raymond could already feel Sir Alan's old energy. Suddenly a smile appeared on the hero's face, for Alan Page had received initiation during his treatment, and they found themselves together in Alan's mind. Russell congratulated Page on becoming a 6th Circle mage, whatever the reason. Opening his blue eyes, Alan said that he owed his life again to Sir Russell. He bowed his head to the hero and thanked him, but Russell objected because the people of Wrinkle were alive only because of him, so he, as the head of the operation, should be grateful. A discussion soon took place, at which the Earl expressed his joy at Sir Alan's being well. Page apologized for making the Count worry, and the man raised his palms and asked him not to talk like that. Russell suddenly said that he had a question about the upcoming business. He needed to know the exact number and capabilities of the knights participating in the operation, as well as information about the monsters in the swamp area. The Count said that they had 30 knights and 500 ordinary warriors, but unfortunately, not a single one at the expert level. Russell didn't think the Count was hiding the capabilities of his warriors in such a difficult situation, but since there were no other options, then it was worth relying on the knights. The swamp itself occupied about 1,500 hectares. Information about the types of monsters was unknown to the kingdom, but the Count could definitely assure that the entire swamp was teeming with monsters after the appearance of the Hydra. Alan said that with such a density, there would be thousands of monsters, and the Count replied that their huge number was not the only problem, as the warriors' movements would be hindered by the swamp. Russell said he would solve the problem. He just needed the Count to have everything prepared and ready to leave with the knights in 3 days. When Wrinkle asked, pleasantly surprised, if this was true, the hero replied that he had a 100% method. Russell, smiling, put his hand on Alan's shoulder, and he looked questioningly at the hero. After their conversation, Count Wrinkle spoke to the warriors, asking if they remembered how last autumn half of their country was engulfed in golden light. He remembered well that time of fields, smiles, and peace. But this year they were not granted such happiness, and while the Hydra is here, no one will see it. The Count cried out, asking what they would do with the one who had taken their peace from them, and the warriors cried out that they would fight and win. Russell smiled, and the warriors' morale rose. Now it was his move. Russell Raymond introduced himself as the leader of the mission to eliminate Hydra, and now he will tell you how they will act. First, the knights will be divided into 2 groups, protecting the 3rd and 4th circle mages and providing support from the rear, preventing the monsters from escaping. Additionally, knights will work with 5th circle mages to break through monsters. One of the warriors raised his hand and asked if there was a way to get rid of the monsters at the front because it would be difficult for them to get through the swamp, but Russell replied that they didn't have to worry about that. The monsters from the swamps were just as aggressive as the Hydra. They were greeted by a bright flash of light, Russell Raymond's spell of a falling sun. The hero said that he would take care of this problem. Soon the marshy area was ablaze. The knights found it incredible that one mage could get rid of so many monsters so quickly. Such was the power of a 6th circle mage, a man capable of replacing an entire army. Russell turned to Sir Alan and said it was his turn, but Page warned that he could not freeze such a large area at once. Raymond replied that it was okay. Alan could use the spell multiple times, and Page chuckled, saying that he would indeed have to sweat. Alan stood up and spread his arms, covering the burning forests with ice magic. Russell watched his spell closely and remembered their duel in the arena, when Page also covered everything in ice. But this spell was improved. It was called Ice Age, which froze not only the surface of the earth, but also the monsters. The Count raised his sword and ordered his warriors to advance across the ice. Hundreds of warriors rode into the attack on horseback. Frozen monsters were much easier to deal with. One of the warriors told the others to do the same first. Suddenly his sword was seized by a huge mouth. The warrior was indignant, asking where this creature came from, and the monster shook its head, lifting the warrior up after his weapon. Russell chopped off the creature's head with one movement, and several fighters ran up to the knight, asking him to be patient for a little while they stopped the bleeding. One way or another, the number of monsters did not decrease, and the hero understood that if he used a mass attack now, his allies would also suffer. So he had no choice but to kill the Hydra first. In the air, the hero noticed movement in the water, namely a bubbling point in the swamp that creates circles. As Russell flew towards her, a Hydra burst out. The guy jumped back, cursing. He didn't expect the Hydra to be here. Several of her heads hissed. The warriors froze and could not move. But the Hydra was too far away, so they didn't know what to do. So the warriors turned to Sir Alan. Page cast a spell, but the nimble Hydra easily broke through the ice. With each new attack, the monster became more and more bloodthirsty. Then Alan used freeze, and Russell, waiting for this moment, was going to attack right after him. Suddenly the hero heard the thoughts of the Hydra. She said that she would not forget the people who killed her mother. Now the reason why the Hydra went berserk became clear. However, the Hydra clearly took revenge on the wrong people. The guy watching the fight chuckled. Because Russell used the dragon suppression ability to get rid of the Hydra, this spectacle aroused his interest. The Hydra broke the freeze again and hissed. The main character's eyes lit up and he told this monster, "Enough!" The suppression ability did not work. Even if it wasn't strong enough, it should have at least slowed down the Hydra, but nothing of the sort was visible, as if something had stopped the ability. Then there was only one option left. Suppress the Hydra with the power of fiery spears. The monster wasn't going to give up so easily. It released poison along with the ability to stop movement. Flaming spears descended from the heavens to send the Hydra back to where it came from. Russell raised his head. A clot of warm energy gathered above the hero. Then the guy thought about lightning. He raised his hand to the sky and allowed the cloud ring to reveal itself, but nothing came of it, although it could have turned into a good attack. The boy smiled, feeling the full volume of his own mana in his greatness. With that kind of mana, Russell could definitely use the Giant's Hammer, the strongest spell of the 5th circle, or even something stronger. Raymond swung and brought down the Karanos, which in Greek meant lightning, striking thunder. The fiery lightning surrounded the Hydra from all sides, and at full speed bit into its body. Alan found the attack incredible. It blinded him so much that he had to close his eyes. Paige couldn't believe there was such a big gap between him and Russell, even though they were both on lap 6. The spell finally worked, and the Hydra stopped attacking, the monster choking on its own blood that had flowed into its throats. Suddenly, a voice was heard saying that it would be a shame to end this battle like this. The power of the dragon's blood that he shared with the Hydra is not that weak. Russell froze, not understanding what was happening. The same voice commanded the Hydra, the servant, to rise, and after this command, a bright purple pillar illuminated the monster. Raymond saw that it was dangerous, but he couldn't let this end, so he cast a 5 times enhanced spear spell at the Hydra. Without taking his eyes off his opponent, the guy waited for the moment to strike again. There was a powerful explosion, and despite the power given to the Hydra, the monster was badly injured, its body trembling. It was then that Russell decided that he would put an end to her. But it was not to be. A dome of black mana appeared around the Hydra. Russell thought it looked like heretic mana. No, it was even darker and looked familiar. The feeling that the Count had seen something similar somewhere grew. The clot of black mana became so concentrated that not even the slightest point of light could be seen through it. Alan Page and Russell Raymond froze, their eyes wide, as if preparing to face something deadly. Even the Knights of the Wrinkle Kingdom stopped. It was an improved version of the Hydra, much stronger, emitting a large amount of energy and poison. Russell began to count the heads on the monster's body. Now there were 6 of them. The hero stood in front of the swamp monster, feeling the impending danger with every fiber of his being. He again heard the thoughts of the Hydra, who called humans pathetic. They prevented her from avenging her mother. After these words, she suddenly attacked, wanting to absorb all the people, and Russell and Page quickly erected a protective barrier. Raymond asked Sir Alan to evacuate their forces from here. The Hydra rushed after the main character, who at that time was thinking about what to do next, because the Hydra that Vermilion defeated had 5 heads. Since she had a 6th head, it means that history was changed due to some intervention. It could have been due to Russell himself, or for some other reason. Turning around, Russell directed a wind attack at the monster, but she didn't even leave a scratch on the Hydra. So it's good that Raymond decided to evacuate people. The guy thought that it was unlikely that anyone would notice the dragonification here, but he had to be careful, so the hero used it partially. At that moment, the Hydra opened its mouth, releasing tons of poison. The hero was able to repel the attack, and even cause damage by flying closer. This monster had incredible regeneration, so small attacks would only waste Raymond's energy. Therefore, he must use all his strength in one attack. Russell covered the flaming spear with his aura, and he gave a sharp push in the air. In the process, the Hydra hit the guy's stomach with its tail, cutting the skin in the air. Russell was pushed back and landed next to the monster, determined to finish this no matter what. La Mancha joined the flaming spear. Only precise and correct movements, and La Mancha turned a fiery blade into the air. A killer of giants. The Hydra couldn't dodge it. The monster howled in pain as Russell's spell hit its body. The swamp creature's heads twitched, blood poured from its eyes, and the Hydra mentally cursed everyone. She said that she was the servant of that man, and when he descended, all of them, the lower beings, would come to an end. Russell paused, trying to make sense of what he had heard. Now he was sure that someone was behind the appearance of the Hydra. That same man with yellow eyes like a dragon's chuckled. He said out loud, sitting on the edge of the cliff, that it was no wonder that this power seemed familiar to him. She belonged to the Dragon Emperor. In honor of the victory over the swamp monster, a banquet was held in the kingdom. The festive hall was simply enormous. Alan admitted that he was grateful for the event, but that the Wrinkles were currently busy with reconstruction, which made him uneasy, while Russell said that the people here did not seem to be spendthrifts, so everything was fine. Looking around, the hero noticed glances directed at Sir Alan. Ladies with blush on their cheeks waved their fans and whispered, covering their secret smiles. Russell teased Page that he would have a tough time today, but Alan didn't understand what he was talking about, until the second when women ran up to him, surrounding him from all sides, expressing their admiration. Alan froze and looked at Russell with a pleading look for help, and he quietly walked away and waved his hand to his comrade. Raymond was pleased, for all young magicians have to go through this, and he was betrothed to Hecate, so he was in no danger. The guy thought that he hadn't written her letters for a long time, so he definitely needed to contact his bride tomorrow. Suddenly, Russell's body felt like it was covered in needles, and he stopped, feeling a familiar energy. Then he suddenly raised his head up, and a hooded man was watching him on the balcony, propping his cheek up with his hand. He did not hide his strength, and smiling, looked Russell straight in the eyes with his dragon ones. Russell was enveloped in this black aura from head to toe, causing a feeling of anxiety and fear. However, the unexpected guest did not linger long. so as not to attract attention to himself. He turned away and went to the door leading to the balcony. Raymond clutched his hand tightly, watching where the man was going. He followed him, and when they were alone on the balcony, the hero said he would ask one question. Standing in front of the hooded man, Russell asked him if he was a dragon. This energy was the same as what Raymond felt in the battle. The power of the dragon could cause the Hydra to grow. The stranger, with hair as black as night, chuckled and smiled. Black wings appeared behind his back. The boy rose into the air, demonstrating his strength, and replied that he had been called that for some time. They looked into each other's eyes for a moment. The dragon with hidden interest, Russell with wariness. The man with wings turned around abruptly. He said he would like to talk more, but it seemed there were strangers here. The dragon flew into the sky and told Russell that they would meet again very soon. He left Russell alone on the balcony, a few black feathers falling off like embers, swirling in the moonlight. The hero immediately wondered if he was once called a dragon, does that mean that he is not one now? Russell was sure that this man was definitely connected to the Hydra, but why did he do it? The forest was quiet but restless, so much so that even the birds had left their favorite tree branches. There, among the dense foliage on the path, a fiery black portal appeared, from which the dragon emerged. He turned to someone, asking if he had not understood what he had told him. These dragon eyes could see clearly in the dark. The guy reached out into the darkness and grabbed the man by the throat, lifting him off the ground. He reminded him that he had told him not to look for him. Without taking his eyes off the character, he asked if Hypnos really wanted to die. The man gasped and replied that there was little time left. So when was the dragon going to act? The guy exhaled loudly with a grin, and he called it absurd. In the voice of a dragon, he asked Hypnos since when someone like him began giving him orders. Zillion Register was a corrupted dragon, so he had a human appearance and inhuman strength. Hypnos asked if Register really wanted to betray that man. Zillion chuckled. And unable to contain himself, he burst out laughing, throwing Genos into the bush. He replied that he was not interested in their stupid plans, so let him remember his words. Namely, that just because half of Register's body became his servant, they all do not become his masters. Resting in horror, Hypnos said that he would regret this, and without continuing the dialogue, the man took off, leaving behind dark green energy. Zillion turned around, calling the protagonist's name. Addressing the sun as if it were Russell himself, Register asked if he could free him from this. Russell Raymond soon arrived at Guinevere's palace. The princess asked to let him in. Hecate, who had been reading the newspaper, greeted the groom. The hero bowed and, having introduced himself as expected, greeted the bride in return. Russell suddenly blushed when he saw himself on the front pages of the newspaper. Hecate, noticing his confusion, said that it was drawn quite well, but she thought that Russell looked better in real life. And Hecate's servant, laughing, expressed agreement with the princess's opinion. The princess asked, putting down the newspaper, why Russell wanted to meet today. The protagonist smiled awkwardly, and holding his hands out in front of him like a little guilty boy, said that he would be leaving the capital in a few days. Hecate crossed her arms over her chest and turned away, saying that Russell was always leaving. She knew that he had important business, but he was gone for a long time. So did he really want to leave again? And the count replied that nothing of the sort. He just wanted to visit Raymond County. Hecate asked if he was talking about the 3 cities that were entrusted to him, and the hero answered positively. Blushing, the princess said that it was not far from the capital, so he didn't have to warn her. Seeing her smile, Raymond knelt down in front of his bride and asked if she would like to go with him, if she didn't mind. Hecate was very surprised, and the very next day, they set off together to the metropolis of Westel. The local market sold spices straight from the south, capital honey candies and dragon sweets. Hecate asked what Russell said about wanting to meet the mayor at night, and the hero replied that it was the only time they were both free. Then the bride took the hero by the arm and suggested that they see the sights of the city, just the 2 of them for now. Russell noticed the cart racing down the middle of the street at full speed. He grabbed Hecate abruptly and stepped aside, hugging his woman tightly, and at the same time apologized. Her Highness was called out to by the crowd. The princess went out into the city, so the royal guards would not leave her alone. They were worried. But the count gestured that everything was fine. Raymond allowed them to secretly guard her so she wouldn't notice. But they were attracting too much attention, so the hero asked Hecate if everything was okay. The princess turned away and replied that everything was fine. She was thinking about something. She asked where they were going, and Russell replied that he would like to visit Westel Academy if that was okay with her. Hecate said that if he wanted it, then she agreed. So they walked along the street arm in arm. The princess asked who graduated from this academy. Russell said about the master of the Yellow Tower, Nicolo. In the great forest, an elf with a drawn bowstring told the others that they would not go any further and would stay here. Lately the monsters have become more and more ferocious, but today they are completely wild. The young elf moved to the same tree as the captain. The man asked how things were going at the front. The elf said that a very thick fog had appeared there. It had never been there before. He even talked to the spirits, but they didn't know what the reason was. The captain said that the fog that instilled fear in the spirits looked ominous. The tree suddenly shook, and the elf ducked before the captain could even say that it was better to retreat. The elves began to shout about an ambush. The monsters began to attack. A fire broke out in the elven village. Explosions were heard everywhere, so the inhabitants had no choice but to take their children and run from the monsters. With bows and arrows in hand, the women prayed for the north wind to protect them. Everywhere there were screams and pitiful groans, requests for salvation. Hypnos laughed out loud, calling the spectacle magnificent. What happened in the village was his doing. He turned around, pleased that Tartarus would soon open. An army of monsters is just the beginning. The remaining stones will not be able to hold the seal, and very soon they will break out. Those who were once worshipped as gods of destruction are the Titans. Hypnos' lips stretched into a worried smile. He was jubilant, because very soon there would be nothing left of Endymion. The entire kingdom would be in flames. He loved it, and it was fun. It was the best feeling. Princess Hecate and Russell stood on the balcony of the academy, and the hero thought that the time had almost come, namely, a new beginning of his life. Russell was in almost the same time he was in when he returned. Now he won't know what the future holds for him. This means that he will not be able to gain an advantage. The hero thought about what he should do now and how to move into the unknown future. Hecate asked Russell what he was thinking about. Smiling, the guy replied that it was nothing like that. He was just remembering the whole path he had taken and wondering if he could continue in the same spirit. The princess asked him if he knew why the emperor had given these lands to him, but Raymond did not think about it. Hecate said that it is important to have a lot of resources and strength, but the essence of true power is in people. The academy brings together many talented people, and the emperor wants the Raymond family to rise again. Hecate placed her hand on the groom's cheek and asked if he was worried about the future. She said that it was not worth it, because she would always be with him. And the count, touched, rubbed his cheek against the bride's hand. He leaned towards her and kissed her, holding his bride tightly to him, and she put her arm around Russell's neck, and their lips merged in mutuality. Meanwhile, the out-of-breath envoy climbed the stairs of the academy. He opened the balcony doors, interrupting the engaged couple from their kiss, and announced that Sir Russell had an urgent letter from the imperial palace. The hero became excited and asked what was there, taking the letter in his hands. What was written did not bode well. Hecate asked what was written there, and the count replied that all mages at the tower master level and owners of expert level aura must immediately report to the imperial court. Russell was worried that a war had started. Raymond turned around and told his bride that he thought something terrible had happened, so they should return to the palace and get the horses harnessed right away. The princess said not to worry about her because Russell had to go urgently, but the hero did not understand how he could leave her here alone. Hecate said with firm conviction that the safety of the kingdom was more important than his love for her. Now the people needed Russell. Upset, the count said that he was then leaving Hecate. Without waiting for an answer, he stood on the railing and with a sharp push flew over the metropolis like a green flash. Watching him go, Hecate said that if she thought about it, she spent less time with him than she did waiting and worrying about Russell. The princess sighed, because there was nothing to be done about it. Such was their duty, and such is the fate of the beloved hero. In the imperial palace, all the guests had already gathered in the hall. Russell barely made it in time, but he understood that this was very serious. For with all the people that have been gathered, it would be easy to destroy a small country. With Master of the Spear Tower Melville and his apprentice Alan Page, with the Master of the Yellow and White Towers, and also the Master of Weapons, Gillian Person and his knights. His Majesty asked everyone to sit down as the assembled people began to greet him, in order to skip the formalities because the situation was urgent. The Emperor sat down in a chair and said that everyone had been called because of an unprecedented event. He believed that it would be better explained by people who personally witnessed what happened, so His Majesty arranged this special meeting. He ordered everyone to listen carefully, and Russell saw an elf and a dwarf come in. They were clearly worried. The elf introduced himself as the first defender of the Blue Wisteria tribe, Azulan. He greeted Emperor Endymion. The dwarf introduced himself as Matters the Underground. He also greeted the Emperor. Everyone was surprised that these two creatures had visited together. The Great Forest and the Underworld were in the north. Everyone was worried about what had happened there. The Emperor asked to show everyone what they saw. The dwarf turned on the projector, saying that it was a new development of the underground world. It could show the pictures that it recorded. Seeing the furious, huge monsters, everyone in the hall tensed up. Vermilion said there were at least 1,000 of them. Russell felt something was wrong. Azulan said that due to an unexpected attack by a large number of monsters, The elves and fairies were forced to leave the great forest. The dwarf added that the monsters even made their way into the Red Canyon, and they did not know how it happened. Russell raised his hand to address His Majesty, and the Emperor allowed the Count to speak. Raymond said that something was wrong here. There were too many monsters, and even if all the monsters from the Great Forest were collected, there would not be fewer of them. Melville asked if Russell meant to say that someone was creating them. Daria suggested that it could have been to open a portal to another dimension. Emilia said that the appearance of monsters is also a problem. She shone a beam of light on the mouth of one of them and said that this species had been extinct for a long time. The elf and the dwarf knelt before the Emperor and asked for help for the Great Forest and the underworld in such a difficult moment. His Majesty, calling them friends, asked them to stand up. The Emperor said that it was almost impossible to calculate the exact number of monsters. They don't know where they came from, and if left unattended, the damage can be much greater. The Emperor issued an order to help everyone in the Great Forest and the underworld and not let any monster get close to Endymion. At the same time, the hall exclaimed agreement. Russell thought that his luck had run out after the regression, and now he had to rely on what he had received. Daria Snow White said that she wants to take part in the upcoming war, but she is ordered to defend the kingdom along with the Blue Tower, so the three of them will go to the battlefield. Hubert told the Magister that everything was fine, and Vermilion assured her that she could rely on them to kill any monsters that came their way. Daria sighed, replying that she knew what the three of them were capable of. But on the battlefield, even one arrow in a blind spot could end a life, so she couldn't help but worry. Especially about Russell, because it will be his first time in the war. Daria asked him to be very careful, because it will be completely different from his previous fights. Raymond promised to be careful, but he thought that after all, in his past life, he had been on the battlefield countless times. The woman smiled, and at that moment she remembered him. If that boy had lived, he would have definitely grown up to be as brave as Russell. And at that moment Daria's hand trembled. Vermilion and Hubert watched as the teacher said goodbye to his student. It was special for the two of them. Russell asked what was wrong, and Daria removed her hand, saying she was just thinking. She looked at her students and told them to come back safe and sound. They were her favorites, and all three promised to return. Niccolo Machiavelli, the master of the Yellow Tower, was listed as the leader of the squad, and he greeted the mages of the Fire Tower when they arrived. Vermilion asked if everyone was already there, and Niccolo replied that they were only waiting for the mages from the Blue and White Towers. They were delayed due to the restrictions of the teleportation gates. Russell noticed Azulan and approached him. The elf asked Sir Russell what was the matter. The hero asked if he happened to know Ilo from the White Ash tribe. Azulan's hands, which were preparing a spear, immediately froze. He asked how Russell knew about her. The elf stood up and took Raymond's hand, saying that he must be the man who saved Ilo and his tribe. So it was no wonder that there was a strong spirit presence around Russell. The hero did not expect such friendliness. He said that Azulan seemed to know Ilo well, and he replied that of course, she was a guardian. Russell was surprised by this. Because the guards protect not only their tribes, but all elves, it turns out that Ilo has already achieved such a title. Russell wondered if this had anything to do with the awakening of the dragon powers. The hero asked if Ilo was okay, but Azulan didn't know because the elf had been fighting at the front before they arrived. This meant that 5 days ago, Ilo was definitely safe. Now it was necessary to quickly find her and help her. While they were talking, the mage of the Blue Tower, Alan Page, the mage of the White Tower, Oliva, and the master of the same tower, Amelia Mervyn, arrived. Russell couldn't believe that half of the Empire's forces had gathered here. He couldn't even imagine that they could lose with such a composition. Niccolo said they didn't have much time, so he would quickly bring everyone up to speed. They confirmed that the fairy forces retreated and changed location. There is a high probability that the monsters are superior to them in strength. Matters and Azulan became angry upon hearing this. Emilia said that the 5th and 7th detachments would arrive in at least 10 days. Due to the large number of the army, it was moving slowly. Niccolo set a goal, to lead the monsters into the Great Forest before the infantry arrived. A day's journey to the border, and another 2 days to the Allied outpost, and the magicians would arrive in 3 days. When the master asked if they could handle it, everyone answered in unison that there was no need to even ask, and rushed forward. Tower masters and high-level mages raced all day long without a break. Emilia sensed something was wrong, and she told everyone to stop. She could smell blood, and the further they walked, the stronger it became. Niccolo said that there seemed to be some problems here, but they were still far from the post. The master decided that here they would have to split up. The mages from the Fire Tower would go with him, and the rest would go around the mountain. Vermilion said, "Go ahead," and Russell and Hubert accepted the order. They jumped up, and as they were flying, a growl was heard somewhere. It was impossible not to hear it. and Vermilion said that it was coming from behind the mountain. 3 magicians from the fire tower climbed the mountain. From a bird's eye view, one could see what was happening in the distance. A huge army of monsters was moving towards them. The elves shouted for the others to throw rocks at the monsters and hold on. The girls, with bows in their hands and blood on their clothes, pulled the bowstrings like strings, aiming at heads. The dwarves cursed, shouting for the monsters to die. They would crush their skulls to do so. Russell nervously scratched his chin. The army of Hydra monsters couldn't even be compared to this. There were many more of them than the hero had ever seen. Nicolo flew into a rage. When he saw this army, he immediately jumped off the cliff with such force that he broke the stones under his feet. With his power, the master of the Yellow Tower tore pieces out of the rock and raised them into the air. He then threw stones at the monsters, shouting for them to go to hell. Vermilion said the wind had changed. It was Amelia who controlled the wind. It concentrated in one area, lighting up the sky above the monsters. And spinning into a spiral, he descended to the ground, tearing off the limbs of the army of evil creatures. It was the power of the combined efforts of the Tower Masters. Vermilion said with a smirk that those two were taking up all the attention so they couldn't just stand by. Russell said with a grin on his lips that he was just starting. Casting the most powerful 6th circle spell on the mountain was just the thing. Being out of reach of the monsters allowed the hero to concentrate and direct all his strength into the falling sun. The dwarf pointed to the mountain, happily announcing that Endymion's mages had arrived, and Azalan and Modders were able to bring help. With one wave of his hand, the protagonist released control and allowed the sun to sink down, telling them all to die. The monsters raised their heads to the sun in fear, and its bright flash pierced their retinas, penetrating every centimeter of their bodies. There was a powerful explosion, like the eruption of a dormant volcano on a busy island. But a large number of monsters is not the worst thing that happened in the Great Forest. A bright purple flash rose high into the sky, like the one when the Hydra rose with renewed strength and 6 heads. A giant with at least 14 eyes appeared in the forest. His body was so sinewy that his muscles resembled large roots of 100 trees fused together. The attack against the monsters continued. Alan Page created an ice field and froze them, and then the master threw spears of earth at the creatures. At this time, Alan managed to create a new spell. Amelia raised her hand up, allowing the electricity to wrap around her arms. A storm of lightning fell from the sky, then spears of earth flew, and the monsters died one after another without ceasing. But their numbers did not decrease. The master of the Yellow Tower stood in the magic circle, controlling the earth element. Vermilion said that he had never seen a major attack of magic on such a scale. There was no room to even step, and after the war, the maps would have to be redone. But the problem remained the same. The number of monsters hasn't decreased much, and if you continue large-scale attacks with different elements, they can also injure allies. The line between allies and enemies was truly erased. It was no longer possible to attack with mass attacks. Vermilion and Hubert jumped down from the mountain and called out to Nicolo. They said that from now on, attacks over a large area are prohibited. Therefore, from this moment on, the magicians enter into close combat. Nicolo lunged, and he shouted for everyone to attack. Russell knew that the battle would be protracted, so he needed to use mana efficiently, and only use dragonification as a last resort, and also combine mana with mental energy, and transform it into peace. The combined forces sparked with an electric white stream, cutting through the body of the giant monster. Amelia and Nicolo attacked next. Alan used his sharp thrust to freeze 3 monsters at once. Evil creatures burned in every element at the same time. The special arrows were already at the ready. One such arrow made a hole in the huge monster. Attack after attack, movement after movement. Her strength was running out. Oliva was bleeding and breathing heavily, but she continued to fight because the fate of everyone depended on it. The wind blades, like a good blade, cut through the limbs of the large creature. Oliva didn't notice how a monster crept up on her from behind. She froze, but a second later the skull with the burning eyes was split. Russell asked if the woman was okay, and Oliva thanked the hero. She said that no matter how many of them were killed, their numbers did not decrease, and asked where they came from. Looking at Oliva, Russell realized that they couldn't hold out at this rate. Something had to be done. Suddenly they shouted about the sun. The dwarf pointed to the sky, saying that the sun was rising. Another dwarf, smiling, said to hold on a little longer. The elf prayed to the wind spirit to lend them strength. Vermilion, standing side by side with Hubert, asked him what they were talking about, what the sun had to do with it, and the professor said that these monsters were not undead, so the sun should not affect them. However, the monster that stood close to Hubert turned away from him, reacting to the first rays of the sun. So, despite their rage and desire to tear everything to pieces, the creatures turned and ran back into the forest. Russell was surprised by their retreat. Was the sun really the weakness of these monsters? Amelia asked what was going on, Nicolo himself didn't know. However, now the magicians could at least rest. Many had no strength left. Sounds of pain and the elf's soothing voice could be heard, saying that he would heal now. The elf, seeing the heroes of Endymion, thanked them. She was the representative of the elves. Arain, the woman, said that thanks to them they were able to survive this night. The dwarf Eitri added that the dwarves would never forget this. They were truly grateful. And Curvo, the leader of the Wing tribe, said that as long as their tribe had feathers, they would remember today. Smiling, Nicolo said that they were only helping their allies. That was natural. But more importantly, something was wrong here. The monsters grew stronger and attacked at night, then weakened and retreated at dawn. Another strange thing is that they did not go in all directions, but deliberately attacked the fairies. It's like they have hatred towards them. So they would attack again tonight. And Vermilion suggested attacking during the day while the monsters were weak. But they told him that it was impossible. The dwarf said there were a little over 5,000 of them, but less than half could fight. Emilia said that they had no choice but to wait for reinforcements. Nicolo loudly announced that the first thing to do was to take away the wounded, reorganize the front, and gather for a council. Everyone agreed. Arain asked the hero if he was by any chance Sir Russell Raymond. The guy was surprised. The woman introduced herself as the head of the White Ash tribe and one of the leaders of the elves. She was also Elo's mother. And indeed, they were similar. Arain bowed, saying that they usually treated those who helped them with the deepest respect. But given the current situation, she asked to forgive their lack of hospitality. Russell replied that everything was fine, but what was more important was where Ilo was now. The woman sighed and said her daughter's name tenderly. Arain said that Ilo was here a few days ago, and when she learned about a group of stragglers, she immediately went to help them. Many fairies were unable to join them due to the unexpected attacks of the monsters, and some were separated during the retreat. Russell said he hoped Ilo was safe, but Arain said not to worry because her daughter was strong. Until sunset, the elves and other fighters sat, recovering their strength from their wounds. Nicolo was very surprised when he learned that Arain was the elf menor. Menor is the highest leader of the elves of all tribes. This position appeared after the high elves, and was so rare that in the last century there were only 5 such elves. Then Russell thought that it was no wonder that Arian had such an aura. Nicolo admitted that he never thought he would meet a man in his life. Emilia was also glad to meet her. Russell smiled because Emilia, although an elf, lived among humans, so she was not used to speaking formally with elves. Arain bowed and said that she, too, did not know the intricacies of human etiquette. So it was all right. The master of the White Tower could speak as she pleased. Nicolo decided to explain Endymion's battle strategy. The first stage being the organization of the siege. There are 60,000 people in the army. That should be enough to surround the monsters. Afterwards, Emilia said that the second stage is to destroy the monsters in the surrounding area. When she said that they would throw them back into the Great Forest, Arain and Curvo shuddered. Menor asked if the battlefield would not be in the Red Canyon, but in the Great Forest. Russell understood her feelings, because the Great Forest was not just a home for them, but a sacred land blessed by their gods. A battle of this scale would lead to serious destruction. It may take decades for the forest to recover, and given the size of the Great Forest, it may take hundreds. Nicolo replied that Endymion would help in restoring the forest and evacuating the fairies. But this news did not please the elf and the head of the Wing tribe. However, Arain said that it was painful for them, but there was no other choice. Curvo added that they expected this outcome. Nicolo bowed along with Emilia and thanked her for her understanding. They would try to minimize the damage to the Great Forest. The knight called the captain and said that someone was flying towards them. Could it really be a monster? But the sun had not set yet. Curvo's eyes widened and he replied no. It was an ally, a soldier who had been sent on a rescue mission a few days ago. The bird fell, unable to hold on any longer, and the leader flew up to him, asking for a doctor. The warrior, coughing, reported that the silver-haired guard was in danger. Everyone immediately understood that they were talking about Ilo. Russell and Arain were scared. Nicolo told Raymond that he knew her personally, so he could join the rescue mission. The protagonist agreed. Vermilion stepped forward, saying that he would go too. Emilia said that the spells to find the White Tower would be useful, so Oliva goes with them. Arain turned to Azulan, saying that he was the only one she could ask for help, and the elf promised to return Ilo safe and sound. After a prayer that the spirits would protect them, the rescue mission set off. Olive raised her head higher when she felt the vibrations. She said that there was movement ahead. It seemed like flying monsters. She asked what they should do. Vermilion exchanged a glance with Russell, and told her to go ahead and they would deal with them. Black coal wings spread out in the sky. Russell looked up and saw them, 100 giant rocks. They usually live only in the west. Azulan was indignant, saying, "What are they doing here?" He told everyone to prepare for battle. Red lightning struck one rock with electricity. Electric discharges wrapped around the protagonist, obeying his will. The bird was pierced by a chain explosion spell, affecting other monsters nearby. Oliva was surprised that Russell dealt with them so quickly. They should have been on the same level, but the difference between her and Raymond was simply astonishing. Behind the woman and the hero, there was a heavy sigh and an explosion. Olsen said he couldn't leave everything to Russell. He rose into the air and dropped his magic fist onto the ground. Russell smiled, because you couldn't tell from Vermilion whether he was a mage or a warrior, given his explosive attacks. However, such a bright explosion attracted too much attention. A flock of birds of prey flew onto the battlefield. Russell suggested that Olsen finish them off quickly, but at that moment arrows flew at the rocks. The elves asked to leave the monsters to them. They will catch up with the magicians as soon as they finish. Olsen shouted that they were counting on them and would see each other soon. Vermilion shouted at them to push forward as hard as they could. Russell sped up and thought about Yahello as he flew, hoping she would be safe. Meanwhile, the monster tried to break through the barrier with its fang. The elves worked together to maintain the protective wall, and then the monsters decided to attack at the same time. Everyone was already running out of mana. Yahello was worried whether they would be able to hold out until dawn. They could only hope for reinforcements. One of the monsters hit the barrier with its face and broke through it. And then all the protection shattered into pieces, and a toothy mouth appeared above the elf. Yahello, pulling the bowstring, asked Eurus, the spirit of the wind, to grant her his power, and she loosened her wrist, releasing an arrow of wind. By this time, Endymion's mages were still searching, and suddenly Oliva found it. She felt a clash of energy behind the mountain, and Olsen suggested speeding up. Russell hoped they weren't too late. Fireworks exploded in the sky, lighting up the night, and fell to the ground in a torrential rain, cutting into the skin of the monsters. Yahello ordered to use this chance to build a barrier, but already in another place they were screaming for help. The monsters broke through the barrier there too. Yahello pulled the bowstring again, asking the wind god for help. As she begged, an image of Russell appeared in her mind. The elf blushed, embarrassed that she thought about him at such a moment. Russell erected a wall of fire. She lit up and rose up right in front of Yahello. The elf was delighted, because I saw the one I was just thinking about. Russell Raymond. Vermilion shouted to the hero that he would clear the way. Olsen used the Flame Fist spell. Russell thanked him, and Yahello called the hero to follow her. The hero asked if the elf was okay, and she replied that she was and didn't even know how to thank him. Looking around, Raymond replied that he was just doing his job as a mage of the allied state, and that once the elves were ready, they should erect a barrier because they had to break through the monsters before there were more of them. Yahello said that if they went now, the children wouldn't be able to catch up with them. As the barrier was being erected, Olsen ran into the remaining gap after Oliva, at which point Russell told the elf not to worry. He asked Oliva if she could help, and the woman replied that she was there for just that reason. Oliva casts a spell on the entire tribe, so the elves will be able to run quickly without feeling tired. Yahello was surprised. Her body seemed so light to her, and the reinforcements led by Azulan arrived just in time. Yahello approached Azulan and said that she was very glad to see him again. The elf replied that he was glad that Lady Yahello was safe. Olsen announced that Oliva and the elves would be in the center, Russell on the left, and Yahello next to Azulan on the right, while he himself would take the front, and then they would break through the monsters. Yahello turned around and ordered everyone to raise the barriers. Now the forces were united again. Everything around sparkled and burned in fire. Russell shouted that they were almost there, so they needed to hold on a little longer. Olsen said that he knew Russell was tired, but he should try to save his mana, because when they got to the canyon, they would have to sweat a lot to unite with their allies. The hero understood and accepted. Suddenly both magicians froze, looking forward. Nicolo screamed for these creatures to die. He would crush their heads. The master gave the order not to let them into the fortress. This was Nicolo's ability. He built a fortress overnight. At such a pace it is difficult to call him a man. Hubert smiled and told the captain to take a look. The rescue team and the elves returned. The master was glad that they had succeeded, and Arayan finally saw her daughter. Nicolo said that the way must be opened for the allies. He pressed his hands to the stone of the fortress and erected a protective wall. Vermilion appreciated how Nicolo had prepared everything and told Russell that they would break through in one powerful attack, asked if the guy was ready, but the hero had long been ready. And they both screamed at the same time. Vermilion summoning a flaming fist, Russell a cannon. A huge wave of fire was born under the influence of two magicians of the fire tower and fell down. Then Russell and Olsen rushed forward, Vermilion saying that they needed to go straight ahead. There was still a little left. At this moment, the walls of the fortress opened. Everyone started to rejoice, because they had successfully made it inside. Olive could finally sit down after all her hard work, and the daughter met her mother without holding back her tears. Russell and Olsen fell straight to the ground, catching their breath. Raymond opened his eyes and smiled. It had been a very, very long night, and it ended with everyone being saved. A week has passed since that day, and the magicians still fought monsters every night, and after dawn they finished off the fleeing monsters. The situation is quite stable now. They were able to save many missing elves. There were about 9,000 of them here, and many of them were good warriors. They just had to wait for reinforcements when suddenly Russell froze, sensing movement. Nicolo called out to Russell, who rose up abruptly without explaining anything. The Yellow Tower Master followed him and asked if there were monsters there again. But instead of them, reinforcements arrived. The 5th and 7th detachments of Endymion. A meeting was soon held at which the captain thanked the squad leaders for coming. William Luigi, commander of the 5th Division, replied that they did not need to be thanked, because it was their duty for the sake of the country and the people. And Dwell Kruger, commander of the 7th Division, added that it was their duty as knights. Then the master of the Yellow Tower announced the beginning of the Strategic Council, said that in the upcoming mission, their troops would play a key role. And since Russell Raymond knew the landscape of the territory and the types of monsters best, he passed the floor to him. The hero greeted and introduced himself to the squad leaders. The commanders recognized this young man, who was the most famous magician. Even the air around him was unusual. Russell picked up a piece on the chessboard and told Commander William that the 5th Squad's job would be to defend. At the moment, the army of monsters appears only here, but no one knows when they decide to move further. Therefore, it is necessary to create a tight ring to protect the elves in the canyon. Not a single monster will be allowed through. And Commander Dwell Russell informed that the task of the 7th Squad would be an attack. While the 5th Squad blocks the monsters' escape routes, they must attack with all their might and drive the monsters back into the Great Forest. No one knows what dangers may await in the Great Forest, the source of these monsters, but it is a necessary measure to protect the country, and Dwell chuckled, saying that he likes to attack with all his might, so let them leave it to them. Everyone looked at the battlefield with the figures arranged on the table. Nicolo announced that in 3 days, with the help of elves and humans, they would begin a mission to reclaim the Great Forest. The 5th and 7th Squads are Endymion's best squads. They are some of the strongest on the entire continent, so they are unlikely to lose despite the number of monsters. However, Russell was still not at ease. He had a very bad feeling about this, and the guy didn't understand why. Lady Yahello was surprised when she looked up and saw Sir Russell. It all happened so quickly that she didn't even notice how the Count had changed. She wondered when his shoulders had become so broad. Besides, he had grown taller and changed a lot since their first meeting. Elo blushed at the thought. Aure noticed who her daughter was looking at. She kept wondering what Elo was doing, but apparently the time had already come. Then the loving mother came up to her daughter from behind and hugged her. She asked Elo if she would continue to just watch instead of coming up and talking. Ilo replied excitedly that she couldn't because Russell had something completely different in mind. Besides, she thought about Sir Russell being engaged to the Princess of Endymion. Elo couldn't believe that she had feelings for him. In such a situation, it was wrong. Arin placed her hands on her daughter's face and told her that she knew what she was thinking, but that she shouldn't worry about it, because he and Russell are connected by a strong thread of fate. Elo blushed and asked her mother if she could really see fate. They say that the ancient high elves could, and Arian told her daughter that if she became a menor, she could too. The woman asked her daughter to remember her words, namely that the time would soon come to make a decision. Russell's fate is as cold as a snowstorm, and if Ilo wants to love him, she must go through this fate with him. The sky was descending from its zenith, and hard times were approaching. Nicolo sighed heavily, closing his eyelids because it was starting again. He said that as they had planned, the 5th Squad would take care of the defense while they advanced into the Great Forest. As soon as the sun disappeared, not a second later the monsters appeared. Hubert, Olsen, and Russell have already activated their spells. Nicolo shouted and everyone ran to attack. The elves shot arrows of wind. The dwarves jumped high with hammers in their hands, shouting for these creatures to taste their steel. Alan Page squinted and swung his ice spear, and he hit the target right on target, freezing the monsters. Wind blades chopped off their heads. Oliva told Olsen and Hubert to leave them to her and help the defensive line. The monsters were drawn to the fire that Russell controlled. They would look up at his radiance every time until Raymond used his Inferno attack. Azulan threw his arrows while Curvo hovered in the air, dropping heavy rocks on the creatures. And only 15 days later, the army found itself at the entrance to the Great Forest. The knights rejoiced, shouting that they had succeeded. Nicolo also said that they finally pushed back the monsters. Olsen, worried, asked Russell if he felt it too, and the hero replied that he did. Monsters came from here, so everyone expected to see hordes of them here, but there were no monsters, or even any living creatures, and the whole forest was surrounded by black smoke. Elo told her mother that she did not hear spirits. The woman herself did not understand what it was. Nicolo suggested waiting for the Pen tribe sent for reconnaissance. They left yesterday, so they should return soon. The dwarf said that they also took with them a projector that they invented in the underworld, so they will be able to see everything clearly. Curvo suddenly raised his hand up, saying that the reconnaissance had returned. The recording was the same, no trace of monsters. Then Russell asked if there was a recording of the Great Forest in its entirety. Nicolo was surprised and asked what it was for. The hero pointed out that the further they walked, the thicker the black smoke became. The warrior from the Feather tribe was just about to say this. He told them to look at the recording from a bird's eye view, and at that moment the mage's expressions changed. The footage showed a huge dome in the sky. Arine wondered out loud how the Great Forest could have turned into this. Russell said that he thought that was what started it all. Maybe that's why he had a bad feeling. This was the source of the army of monsters, and inside this source something awaited that seemed capable of destroying all of Endymion. And it awakened. Nicolo, looking at the dome through the projector, asked if Arine knew anything about it. The woman replied that it might be somehow connected with the legend of the appearance of the Great Forest. It said that creation took place around the time the Age of the Gods was ending. The Great Forest began to grow due to the blessing of Gaia, the Mother of Life. Nicolo asked if this meant that Gaia created the Great Forest to seal away the monsters. Russell suddenly stood up and said that something was bothering him. Namely, that when Gaia created the Great Forest, there were many gods who could easily deal with an army of monsters. Olsen began to understand where Russell was going with this, and the hero continued that there was a high probability that Gaia was not trying to lock up an army of monsters at all. Emilia intervened, saying that they should check it out. And, turning to the commander, she said that it was necessary to form a reconnaissance detachment immediately. Soon the detachment was ordered to inspect everything and return before sunset. The reconnaissance squad, among others, included Olsen and Hubert. Vermilion said that he did not believe that there was no sense of life in this forest, but the professor objected that it did not seem like the forest had lost its properties. Rather, it was some kind of phenomenon. Nicolo waved his hand, saying that they were already quite deep, so they could rest a little. Russell approached Ilo and asked if she was okay, and she replied that she was. The hero asked what Arine was doing. The elf replied that she was currently meditating, or to be more precise, trying to talk to the spirits of the forest. Ilo looked up at Russell and said that he should know that there were other spirits besides the spirits of the 4 basic elements, and Russell listed the spirits of thunder, ice, light, and darkness. The elf closed her eyes and replied that the forest spirits were also one of them, but they were a little different. Ilo decided to show him. Hubert, amazed, said that he had only heard rumors about this, and Paige also did not believe that he would ever see the spirit of the forest with his own eyes. He, looking like some kind of fruit but the color of wood, appeared next to Ilo. Hubert was touched, and Russell looked in surprise at this doll made of earth and grass. The spirit asked Sir Russell what he thought. It was Ilo's voice. She shared her consciousness with the spirit, but the hero did not feel that the spirit itself was created. Ilo said that the forest spirits are much smaller than usual. They are created from several spirits. They do not have their own consciousness, so it takes time to use their power. The methods varied, but it reminded Russell of controlling golems. Ilo suddenly saw how the spirit began to fall apart. The elf covered her head with her hand, saying that the forest was in poor condition, so it was difficult for her to summon even a small spirit. Meanwhile, Arine took a deep, calm breath, and her daughter asked her if anything had worked out. The woman admitted that she had tried many times, but all the spirits were very scared, and that it is definitely connected to the darkness in the center of the Great Forest. Then one question arose: what is in this darkness? When the reconnaissance set out again, Oliva created a tailwind. It helped to speed up. Russell noticed the black fog growing thicker and slowly invading his consciousness. Therefore, it is good that the 7th detachment did not go with them, because they would have fallen without having time to do anything. Olive suddenly slowed down, announcing that they had arrived. Now this dome did not look the same as in the projector. It became darker, thicker, and brighter. Near the dome, there were locks of the magic seal. Nicolo asked in surprise what they were doing here. The master turned to the squad and announced that they would begin their exploration immediately, and that they needed to hurry to return before sunset. There was a tremor coming from the ground, and Nicolo, placing his palms on the ground, said that it was coming from the darkness. The master tried to take a closer look at the dome, and at that moment, the giant's eyes opened wide. Nicolo shouted sharply for everyone to step back. At that moment, a hand burst out of the dome. This creature was larger than the dome itself. The dwarf froze, asking how this was possible. Oliva also did not understand how a mountain could appear out of nowhere. Russell, looking up, suddenly shouted that it was not a mountain. It is a living creature that moves. Nicolo stammered that these were the Hecatonchires. He had never expected to see the remains of the Titanomachy here, and Amelia asked if these weren't events from a forgotten era. The Hecatonchires wanted to take over the world at the time. Nicolo heard that the dragons borrowed power from a certain creature and defeated them. Now it became clear what Gaia wanted to seal here, and Arain, hugging her daughter, shouted that the great forest was a prison for this monster. She would never have thought that it was right below them. The commander, Frozen, said that this monster devours everything in its path, so what will happen if it breaks out into their world? There was no need to wait for an answer to this question. Soon the purple energy rose high into the sky, spreading a magical wave throughout the forest. A strong wind blew up, the trees began to go crazy, and Oliva quickly put up a shield. It was only a roar from the Hecatonchaire, and the ground had already cracked, forming a hole, and the mighty roots of the trees burst forth. Elo, struggling to hold the shield, told her mother that she felt monstrous malice in his roar. But Arin replied that it was not malice, but a desire to kill all living things. Russell shouted that they had to stop him, and do it right here. They have no right to lose. At the same time, the heretic who observed this called it incredible. He couldn't even imagine that it would be a Hecatonchaire and not a Titan who would be here. Hypnos howled with pleasure, saying that this was the second coming of God, something incredibly beautiful. Suddenly there was a chuckle. A voice said that this was what he had dreamed of. Hypnos did not expect to see Karen here, who was disappointed that the heretic was not happy to meet him after so much time, because he even prepared a gift for Hypnos. The heretic couldn't help but smile madly when he saw the key to the magic seal. Karen said that it was much stronger than the one used on Tartarus. Karen said for Hypnos to bless the Almighty and him, of course. Enjoying the view, the heretic asked Hypnos if he even knew whose seal he was removing, and the man replied that it was the seal of the Hecatonchires, a race that lived before the Titanomachy. Karen replied that Hypnos seemed to know not everything about them, and said that the name of this creature was Briareus, who was the general of the vanguard of the Hecatonchires race, and that once because of him, the gods were on the verge of defeat. And now the students of this limited bitch have big problems. Hypnos said that he would tell that bitch about the death of her students, and Karen, grinning, replied that he was really looking forward to this moment. But let him not forget that any mistake will cost not only his life. The seal has been removed. Hecatonchaire stepped into the forest, Nicolo shouting that they should not be afraid. He was weakened because he had been sealed for so long. No matter what happened, they had to stop him here. Amelia concentrated her power with both hands, telling the Hecatonchaire to come to her. The Magister used the flow between heaven and earth and grabbed Briareus with her huge wind hand. Russell was approached and asked if he could hear. Amelia wrapped magical loops around the giant's arm to restrain him, but he easily broke the bonds and struck. Oliva ran up to the Master of the White Tower, but Amelia said that she was fine. The Master knew that it was a mythical creature, but she thought that such an attack against it would at least work a little. Nicolo, meanwhile, apologized for keeping us waiting. In casting the spell, he asked the great land to become a sandy swamp and collapse. When the spell worked, he shouted for everyone to attack right now. The most powerful mages simultaneously directed dense magical beams, attacking the Hecatonchaire. The monster sank into the ground up to its waist, and black energy began to emanate from its body. At this time, Arain and Elo, holding hands, were in deep meditation. And at the same time they asked the spirit of the forest to rise up. A mighty earth spirit, entwined with ivy, seized Briareus with his giant hand. The monster managed to rise and grabbed the spirit's fingers, resisting him. The dwarf was glad that they now had a chance, but Amelia said no. Hecatonchaire placed his huge hand on the head of the forest spirit, and the Master of the White Tower, seeing this, said that this was not enough to defeat him. With one sharp movement, the giant tore off the forest spirit's head and tore off his arm. Squeezing the earthen parts of the body to the level of the sand, he told the pathetic trash not to stand in his way. And opening its mouth, the mythical creature let out a deafening roar. Not only was it stunning, but it also had an intoxicating effect, and the elf's head seemed about to explode. Olsen, covering his ears, was surprised that this bastard could talk, and the creature continued, calling the magicians bugs. And if they want him to eat them so much, then he will do it. Bowing his head over the mages who were tired from the attacks, he said that he would tear them into pieces and enjoy the taste. Nicolo grinned and asked the Hecatonchaire if he had accidentally forgotten anything. At this moment, Russell, who was standing behind the creature, was about to release a lightning attack. Before this, the Master promised the hero that they would buy him time so that he could prepare and use the most powerful spell. The last thing Briar saw with his spider-like eyes before the powerful attack was a black-haired mage. Russell used his Cloud Ring weather control to send a thunderstorm down from the sky and into the giant's head. Nicolo rejoiced at the hero's strength. He was amazed at his strength. Although Russell was still young and had only recently reached the 6th circle of mana, Emilia smiled under the protective barrier and thought at that moment that it was no wonder that the master of the fire tower valued Raymond so much. Russell hovered in the air, waiting for the smoke to clear. This attack had taken a lot more mana than he expected, and because of the enormous power of the spell, it worked over a large area, and not everything hit the target. But the hero hit the Hecatonkir right on the head, so he didn't think he was unharmed. But as soon as Russell raised his eyes, he froze. Russell delivered a really powerful blow. He even managed to wound Briareus. Electric lightning was still emanating from his body, but the giant was still standing on his feet. Hubert couldn't believe that the creature had survived, and Olsen agreed that its resilience was simply astounding. However, this attack was the only one that worked. And of course, Nicolo and the other mages distracted the monster, and the commander did not expect Sir Russell to finish it off at once. But the Hecatonkir received too little damage. Leaning down, Briareus asked, noticing the color of the protagonist's hair and the magic that holds the power of dragons, if he was somehow related to Hyun Sung. Russell didn't understand what the creature was asking him about, whether it could be about some kind of artifact. Hecatonkir clenched his fist tightly. His hand seemed to heat up so much that steam was coming from the sinewy muscles. He said that it didn't matter, because of Russell he remembered things he wanted to forget. After these words, the monster sharply waved his hand and threw an attack at the hero, saying that it was time to die. Olsen jerked forward, shouting at Russell to move aside because it was dangerous. But the main character froze in place, as if numb. After this, the others seemed to go crazy. The mage's attacks became more aggressive. Russell looked at Sir Alan and did not understand what he was doing. Paige was shouting something to the hero, but he did not really hear anything. Suddenly a wave rose in his throat and blood gushed from his mouth. Russell felt like he had several severe internal wounds, and if he had taken the full blow, there would have been no wet spot left on him. Olsen asked if the hero was okay, and when the boy turned around, he saw the elder sitting by the cracked stone, into which he had pressed his back after the attack. Vermilion said that this monster was really very strong. He almost killed both of them with one blow. The dwarf ran to the mages and shouted if everything was okay, while Russell asked Eitri to help them, saying that Olsen was badly injured. Eitri examined the man and said that it looked bad. It seemed that Olsen had broken ribs, and Vermilion sighed, upset that for some time, he would probably not be able to train physical strength. Nicolo asked Russell how he was, and the hero, looking worried, replied that he was fine. While trying to block the Hecatonkir's strike, the master asked if Raymond could use that spell again, as if they hit that wound a second time, they would do good damage. Russell knew this, but he couldn't completely control the storm. He clenched his fist and asked if he could use another spell to help defeat this monster. Nicolo, holding back Briareus' attack, asked again. Russell said it would take some time, about 15 minutes. The master of the Yellow Tower shouted to the others that Sir Russell needed to buy time, so that they would not let the bastard remember him. The mages were determined. The protagonist flew away to a distance where the elder Wilson would be safe. Going any further was not an option for Russell. Russell hovered in the air and closed his eyes, activating partial dragonification. First he decided to replenish his depleted mana, and then finish it all off with one blow. He concentrated on the divine spear that pierces everything, the Brahmastra. When Hecatonkir saw that familiar glow, he called the hero a bastard, who was still the descendant of Kim Hyun-suk and that lizard. The monster screamed at the top of its lungs and took a quick step forward, its muscles heating up. Hecatonkir rushed forward, shouting that Russell would cut him to pieces. Emilia shouted, "Where is he going?" and wrapped her wind vines around his foot. When she succeeded, she shouted to the others to take action. Hubert attacked the giant with Prometheus flames, and Oliva with atmospheric waves. Nicolo repeated several times, shouting that Russell must be protected at any cost, and Briareus growled. Alan Page suddenly activated the ice stop. The elves put their hands on the ground and prayed to the spirits of the forest to give them their power. Giant roots rose from the ground into the air and wrapped around the Hecatonkir's body, slowing his pace. Everyone was already at their limit from maintaining high-level magic for so long, even though very little time had passed. The monster slowly exhaled steam from its mouth, calling the magicians damn bugs. He broke free from his bonds and shouted for them to go away, while he walked towards the main character. The monster concentrated all its strength into a fist and threw a dark, heavy clot at Russell. Raymond floated in the air with his eyes closed, finishing the spell. Nicolo and Paige all looked at the hero and screamed his name in fear. Elo was so scared that she screamed at the top of her lungs, tearing her voice, and tears appeared in her eyes. She remembered how Russell had always protected her up until this moment. The elf frantically recalled the moments they had spent together and thought about what would have happened if she had only had the strength to protect him. Ilo reached out her hand to Russell, but the distance between them was just out of reach, and she sincerely prayed for someone to give her this power. Suddenly, everything froze and turned solid gray. Ilo was the only one who could move. Time stood still. Then, her appearance with dragon horns said that she already had this power, but Ilo had not yet accepted it. The elf, sitting on her knees, asked who was in front of her and what he was talking about now, and in response, her appearance said that she herself knew about the power inside her. To do this, you need to completely subjugate the dragon's will, and accept all the consequences that come with it. However, having accepted the life of a half-elf, half-dragon, Ilo will not be able to return to his former life. Then the elf decided that if, with the help of fate, she could save her benefactor, then she would accept this power. Oblix said that he knew that Ilo would make such a choice. Hubert shouted to his student. Russell seemed to have no intention of breaking the flow. At that moment, a strong blow was heard behind the protagonist's shoulders, followed by streams of wind. Hecatoncheir looked up at the new source of power. A huge dragon with silver scales appeared next to Russell. Nicolo stopped, not believing his eyes, and Amelia said that the last one was seen 700 years ago. She didn't think that she would ever see him in real life. Arain couldn't believe it. The monster waved his hand, calling the dragon a pathetic lizard. He shouted for the lizard not to interfere, but the dragon had other plans. He opened his silver mouth and let out a menacing roar. The silver being said that even after so much time, Briareus had not changed at all, and the dragon opened his breath. A bright beam attacked the monster's body, but the Hecatoncheir said that she too had become greatly weakened. He was going to tear the dragon apart, and then eat the heart while it's still beating. At that moment, the dragon's body evaporated, and Ilo began to fall down like a comet. The elf said that at that point her strength was exhausted, but she didn't care. She said, smiling, that she had already fulfilled her role. Russell finally regained his mana, and clutching his spear, asked for the divine power that permeated even the fleeting moments to descend into his hands. Alan stammered about how intense the heat was coming from Russell, and Hubert continued his thought, saying that it was as if they were in some kind of desert, and not in the middle of a forest. Amelia, without taking her eyes off him, said that it was worth the wait, and Nicolo couldn't believe that Raymond only had 6 laps. If this power had not been concentrated in the spear, the entire forest would have disappeared in the blink of an eye. Hecatoncheir experienced real fear and was surprised by his own feelings. He growled, shouting that this was impossible because he was Briareus, the general of the Hecatonchires. Without hesitation, Russell swung his sword forward, throwing a fiery Brahmastra. She hit the target, but cut off a piece of the monster's body along with its small heads. Hecatoncheir laughed, exulting that he had managed to dodge. He didn't even have time to notice how the main character appeared right in front of his eyes. Raymond took out Arachne's knitting needles. A bright, wide beam appeared in front of Briareus, and in the middle of it, something sparkled blindingly. Russell combined La Mancha and Brahmastra in his attack. The monster screamed, choking on blood, that he had finally gotten out after thousands of years of imprisonment, and he was furious. This attack was far more successful than the others, and one of the most powerful that Russell had ever created, so much so that even the Hecatoncheir, a mythical creature, fell to the ground, leaving behind a flash of smoke. The attack's recoil was too strong, and Russell, coughing, decided that it would be better for him not to use such magic for now. The main character's head started spinning, and he, unable to control himself, fell head over heels. His last thought before the first rays of dawn was that he was able to protect everyone. The mission was accomplished. The great forest was liberated, but Russell was seriously injured and lay unconscious for some time. When he came to, he tried to get up. His whole body was aching with pain, so the hero clenched his teeth, and Ilo, seeing him come to, asked if he was okay. Russell asked the same question, and the girl answered positively. Only Olsen is still recovering, and the others have already come to their senses. This news was indeed good, and Raymond smiled sincerely. Ilo asked if he could look at it, and she removed the hood from her head. Blushing, she confessed that on the day of the battle, she had embraced the power of the dragons, and learned that her and Russell's destinies were linked. Now the hero learned that she was the dragon who protected him. Ilo asked if he knew what this fate was, and Raymond replied that he was not sure of the details, but he had a guess. The girl said that they shared the fate of the next generation of dragons who served the Emperor long ago. Turning to Ilo, the hero asked if she was ready for this, for the fact that now she would serve him, and he did not know how the dragon's power would affect Ilo. The girl smiled and assured that everything was fine, because she remained herself, and it was her choice. She slowly squeezed the fabric of her clothes. Ilo thought, looking at Russell, that this was the fate she wanted, and even though Raymond had a partner, she could still be with him. The girl awkwardly scratched the back of her head and asked how she should address the hero now. Should she call him the Dragon Emperor, or was that a bit too much? But Russell replied that she could address him however she wanted. The girl blushed, and looking down, questioningly called the character Sir, which made him choke. The Count smiled and asked her how about calling him simply Russell, and Ilo repeated his name 3 times in a half-whisper. She laughed, and at that moment it seemed to her that they had become even closer. Soon the main character was visited by Nicolo. He thanked Russell with all his heart, because if it were not for him, many people would have died. The hero heard that the master was still restoring his mana, and he wondered if Nicolo was already on his feet because he felt responsible as the leader of the squad. Smiling, Raymond said that if he were alone, he would not have a chance to win. And Nicolo also saved him during the fight with McCrae, so he can think that Russell was simply paying him back. The man bowed his head and sighed, thanking the Count for saying so. Afterwards, the leader asked if Russell had spoken to the others, and the guy said that they had all visited him. Nicolo suggested that it had been quite noisy here, and Russell should rest more. At night, the character sprawled out on the bed, sighing heavily from fatigue. However, he still stood up, deciding to continue. The third mask, which he received for defeating Briareus, helped him stay conscious, and it gave resistance to mind control magic. With this, Russell will have an easier time against dark magicians who use curses and illusions. The first mask helped to calculate attacks, the second focused on defense. The guy couldn't wear 3 at once, so he decided to combine them. The 3 masks were collected, and Russell created the Crown of Solomon, combining the effects of all the masks. The crown was restored, and a notification informed the hero that her ability would work again. Solomon was the king of the magicians who created a magical empire in the age of myths, and Russell couldn't believe that this was his relic. It was something incredible. However, the guy was amused by the fact that the crown was small. He asked out loud if this was a summoning artifact, and the crown spun around the guy several times. Russell burst out laughing with affection. Suddenly, Solomon's crown stopped and turned blue, and Raymond's head began to hurt. He had a strange feeling, as if he was being divided into 2 bodies. The boy then sat in the lotus position and went into meditation to explore this feeling. The place he moved to had a breathtaking view. Russell lowered his head, wondering if there was anything here that could help him with his calculations. Part of it existed in the crown, and helped to calculate magic circles. For a moment, Russell was afraid of the splitting of consciousness, and a feeling of fear tore him out of his meditation. A system notification informed the hero that the inner consciousness was depleted, and some functions of the crown were unavailable. The guy thought about it, and came to the conclusion that the crown did not contain his consciousness, but preserved it, and if his mind was affected by the curse, Russell would be able to recover thanks to the crown. Raymond smiled, thinking that he should learn more about the uses, but the artifact pleased him. As soon as the Count regained his strength, he began training again. The attack of the rain of fire arrows was executed perfectly. Hubert said it was amazing that Russell had recovered in 10 days, and Paige noted that the hero had improved his mana usage and spell casting. Olsen laughed, replying that this was to be expected from Russell, all because he trains regularly. The elder offered Raymond to fight him if he had already recovered, and suggested not to use magic so that Olsen could restore his body. The hero replied that he did not mind, but was not sure that it would help. Then Vermilion made a sharp lunge to the side and struck with his fist. The man said his bones were a little creaky, but he thought it would be better if he gave Russell a good beating. Suddenly their attention was drawn to the ringing of a bell. It seemed like something had happened. But if most of the monsters had been defeated, then what could have happened? Olsen and Russell took to the air for reconnaissance. Outside the walls they saw an ambassador with a red flag, which meant an urgent message. Vermilion tensed up and said out loud, were they really attacked by the bastards from the Empire? Nicolo said this was a national emergency. Namely, Archduke Bismarck revealed his secret ambitions. Olsen wondered if the leader really wanted to say that Bismarck had betrayed Endymion, and this guess turned out to be true. 5 magical towers, including Heatmore and Cargo, along with the 13th and 21st squads, help him besiege the capital. Heatmore, master of the Red Tower, Blaine Trilogy, mocked Russell's father and his line, and now it turns out that he is related to the Archduke. The hero thought about what would have happened if the teacher had not stopped him then. Remembering Daria, Raymond suddenly shouted, asking, "Isn't the teacher and master of the Blue Tower in the capital?" The answer shocked everyone in its worst form. They disappeared. Nicolo said that they were both missing. Vermilion slammed his fist on the table and cursed. He couldn't believe that something like this had happened in his absence. Russell said that the teacher certainly had not lost to them, for if she had, they would have announced it to demoralize their forces. Amelia agreed with the hero that the Archduke had simply pulled some kind of trick. The most he could do was keep them somewhere far away from the capital. Russell said fearfully that if they were aiming for the throne, then they needed to take care of the king and princess. And Nicolo said that Sir Gillian Person was now with the king. The royal knights were guarding the princess, but if the enemy was at the level of the Tower Masters, she might be in danger. Russell froze with a worried look on his face. He couldn't bear the thought that something could happen to Hecate. The knight abruptly told the 7th squad that they were leaving immediately. He was ready to cut down the enemies. Nicolo asked him to calm down. He understood the knight's feelings. But even if he left right now, he would not be able to arrive in time. Then the leader turned to Hubert and asked what was the fastest way to get to the capital. Hubert thought for a moment, and replied that it would be great to use the teleportation gate, but there was a high probability that it would be impossible because the enemy had probably done something to it to delay reinforcements. Nicolo said that in that case, all they could do was to pass through the Red Canyon as quickly as possible, get to the magic tower closer to the capital and teleport from there. And that would take at least a day, so they couldn't waste time. They needed to move now. Russell asked the leader if he could return to the capital first. The man excitedly asked if the hero knew of another way. Raymond explained that he had a ring made of a pair of Eros and Soul, and the owner of the Eros ring could teleport to the Soul ring. Amelia suddenly said that she understood, but it would be better if one of the masters used it. The hero apologized and explained that only he could use it, since the ring is bound to the first owner. Then Nicolo put his hands on Russell's shoulders and said that Sir Gillian would be with the king, and he would leave the princess to him. The count promised to protect Hecate at the cost of his life. And without delay, Raymond activated the ring. There was chaos in the kingdom near the western gate. The knights were shouting that the rebels had to be killed, and no one should be allowed inside. The captain ordered the wounded to be taken to shelter and to maintain formation, and also carry more bandages. Sir Thompson lay bleeding on the ground, and made sounds of pain, and was asked to endure despite the pain. The knight was surprised to see that the person who was stopping his bleeding was Princess Hecate herself. Thompson stood up and asked how she knew his name. The girl asked again, saying that shouldn't she, since they were the best swords in the kingdom. Suddenly there was an explosion. The knights shouted to the princess that the western gates had fallen. They were going to stop the traitors even at the cost of their own lives. A second later there was another explosion. The guy in the red cloak asked why he should be here if there was no one strong here. Arcarium Ergo was the first apprentice of the Red Tower's master, Blaine Trilogy. He greeted the princess, and she shouted at Arcarium to shut up. The man was surprised, asking if she would even call him sir, to which Hecate replied that only respected people were called sir. The princess took out her sword, and shouted that he, as a traitor, did not deserve this. Seeing Hecate's weapon, he recognized it as Arendite, given to him by the lake fairy. The sacred sword that had slain the fire dragon Arcarium did not expect to find a royal relic here. He considered himself very lucky. Both knights stood up to defend Hecate, saying that they would detain him and that she should leave. The man grinned, saying that this was the end of the princess. At that moment, a fiery attack with explosions struck. A multitude of fiery spears flew straight at Hecate. She mentally apologized to her beloved, and she held the weapon out in front of her, hoping that it would be with Russell in the next life. Another explosion rang out, blowing up everything at its epicenter. Arcarium suddenly noticed how the space in that area became distorted. Now the fire dwarves stood in front of the princess and the knights, ready to protect. Everyone thought that this was the spell of the master of the fire tower. Ergo shouted that this was impossible, since the master had definitely dealt with her. However, this spell did not belong to Daria, and Hecate realized this when a familiar voice asked Hecate for forgiveness for being late. Raymond flew up to the bride and hugged her around the waist. Hecate was glad of his arrival. Ergo was nervous. He didn't know how this guy managed to summon the teleportation gate, but the Red Tower had suffered too much shame because of him. And since things turned out this way, Arcarium decided that he would bring the mage's head to the Archduke. Raymond asked what Arcarium had done to his teacher, and the traitor was still amazed that he was being addressed without formality. He asked if they really had such a close relationship that he would tell the boy about it. Angrily, Ergo declared that he would deal with this brat, and let the others capture the princess. He didn't care whether she survived or not. And after these words, the mages of the Red Tower rushed forward. Raymond saw that they were all 3rd and 4th circle mages. The hero turned around and told everyone to stand behind the summoned monsters. The protagonist gave the order to the fire dwarves to burn the traitors. Ergo shouted at Russell, indignant at how he dared to turn away during a fight. He was too self-confident. But Raymond thought of nothing else but the need to take Hecate away from the traitor. Arcarium's words were an empty sound for him. In a second, the hero found himself in front of the traitor and swung his fist, using a shock blow. Ergo quickly put up a protective barrier. But the shield cracked from one blow. The Red Tower mage asked the shameless bastard what kind of pathetic tricks these were. Arcarium swore to turn Russell to dust, and they simultaneously summoned a fiery explosion. 2 explosive fire attacks collided with each other. Russell experienced this incredible spell-casting speed and destructive power, while understanding that Ergo is not a superhuman, but at the level of the Tower Master, he is a force to be reckoned with. At the same time, The Red Tower mage noticed that the hero was quickly creating spells, but he lacked power. He must have missed something in the formula to increase the speed. Arcarium smirked, deciding that he would then overwhelm Raymond with firepower. The grin turned into a concerned one as the traitor created his own spell, a duet of red vipers. Sweat poured down Russell's face. He realized the seriousness of this spell. Following him, Ergo waved his hand, directing the vipers towards the Count. Hecate screamed the groom's name in fear. Meanwhile, the heretic told Daria that her student, of whom she was so proud, was hindering them quite a bit. However, Briareus was just bait. She and Melville had been his target from the start. Smiling, Hypnos expressed his hope that the masters would have fun watching Endymion burn and their students die. Even though Raymond had put up a protective barrier, the damage was still too much. Does that mean the attack was not only magically strong but also physically strong? At that moment he thought that another good plan was over. Her Majesty was urged to leave quickly, because it was too dangerous for her here. But she was thinking about Russell. The magicians of the Red Tower noticed that the princess was trying to escape and rushed after her. Russell was confident that the royal knights would be able to deal with Arcarium's minions. Ergo was amused by the situation and told Russell that he would see how long he could hold out. The traitor to the kingdom once again directed his attack towards the protagonist's protective barrier. He thought Raymond was a fool who wouldn't survive if he defended himself like that. But Russell knew what he was doing. The Count raised his head up and spread his arms, creating a magical spear of death while maintaining the barrier. Arcarium's expression noticeably changed at the thought that the magician had been holding back all this time. And as soon as he loosened his grip, the protagonist made a sharp dash forward with the fiery spear. With one crushing movement, he pierced the traitor with the flaming weapon. Blood gushed from Ergo's mouth. Arcarium fell to his knees and stood there with the spear in his chest, saying out loud that Russell had pretended to lose while he was preparing for a counterattack, and he had weakened his defenses due to his overconfidence, which led to his defeat. There was an explosion behind Raymond, and the hero thought that if Ergo had kept a cool head, everything could have ended differently. The battle continued. The Red Tower's mages tried to get to the princess, but the fire dwarves and knights did not allow this to happen. The Count ran to the entrance of the kingdom and, opening the door, shouted out the name of the princess. The red-cloaked mages tensed up, asking what he was doing here, if something had happened to the master. Russell chuckled as he cast a fire spell. The hero's attack pierced several mages at once, and Russell replied that they could ask Ergo about it personally. Russell turned around, asking if the princess was okay, when Hecate suddenly threw herself into his arms. She said that he looked wounded and was worried if he was okay, but the groom assured her that everything was fine. Hecate didn't even know what could have happened if it weren't for him. Russell saved her life. The girl placed her hand on her beloved's cheek and asked if this was the power of the ring he had given her. Russell answered positively, but added that he could not give her the power because he had little mana left. They both turned to the window after the deafening explosions. Hecate said that the king was there. Raymond said there was no need to worry, as he had Sir Gillian with him and he seemed to be coping quite well. Now they need to regroup, because as soon as the enemies find out that Arcarium has lost, they will retreat. Then Hecate placed the sword before her, and closing her eyes, commanded the sacred Arundite to grant the valor of the founding king to all the vassals. At that very moment, the wounded felt their fatigue disappear as if by magic. Russell had already shouted for Hecate to stop, but it was too late. The princess began to fall, since the sword Arundite by its nature distributes the owner's powers to allies if he is ordered. Hecate clenched her teeth tightly, feeling weak throughout her body. She opened her tired eyelids and said that this was all she could do to help now. Russell took his bride's hand, worried about her condition, and the wounded shouted that they would glorify their princess and show their loyalty to the royal family of Rathmos. Suddenly, the man's voice said that he was wondering why Arcarium was taking so long with one girl, and now it turns out there are uninvited guests. The knight shouted for everyone to step back, and Russell scooped the princess up in his arms and lifted himself off the floor. Blaine threw the burning sword, commanding the spell to dissipate. Ragna's loyal blade pierced the royal wall. Trilogy chuckled as he told Sir Russell that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. The master realized that the mage had an unusual barrier, since it withstood his attack. He couldn't believe that Russell had created it so quickly. The hero, holding the barrier with his last strength, thought that Trilogy had incredible strength, since he destroyed the palace with one attack. The man looked away, saying that he couldn't see Arcarium. Apparently Russell had defeated him. He kept telling his student that he would one day pay with his life for his self-confidence. Princess Hecate rose from the floor and screamed at Blaine, asking why he was doing this. If he only wants her, then why involve innocent people in this? Blaine laughed and even clapped, telling Hecate that it was touching. She would definitely be a good ruler if she inherited the throne. However, after a second, Trilogy became serious. He asked if the princess had finished with her last words, because he still had to meet her father. Russell told Hecate to stand behind him because there was no way to reason with Blaine. The knights ran into the room, shouting in fear if the princess was okay. They said that they came running here as soon as they saw that the palace was destroyed. And they also said that the king was fine, so she didn't have to worry. Blaine said that there were even more strangers now, and it was starting to irritate him. The knights raised their swords into the air, passing them to others to cut down the traitors. One explosive attack even landed on Blaine, but did not affect him in any way. Trilogy asked Russell if he was going to confront him, and the hero replied that of course he would. The man chuckled, looking at Raymond. It even seemed to him that Daria was here, because Russell's teacher also looked at him at their last meeting. But now she was stuck in a land of darkness and emptiness, and Blaine said that Russell would never see her again. The hero became excited when he heard about the edge of darkness. He froze, and at that moment, Trilogy told Russell to show what he had to protect Daria's name. At that moment, Raymond mentally ordered the activation of Solomon's crown. An explosive attack along with a fiery sword pierced the hero. Ragnar's blade was faster than the speed of sound. However, this did not stop Russell, and Blaine could not understand how a sixth circle brat could dodge this weapon. Raymond could break time into small pieces and track Trilogy's attacks. It would be pretty close, but he would be able to dodge. But Russell had allies behind him, which made the situation more difficult, because if he dodged, they would all suffer. Then the hero created a magical spear of death and multiplied it by 5. He decided to take Blaine's attack. The master was surprised that Russell was trying to protect his allies, because it was a direct road to the grave. Trilogy wanted to show Raymond what he could do. But at the moment of attack, Russell erected a giant wall of earth. Blaine's attacks literally wrapped around the erected defense, trying to break through it. Trilogy was once again amazed that Russell was comparable to him in the speed of creating spells. He was curious how long the magician would last. He cast spells with a purple aura, causing everything around him to burst into flames. The hero was still standing on his feet. Blaine said that Russell was so good that he would have even taken him on as his student if Daria hadn't beaten him to it. Russell glared at his incredibly fast and strong opponent, who was on a completely different level than Arcarium. Hecate couldn't stand it any longer and ran to Russell. At the most necessary moment, his beloved was nearby, and the Count was able to lean on her while clots of blood were rising in his throat. Blaine called this scene touching, that he would make sure that the graves of his lovers were nearby, and Hecate told the traitor to shut up. But Trilogy wasn't going to stop there. The magic around him grew stronger. The wounded Thompson begged the princess to leave because they could not hold out much longer. Blaine was irritated that even the royal knights were interfering. Holding her beloved, Hecate asked if he was okay, and although the hero answered that everything was fine, his body was noticeably weaker. Russell had only one thing left to do: dragonification. Suddenly a system notification created a new mission: to get the princess's favorite necklace. The boy asked Hecate if he could see what she was wearing, and the princess took hold of the necklace. It was a keepsake from her mother. Raymond suddenly asked if she could give it to him. Hecate reached for the clasp, certain that Russell was asking for something for a reason. Having received the green necklace, the hero thanked the bride for her trust. The notification stated that if the hero filled the necklace with mana, it would reveal its true form. The dragon scales were restored. Russell was very surprised that it was not a horn, but in such a situation he was willing to do anything, even absorb them. Trilogy saw the green glow behind the stone, this incredible mana. A question even came out of his mouth about what was going on. Now Russell's appearance was different, thanks to the dragon scales. His physical strength increased, and the cooldown of his dragonification decreased. With these dragon arms, Raymond was confident that he could defeat Blaine, and he activated the dragonification at that moment. Trilogy admitted that he didn't think that the rumors about Russell being a dragon were true. Now the man understood why McCrae Hughes lost to him. Raymond turned to Hecate and asked her to go to the knights. Blaine said that the dragon's mana is quite comparable to his. Now he was worried about another goal. If he got this power, then none of the masters would be equal to him. The master's magical powers were superior to Russell's. So the hero concentrated on the power of overheating to quickly finish off the traitor. Following the overheating, the protagonist summoned a falling sun and a fiery spear of death, strengthened 12-fold. Having launched a massive attack on Trilogy, Russell added La Mancha and Titan Slayer to the mix, but he was sure that it was not enough. Blaine had disappeared somewhere, and while Raymond was looking for him, the master made his move. He closed the distance between them and jabbingly asked Russell if this was really all he could do, that he was just showing off. The Count cast the overheating spell again. Due to the small distance between them, Blaine had to put up a barrier. Russell leapt forward and activated his fire cannon, striking the walls of the protective barrier. The shield was broken, but the spell had quite a strong recoil. At that moment, a spell flew in front of Russell, narrowly missing him. Trilogy's voice still carried through the pillars of smoke, the man admitting that Russell was certainly strong. He compared the hero's strength to a superhuman level, adding that the guy would definitely surpass him in 10, no, even 5 years. That's why Blaine will kill him here and now. Russell grabbed his spear and rushed forward, shouting for the master to try if he could. He decided to attack until he found Trilogy's weak point. Their powers collided with each other in the air, so that the attacks created a kind of yin and yang ring. The character felt that there was very little left. He did not stop attacking, and giving into emotions, he screamed furiously. Raymond's spear still grazed the master's arm, and Blaine howled in pain. It was at this moment that the master opened up, and Russell, using the cloud ring in the weather shape, took Blaine in a vice, piercing him from all sides with a lightning sting. The hero felt that the dragonification would soon end, and Solomon's crown was already at its limit. Therefore, the next attack will be the last. Even though Trilogy was burnt and already falling down, the Count threw a magical spear of death after him. The man looked at Russell as he fell and called him a pathetic brat, realizing the danger. At that moment, he found the strength in himself, and created a spell with demonic flame. Black wings grew behind his back. The spear of death flew straight into the clod of heavy energy, and as soon as it hit the target, the sky was lit up by a lightning discharge. Russell didn't see what happened. He was lying on the rock, unable to gather his strength. His vision was fading. His head was bleeding from hitting the rock. Even at that moment, the character thought that he had to protect the people dear to him, and if it cost him his life, he would protect them. The thought of this helped Raymond to rise. And not only that, a magic circle appeared right in front of him. Trilogy was screaming he couldn't believe this guy had gone up a lap in the fight. Russell smiled, because this was already the 7th round. But the enlightenment was abruptly interrupted. Raymond was struck by a powerful stream of lightning. The heretic who flew up to the battlefield said that it was too early for Russell to enter the 7th circle, and he told the master of the Red Tower that he looked terrible. It seemed like he had a hard time. Blaine angrily told the heretic to shut up before he could rip out his long tongue. He asked reproachfully what was taking him so long. Hypnos, removing his hood, replied that something had happened after Blaine had left. The master of the fire tower had broken the seal, but Blaine should not worry, because he had resealed it securely. Russell, kneeling, shouted furiously, asking if he, Hypnos, was behind all this. The hero asked what he had done to the teacher. The heretic said that he had already spoken with Russell Raymond, but they were meeting in person for the first time. With a cheeky grin, Hypnos declared that he would kill the father and son of the Raymond family, and the character's eyes flashed. Russell had just found out who killed his father, and Hypnos chuckled and said that it was hard to say. Most likely he died at his hands. But he himself was not to blame for his death. After these words, he turned to Blaine and asked if he agreed with him. Russell yelled at Trilogy. It turns out he was behind his father's death. The hero asked why he did it. Seeing the mage choking on his own blood, Blaine smiled, deciding to answer this question one last time. And he said that Russell's father had to die because he learned of the connection between the Archduke's plans and the heretic cult. Raymond cursed, barely holding his body up on his hands, and Hypnos said that he also had a gift for the hero. This is the magic of the 7th circle, which contains all the diseases of the world, a pandemic. Hypnos promised that Russell would not die an easy death, even if he wanted to. However, his plans did not include the appearance of Daria, who, having completely exposed her aura, hung in the air with the words that she would no longer lose people close to her because of him. The Fire Tower Master commanded her dwarven army to rise and flourish. Russell was so relieved that the teacher was okay that a tear glistened in his open eye. Daria gasped, telling Russell that he had been waiting for her for so long. Blaine immediately asked Hypnos what it was, and the heretic, stumbling, replied that he had sealed Daria in Tartarus, and an ordinary person could not get out of there. The woman's eyes flashed, and she said that she couldn't believe that they considered them ordinary people. This was their mistake. On the other side of the palace, a blue stream opened up, bent by the wind. The master of the Blue Tower also got out. Russell looked up at the teacher, and the woman said that he should rest. This would all be over soon. The hero saw Daria in such a rage for the first time, she muttered through her teeth that she would make the damn traitors pay for reminding her of what happened that day. A sweet boy told his mother that he would become a magician like her when he grew up. Daria was happy, said that he would of course become a magician. For her, this child was the most beautiful son in the world. He was talented and studied magic himself, and he trained all day long to show what he had learned. He also really loved sweets. One night, Daria had to urgently answer a letter from the royal palace, and it changed her life completely. The letter was a trap from the heretics to lure her out. Snow White immediately went home, but it was too late. The burnt child, dying in her arms, called her mother. But Daria still smiled, even though tears were flowing like a stream. She said that everything was fine, that her son just needed to sleep and everything would pass. And now next to her were the people who saved her, when she lost the meaning of her life. But now she was filled with such anger, mixed with resentment, that she had no intention of letting the heretics leave here alive. Daria summoned the Fire King of the Giants. It was the magic of the 8th circle that allowed her to create the fires of Muspelheim, the dream of a fire flower. Hypnos and Blaine had no choice but to erect a protective barrier and hold it together. Daria liked their reaction, and after the spell she created, she used a rotten apple. Little butterflies flew through the barrier, and one of them landed on Blaine's shoulder. As soon as she touched the master's clothes, his body burst into flames. The flap of the wing of this beautiful insect left burns on Trilogy's body and tore off the skin, and Hypnos, seeing this right next to him, cursed, creating a new barrier. He no longer had a choice. Also, how to team up with the Archduke to kill the king first. But as soon as he tried to escape, a fiery vine grabbed his leg. Russell held the fire tightly, saying that Hypnos wasn't going anywhere. The heretic turned around and cursed the hero, because the damn brat still dared to interfere with him. He wanted to free himself from the bonds. But at that moment, a bright flash flew at him, and Hypnos barely managed to dodge. Daria, hanging in the air, asked if they still hadn't realized that they needed to abandon any thoughts of leaving here alive. She again attacked Hypnos with numerous spells, not giving him a chance to breathe. The heretic's body was pierced by 4 daggers. He could not get rid of this fire, which was to be expected from the 8th circle. Hypnos had to use all his strength to destroy this fire completely. But as soon as he tried, Daria squeezed the heretic's body with fiery fetters, and Hypnos screamed in pain. Daria came down to him with the words that this was the end, but if he told everything, she would grant him a painless death. The heretic laughed. He raised his head to the woman and replied, "Let her not think that this is the end. The true darkness is only beginning to manifest." Hypnos began to melt alive. He continued to laugh madly, exclaiming that this continent would be covered in blood and darkness. In a black puddle, Daria saw her reflection. It was not she who killed Hypnos, but his own suicide spell. The woman considered this heretic simply terrible. Meanwhile, Blaine, leaning against the walls of the palace and leaving a trail of blood along them, tried to leave, admitting that it was a complete failure. He thought that he shouldn't have trusted the damn heretic cult, but now he had to hide and recuperate. Suddenly he froze, seeing a magician in his path. Those burning eyes and oppressive aura made him think that it was Alex Raymond in front of him. But that was impossible, because Blaine saw his death with his own eyes. It was only when Russell came running at him with a sword that Trilogy recognized Alex as his son. The protagonist plunged the gun with all his might into the body of the man who killed his father. And Blaine admitted that Alex Raymond had ultimately won. While Russell was dealing with Trilogy, 2 tornadoes, 1 fiery and 1 blue, were flashing furiously behind him. The enemies could not break through, they fled, still hoping for reinforcements. Melville laughed, asking the traders how they liked his water, saying that they scattered like ants. Suddenly someone shouted that the fire tower had come to the rescue. Some even prayed for salvation. Jillian occupied the wall, but the traders tried not to lose heart because they had numerical superiority. The Archduke cursed as he saw how the mages had managed to fight back just before the walls fell. Bismarck nervously asked when the 2 monsters were released and where Blaine and Hypnos were. In response, they threw at him the heads of his allies, whom he had tried so hard to find. Daria asked if this was what he was looking for when she threw their heads at his feet. In that state they were barely recognizable, but the master wanted to show them to him personally. Behind Snow White stood Hecate with Russell and the Royal Knights. Bismarck released his purple aura and drew his sword, saying that he had been preparing for this for decades. He rushed forward, asking if they really thought that people like them could stop him. Daria told Russell that Bismarck still didn't understand anything, so he could take revenge on him. Waiting until the Archduke was closer, the hero summoned the flames of destruction. Despite the black armor, which was the strongest, the Archduke screamed as he felt the heat touch his body. 1 spell from Russell reduced Bismarck to dust. The horror was over, and His Majesty wanted to discuss the restoration of the palace. Before taking care of the palace, the king wanted to restore the houses of ordinary residents. He asked if the master of the Yellow Tower could take this on himself, and Niccolo answered yes. His Majesty also asked if the words of the cult leader, Hypnos, were true, and although she did not want to admit it, Daria personally heard it. The king looked thoughtfully at the documentation, trying to understand who Hypnos was talking about as the beginning of true darkness. He entrusted the matter to the master of the Fire Tower to form a squad to investigate the cult's activities. All that remained was to reward the heroes whose names were written on paper. His Majesty smiled when he saw Russell's name on the list. Standing next to the superhumans, he didn't think he would see such talent in his lifetime. They were worried about the main character. 10 days have passed, and he still hasn't woken up. Daria tried to calm the princess's anxiety, because Russell had recently become stronger. His body was getting used to the new magic circle. The guy overdid it while in a serious condition, so it's a miracle that the magic circle didn't break. The Count's teacher hugged Hecate and insisted that she leave, because Russell, as always, would cope. When they left the room, the red circle appeared above the hero again. He woke up feeling a familiar energy, and as soon as he realized that it was Pepper's energy, he immediately opened his eyes. The fire spirit Pepper has fully assimilated the power of the fire dragon, and Russell's contract with the spirit has been restored. Before returning in time, the hero could not even imagine that he would reach the 7th circle. But not only did he get this circle, but he also used its power against his father's killer. But Raymond was not going to stop there. There were still remnants of the cult in the Empire, so Russell wanted to become stronger. He hoped that this place would be enough. Previously, Pepper's size could be changed. It would be a shame for Russell if he lost this ability. Gathering his courage, the boy summoned the gate to the spirit world. Russell called Pepper, and when he came out, he was not that little spirit that you could pick up, but a full-fledged dragon. Russell opened his arms for a hug. The dragon bowed his head to his master and growled affably, and the boy hugged the tip of his nose, saying that so much time had passed, and Pepper had become simply a handsome man. The dragon's body became transparent like a spirit's. Not only did it change in size, but now it looked completely different. Russell felt that Pepper had the power of the 7th circle. Now they were on the same level. Perhaps that is why the dragon woke up only when the guy moved to the next circle. Raymond asked the dragon if he could shrink like before. The dragon growled and lit up, so the hero had to cover his eyes from the bright light. Pepper became small again, he joyfully exclaimed, demonstrating his abilities. Russell clapped for him. He suggested that the spirit have a little fun. Pepper agreed, and very soon, Raymond found himself riding him. It was surprising that even at high speed, the dragon had excellent maneuverability. In addition, the spirit began to fly much better. Russell imagined how nice it would be if Pepper could fly at that speed in spirit form. Suddenly, the dragon's head caught fire and the boy got scared. Fiery wings appeared behind the hero's back, and Russell laughed because Pepper, it turns out, could now read his thoughts. The Count told the spirit that they would now follow the call of their hearts. It was a little slower than Perchik's own flight, but at that speed Raymond would definitely not lose to anyone in the air. For half the night the two frolicked, flying over the night Endymion. 3 days later, Ulsan, Daria, Hubert, and Hecate congratulated Russell. Now the main character has become a duke. This title was only given to those who deserved to be part of the royal family. And in the entire history of Endymion, no one from the Rathmos family had ever received this title. Even the first head of the Raymonds, a mage of the 8th circle, and a vassal of the founder Endymion were only marquises. Hecate pulled the groom by the cheek, saying that he seemed to not believe what had happened, although she too was surprised by the king's decision. Daria shared that everyone was surprised. The whole hall fell silent after his words. Hubert added that no one was against it. Everyone knows that Russell deserves it. Ulsan supported him. Laughing, Daria asked if she should now address him as Duke Russell, and the hero held his palms out, answering no. He still couldn't believe it, but he asked to be addressed without formalities, because he is still Russell Raymond, their student and junior comrade. Daria smiled and said that if that's what he wanted, then fine. Ulsan playfully slapped Raymond on the back, saying that was why he loved him, and Russell coughed from the sharp blow. At night, the hero was left alone with Pepper and his thoughts. He decided it was time to check the mission rewards. As a reward, he received a map of the dragon's location. Russell was going to look for it himself, but it would be much easier this way. However, the dragon's location was the Empire. This made the situation much more difficult. The Empire of Britain is the only empire on the continent, and Endymion's long-standing enemy. The Emperor's health was getting worse and worse, and now the princes were fighting for the throne. And getting to Britain isn't that easy. Russell fell onto the bed, moaning, "Why there? This time it would really be difficult." The guy patted Pepper on the cheek and told him not to worry, because the main thing is that it's possible. Russell smiled, thinking that it would be dangerous and time-consuming, but it would definitely work. Meanwhile, the ship was almost there. Muya smiled and said that the man would wait for her. A ship with trappers was heading to Endymion. Soon Amelia and Russell greeted His Majesty. He gathered them here because he wants to help the elves and beastmen settle in new places. So much time has passed that the hero forgot about them because of the uprising that had arisen. The king declared that the master of the White Tower would aid the elves, and that Duke Russell Raymond would aid the beastmen, and they bowed in response to His Majesty's command. However, the character was worried about Mui's aggressiveness, whether she would challenge him to a duel. He had some strange premonition. The Beast King surveyed the course. She decided that as soon as she met Russell, she would immediately challenge him to a duel. Even the others on board noticed that she was in a good mood. Buffalo said that Muya had gone outside the island for the first time. She was probably anticipating strong opponents on the continent, and most importantly, it was that person. The rabbit reported that Endymion was right ahead. The ships were already visible on the horizon. Many people gathered to see the beastman. Russell pulled away from the sea, feeling the familiar mana. It was Sir Alan. He came to provide support by order of the king. Page announced his readiness to carry out the orders of his lordship. Russell thanked him, and asked to address him without such formalities. Then Alan asked if he should call the hero Duke Russell, and the guy had no choice but to agree. When the ships docked, the knights asked everyone to remain in place and maintain their positions. The beastmen obediently remained on board. Russell didn't see Muya and began to wonder where she was. But the king of the beastmen did not keep her waiting long. Jumping off the ship, she rushed towards the man. Alan felt the fighting spirit at the level of the Tower Masters. He guessed that it was the king of the beastmen, Muya. Russell said that she hadn't changed at all, and Muya noticed that the hero had become stronger since their last meeting. His scent was on another level entirely, so she offered to test how much stronger it had become if Russell didn't mind. But Raymond asked to feel sorry for him. Because he was still being treated, Muya was upset, but there was no other way out. Russell suddenly asked if she could calm down her ardor. Everyone in the port was scared. When the king of the beastmen learned that they would be sharing the forest with the elves, she did not like the news, because no one had spoken about this before. Russell said that the Avet Forest is the largest in all of Endymion, with enough room for 2 races. However, this is not what Muya meant for her. Elves were terribly boring. She hated peace-loving people. Then Russell said that if they got along with the elves, he would bring her a worthy opponent. Mue's eyes immediately lit up, and she agreed. But on one condition, namely, if it is not Alan Page, then the opponent must be at least on his level, otherwise it will be completely boring. Muya walked up to Page and sniffed him, saying that he seemed pretty strong when they first met, but he didn't have any male scent at all, and Alan became embarrassed. Russell thought that if the first king of the beastmen, Fenrir, really was half-dragon, perhaps Muya could smell the dragon scent on him. She herself was of wolf stock and had silver hair, just like Fenrir. If Muya was his descendant, she might also have dragon blood in her. The Beast King kindly asked Russell why he was looking at her like that, and the guy politely asked him to step aside. In the forest, Avid Amelia congratulated Russell on his new circle, calling him his lordship. Only later did she remember his request with these appeals. Russell thanked the master of the White Tower. Seeing Amelia, Muya leaned over her and said that this human woman was quite strong. Aurane saw her new neighbors and expressed her joy at meeting them. Lady Isla was next to her, and she bowed to Russell. Muya couldn't get enough of the fact that the pointy-eared ones were also quite strong. Russell asked her not to call the elves that. Suddenly she pointed at Elo and told the hero that she had the same smell as him. The elf blushed. Suddenly Mui's eyes sparkled. She realized that Russell was needed by Ilo. She asked if she really thought that she would give him up. The elf stared back, saying that he was not a thing. Russell said that their races would live in the same forest and each would have its own territory. Of course, conflicts would be inevitable, because they had lived in different places before. They had different traditions. That is why the huge chestnut tree will be considered the center of the forest. Everything to the north will belong to the elves, and everything to the south, to the beastmen. Aurane said that they were grateful for the land provided. Muya agreed. Raymond also said that a representative of each race must take part in a welcoming ceremony with the king in 10 days. Already in the capital of Endymion, in the carriage, Elo asked Sir Russell if there were any other duties besides meeting with the king. The hero chuckled, and after a pause replied that Muya would receive the title as the ruler of the beastmen. But she didn't really care about that. She just wanted to have a duel with someone. Russell went on to say that there would be a ball at the palace, which would be a good opportunity to show the rest of the world how stable the kingdom was. Muya was happy that she would be able to eat whatever she wanted there, but suddenly she noticed something incredible. The Beast King stood up, announcing that a pair of powerful creatures were approaching. She won't be able to defeat one of them, but she won't lose either, and she definitely won't be able to stand up to the other one. Russell said that everything was fine. He knew them. One of them was his teacher. Muya was very surprised. Suddenly she began to lick herself vigorously, because she had to look good if she met Teacher Russell. After getting out of the carriage, Russell asked the teacher and the master of the Blue Tower what brought them here. Daria replied that important guests had arrived in the kingdom, and the king had ordered them to meet them personally. Melville greeted the guests and introduced himself as the master of the Blue Tower, and Daria introduced herself after him. Aurane bowed to them, glad that they met the master of the Fire Tower again. The elf still remembered how Daria helped them on the day when pirates took her daughter and her servants captive. Menyor of the Ash tribe asked for forgiveness for thanking the master of the fire tower so late, and Daria asked not to thank her, because she did what she had to. The fire tower master turned to Russell and asked who it was, referring to Muya behind him, and the Beast King introduced herself in a fearful manner. Beastmen choose their ruler based on strength, so it's no surprise that Mu is unaccustomed to seeing someone stronger. Daria noticed Elo's gaze, and then Russell asking if Muya was okay. The woman chuckled at the thought that Russell was acting so innocent. It seemed that some people would not like the ball very much. Hecate looked back at the cold wind. She had a strange feeling. When the hero saw the palace, he did not hide his surprise. He couldn't believe that while he was gone, they had already managed to restore the palace. Daria said that Nicolo and his students worked without closing their eyes. Then the master suggested going inside, because the king was already waiting for everyone. Upon arrival, Duke Russell Raymond knelt before His Majesty. The hero said that he had arrived after completing his assigned mission, and the king asked him to rise, saying that he would not forget Russell's contribution to the common cause. Arain and Ilo paid their respects to the ruler of Endymion. Menyor said that the elves of the Great Forest would never forget the kindness of His Majesty and the territories he had provided. She thanked him on behalf of all the elves, and the king smiled, expressing the hope that they would live in harmony with their neighbors until the Great Forest was restored. Muya haltingly introduced herself, expressing greetings to the king of Endymion, but soon corrected herself, expressing respect. Russell asked His Majesty for forgiveness, but the king was understanding because the Beastmen had a different culture. His Majesty asked the Beast King what he thought about holding the title-giving ceremony during the ball. Muya was at a loss. Raymond whispered for her to say that she would follow His Majesty's wishes, and Muya did so. She then thanked the king for his warm welcome, also in Raymond's words. She drooped, and Russell decided that Muya would have to learn some etiquette. 3 days passed. Muya, kneeling on one knee, said that from now on she was a representative of the nobility of the kingdom of Endymion and swears to fulfill all her obligations. The people found the Beastman's speech surprising, although there were rumors that they were all barbarians. The king of Endymion, Alphonsus Rathmos, granted Muya the family name of Lycos and the title of countess. Alphon told her to remember forever the oath she had given today, and Maya thanked His Majesty for his kindness. The ceremony was carried out as it should be, and now the king of the Beastmen was also dedicated with the royal sword. After that, the dancing began. Muya sighed heavily, sharing her worries. She said that she did everything right, but still did not understand why everything was complicated, and Russell said that she did a great job. Ilo told Sir Russell that they were at a ball after all, so if he didn't mind, they could dance. However, she did not have time to finish her sentence. As Hecate appeared at the ball in a luxurious dress, as befits a princess, she apologized for not introducing herself earlier. Ilo looked at the princess with admiration, and Muya sensed that Hecate smelled the same as the king. Hecate asked the girls if they could talk in a more secluded place, because she wanted to tell them something. Russell rose from the table, saying that he would go too, but his bride stopped him. She smiled tensely, saying that this conversation was for women's ears only, and Raymond had no choice but to stay. Daria enjoyed this spectacle from afar, amazed at how 3 races were fighting for one man. The servants bowed to Hecate. The princess asked Ilo and Muya to sit down, and also said that there was no need to observe formalities here. Hecate poured wine into the glass. She immediately took a few sips, emptying the glass to the bottom, which surprised the women. Hecate called them here to ask them what they thought of Sir Russell, her fiancé. Muya burst out laughing, and Ilo asked what the princess meant. And if we are talking about feelings, then the elf decided to say honestly that she really likes Sir Russell. The Beast King also admitted that she was interested in this man, and he was also quite strong. Hecate thought so. She said that Russell was not an ordinary duke. One day he will become king, so he cannot have concubines, and she doesn't want to share him with other women, as long as she lives. Muya expected this to be more or less the case, since the princess was just a pathetic person. But she decided to clarify something because the princess had said that this would not happen while she was alive. Hecate said that it was so, and besides, Russell had become very strong. He might even become a divine being, the likes of which had not been seen since the mythical era, and since he inherited the blood of dragons, he would definitely live longer than the princess. Hecate didn't want him to be alone when she left him. Ilo and Muya showed sympathy and even fear with their facial expressions. Hecate said that they both live longer than people, and it is enough for her that he is hers while she is alive. Muya wanted to say something, but Hecate interrupted her, saying that something needed to be fixed. First of all, she is number 1 for him. Then the queen of the beastmen asked who would be second. But Hecate headed for the exit and, smiling, replied that they should tell her this when they decided among themselves. She hurried back into the hall, but the dress was so long that the princess tripped. Russell was climbing the ladder at that moment and managed to grab her before she fell. Hecate approached the groom's face, glad that it was him, and Russell, smelling alcohol, asked why she drank if it immediately made her drunk. The princess pressed her head to the groom's shoulder and asked if he knew the best way to keep an eye on her enemies. And without waiting for an answer, she said that they needed to be forced to fight each other. The hero took the bride's hand and asked what she was talking about, but the princess only replied that she had drunk so much alcohol that her head was spinning. With a blush on her cheeks, the princess asked if she could rest in Russell's room. The hero hugged his bride from behind and replied that of course she could. 3 months later, in the fire tower, Daria sat with Russell and said that everything had just calmed down and the student was going somewhere again. She looked up at Raymond and asked if he had warned the princess, and the hero replied that he had received permission. Bringing the glass to his lips, the woman said that if he continued like this, one day the princess would be very unhappy and might even limit the places Russell could go. In addition, Raymond also goes to a third country, a country of trade. She asked if Russell knew what this place was, but the hero knew that this country was so small that it could be called a city-state. Gambling, hired killers, money laundering, and even slave owners were widespread there. It was a dark country on a continent where everything was allowed, and Daria was worried because the darkness in the souls of people living in such places was much more terrible than usual. Russell promised that he would be careful and remember her words. Soon the hero went to Akine on a ship, and a fog arose in the sea. This was lucky, as it would allow Russell to enter the country unnoticed, but there was a problem. The man on board had been watching him since he set sail, hiding his presence and his thirst for battle. But he is certainly strong, and if he thought Russell couldn't fight at sea, he was deeply mistaken. Waiting for the right moment, Raymond abruptly tore the mantle off the man hiding, asking on the go who he was and why he was pursuing him. Imagine his surprise when that very person turned out to be Muya, awkwardly scratching the back of her head. Russell asked why she followed him, and the Beast King replied that he promised her a duel for visiting the capital. She heard that he would leave the kingdom for a long time, so she followed him. The hero tried to persuade her to come back because the place he was going to would be dangerous. But Muya had heard all about Akai, and decided that she just needed to beat everyone up. Russell sighed heavily and admitted that Akane was actually just along the way, not the endpoint. When Muya asked what the endpoint was, the hero said Endymion's sworn enemy, namely the British Empire.